Chapter 57. Ties, I don't care what you say, I have to leave here or they will fire me, consider me a criminal. Jaco shouted with tears in his eyes, because he felt that whatever he did would meant his dead anyway. Oh. Therefore, you want to leave? Aren't you afraid of what Broly could do next? Tights asked, making a good emotional blackmail, and not so emotional. I'm afraid of everything right now. If I don't leave now I'll be fired, and they'll put me in jail. If I leave now I may die in the mission, and if I don't die that bastard can kill me or make my life a hell in which I'll be fired and put in jail. Jaco yelled between tears, as he felt that the Wole universe was conspiring against him while he looked at the controls of his spaceship without knowing what to do. Tights, feeling some compassion for the depressed and about suicide Jaco, set to try to find a solution that could satisfy everyone. You see, if you remember it well, Broly never said that you were forbidden to leave, he said you could not leave me alone in the spaceship, so. Jaco, who's still thinking what he should put in his grave. Aren't you suggesting that I take you on a dangerous mission? Shouted Jaco, who was beginning to believe that as unlikely as it seemed at first, his situation could still get worse. Don't think I'm dying to go, but it's the only solution, although this spaceship is extremely comfortable and there's everything, I don't want to be alone in the middle of space without knowing where I'm going. You have to leave the spaceship and at the same time you cannot leave me here, so, I don't think you have many more alternatives, said Tights, being extremely rational. No. No. I cannot do that. This is a secret and extremely sensitive mission for the Galactic Patrol, if they see me arrive with you I'm doomed, said Jaco, who would pull his hair if he had right now. No matter what you choose, it will be something bad for you, now you only can choose the lesser evil, answered Tights, who had learned a few things from Broly about how to influence people, especially Jaco. After Jaco meditated what to do for several minutes, in which he hit his head against his spaceship several times, finally decided. It's okay, let's go together, but I'm not responsible for what might happen. Jaco answered, trying to propose some kind of condition to believe that not everyone was passing over him that day. After Tights got dressed and left a note explaining the situation in case Broly returned to the spacecraft, they both entered Jaco's spaceship and leave. From the feet of Moro the earth began to crack, and from those cracks appeared geysers of energy that surrounded Moro in every direction. I'm the bone of my sword. Broly shouted with great seriousness and determination. While Moro adapted to use his favorite magic, as every good villain explained minimally his performance, with this move, I attack with the life energy of the very planet we stand on. Steel is my body and fire is my blood, continued reciting Broly without paying too much attention to Moro's words. Moro, that was interrupted by the cast of Broly, continued with his speech, the magnitude comes from my own power but from the planet. I have created over 2,000 blades, Broly interrupted again to cast his spell. And I must say, this planet possesses except, Moro returned to his monologue, although this time quite irritated by so many interruptions. Unaware of loss. Broly interrupted as usual once more. However, Moro, very angry and with several veins protruding in his head by the continuous interruptions of the unbearable monkey child, decided to let his anger free. With a movement of one of his long fingers, under the feet of Broly appeared a geyser of energy similar to those around him. However, Broly, who was paying attention to Moro's possible attacks, dodged that underground energetic magic in the following 3 chain attacks that he launched in the same way. R of your fucking skull. Didn't your fucking mother teach you when you were a kid that is impolite to interrupt people when they talk, especially when is an attack or a transformation? Broly screamed, outraged. Gur. Growled Moro, who thought he had found the most insufferable person in the universe. I will enjoy stealing until the last trace of your life force while I sew your mouth. Moro continued attacking with geysers of energy that emerged from the ground towards Broly, which continued dodging them one after another. I have played too many hack and slash games in which there are boss attacks with a pattern similar to his, also he usually makes a movement with his hands to use an attack. It's too easy to dodge that, especially when I have the ability to fly. Broly, realizing that all attacks came from the ground and that they could only reach a certain height, he began to fly and insulting Moro to make fun of him. However, he didn't imagine that this wasn't the only way in which Moro could perform his magic. Since when is this here? Fuck, I know I've promised myself to just use magic, but I miss my EN. Before he could realize it, serpentine energy jets were heading towards him, changing direction according to Moro's wishes to chase him. However, Broly, thanks to his great reflexes, intuition, speed and above all to the Kai, he could dodge his attacks with practically no problems, even though they never seemed to end and came from all directions. Is this your famous ability to absorb energy? I thought you could only absorb energy as you had done with the alien you had in your dirty hooves. It's the same ability, but with a different application, Moro replied, continuing his attacks. Broly, tired of dodging and watched with fascination his technique, attacked again. Using his telekinesis again on one of the catchin blocks he had created earlier to protect himself from Moro's electrical attack, he threw him at him, but, before he could get close to him, an energy geyser appeared in front of the catchin block, slowing and diverting it several kilometers. However, Broly didn't give up and threw all what was in the area towards Moro, this time from different angles, with combinations and sequences to find the moment in which he was unable to defend himself, idea that he took from the fight between Moro and Netero, but they didn't seem to have much effect, since he could perfectly deform the size and shape of the planetary energy, creating almost perfect barriers around him. Everything was stopped. Bounced or retained, and all that while continuing to attack, and all that while he continued attacking our dear protagonist. Broly was at a disadvantage this time. Damn, my catchin blocks are too big to pass between his defenses. He is able to control the energy of the planet to use it for both attack and defense, and being the energy of the planet he is not using any of his energy, so he does not get tired. It looks a lot like the Genkidama but much faster, versatile and practical for continuous combat. In addition, in many occasions his attacks can even fuse with rocks or water, which are strengthened by that energy to make the attacks more lethal and unpredictable and the defenses more solid. I could keep dodging until this crazy goat drains all the energy of the planet until he runs out of ammunition, but that's not my style. Broly kept dodging one attack after another while speaking to himself. I wanted to finish the spell so it would sound epic, but, badge. I don't need it at all. Reciting spells or announcing a charged attack is a waste of time, it's idiotic. Whatever. Unlimited catchin works. Around Broly hundreds of weapons made of catchin of different types, sizes and shapes appeared floating in the air. Some were swords, other spears, other daggers, other needles, other shurikens, other hammers. It was like a large exhibition of futuristic-looking bladed weapons, which Broly began to control with telekinesis. Materialization magic and telekinesis once again. That's not going to work against me, declared Moro with arrogance. Well, it's the same concept, but with a different application, responded Broly paraphrasing Moro. After that grandiloquent phrase, several swords shot out at high speed directly at his horned enemy. Moro, upon see that different weapons of quite cool appearance made of the hardest material in the universe approached him, he easily lifted a wall of planetary energy before him, blocking with relative ease the swords, which for a few moments could penetrate by a few millimeters into that column of energy. Moro was satisfied with the success of his defense, but he realized that Broly wasn't frustrated by his failure, rather he was smiling slightly. Something is wrong. Moro thought, which many years of experience had helped him develop a sixth sense to detect the danger. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. FAUU. Moro shouted upon noticing some strange presences around him, so very quickly he moved on from where he was. Slash. Without him knowing exactly how, several cuts appeared on his body, a very deep lateral cut that ran all over his face from one cheek to the forehead, another in the back and another in the chest which cut most of his beard before cutting the flesh. Ah! Moro shouted, more from the surprise and frustration than from the pain, as he watched in astonishment as around him there was blood floating in the air, staining what looked like invisible swords. Invisible weapons made of catchin. What kind of magic is this? Damn, they don't contain any magic or energy, it's almost impossible to detect them by normal means. He, my lure has worked more or less well, it's a pity that my toys make certain noise when flying. I'll have to make some small adjustments later, said Broly, lamenting that his creation still had failures. What do you think about the union between camouflage technology and magic? It's amazing that you could dodge it, if it were not for that you would have lost one of your horns. Ha ha ha. Broly said with great satisfaction as he wiped the invisible swords with blood and launched a rain of cutting weapons at him again. The catchin blocks were too big and colorful to sneak into their defenses, but with this there will not be much problem. And, I created them with materialization magic months ago and kept them in formless realm until now, so technically it's not cheating. Seeing that omnidirectional attack, Moro on the ground raised a dome-shaped barrier with which he managed to block almost all attacks. The others were previously repelled in the air by TE jets of planetary energy he used to pursue Broly. But he was unable to hit Broly, who seemed to have eyes on his back. Are you a monkey or a cockroach? Moro asked rhetorically because of the frustration he felt at being unable to hit Broly. Jejejej. Laughed Broly as he continued to dodge and teleport, moving his catchin weapons to attack his energy barrier. As I predicted, he has locked himself in a single point like a fucking lazy turtle. Jejej, I have to inform you that you aren't the only one who can make attacks from the ground. Broly used almost all his telekinetic power to move a giant hammer of almost 12 meters made of catchin to crush Moro's barrier, that made Moro concentrate most of his energy jets to stop that attack. However, at the same time a swarm of needles came out of the ground, nailing directly against Moro's feet, but he barely had time to feel pain, because he lost consciousness for few seconds, and because of that his barrier and energy attacks fell. Boom! Therefore, there wasn't thing to stop his advance, and the giant hammer struck Moro, throwing him several kilometers away, stamping against several mountains before he could stop. Those poison needles have been sponsored by Frost of the Universe 6. It's pretty effective, even against strong people like us, Broly said telepathically. Son of a bitch. Moro cursed as he left a mountain of rubble, wounded and covered with blood, because in this novel there is blood, not like in Dragon Ball Super. Laugh while you can, it's almost ready. Chapter 58. More injured got up from the ground and faced where he felt Broly's energy came from. What do you think about my magic and science? It's cool, right? It is refreshing to see how in this universe not everything consists of brute force and energy attacks without too much background. You know. Excessively repetitive combat scenes of fist swings at full speed in which they don't think but repeat the same frame repeatedly, crazy energy attacks which collide with each other, in which the winner is always the one who screams the most crazy transformations and fusions every time someone finds a more powerful enemy, and let's not forget about the power of the suitability of the script. I miss the good cunning battles in which people with special abilities fight each other, where the key to winning in that battle depends on the ability to deduce what are the skills of the opponent, to find their weaknesses, and the ability to use wisely your skills, battles that don't depend so much on raw strength. You know, like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or Hunter x Hunter. Do you understand what I mean? Said Broly, having a rhetorical speech, approaching calmly towards the battered Moro while picking up some cotton candy meteor with telekinesis and eating them with each step he took. Moro, still wiping the dust and the sand, looked at Broly in a not very friendly way and said with all the affection of the one who was capable, "What the fuck do I care about that? Are you going to never shut up? Damn, every second that passes you say more stupid things and I understand you less." Moro had lost his patience completely because of Broly, and that considering that being more than 10 million years locked up had taught him to be extremely patient and calm. I see that you don't understand what I mean. I'll give you a small example and then I'll ask you if you've understood. If you don't understand, I'll throw you from a belfry, as they did in some villages in my old country with the goats, said Broly with a mocking and evil smile. Transfiguration beam. Broly shouted, and a pink-green beam shot out of one of his fingers at high speed towards his enemy. Damn! I cannot allow that attack to hit me. Moro once again performed his planetary energy manipulation technique to protect himself from one of the most dangerous magical techniques he knew, because it only worked with matter, not against ki, magic or vital energy, therefore he would be safe. However, before that spell hit the energy barrier, it changed direction at the last moment and drifted to a rock a few meters from Moro's barrier. That stone was transformed into something that Moro would never imagine seeing in a place like that, was transformed into a small sun, which heated in an exacerbated way. Impossible, mumbled Moro, terrified and confused with cold sweat, and not so cold coming out of his forehead and back. It's not impossible. After all, the sun is composed of helium and hydrogen, you just have to give it a small effect of nuclear fusion to make a small sun rise, like the one I created in such a simple way. Can you guess what I'm going to do once more with a luminous object? Broly said, making a gesture with his hand, which didn't convey good intentions. Damn, he won't pretend. Moro thought, alarmed as he created a wall as powerful as possible around him. Final sunshine. Broly shouted before using Kai Kai to teleport to the other side of the planet where the terrible explosion that was about to happen would have no effect on him. Boom! A large blazing explosion completely wiped out a quarter of the almost desert planet's surface. The sacred world of Kai. Amazing! Amazing! I cannot believe what my eyes see. He just transformed a stone into a small sun. Kibito shouted with his eyes out of their sockets and jaw touching the ground while he monopolized almost the Wole scream. Shut up. You're not letting me see. Wow, so that magic can be used to transform things into food or any other substance. If it were used correctly it would be a fearful technique. Said Vados, who tried to see the possibilities that this magic could have, although in the end she always ended up thinking that was to produce food easily. However, while the rest had a carefree attitude and blabbering, Whis was still observing the staff without batting an eye. Outside space, pathetic Jaco spaceship. Tights and Jaco flew through space at a speed neither very slow nor very fast as they listened to the radio of the spacecraft and chatted quietly about how hard life was. To all the units. Go to the planet X43-958, Quadrant 3. The criminal number 1 has been detected for the last time. Until. From a relatively close planet, a spectacular explosion flooded all the surrounding with light, blinding Tights and Jaco and piercing the planet from which the explosion come. The author doesn't add sound effects because this is the fucking space and there are no sound waves caused by explosions. This is not Star Wars. What the hell is that? Tights asked with a broken face upon see that planetary catastrophe, rubbing her eyes numbed by the light. I don't know, but that planet is, replied Jaco, who couldn't believe that so many misfortunes occurred on the same day. After a few seconds in which Broly took advantage to finish part of the cotton candy he had created earlier, returned to the point where the solar explosion had wiped out everything hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter, creating an apocalyptic landscape. Wow, it's the first time I've tried this, and I didn't expect it to be so destructive. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if Father of Full Metal Alchemist had managed to use it as a weapon. Well, now it's time to look for the goat. I hope I didn't make him on the grill or that he wasn't hit by a car while trying to cross the road. He's there. Broly said, pretending to be surprised. He had the Juggin, even if he hadn't activated his, and was too easy to find Moro with a little of concentration. Looking at the ground near where Moro was before the explosion, could be seen that there was a huge trail, as if someone has created a road with thousands of kilometers, and at the end of that great road that there was what looked like a giant wave made of rocks and earth. Oh, this goat is a resourceful animal. Before my final sunshine exploded, that crazy goat, he used his energy manipulation fused with matter to create a reinforced giant wall to resist the explosion, but due to the power of my precious low-cost explosion, the king of the farm and its wall have been dragged thousands of kilometers. Surely he had to create and repair the wall for thousands of kilometers in record time, and the result is this giant inverted wave of debris. Very interesting. Hey. Interesting, I wasn't expecting this. Kai. Broly teleported right where Moro was, and to Broly's surprise. I didn't expect that you would also have the ability to heal your wounds. Why haven't you done it before? Was it because you couldn't due to a certain condition, or because you didn't want to show me this ability to follow a futile strategy? Broly asked as he looked at Moro's thin and unharmed body. Let's say that the correct answer is the second. Unfortunately, with that last attack you forced me to heal. If I hadn't, it would not be possible for me to fight now. I congratulate you for this. However, that magical ability, although it is quite dangerous, I believe that could only be used to create simple materials, especially food, Moro said with complacency and some disappointment, as he didn't notice an significant impact on Broly's expression when he realized that all the damage he had inflicted on him has vanished. As I've told you before, depending on how smart the person using the skill is, his applications can be very different and interesting. Although turning the enemy into a fragile object can be very effective in killing him, you won't always be able to hit him, and he may still be able to fight. Even they can become more dangerous, said Broly, recalling the amazing and unique candy Vegeta. With a little practice and imagination, it hasn't been difficult for me to turn a stone into a normal sun of hydrogen and helium. Later I will experiment a bit to create stars made with heavier gases, and who knows, maybe one day I will be able to create stars of neutrons or black holes. Just to be clear, I'm also able to do it through materialization magic, but it's a too slow and expensive process. It's better to take as a base something already existing to save time and energy. Broly explained his new super broken ability while Moro listened attentively, since he was curious enough to know the potential of a magic that millions of years ago his group studied and didn't know how to exploit properly. Moro, after listening to what he wanted and without warning, continued with his attack, flying in the sky and sending jets of vital energy towards Broly, but something happened that he hadn't imagined even in his worst nightmares. Broly used exactly the same technique he did, counteracting Moro's energy jets with his own. Boom! How is possible? Moro said with a decomposed face. That impertinent and unbearable, impudent ape boy had managed to copy his supreme ability in a few minutes. Judge. Surprised? Why do you think I've been stretching this fight so long when I could have easily beaten you from the first minute? Did you think I did that because I like to humiliate you and to show off my evident superiority in all aspects, especially the aspect? Well, this may have also influenced, but mainly was to learn a little about this interesting skill. I already knew the Genkidama, so I already had a good starting point. I hope you have more toys to entertain my grandfather, or I'll have to send you directly to the asylum, said Broly, making the same face that Kira did before L when he died. Moro, which didn't leave his amazement and watched Broly as if it were the most monstrous being he had ever encountered, returned to smile evilly with great confidence. A new toy, of course. What do you think of this? Moro said, raising his hand, in which energy began to gather around him, of all the planet they were on and the planets around them. Oh, is this a Genkidama? Well, at least it looks like one. I'm sorry, but that's not something new for me, said Broly with disappointment. He expected something more interesting. However, he instantly changed his mind and attitude upon see what Moro about to do. Moro, pressing his open hand, had concentrated the Genkidama until it reached the size of a small apple, and he ate it. Wow, that's interesting. Even your strength has increased. Fascinating, said Broly, excited to see a new application of the almost forgotten and inefficient Genkidama. However, his joy and excitement lasted little, as he realized that something terrible and disconcerting had happened to his body. His transformation had been reversed from true Super Saiyan full power to simply true Saiyan. Since when has my transformation been reversed? Why cannot I make any energy transformation? In addition, I feel very weak. That cannot be true. Motherfucker. You've stolen my vital energy and swallowed it. Broly screamed, realizing how bad his situation had become right now. In that tragic moment Moro at full speed went towards Broly and with his long hands grabbed him by the head and stamped him on the ground. With a sinister and mocking voice, he avenged himself using the same words as our withered hero. Jejejej. Surprised? Why do you think I've been stretching the fight so long? Did you think it was because I liked to hear your irritating voice, insults and arrogance? You thought I liked talking to you? That was because I liked to receive your attacks, or because I wanted you to copy my skills? I've only done it to absorb all your energy during the fight and the one of the several planets around us. That includes of course the energy of every living being on that planet, animals, plants, humans and humanoid beast, and I've to say that you had a lot of energy. I hope you have more hidden energy to give me, or else this grandfather will have to send you to the other world. Chapter 59. Broly hated to admit it, but, for the first time he had been the deceived. Shit, this son of a bitch has been gaining time all this time while in an almost imperceptible way he has been stealing the vital energy of every living thing around him, including me. I thought that he needed physical contact to do it with humans because of the corpse I saw in his hooves. Was that also part of his plan to deceive me? Damn fucking goat. Jeff Yuf Difty hands off me, Broly said barely with some difficulty because Moro's hand prevented him from speaking. Even if he was a magician and his appearance didn't seem very powerful, all this was FOD. Moro with his ability to steal and devour the energy of the planets and all his beings was able to increase his power without the need of hard training. So strong was his physical power that even when the sacred Kaioshin sealed his magic, even so he was able to give a hard fight to the sacred Kaioshin and the South Kai, who was equal or even superior in combat strength than Kid Buu. Moro's combat power was on similar level to that of a Super Saiyan 3, compared to Broly's current combat power in True Saiyan, which is equivalent to a normal Super Saiyan, was evident who was the strongest. Shit, he's stealing my energy. Fuck my oath and my pride as an amateur magician. I must use my KIN again before I run out of energy, if not I'm really fucked up. Broly, who had been suppressing all of his KIN abilities until now except on one occasion to eject certain items, reactivated his powers completely, especially those related to his 3 realms. The first thing he obviously did was teleport quickly a few meters away from Moro, which, seeing him reappear near his location, sent him an energy wave from his hand. However, to his surprise the attack went through his body, as if Broly had become intangible. He still had tricks up his sleeve. Well, that doesn't matter now. You should have used them before, now there's no way you can beat me without energy, and in a few seconds there will be nothing left. However, Broly, by reactivating his KIN, not only regained the skills of his 3 realms and increased all his abilities without the need to increase his fighting level, he had also regained his more developed NEN ability, the EN, which expanded to several light years in diameter. Although he didn't have to go that far to see something that made him lose his temper. What is this? Moro asked himself looking at Broly. Despite that, for Moro a few moments ago, Broly looked like a poor and helpless animal without any claws about to be sacrificed. Right now he seemed to be the most dangerous, malevolent, twisted and bloodthirsty creature in the universe. Fear. Horror. Moro for some incomprehensible reason was feeling a terrifying fear due to the dark and murderous aura that Broly was shedding. He was so terrified that his legs were shaking, and he couldn't help but retreat slowly. How can it be that I am afraid of him? What is this aura? It's as if my blood freezes. It's like, if it were in front of the death itself. There wasn't even a trace of kindness or cheerfulness left on Broly's face, only hatred and bloodlust. For the first time since he was born, Broly really wanted to kill someone. Jaco's spaceship. Tights? Tights. What's happening to you? Get up please. What is happening to you? Don't do this to me please. Please. Tell me something. Please breathe. Jaco screamed desperately as he grabbed Tights, which have no sign of life. Sacred World of Kai. Seconds after the solar explosion. While everyone continued to watch anxiously the thrilling combat between Moro and Broly. Shin, that several hours before disappeared to undertake his intertemporal trip, returned exactly at the same point where he disappeared, and by the expression on his face didn't seem to bring very good news. Shin. What a relief that you are well. You won't believe everything that happened while you weren't there, Kibito said, approaching his boss to check if he was injured. Yes, don't worry, I haven't exposed myself to any danger. What hap? Shin said, trying to push the exaggerated Kibito away from his personal space. Get to the point. Kampa shouted because he had lost all his patience for waiting so long. What have you discovered in the other timelines? Exactly. What happened to Broly-sensei? Is he really a time traveler? Kibito asked again, invading Shin's personal space in search of answers. Under the pressure of everyone present, Shin began to recount everything that happened to him and saw. Broly-sensei. Well. When I traveled to the other timelines, the first thing I did was go to see Whis and explain the situation. Then, as we planned, we investigated the Broly of that timeline, and although it wasn't easy since he was on a very remote and inhospitable planet, we found him. As far as we could see, King Vegeta, jealous of his potential, exiled Broly on an abandoned and extremely dangerous planet months before the destruction of planet Vegeta, and from that day until the moment when we were able to investigate, along with his father, he had never left that planet since its spaceships was destroyed. The same thing happens in all the timelines that I have visited. There is no doubt, our Broly is a real anomaly. Kampa then recovered his spirit after waiting so long, and using all the neurons in his brain he said then the Broly of our timeline is the anomaly, and therefore is a time traveler. There's no doubt about it. However, Shin, far from agreeing to Kampa's comment, responded with great concern, just like when he feared the resurrection of Majin Buu. I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Hey, what do you mean? They all asked at the same time. Whis and Vados noticed that something very unsettling was about to be revealed, something for which no one was prepared or could not even imagine. Shin, after sighing and thinking several times how to explain what he had discovered, began to relate once more what he saw. It is true that the history of the Broly of our timeline has changed drastically, but nevertheless, there is something that has changed more than the own story. It's Broly himself. He doesn't seem to be the same person. They all exclaimed at once. As for power, the Broly of the other timelines as well as ours, also have an unusual power, and according to his own words, he has a latent power inconceivable to any mortal, but even then there is no point of comparison between that Broly's and our Broly. While the power of those Broly is not enough to confront Frieza, ours is capable of battle a god of destruction. The Broly of the other timelines only has the Oozra transformation, which cannot control, while ours has many insanely powerful humanoid transformations. Our Broly has very strange magical powers, but in the other timelines he doesn't have any of that. Shin said while Kampa, Vados, Whis and Kibito kept listening with stupefaction and with their ears wide open. As for his personality, the Broly of our timeline is someone extremely intelligent, so intelligent that he seems to have been born with knowledge, so intelligent that he is capable of creating spaceships from the age of 2, so intelligent that he is able to plan everything down to the smallest detail to achieve what he wants. In addition, his personality is that of a somewhat joking, Machiavellian and cynical person. He's not evil but neither good. While the Broly of the other timelines is a child with an average intelligence for a child his age, maybe a little lower, he barely knows how to react to his surroundings unless it's directly related to his survival, and his personality very simple and kind. I have rarely seen someone with such a pure heart. Broly? Pure heart? This is the biggest nonsense I've heard in my life. Vados, trying to reassure Kampa, asked Shin, with this we can conclude that someone, Broly or not, has modified time in some way and has introduced knowledge in Broly since the moment he was born, or that someone has supplanted the body of the real Broly. True. Shin nodded once again and replied with cold sweat on his forehead, it's a possibility, but, there's still more. There's something even more disturbing in our Broly, something that cannot be explained with a simple time trip to deliver knowledge, or possess a body. Our Broly is the only one who has a third eye. From the moment he was born, no one else has one. At that moment there was complete silence. This fact further complicated the difficult theory that Broly was simply a time traveler. So, did someone travel back in time, genetically modified Broly's fetus to have a third eye and gave him strange knowledge and skills never seen before without any of us noticing and without leaving any trace? Asked Kibito, which was about to have a mental collapse. All this was too strange, absurd and creepy. Whis and Vados with great seriousness tried to calculate the possibilities that all this could be happening and its background, and after several seconds trying to find an explanation decided to increase the information they already had. It is certainly a very bizarre case. We know that Broly is an anomaly, although we don't know yet whether there are other anomalies. Also we don't know if all of this is premeditated or not, nor who has been responsible or the method that he used to do this or his goal. I'm afraid we'll have to make a few more trips, although this time to the future, to see if we can find any clues. Although I fear this will be much more difficult, laborious and dangerous, Vados said to Shin, so he could use the time ring again to travel to the future of all timelines, therefore, he could find some trace of the mastermind and his goal. At that moment Shin, very terrified, like when he saw Majin Buu revive or like when Goku was about to cause the extinction of the 12 universes by speaking disrespectfully to Zeno-sama, said with cold sweat all over his body. I've already tried it, but, it hasn't been possible. You already tried? Do you mean that you haven't found anything in the future? Kampa asked while the rest of the audience watched with disappointment, because Shin was unable to get that information and for not informing them that he had already gone to the future. Shin at that moment with great fear and determination responded, "No. I meant that I tried to go to the future, but, it has been impossible. I am not able to go." It's as if something prevented me from going to the future, to any future. At that moment everyone, including the two angels, felt fear like Shin. Okay, that's scary, Wiz said, not knowing what to say or think. Chapter 60. I write this little text because lately I'm reading some comments that bother me a little and I would like to give my point of view. First of all, I would like to explain why I decided to write novels. It was for two reasons. 1. I really like this format of novels and I've always had many ideas hanging around my head, which I found interesting, fun and exciting, and I wanted to share them with more people. And I have many novels in mind. A One Piece JoJo fanfiction. My original novel Beyond Reality, Atomsk. Another original novel RPG world thematic. Another original novel about world domination salvation science fiction. Another original novel about fantasy Final Fantasy style. And 3 novels in the same global universe but different planets of Beyond Reality. 2. In the workplace where I was recently, I barely had work to do. There were many hours of the day, even whole days in which I had nothing to do, so I decided to start writing to fill all those hours with something I liked. That said, let's start with the complaints I received. Complaints about the release. I have changed my job, a job where I'm busy all day and also the office is far from my house. I wake up at 6:40 every day and because of the schedule and the distance, I get home at 21:40 p.m. When I get home I have to prepare everything for the next day, prepare dinner, shower and sometimes do last-minute work at home, which leaves me very little time to write, think well what I should write and how. If we add to that my language is not English, I'm from Spain, we can conclude that it is not easy for me to write a lot daily, especially if I want to sleep at least 4 or 5 hours and I don't like to write empty content chapters with less than 2,000 words 7 or 8 word pages. So I only have time to publish 2 chapters each week, and sometimes I have a hard time to finish Wednesday's chapter. I'm taking a lot away from writing. For example, I have a Devil May Cry 5 that I've only played 2 hours and a One Piece World Seeker that I have not even been able to install and a lot of chapter of difference novels and mangas not read. So if you are not happy with the rate at which I publish chapters now, I'm sorry but I cannot do much more. Believe me that I would love to publish a daily chapter, you would vote for me more and I love it, but it is impossible for me now. Complaints about the fights. You see, the novels that I fell in love with because of the way they explain the battles are Dolua Dalu Saga or Heavenly Jewel Change. Battles very well written in each movement and attack, with strategies, conversations, thoughts, battles that could last several chapters but that made you really live them in your imagination. And that's what I wanted for my novels. I don't like monotonous, traced and meaningless battles where everything is based on naming 2 attacks and standard actions to win. If you don't know how to appreciate this, I'm sorry, but this novel is not for you. I have seen these complaints especially in 2 fights of my novels. Broly vs. Hit and Broly vs. Moro, and the duration of both is perfectly justified. In Broly vs. Hit I wanted to show Broly's astuteness, thanks to the development of his skills, strategy. Knowledge of his rival and preparation of external objects, was able to defeat or almost defeat a warrior of the god category like Hit in a battle of attrition, so it couldn't be a short battle, when Broly only had the power of a normal Super Saiyan Kaioken. In Broly vs. Moro I wanted to show how bad the arrogance be a Super Saiyan god Kana get to your head and underestimate your opponent is, especially when you do not know anything about him. Moro is the best example of how dangerous it is to underestimate someone and not be decisive when it comes to beating someone. Vegeta and Goku know that very well now, because they would now be dead if it weren't for the medical help of Jaco and his co-workers. And the battle had to be long so that Moro had time to steal Broly's energy and Shin had time to make his trips. I have also wanted to show and explain how important it is to apply your skills well and show the magic, an element very little used in Dragon Ball, and since Moro is a magician and Broly also knows magic, I found that this was the best and only time to do something similar. To all this say that I don't remember having made a battle chapter similar to the other, they are all different. I encourage you to read the manga, you can see this saga on this link. https://www. Manga sale. Koken Ball, Super, 42. Page all. Complaints about the story, that the story hasn't been going anywhere. Really? Then I have to say that you have little capacity for analysis and memory, no offense. Let's do some memory. First volume. Broly is born and almost from the moment of his birth he controls the whole planet Vegeta, and thanks to knowing the future he manages to achieve all his plans perfectly. He even manipulated Beerus and Whis to increase his power. Everything went perfectly, he believed himself the king of the world. Second volume, Broly manages to increase his power before embarking on his adventure as he planned. In this dangerous adventure Broly managed to achieve all his goals thanks to his skills, intelligence and the information he had thanks to having seen Dragon Ball. He gets the Super Dragon Balls, his transformations and other things and people to increase his power. He even provoked and annoyed Kampa, a god of destruction, to archive this. Everything went perfectly, he believed himself the king of the universe. Third volume, Broly begins to increase his powers once again, either by evolving his 3 realms, acquire new broken skills and above all becoming Super Saiyan God, and now he only needed to wait a year to ask his wish to his own dragon from his own universe. Everything went perfectly, he believed himself the most powerful god of all the universes, he believed himself invulnerable, invincible and that he had everything under control. But behind his back and by his fault while he was having fun with a girl, to add more irony. Gods and angels begin to question the existence of the being called Broly and they find very disturbing things about him using the time rings, very disturbing things that can cause many problems for him, and he has no idea about what happens. At the same time while he believes that he is the definitive living being, is deceived and maybe he loses due to being too overconfident, and because of this, someone he appreciates dies. Proving that he is not invulnerable, invincible and that he doesn't have everything under control. All this happens in the first saga in which he hasn't been able to foresee, since is a saga built due to the consequences of his acts in the Dragon Ball universe. A saga in which I'm making Broly evolve as a person and giving him a slap in his face, putting an insanely great villain of the manga who hasn't yet appeared in the anime. And it is not easy to do it, that Broly don't know and making that 2 angels and 3 gods could realize his most important and inexplicable secret, creating the doubt of how he will come out of this and why there are 3 rings or why Shin cannot travel to the future introducing time travels and its mysteries too. And you are saying that the history is not going anywhere? I don't know what you expect then, volumes of 8 chapters in which I narrate everything like a robot without giving life and essence to the characters and his stories. Believe me, I know perfectly where the story is going. I have in my mind all the novel, including the end. To reach a shocking conclusion, it is necessary to have previously traveled a path that makes that conclusion have a meaning. Remember your reaction with the chapters 39, 40, 41 and 42. To finish, I'm doing everything for free. If you don't like it and your time is too valuable and you have so little patience, you can wait a few weeks for the story to advance a little, or you can stop reading it. Chapter 61. Broly felt a great hatred. Hatred towards Moro for cheating and humiliating him for a few moments and for killing Tights as a simple collateral damage. Hatred towards Jaco, for putting Tights in danger stupidly. But above all, hatred towards himself. Since he reincarnated in this world, everything has been relatively under his control. Nothing has ever represented a real challenge, he has never known a real defeat, he has never lost anything. He chose how to be born, with all the privileges and the necessary means to guarantee his survival and superiority. He knew the coming events and with that, he planned from the moment of his birth his way to greatness. Even before leaving the incubator, he had already become the king in the shadow of one of the most powerful planets in the universe, playing with whoever he wanted. Dominating their minds to work for him, stealing information from the greatest tyrant in the universe. He even used one of the most infamous gods of destruction to increase his power and ability and subsequently escape from the planet before its destruction. Everything went perfectly, he believed himself the king of the world. For years with total tranquility he acquired and created a great amount and variety of skills, years in which he spent making pranks to divinities of the whole universe. The normal gods had no choice but to endure him, he was above that. He traveled to another universe in search of a greater power as planned from the beginning, and manipulated that entire universe to fulfill his objectives. He acquired the Super Dragon Balls just as he had planned. He used Frost to fight Hit, acquiring new transformations and kidnapping them, just as he had planned. With that he caused a universal commotion to attract Kampa. He hurt him, and using Fuwa as a shield he got samples of the Hakai, the DNA of 2 gods and the Patera, just as he had planned. Everything went according to his will, he believed himself the ruler of all the universes. Shortly after returning from Universe 6, he reached the power of a god or even beyond that, either in this or his own universe. With Beerus asleep, he believed that nothing in the Universe 7 could cause him any problems. His power knew no limits, his abilities were mysterious, practical, extensive and even invincible, his material, intellectual and human resources were unlimited, and he knew all the transcendent events that would happen. The universe was a box of toys and he was a capricious child who could do what he wanted with total freedom and impunity. Nothing was a challenge for him, nothing could surprise him or affect him. He believed himself the most powerful god of all the universes, he believed himself invulnerable, invincible and that he had everything under his control. However, today he received a huge blow to his unbridled ego. Exactly the first time he faced an enemy he didn't know about the manga or anime, an enemy with unknown skills to him. Exactly the first time he considered himself invincible and didn't quickly defeating a problematic adversary, not showing his real power and skills, lengthening the fight to have fun and show off. He lost miserably, being deceived and losing the power that he was so proud of, due to his arrogance. I become the kind of idiot I hate the most, the one who thinks he knows everything and who is capable of anything even at low performance. An idiot still vulnerable and ignorant, but who thinks himself invincible and omniscient. Exactly the first time he decided to socialize with other people who weren't static characters tied to a single place. Exactly the first time he met someone who treated him like a friend since he came to this universe. Exactly the first time he took responsibility for someone's safety. That person died, when he could have done many things to avoid it. A person whom he cherished, whom he promised to protect, a person who wasn't destined to die because of him. I thought I was a god capable of controlling everything and everyone, and this is what happens. I'm a fucking joke, and I have shown it at the first opportunity. The first time I faced something unknown, I made a fool of myself like another idiot anime character. Tights is dead, and if I were another I would also die. Broly hated himself. And he had to unleash that immense hatred. Broly, with great fury, used the little energy he had left to teleport from his formless realm to his stomach as senzu bean. While he was deeply relieved to still have this magical food in his dimension, if it weren't for that, today he would be defeated. Senzu bean was digested at high speed in his stomach, and in a matter of 10 seconds, all the wounds recently caused by Moro were cured, but above all, he recovered all the energy that was stolen. What? What is this? Moro shouted when he saw that the tiny but terrifying aura of Broly had increased in an abnormal way, as if Broly had instantly recovered all the energy that he had stolen with so much effort. And that terrible and immense aura lashed and spread violently to the entire planet, causing an earthquake that went out of any measurable scale and killing with the pressure all traces of the little life that remained on the planet. I'll kill you. Moro. Broly screamed in a terrifying way as he suffered great physical changes due to his great hatred. While he was in his transformation of True Saiyan, his eyes turned yellow and his muscles increased drastically, returning again to his True Super Saiyan full power transformation, but that wasn't the end. The fur and hair of his whole body began releasing golden flashes intermittently, until in an explosion of golden light, his whole body was dyed with the same color, including his tail, and his long True Saiyan hair bristled a little more. Broly had reached his long-awaited true legendary Super Saiyan due to the hatred he felt for himself and the same time his great self-esteem. That was the state of mind necessary to achieve his new evolution, an evolution with a power equivalent to the legendary Super Saiyan full power. Without wasting time in unnecessary chats, Broly started his attack. Under pressure. Move point. Hey. What is happening, since when have I arrived here? At the same time, Broly increased the gravity and teletransported Moro a few inches away from him. At the speed of light he punched Moro in the stomach, that throwing him thousands of kilometers and disintegrating his whole trunk in the process. Leaving only his head and limbs, destroying the ground as if they were meteorites. Boom. 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 However, within a few seconds of striking savagely against the ground, Moro's trunk was completely restored and reassembled. Without losing a second, Moro returned to perform his technique of planetary energy manipulation to take every last drop of energy that was left to that half-dying planet to create a perfect sphere of energy around him to protect himself from the possible attacks of Broly, but... Plath. Ah! Broly's muscular right arm appeared in the small space of the barrier and pierced Moro's chest, which was screaming in pain. At that moment, while Moro tightened his abdominal muscles and used all the strength of his arms and telekinesis to immobilize Broly's floating arm to absorb his energy more quickly, the arm once again increased its muscle mass, enlarging the hole in Moro's stomach and deforming his body to painful limits. However, his arm wasn't only increasing in size and power, the color of his golden fur was also changing, once again. All the fur on his body was turning green, his eyes were completely white, and his muscles were even bigger and rockier than in his legendary Super Saiyan full power state. And as for his power, if the legendary Super Saiyan has a multiplier of 2400 and the legendary Super Saiyan full power has a multiplier of 24,000. A mortal power never before witnessed in the universe 7. With a casual upward movement of his right arm still embedded in Moro's body, he tore and shattered everything in its path: abdominal muscles, ribs, spine, esophagus, skull. Broly pulled his arm out of Moro's body, destroying everything except his limbs and pelvis. However, in a few moments Moro, whose head had been pulverized, was completely regenerated. Ah! However, that didn't please Broly, so he created an explosion of energy around him, destroying everything in his path. The first thing that impacted with the explosion of energy was evidently Moro, which was being dragged by that explosion, being destroyed and regenerating continuously at great speed. This is crazy. Since when there are beings like him in the universe? I cannot believe that there is something with such power and energy. He. Power and energy that will feed me until I leave him dry. Moro, still on the surface of the explosion of energy as if it were a bug crushed against the glass of a car that was moving at 300 km/h, opened its mouth and began to devour the energy of the explosion while he was still being dragged and mutilated by it. More. 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 More energy. I am getting closer and closer to my physical plenitude. As Moro devoured more energy, his speed of recovery increased, as well as his body rejuvenated and gained some muscle. He was becoming increasingly powerful and young. Until, a lot of ki punch that seemed to have passed as if nothing through the powerful and unbreakable explosion, hit Moro, especially in his head, destroying it completely and preventing him from absorbing more energy. Broly had used Hit's time skip for the first time in combat since he learned it. Boom! After several seconds in that apocalyptic landscape, with great pain and difficulty, Moro came back to life again thanks to the few living cells of himself that he had scattered through the atmosphere before the explosion. Ah! Ah! Damn! However, Moro stopped his complaints, as he noticed a large shadow behind him, a terrifying shadow that seemed to swallow all traces of light. Turning, he saw Broly's semi-titanic simian body, observing him with his 3 eyes with contempt and disgust, as if he were an insignificant and disgusting insect that deserves nothing more than to be crushed. Moro, alerted by the mighty giant and his huge power, but not scared in the least, shouted and laughed with great arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Haven't you noticed yet? You cannot kill me. I can regenerate and resurrect as many times as I want. Do you know how many times they have tried to kill me in these last 10 million years in that prison? Why do you think I'm still alive? I have absorbed the vital energy of more than 100 whole planets and devoured billions of souls during the process, billions of souls that you will have to extinguish before you can kill me. However, that will be impossible for you. Before you can kill me 1,000 times, I will have devoured all your energy 10 times. Come on. Recover your energy again. It doesn't matter how much strength and energy you have. It's better for me. Before me all that is useless. Your fate is die in my hands and make me stronger. Shut up Alucard's poor excuse that cannot even absorb 20 of the energy that steals. PLAF. 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 Without Moro could see even how it had happened, his limbs had disappeared and because of that, he fell to the ground like a stone. What? But the most surprising, terrifying and exasperating thing for him was that, he couldn't regenerate his limbs, no matter how hard he tried. What is happening? What have you done to me? He screamed in real panic as he watched his terrifying opponent, who had changed again in appearance once again to a less muscular and red humanoid ape which had his torn limbs flying around him. I cannot kill you. And who decided that? Said Broly Super Saiyan God with a raised hand, forming a sphere of and disintegrated with Hakai energy, Moro's limbs preventing his regeneration thanks to his ability to suppress the effect of all cause. Another transformation. Shit. I need to absorb his energy faster. However, Moro noticed something that plunged him into the deepest despair. Impossible. I'm not able to absorb energy. What have you done to me? What are you? You will devour all my energy. And who decided that? Broly said with more anger and contempt as his muscles expanded again, multiplying his power several times. Reaching his new and most powerful transformation in all aspects, the true Super Saiyan God full power, although Moro wasn't able to notice the power of a god. Omega Ragnarok Nova Star. This cannot be true, this is impossible. This cannot be happening. I'm going to die. Moro thought, aging again by the fear as he watched the most immense concentration of energy he had ever seen, a threatening and terrifying sphere of green and red color energy bigger than the same planet they were on. So big and heavy that was distorting all the gravity around him, pulling out of its orbit several nearby planets and satellites and causing that the planet where they were began to be attracted towards the sphere. The only one who gets to decide such things is me, said Broly True Super Saiyan God full power as if he were a god watching an ant. NGH. AHH. Moro shouted hysterically with his mouth full open, watching helplessly as his extinction was close and he couldn't do anything to prevent it until even Broly took away his privilege of being able to emit sound with his ability to nullify the effect of every cause. Begone. Broly launched his energetic attack. Attack that made the planet disappear, and all the dead planets and celestial objects around it too. The whole solar system disappeared. Sacred world of Kai, minutes before. The 5 divine beings remained silent, trying to assimilate the terrible and disturbing situation that Shin had communicated, until someone had to speak to propose some solution. Before rushing us, I think we should check if the same thing happens in another universe. We will visit Fuwa to see if it's also impossible for him to travel to the future. Vados said, wanting to think that all this was due to a ring problem of Shin or Shin himself. And if he is also unable to travel to the future like me? Shin asked, not believing that it was due to his problem. He really felt that something prevented him from traveling to the future. Then this would be something that would surpass us, and I think we should inform Zeno-sama to find a solution, Whis proposed, who wisely chose to ask a higher instance. Upon hearing Whis' words, Kampa, Shin and Kibito went into a panic even more exacerbated. As much as it seemed impossible, things could still get worse. Are you crazy? Do you have idea of what Zeno-sama could do if we bring him problems? Do you want him to get in a bad mood and wipe out all the universes at once when he finds out about this? In addition, the less people know about this the better. We cannot risk that Zeno somehow finds out because someone talked too much. Kampa screamed, shooting saliva all around him while Shin and Kibito nodded to everything he said. It was the first time that day they agreed so much on something. However, at that moment, the five of them felt something near where Broly and Moro were fighting. Is that? Kampa said with great surprise and disbelief. If this was a joke or a nightmare, he wanted it to end soon. Yes, there is no doubt. It's godly energy, and a huge one, said Whis, showing Broly true Super Saiyan gods on his staff, while Kibito and Shin believed they were about to faint. Both thought they had seen everything that day, but, even in their greatest illusions, would never imagine that mortal could transcended the mortals and manifested godly energy. Even less that this mortal was someone who could already fight with a god of destruction before transcending. At that moment, Kampa with great seriousness and determination as he had never had in his life said, Vados. We cancelled the trip to see Fua. We've waited long enough, and the situation has already escalated too much. We have to do something now. Before it's too late. As you command, Kampa-sama, Vados said as she prepared to open a wormhole. Chapter 62. Main spacecraft of the Galactic Patrol. After the Galactic Patrol detected the unusual cataclysmic changes in the planet in which Moro and Broly were fighting, as well as the abnormal energy levels, the Galactic King alerted all the troops about to go inside that apocalypse so they could regroup in the main spacecraft. And Jaco, who was extremely weak due to Moro's massive energy theft, from which he could survive with great difficulty thanks to having a fighting power higher than most living beings in the universe, had fled before they gave that alert to regroup to the main ship, looking for all possible help to try to heal Tights. Jaco still couldn't accept or believe that Tights had died. Conversations could be heard throughout the spacecraft regarding the latest events. Thanks to the heavens that we didn't approach to that planet to face that monster, said one of the soldiers who received the signal of withdrawal before reaching their destination. Yes, according to what I heard, the life of 6 nearby planets was completely extinguished in few minutes. It's scary, said another of the soldiers who read the report of the situation unlike others. There is no end to the thing. A few seconds ago that entire solar system has completely disappeared. There isn't a single planet or star in billions of kilometers away, explained one of the employees of the intelligence center. This is crazy. What kind of monsters have been fighting? I'd rather go back to fight against Frieza's army. At least the planets weren't destroyed, and if they were, they disappeared one by one, said one of the elite soldiers in charge of organizing the troops. And in the intensive care room, the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol chiefs asked Jaco about everything that had happened to him. A Jaco who was being treated with special medications because of how weak he was now. A Jaco who watched with helplessness the corpse of Tights that was in front of him, answering without any arrogance to all the questions of his superiors in an atypical and almost robotic way. Until. Hello Jaco, said Broly, true Super Saiyan God, full power appearing out of nowhere between the Galactic King and Jaco, speaking with an atypical voice devoid of any emotion. Jaco looked up at the physically quite changed Broly, and quite painfully tried to excuse himself. He said, not knowing what to say exactly, trying not to have eye contact with Broly and waiting for his punishment. However, Broly's reaction wasn't as he expected. Don't torture yourself Jaco, it wasn't your fault, said Broly, putting his big hand on his shoulder to calm him. Broly knew exactly how Jaco felt right now, guilty for the death of a friend for events beyond your control. Jaco blamed himself for bringing Tights with him, that he was guilty of her death, but was Broly who really felt the greatest culprit. Because of him Moro was released, because of him Tights was in the spaceship, because of his permissiveness both could leave the spacecraft although there was danger outside, and because of him Moro could perform his stealing energy magic that would finally kill Tights. Broly couldn't blame Jaco for anything, he had no right and more when he found that he really was as devastated as he was. While Broly was advancing towards the corpse of Tights, several soldiers at the command of the Galactic King tried to retain that strange and dangerous intruder, although before they could approach him fainted, falling to the ground like stones. Broly, undeterred by what was happening around him, put his hand on Tights' battered body and using his recovery magic restored his body to the best possible condition, although he couldn't resuscitate her, and lifted his body with telekinesis, holding her in his arms. I've already avenged Tights, now with a bit of luck, I may be able to resurrect her in no time, otherwise we'll have to wait a little longer until it's possible. Avenged? You mean you defeated Moro? Yes, he will no longer threaten the Universe 7. Now if you excuse me, I have things to do. Jaco, don't say anything about what happened to Tights to his family, I'm going to try to solve it, said Broly, making his way between the different fainted bodies on the floor, trying not to step on them before the terrified look of all the patrollers present in that room who felt real fear towards that Saiyan. But not so fast. Before you go to do whatever you want to do, you have to answer some questions, if I let you go. Kampa shouted like a hustler, accompanied by Vados and Whis, which appeared directly inside the spaceship through a wormhole, making the crew of the spaceship even more nervous. They practically didn't dare to breathe. Broly, not expecting too much the appearance of Kampa and the two angels at that time, but keeping it in mind as a possible scenario in which they appeared for what happened in the Universe 6. Hi Kampa, I'm sorry, but right now I don't have the time or inclination to talk with you. If you want more food or you have a complaint, contact me when all this is over, said Broly, guarding the body of Tights in his formless realm before trying to use his teleportation once more. But what Kampa said made him change his min. Not so fast Broly, if that's your real name. You are going to give me hit back and the recipes of what you cooked. And you're going to confess, or I'll make you confess, Kampa said as Broly arched his eyebrows by the confusion. If that is my real name? Confess? Has this fat cat hit his head or eaten something in a bad state that has affected his brain? Or does he refer to? I'm sorry, but I don't know what the hell you're saying, and I don't know what I'm supposed to confess. I don't think I committed any crime, or at least a serious crime. If it is for what you have found inside the food, I have to report that all that was inside the recipe to give it a better flavor, said Broly, surprised, trying to remember anything bad that he could have done at the same time that he covered his back. Kampa, in a rather bad mood, shouted, What? What have you done to the food? Ahem. Kampa-sama, but Vados coughed covertly to indicate that Kampa shouldn't deviate from the stated topic of conversation. Kampa understood the intention of Vados and returned to channel the conversation to complete the goal for which they had come. Growling. Stop playing dumb. We have more than enough evidence to prove that you are a time traveler. Spit everything you know right now. Upon hearing the term time travel, all the members of the Galactic Patrol were on alert and looked at Broly with some suspicion and aversion, despite being the person who had ended forever one of the greatest enemies of the universe. Time travel is something strictly forbidden and severely punished by the law of this universe. What? Me? Time traveler? Evidence? Okay. 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 Could someone with a better ability to talk explain to me what the fuck is going on? Broly asked, quite upset, since he really didn't understand what was happening. He had not made any trip in time, yet, he was totally innocent. Although his ignorance of the situation seemed convincing and realistic, Whis pretended to ignore it. He simply thought that he was a good liar. Hi Broly, how long without seeing us? You see, we recently did a little research and we realized that someone may have made some time travels, and we have several clues that that time travel revolves around you. You would be so kind to answer some simple questions. We won't take much time. We just want to be sure that you're not involved, was said in a friendly way so that he was more willing to answer their questions and surely give more clues about his guilt upon talking with confidence. Upon hearing Whis's explanation and recalling Kampa's bellowing, Broly began to link concepts at a great speed. Kampa and Vados in Universe 6 with Whis. They talked about me. They put information in common. They discover that I know too much. Possibility that I come from the future. They investigate possible time travel. Time rings. Oh, shit, that cannot be true. Broly felt several chills all over his body. He had a bad omen, very bad omen. A great crisis was approaching, a crisis that could destroy his future plans. Either by being found guilty of being a time traveler, being convicted of a crime he hasn't committed and destined to lead a fugitive life in which all the deities would hunt him, or that they discover his deepest secret, his reincarnation. Damn, I need to know exactly what is happening. I want to prepare a good defense for this trial, and these people aren't going to give me more information than necessary. They are waiting for me to show some weakness in my argument. Although I know where to find information I need. I will gladly answer your questions, Whis, since I also want to know of what I'm being falsely accused of, Broly said, which was interrupted by a certain humanoid fat cat. Stop pretending that you don't know anything. Confess. I want to go home. Fuck, Kampa shouted, easily losing his patience at hearing Broly pretend not to know anything about. However, Broly, without flinching or giving importance to Kampa's tantrum, continued his conversation, but I think this isn't the right place to do it. It's a spaceship full of people who aren't involved with this, just like me. And we cannot know if the chubby will explode in anger and destroy everything for some stupid reason, so I propose to change places for this meeting. We will see where you come from. Ciao. At that moment, while Kampa tried to punch him in the face for having insulted him because of his overweight, he teleported instantly to another very distant place. Ah. Damn, he always does the same. Vados, fast. Let's go to where he has gone. Chase him. Kampa screamed, causing moderate damage to the spaceship with his anger. Sacred world, O Kai. I'm relieved they didn't force us to go, Shin-sama, said Kibito, who wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Yes, we wouldn't have helped in anything between that battle of monsters, maybe he would even use us as hostages. I don't want to get close to that Broly, it makes my hair stand on end. Shin said, seconding Kibito's opinion, trembling slightly. Calm down, Shin-sama. Here we are safe, we don't have to worry about anything. Nothing bad can happen to us, Kibito said, completely convinced. The worst had already happened for them, now Kampa would take care of everything. Hello. Shin and Kibito, I suppose. Right? Said a fairly familiar voice for both of them right behind their backs. And when they turned around they saw someone who almost made them have a heart attack. Ah! Broly! Both shouted, falling on his ass to the ground side by side. The same, I see that you already know me, this makes things easier. If you are so kind. Could you answer some questions please? Broly asked in a way neither friendly nor threatening, while Shin and Kibito hugged each other in tears because of the excessive fear they had for this powerful, mysterious, and possibly evil being. Chapter 63. If you are so kind. Could you answer some questions please? Broly, without giving them time to answer or make shit bricks, grabbed Shin and Kibito and dragged them to his dimension, specifically in a fairly big spaceship within his desire realm, to prevent Shin or Kibito from escaping with their Kai to another place or Kampa to arrive before they could confess what they had discovered. Where are we? Shin asked, very scared and confused. He was the Supreme Kaioshin of the Universe 7, and for some strange reason he noticed that they weren't in it, and that he couldn't use his Kai. This was very, very strange. Don't worry about that now, just try to remember why I'm being accused of a crime I didn't commit, and maybe you can go back to the Universe 7 in a while. Until then I'm afraid you'll have to stay here. Depending on how patient I am, my treatment towards you will be better or worse, and I have to warn you that I have very little patience today. Do you understand what I want to tell you? Said Broly in a rather intimidating way, moving 2 electric chairs towards Kibito and Shin. Shin quickly understood how horrible his situation was and how angry Broly was right now. A few seconds ago he had vanished an entire solar system, it wasn't wise to make him angry, so he began to recount what happened this day. He confessed to Broly how Vados, Whis and Kampa came to their planet and told him the reasons why they suspected that Broly was a time traveler. He also told him that they had investigated in his past but couldn't find anything, so he traveled the other 2 timelines to find evidence. He told him about what he had found in the other timelines and, as a result, the theories that they had all formulated about Broly's true identity. The only thing that Shin didn't tell was about the blockade that existed in the trips to the future. He didn't want to mention that so Broly wouldn't know the whole truth. He had to avoid telling everything. It was the basics of the basics when you face someone. However, with Shin's explanation he could get a very accurate idea of what was happening, and how to act from now on. Shit. 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 Fucking shit. Fucking time travels. How could I have overlooked this? When the son of a bitch of Avalon sent me to the universe of Dragon Ball, he was referring to the Dragon Ball universe of manga and anime, exactly that universe. However, where the events take place in the manga or anime aren't the main timeline, so the incredible super mega ultra perfect Broly that I am only exists in one timeline, the rest are normal and boring Brolys. Considering that right now there are 3 timelines and that a time travel creates a time ring. The first alternate timeline was created by a time machine utilized by a mortal from an advanced civilization in Universe 12, which later ended up in the possession of Universe 12 Supreme Kai AG. With this, we have 1 green ring representing the alternate timeline and a silver one, which existed before the first time travel, since it represents the current timeline in which one exists, and there was a timeline before, the original timeline. These are the original timeline 1 and the timeline 2. In those lines everything would be the same as the story as we know it until the arrival of Frieza to Earth, where on this occasion Goku would use his teleportation and beat Frieza and his father. Goku would die in few years with his deadly disease, and in 767 Dr. Maki would release C-17 and C-18, creating an apocalypse. Years later Trunks would use a time machine to travel to the past, creating the 3rd timeline where he would heal Goku and get away to destroy C-17 and C-18, creating a detonator for the bombs of their bodies that happened in a timeline 1 or 2. With that we have 3 timelines, therefore 2 green time rings, the silver one. However, when he returned to his timeline 1 or 2, Cell killed him, attacking him by surprise, and traveled back to the year 763 to be able to absorb energy from a lot of humans and C-17 and C-18, and with that Cell creates the timeline 4. The anime manga timeline of Dragon Ball manga, Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. With that we have for timelines, therefore 3 green time rings, the silver one. In the 4th line of time. Being a derivation of timeline 1 or 2 was predestined for a Trunks to travel from the future to the year 764, since he did that before being killed by Cell that traveled to the past later, the future Trunks that we all know. Which would have been exactly the same as timeline 3 if weren't because here Cell traveled to the past before. At that time a new timeline was created, precisely the timeline of the Fuhrer Trunks. That until now didn't exist, the fifth timeline. Which would have been exactly the same as timeline 1 or 2 if not were because Cell traveled to the past and a Trunks traveled to a past where Cell also traveled to the past. And with this we have the 5 time rings that we see in Dragon Ball Super. 4 green time rings representing the 4 alien timelines and the silver representing the own timeline. Which means that I'm currently on line 1 or 2, which at this time is the pre-timeline 4, since Cell still hasn't arrived from the future in 763 then another time ring will be created in that date from this timeline. However, the line 3 is already reflected here despite being located in the future. Because it is a timeline born from the same timeline in which I'm right now, a timeline born before the time travel of Cell, a timeline necessary for Cell to travel to the past, because if Trunks hadn't killed the androids with the knowledge of the third timeline, Cell wouldn't have traveled to the past. In fact, line 1 or 2 is so linked to the 3 that even a new timeline is created when Trunks travels to the past as it was predestined to do with 3 in the 1 or 2. Which means that the fucking Avalon somehow put me in the pre-timeline 4 without creating another timeline or affecting the events that happened or that will happen on the timeline 1 or 2, and as absurd as it may seem. Also without what I do up to or modify create other timelines, at least until the year 763 I think. This Avalon has provoked all these temporary inconsistencies so that his intervention in this reality is not noticed, avoiding creating a new time ring. A great job, seriously, a great job, an impeccable work of engineering, and a great detail. I have to add all my respects and applause for this, but you have no finished all the job. You have not modified the other Brolys, and now that is incriminating me. Fuck. I am innocent. And now these fucking bastards believe that I am the culprit of the creation of the timeline 3 that was created by the fucking Trunks of timeline 1 or 2. Fucking Avalon and his botches. Fucking Trunks of the original future and his shitty time machine. Blame them and no me. And I'm sure they'll blame me again when Cell and the other Trunks do it again. I haven't done anything. Well, technically I don't. Grr. Another misfortune that I didn't expect, but this also gives me more information about my situation. This means that whatever you do in this timeline won't create a time ring, nothing will change the fact that Cell will travel from the future to the past and that Trunks will do the same later. This is getting interesting and much simpler for me. But now it will be better to think of a way to justify the differences between me and the other Brolys, an excuse without fissure. Or at least, find a method that shows that I don't lie. Okay, thank you very much for your collaboration, I will take you back home. It is not good to make wait for the visitors, said Broly, and with a snap of his fingers Shin, Kibito and himself returned at the same point where they disappeared, where Whis, Vados and Kampa sought them by all possible means. Kampa-sama, Kibito and Shin shouted as they ran terrified on all fours towards Kampa. Damned! What did you do to them? Kampa shouted, which showed concern, but concern for the safety of his brother Beerus, not for Shin, much less for Kibito, although he obviously would never acknowledge worrying about his brother in public, just as his brother wouldn't either. I have simply invited them to one of my bachelor apartments to sit down to talk quietly about the time. This time literally, Broly said in a sarcastic way, as he was a little tired of Kampa's screams. That last impertinent intervention of Broly made Kampa lose his temper. I'm tired of your arrogance. Kampa yelled, advancing at full speed with his fist held high to hit Broly. But Broly was prepared for a possible reaction of the fat cat and responded with another punch right against Kampa's fist. The crash of their fists was so powerful that created a great shock wave that devastated everything in its path, so powerful that sent Shin and Kibito flying through the air without even hitting them, so powerful that made the world Kai itself falter. A world that survived without problems to Kid Buu attacks, so huge that could even be seen from space. When the dust cleared, the only thing that could be seen was a large crater, and in the middle of that great crater Broly and Kampa still crashed their fists. In the eyes of someone inexperienced, it would seem a draw since the shock of both created that explosion, and both were in the same position, but if you looked at the way the explosion expanded and how Kampa's arm trembled slightly, you could see who the winner of this assault was. The physical strength of Broly, true Super Saiyan God full power, was far superior to Kampa's. Wow! Sighed with surprise, expectation and pessimism Vados and Whis. They witnessed something extremely strange in any universe or era. A mortal had overcome in strength a god of destruction, which is supposed to be the strongest mortal of a universe that has been promoted to god with a ritual that has made them even more powerful, and from what they observed, Broly hadn't used all his power. Impossible. How can a mere mortal child be stronger than me? Che, Broly smirked as he saw the shocked face of Kampa. Don't think you're so important because you have a bit more brute force than me, that doesn't determine the winner. I have hundreds of millions of years more experience than you. Kampa shouted as he prepared to kick Broly. This brings back memories, and that happened recently. Right, Kampa? Broly said confidently with his huge arms crossed, teleporting very precisely parts of his body to formless realm to avoid being hit by the rapid and powerful blows of Kampa. What an interesting skill, said Whis, who was paying a lot of attention to Broly's techniques. They had to know what they were facing. However, Kampa took that as a great offense, especially since he was already humiliated by Broly on one occasion not too long ago in his universe, and he hated to repeat this experience again, especially when he already knew who was facing in some of his powers. So, he went with everything from the beginning. Hakai, Kampa said, opening his palm in front of Broly's face, with an extremely intimidating attitude. Chapter 64. Hakai, Kampa said, opening his palm in front of Broly's face, with an extremely intimidating attitude. Za Warudo. Broly had used his Kin ability to slow down time in a certain area just before Kampa's Hakai emerged from his hand, stopping him almost completely. Days before, the time invasion of his form realm was able to slow down Kampa about 15 while Vados wasn't even affected. Now thanks to the increase of its power, although the slowing in each user depends on the difference between the power of Broly and the user calculated in an exponential way as if it were the increase of experience necessary to level up in each level in a video game. Kampa was slowed down by more than 70 while Vados and Whis began to notice the time invasion, although they were still not affected, but they could perceive it, since each time was closer to his domain. However, with their vast experience and knowledge, they were able to determine something. This skill is more than it seems. And in that slow time interval in which Kampa began to release his Hakai without realizing that time had slowed down for him, Broly had already moved out of the range of his destructive ability, grabbing Kampa's kitty short tail. And without the cat having time to react to the fact that Broly had disappeared from his vision field, Broly holding Kampa by the tail began to swing him in the air from one side to another, embedding him against the ground again after another. Palm. 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 When the brutal and rapid shake ended, Kampa remained stretched, embedded in the ground hyperventilating, and meowing like a cat in pain, trying to analyze what had just happened. Puny God, Broly said calmly, moving away from the crater, heading towards Vados and Whis, with whom he hoped to have a much more civilized conversation to solve the misunderstanding. However, to Broly's surprise, the god of destruction Kampa was much tougher than an Asgardian god. Gur. Damned. 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 Ah. Kampa shouted, rising up the floor and shining with a purple color that disintegrated everything around him. He shouted in such a powerful way that it could be heard throughout the spiritual world, and just like what happened with Majin Buu, the space was distorted around him. He had never been so angry in his life, and his intention was kill Broly. However, Broly that day had received too many surprises, so, although one of his eyes was on Whis and the other on Vados, the other was always watching Kampa. So when Kampa at ultralight speed accelerated with a Hakai punch to kill Broly, who had his back to him. Shambles. In that instant the positions of Kampa and Broly were exchanged, and due to the acceleration and the great distance that had previously existed between Kampa and Broly, Kampa flew at high speed towards Vados and Whis, which quickly dodged him in a very simple and elegant way. While Kampa was going away by inertia, Broly was preparing a new attack unprecedented until now. From each one of Broly's eyes a green laser beam shot out and merged in a midpoint, then a combined laser beam containing the strength of the three laser beams increased several times, shot against Kampa. Death Star Beam. Broly shouted with the voice of Darth Vader. However, because the attack took a few tenths of a second longer than necessary to charge and that Kampa was an expert fighter, despite being slowed down by the time invasion he was able to dodge the beam by only with a cut on his cheek. Although by dodging it, the laser beam left the atmosphere of the great world of Kai and continued its trajectory, impacting with a distant desert planet, making it explode in a second. If it weren't because there were no more planets in this trajectory, dozens of them would have suffered the same fate. If that planet didn't have a name, now was called Alderaan, said Broly sarcastically, observing the next movement of a Kampa berserker approaching him at high speed, throwing spheres of Hakai energy. Hakai spheres that couldn't hit Broly because he could dodge them easily due to slowed down time or by having them pass through his body. However, when Kampa came to him, Broly didn't resort to any of his space-time casuistic tricks. He decided to face Kampa with his own weapons. Exactly the same weapons. This is indeed unexpected, Whis and Vados thought as they witnessed the change in Broly's divine power. Before they couldn't see the end of the fight between Broly and Moro, where Broly performed in a very casual way a very select technique, so he caught them now by surprise. But undoubtedly they were seeing how Broly was manifesting Hakai energy, although he was weaker and controlled in a more inexperienced way than Kampa, to counterattack his attack. Boom! With that great initial punch, a long succession of attacks flew between them in a static way, while everything around him began to disintegrate at an alarming rate due to the Hakai energy of both. Until... Stop right there, Whis and Vados intervened, interposing their staffs between Broly and Kampa to stop the fight, although Vados also had to resort to hit Kampa on the head, to regain his lost sanity. Why did you stop me? That has been a lack of respect, Kampa asked in a very bad mood, rubbing his head due to Vados's blow. If you look around you, you would discover why we stopped the fight. I don't know how Broly got the Hakai energy, but even though he is not a god of destruction, if the combat had followed this rhythm it would have consequences very similar to those that could happen if two gods of destruction fought. And you know what those consequences are, right? Whis said with great seriousness, even with some anger, while he watched Broly's wicked and confident smile that made the two angels think he was waiting for Whis and Vados to interrupt the fight and reassure Kampa from the beginning. Broly, how many secrets do you hide? That Hakai energy, you acquired that time? Vados asked, remembering the moment when Broly mysteriously absorbed the Hakai sphere of Kampa energy in the 6th universe. Yes, but, not exactly, although I learned a lot from it. It's a shame I still don't have much control of this energy. If it weren't because my power is superior to Kampa's, the hairs on my arms could have disintegrated because of that annoying purple energy. In fact, if it were Beerus it would have been possible for it to happen, said Broly, rubbing elbows with Whis, who had to nod with some satisfaction. Damned. What do you imply? Kampa shouted, feeling deeply aggrieved. What is evident? You have neglected your physique and have not trained for billions of years, Vados answered with considerable disappointment. Well, after making it clear that we won't solve anything by fighting. Will we be able to reason and speak like civilized people? Or do I need to use a hostage like the last time? Broly said in a conciliatory way, making a green and chubby head appear in her hand. Ah! What hap? Oh no, not again! Shouted this head between tears in Broly's hand. Ah! Fuwa! Kampa shouted, just like a few days ago, having a déjà vu. Oh wow, then he can kidnap Fuwa no matter what universe he's in. This is problematic. Kampa. Please. Help em. Fuwa shouted before Broly make him disappear again. All right. Do we speak civilly or not? Broly said as if he were a negotiator, or a professional mobster. Broly had practically left them with no alternative, now everything had to be solved trying to negotiate in a peaceful way. And seeing that Kampa was still unable to quench his thirst for blood, then Whis and Vados were in charge of the conversation, while Kibito and Shin that were hiding in the bushes came closer upon seeing that the danger had passed. I'll start, given that the theme revolves around me. Shin told me everything you talked about and investigated about me, and I must say that I am also surprised and aggrieved. I cannot believe that the Brolys of the other timelines are so pathetic, it's inadmissible, said Broly, joking with a serious tone. For what you're saying, do you still maintain that you have not made any time travel? Vados said, knocking Kampa, who was about to say and do another stupid thing again. When he saw that Broly was nodding, insisting that he was innocent, Whis decided to continue the interrogation in a friendly way. If you don't mind, I would like you to answer some of our doubts. There have been certain moments in the past that have made us believe that you had information about the future. We would like to know what justification you have for it. Of course, without any problem, answered Broly, crossing his legs like Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. The first time we met, you were able to determine the power of Beerus, and you also knew how to make him behave in the way you liked, even it seemed that you were waiting for us. How did you know all this without information of the future? Whis asked, beginning the interrogation. Obviously I was waiting for you. You see, even in those years I was able to see and hear everything that happened on the planet Vegeta and its surroundings. Evidently I could also hear King Vegeta on certain occasions speaking between whispers and also in his nightmares about someone called Beerus. He talked about how strong he was, how little patience he had, and how important it is to prepare good food for him. Of course I also heard him say that Beerus had ordered him something, a pillow I think. So almost every day I waited near that place to see if you showed up to pick up that pillow. And one day two strange beings appeared near the planet, and by the description I got, the conversation you were having and the capabilities you showed, so it could only be you. I was hoping to have a good fight with someone very strong that could help me increase my power, and that's how it was, Broly answered with great conviction, naturalness and seriousness. Whis frowned. This was a reasoned and convincing explanation that could explain that part of the story, but he was still not convinced. You escaped the planet months before it was destroyed, in a way that no one could detect you, and in a crucial and convenient moment. How did you know about the future destruction of the planet Vegeta? I didn't know that the planet Vegeta would be destroyed. I just left because after fighting Beerus I hadn't thing left to do in that place. I wanted freedom and tranquility, and belonged to that planet of barbarians who before leaving the incubator treated me like a weirdo, was a nuisance. That's why I went to the planet Earth, which according to the data I got was a pretty planet, beautiful and quiet. Broly replied as if what he had just said was an absolute truism. Vados continued with the interrogation this time. She found that Broly's explanation was quite convincing and difficult to refute, although just as hard to believe as the previous one, but what happened in Universe 6 was more difficult to justify in her opinion. How did you know about me and Compa and about our relationship with Beerus and Whis? Neither Whis nor Beerus told you about us or the different positions of which we belong. I had the fortune to learn about the existence of Dragon Balls, which could fulfill wishes, and my wish was knowledge, general knowledge of the universe, history, techniques, magic, technology and legendary items. With that I learned many things, such as the existence of different gods, their abilities, responsibilities, and their relationship, that there are other universes, and between both universes 6 and 7 there were the Super Dragon Ball that can grant any wish, the main reason for my visit to the Universe 6. As to why I lied about knowing you and that I was best friend of your brothers, it was for you to treat me better and be more open to dialogue, and as to how I knew about your sibling relationship and how to deal with you. Fuck, you are like 2 drops of water. Broly answered again without blinking, in a very natural way and without trembling in the least, as if he really believed what he was saying. Although this explanation had some sense and they began to believe that there was a possibility of everything was due to a lot coincidences, something would be very difficult to explain by Broly. How is it possible that you were so smart and powerful as a baby? As you may already know, the other Brolys are not like you. And what is that third eye? As for my power, intelligence, abilities and I don't know. I guess it's because I'm a strange mutation among the Saiyan. I don't think many people in any universe know perfectly the circumstances of their own birth, but of course I'm not one of them. As for my intelligence, I suppose it depends on my mutation, but if I know so much it is because since I was born I had an almost perfect memory and could acquire information from anywhere on the planet. So I was learning everything about everything, God things, bad things, useful things, stupid things. I acquired all the information, I kept it in my brain, I processed it continuously, and I had nothing else to do in the incubator. I had to entertain myself with something, and I only had all that knowledge and my telepathic and telekinetic powers. I'm a fucking genius. What do you want me to do? Pretend to be mediocre and not stand out for pity towards the useless people? Broly said, outraged, as if he were a cute and obedient child who always told the truth and did everything right, and now his parents were scolding and doubting him for no reason. Although everything Broly was saying made a lot of sense and could explain to some degree everything that has happened, discarding the possibility of time travel, Whis and Vados had the feeling that something was wrong, so they were going to continue with the interrogation, until... Hey, I think we won't get anything in this way. No matter how reasoned and logical my explanations are, you won't believe me at all. There will always be the possibility that I am lying in your mind. How about if I propose a method to get completely out of doubt about whether I am telling the truth or not? Said Broly with confidence. Chapter 65. How about if I propose a method to get completely out of doubt about whether I am telling the truth or not? Said Broly with confidence. Vados, Whis, Shin, Kibito and Compa, that was starting to wake up after the knockout, looked with suspicion at Broly. It was as Broly said. They couldn't be sure if what Broly said was true or not, even though it sounded very logical and convincing. It was like when a skeptic person finds scientific explanations to paranormal cases, but evidently they didn't trust too much of a Broly proposal to prove his own innocence. Oh. And what method do you propose? If it is time travel, you must know that it is forbidden, that only the Supreme Kai can travel without repercussions with the time rings, and that a strange skill of yours will not change our mind, Vados said, being skeptical. She didn't believe that there were many infallible methods to prove that Broly was telling the truth, and trusted much less if that method was being proposed by same Broly. He. Don't worry, beauty. I had no intention of traveling in time in any way. It would be absurd to be arrested for traveling in time, proving that I haven't traveled in time, traveling in time. And my only useful skill to discover if someone lies or not, is to read or manipulate his mind, and I doubt that it is useful, effective or reliable for anybody if I use that in myself. You see, I need to do a little thing to resurrect my friend, and since we have to solve this. See you in Planet Namek of Universe 6. There we can solve this misunderstanding once and for all. I'm waiting for you. Hasta la vista. Broly said, teleport once more in front of everyone's nose. I curse the day this kid learned to teleport, said Compa, observing with hate the point where Broly had disappeared. The method that Broly talked about when he told them to travel to Planet Namek of Universe 6 was actually resorting to the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Balls it was possible to make some wish that would allow him to know if someone lies or not, as well as to resurrect Tights, fulfilling his 2 needs in a single movement. I call this Broly efficiency. Resurrect people, the main use for Dragon Balls throughout the manga, anime, non-canon movies, and canon too. I almost didn't remember how cheap life is, Dragon Ball. I'm being very cliché. The reason he chose the Planet Namek of Universe 6 was simple. I couldn't use the Dragon Balls of the Earth, since within a few years for the adventure of Goku and Bulma will begin, this is a critical period that could change many things and he didn't want to risk, besides, he didn't trust the capabilities of the current Shinran. He couldn't use the Dragon Ball of the name X7, since the period of time necessary for them to be operational again after their desire to travel to the Universe 6. He couldn't use the Dragon Ball of the name X7, since he still has to wait until they are operational again after wish to travel to the Universe 6 and learn the God idiom. Then by evident discarding, only those of the planet Namek of the Universe 6 were left to be used, planet in which, fortunately, he already established an ambassadorship in case he might need them. Broly teleported through his ambassadorship to planet Namek and began his plan to subtract the Dragon Ball in a discreet and imperceptible way for the Namekians, since he didn't know the reaction they could have if he asked them kindly. They have always been very reluctant to give Dragon Balls to foreigners. Although seeing that throughout the planet people spoke favorably about him because of the recent events that occurred in Universe 6 and that they even sold Broly dolls and other types of merchandising of all sizes and transformations. Oh, I'm flattered, although this flagrantly violates my image rights. Broly changed his mind and proceeded to request it kindly, and the Namekians, upon hearing the reasons why they wanted to use the Dragon Ball, agreed in exchange for certain autographs in Broly's merchandising and other things to promote tourism. Seriously, I'll have to sue the bastard who is getting rich with my image, although that would be another story. After Broly gathered the 7 giant Dragon Balls and quietly chatted a few minutes with his fan club. Whis, Kampa, Shin and Kibito appeared accompanied by Vados. You have taken a long, it gave me time to inaugurate a hospital and kiss a child, a green child. Said Broly next to the 7 glowing Dragon Balls, which was instantly transformed into true Super Saiyan God full power, his most powerful transformation, sending the message that he didn't trust them either. Kampa was about to complain about his impertinent comment, but Vados stopped him once more. They had already wasted too much time and energy in these matters. Well, if you want we can start, said Broly going towards the Dragon Balls. The sky darkened and a huge, muscular green dragon rose between the clouds. It was Porunga 6, which was looking down to speak to the person who had summoned him. I'll grant 3 wishes. Tell me what you want, said Porunga 6 in a solemn way. Broly looked back. Where was the coalition of deities of various universes? If you excuse me, before solving our doubts I would like to do something more important, said Broly, making appear the corpse of Tights in his arms. Everyone gave his approval, except Kampa, who was about to protest and be into a rage again by his unlimited selfishness, but Vados again stopped him. He was very irascible today and that wouldn't solve anything. Porunga, my first wish is to resurrect this girl that I have in my arms, said Broly pointing to Tights. Very well, I'll try, said Porunga concentrating on doing his homework, and several seconds later he replied. I'm sorry, but it's not possible, I can't find the soul of this girl anywhere. The situation seemed to suddenly become tense. Everyone understood that this would be very hard news for Broly. However, he didn't change his expression too much as if he wasn't surprised or affected, a disappointment, but, it was something within my expectations. Broly wasn't surprised in the least. This was the Universe 6 while Tights was from the Universe 7, his soul should be in a different universe, but in the case of Tights there was an additional difficulty. Broly rested the body of Tights on his left arm and raised his right hand in the air. In his hand appeared the head and the trunk of an old humanoid goat seriously wounded and with a very traumatized face. It was Moro, who was still alive. It seemed as if he wasn't fully aware, as if he were catatonic, hypnotized and had lost all the strength. He had become a Yamcha fighting a Saibaman. The soul of the girl is inside this scum. My first wish is to get her soul out of him and the second her resurrection. Will you be able to resurrect Tights now? And do it quickly, that Kampa has very little patience, Broly asked while Porunga tried to see if it was possible, observing Kampa with fear. However, Kampa paid no attention to Broly's words or Porunga's reaction when they mentioned him. They stayed too focused with something else. You haven't killed him? Him and to all that solar system? Kampa shouted louder than usual. He didn't expect this. That was my first impulse, but, at the last moment I rectified, only devouring everything since there was the possibility that something like this could happen. Besides, he is more useful to me alive than dead, Broly answered with a terrifying smile. Surprised everyone, this added one more reason to the long list of reasons of why they should not trust our anti-hero. It's okay, I can do it. I'll grant your wish, said Porunga with his big red eyes glowing. Moments later, Tights opened her eyes, looked around and with her usual cheerful tone said with some difficulty, as if she had been stuck in a long nap, where am I? What happened? Broly? You're very changed. I'll explain everything later, Tights. But before they could continue with the conversation, Broly instantly saved Tights and Moro in the formless realm. He didn't want any more surprises today, especially dealing with the security of Tights, who had already died today once. Very well, let's continue with the next wish, and the reason why you have come here. Porunga. I want you to give us a machine capable of determining if someone is telling the truth or not to any question, a machine that is able to work on anyone regardless of their power, race, intelligence or position, said Broly, formulating his last wish. That is easy. I'll grant your wish, said Porunga with his big red eyes glowing one more time. In a few seconds, a strange machine with a buzzer and an adjustable helmet tied to a cable appeared in front of everyone. Its operation was simple: if a person wearing a helmet said a lie, the bell rings, you must answer yes or no to the question, and after explaining this, Porunga disappeared. Well, you want to test if the machine works before you try it on me? In case you then put the excuse that was trick, proposed Broly, as if you were a magician delivering a deck of cards to the public to show that there was no trick. He, this seems fun, let me try, said Kampa, who like a child couldn't resist to try such an interesting toy. Once the helmet was put on, the interrogation began, which enthused many people. This can be fun. I'll start, Vados said with a big smile as she prepared to ask her question. This morning when I gave you the diet lunch, you disintegrated it with Hakai and ate trinkets while I didn't watch. No. 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 Of course not, Kampa shouted with great effusiveness. Grin. Gurn. Grin. Pitch the truth machine. As I suspected, Vados said with great sadness and disappointment while Kampa blushed by the embarrassment and anger he felt. He was beginning to think that it wasn't a good idea to offer himself to try that machine. Now me. Now me. Are you much weaker than your brother and that's why you always come to bother him due to your complex? No. Of course it's not because of that, it's, Kampa tried to excuse himself, but. Grin. He couldn't fool the machine. Ho, this is super fun, Whis said laughing, putting his hand in front of his mouth. Now me. Said Broly, who never loses a chance to laugh. Did you feel humiliated and like a fucking poor little shit when I gave you that beating? No. You want me to kill? Grin. Ahahahahaha. Laughed Broly at the top of his lungs while the rest tried to hold their laughter as best they could. Gur. I've gotten tired of this. Now that we have verified that it works, why don't we solve this at once? Vados said, offering the helmet to Broly, which put it on without any problem or complaint, and started the interrogation to prove his innocence. Everyone except Broly was very tense. The decisive moment was here, the moment they had been waiting for so long that day. Vados with great anticipation asked, "Are you a time traveler?" "No, I'm not," said Broly too calmly, as if he had simply been asked if he preferred Coke or Pepsi. Whis, Kampa, Vados, Shin and Kibito upon hearing the answer at a great speed turned their heads to the truth machine. And to their surprise, there was no reaction on the machine. There was no sound. Which meant that Broly was telling the truth. Is he really not responsible for creating a time ring? So, who created that ring? And how are the different Broly explained? Well, you want to ask me something else? Broly said with satisfaction with the helmet still on his head. Yes, I have one. Everything you told us before in the Universe 7 was true. Shin asked with cold sweat falling from his forehead. It was probable that he had not traveled in time personally, but he really did not have information about the future. Chapter 66. Yes, I have one. Everything you told us before in the Universe 7 was true. Shin asked with cold sweat falling from his forehead. It was probable that he hadn't traveled in time personally, but he really didn't have information about the future. Broly had previously answered all the questions that showed signs that he had information about the future in an impeccable way. In a very logical and credible way, giving an explanation to the events that had occurred until now without a time travel in the equation. Until now they doubted, but, according to the truth machine, Broly hadn't traveled in time, but that didn't imply that he knew about the future, which he could have acquired by other means, and that everything he had said so far was a simply well-built alibi. With this question we will be able to determine if he has told us the truth, and if he hasn't, it means that he knew all this by other means. Yes, of course. Why would I lie? Broly answered naturally, as if he were the most honest person in the universe. Once again all turned their heads to the truth machine. And once again there was no sound, not the slightest movement or reaction. That cannot be true, Kampa said, to which the sky was falling to the ground. He was fully convinced that Broly was the culprit, and the source of all evil in the universe. But it turns out they were wrong despite having so much evidence. As for the others, they were silent, thinking about the implications of this answer, in a synchronized way, as if it were an anime. He is not a time traveler or lied to us when he told that he didn't get all his information about the future. Does this mean that Broly is completely innocent? Are we accusing him by mistake and that the culprit is another? Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he doesn't know anything about any time travel, but there are still too many mysteries that revolve around him. We must keep asking. And Kampa, despite not being in that sequence of thoughts, continued with the interrogation. He refused to believe that Broly was innocent. There had to be some trick, or maybe the questions they asked him weren't specific enough. Do you have information about the future or past of any other timeline? Kampa shouted, approaching Broly. No, except for the one you gave me today, said Broly, still sitting in a chair he had created. Have you ever run into someone who has traveled in time? Kampa said, getting closer and closer to Broly. No, to my knowledge, said Broly, walking away from Kampa, circling in a comical way. Do you know why the Brolys of the other timelines are different from you? Asked Kampa, accelerating his speed to catch Broly. No. I thought that was already clear with Shin's question. Have you manipulated this stupid machine to do what you want? Kampa shouted even louder with smoke coming out of his head. No. And even if I had done it, it would be stupid to ask, the machine would continue doing what I want. But inwardly with Akira's face of death note. And I'm telling the truth, more or less. Wawa wawa. Do you know how the other time ring was created? Kampa said, chasing Broly in circles. No. I don't know. Stupid. There wasn't the slightest sound in the truth machine in any of his answers. It seemed that everything he had said was true, but there was still a question to ask. Do you know why time travels to the future with the time ring are blocked? Whis asked in an unforeseen way while Kampa was still chasing Broly. No. You cannot travel to the future. I think a certain Kaioshin hasn't told me everything when I told him to tell me everything, said Broly, very surprised, and outraged, looking at Shin with a bit of hostility. Shin felt chills all over his body due to the sinister and spiteful look of Broly, so he decided to hide behind Whis. Sorry, I forgot to mention ahahaha, he said with a hysterical laugh, fearing for his life. However, once again, the machine didn't ring. He also knew nothing about that great temporary irregularity. You see, I'm not lying, I don't know anything about that. Could you explain to me what happens with the trips to the future? Broly asked with great curiosity. That didn't seem to be related to one of Avalon's sloppiness, or at least didn't seem so. I tried to travel to the future to verify that you were doing years later and find more reliable information about whether or not you were a time traveler. But it was impossible. It was as if something was preventing me from traveling to the future. Do you know anything about it? Shin said, being the first to respond at great speed to try to please an angry Broly who seemed to have become very hostile to him for keeping that information. No, I have no idea, but it seems quite serious, said Broly with a very thoughtful face, as if he was trying to reason why something so strange was happening. Once again, the machine had no reaction. Everyone was saddened in part because it seemed that they hadn't managed to catch the culprit, and they were happy too, since the culprit wasn't Broly. No one wanted to have him as an enemy. Well, I want Dini that all this intrigues me, since it is a very interesting fact that also seems to have influenced several circumstances of my birth, but I am afraid that I don't have information or means that can be of help to solve this mystery, and I doubt that today will be resolved, so if it doesn't bother you I will retire today. Many things have happened and I have to give certain explanations to a resurrected girl and a useless soldier. If you discover something about this, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll make the occasional visits to your respective planets if doesn't bother you, said Broly, speaking as a tired employee after a hard day's work about to go to bed. Wait a minute. First of all, give me back to Hit, and then. How do you know where our planets are? Kampa shouted, still trying to continue the interrogation. I will return Hit to you within a year. I still have to study him a little more, just like I did with your Hakai energy. As for your address. I put a detector to the boxes of food that I gave you on the planet Sadala. I haven't yet seen the route on my computer, but surely you took them to the planet of Beerus, so the coordinates have been recorded. Thank you for giving me your address so easily, said Broly with a bastard smile. Kampa was about to burst into rage when he learned that he was possibly using as a guinea pig his best subcontractor and his possible successor, in addition to making fun of his Hakai energy. But upon hearing Broly's last evil plan, Kampa's jaw almost touched the ground, while Veto's and Whis felt ashamed for being deceived in this way. This child is too cunning, whether he is a time traveler or not. Above all, I will visit Whis, that the poor man will surely be bored being alone now that Beerus is taking one of his long naps. And if you are going to ask why I know that Beerus is sleeping, I know it because he is not here. Historically, whenever there has been a universal crisis, he has been asleep. See? Deductive reasoning, it would be good for you to use it before accusing someone of such a serious crime. Sayonara, baby. Broly said, disappearing with his teleportation once more that day, leaving Truth Machine on the ground. Oh, by the way, I'll return Fuwa to you, said Broly, who reappeared and disappeared, throwing an asleep Fuwa to the ground. Fuwa. After a few seconds of silence in which everyone tried to digest everything that had happened and had said, Whis advanced to the truth machine and examined it for a few seconds before putting the helmet on his head. Are you trying to check if Broly has manipulated the truth machine so that it wouldn't work correctly when he said a lie? Vados asked, approaching his brother, who was trying not to ruin his toupee with the helmet. No, Whis answered dryly. Grin. Juju, as I expected. It seems that this machine even works with us after all, Vados said with a slight smile. There are chances that Broly did some trick in the machine, but if he did something he had to do it in front of us and I wasn't able to detect anything strange and the machine doesn't seem to have been manipulated in any way. Whis replied, observing the machine more closely, trying to find some kind of clue. Well, it's about Broly-sensei, everything is possible. Don't believe Whis-san, asked Kibito, who hadn't said anything for a long time. No, I don't think, Whis answered dryly once more. Grin. Brother, Vados said, a little ashamed of her little brother's childhood behavior. Jujuju, sorry sister, but it's quite funny, Whis said, apologizing for lying intentionally to use the truth machine and returning the conversation in a serious way, EJEM. Yes, it is a possibility to consider. Broly wished this truth machine within other possible methods to prove that he was innocent, maybe it was because he had some cheating method. In addition, this method doesn't allow to discover many other unknowns, questions he knew. Like the new time ring, or that he is so different from the Brolys of the other timelines. I doubt that someone as intelligent, efficient and thirsty for knowledge as Broly could overlook this. He should have chosen a method that would also allow him to answer these mysteries. We talk about Broly after all. It's likely, but in the same way, as prudent as he is, he wouldn't have left the truth machine with us if he had manipulated it, since there is a possibility that we could discover his trick. Besides, he probably only cared to prove he was innocent, unless for now. You saw how worried he was for that human, maybe he didn't have much desire or time to instigate in our investigation, Shin said, that at this point preferred to think that Broly was really innocent. He had already seen and suffered in his own flesh enough dangers and strong emotions today, all provoked by Broly, who have a strange ability to kidnap Supreme Kais. Shin didn't want to antagonize with him anymore. And if he also used the death of that human to carry out those two wishes, so that we couldn't investigate further and have an excuse for his wish about the trick machine. Kompa said, that in contrast to Kibito wanted to have excuses to antagonize Broly, even if he couldn't win. Ah, we return to the same point we were before, Vados said, which was beginning to be exhausted from so many deliberations and conspiracy theories. But then Whis intervened to put order, and maybe a new solution. Guys, in this way we won't achieve anything. Although there are still some unresolved mysteries and we have many doubts about the veracity of Broly's version, we have to admit that for now there is more chance that he is innocent than guilty. His version is very plausible and has passed the test of the truth machine, which doesn't even forgive me. I know it may be hard for us to believe it and admit it, but until we find new evidence we should start to consider that Broly may have told the truth. Do you have any suggestions on where to find new evidence, little brother? Vados asked, which was certain that Whis was going to propose a good solution. Whis smiled quite confidently and said, looking at Kompa, Shin, Kibito, and of course his sister Vados, of course older sister. Have you ever heard of a person called Zuno, who seems to know everything? Chapter 67. Have you ever heard of a person from the universe called Zuno, who seems to know everything? Whis asked in a rhetorical way. I didn't know there was someone like that. Is he from Universe 7? Vados asked, rather surprised as she watched his effeminate brother nod. Wow, Universe 7 is full of strange people. I didn't know there was such a person in my universe, said Shin, the current Supreme Kaioshin of the Universe 7, who had once again demonstrated how competent he was as a god. If someone can know something of what is happening within the 12 universes, surely it is him. Follow me, I will guide you, said Whis, showing his back to the whole group. At this point I almost don't care, but once we have just spoken against that supposed smarty I want to go to sleep and eat. I don't care about the order, said Kompa with a face that showed an exhaustion without equal. Today he had traveled a lot, annoyed excessively, lost to a minor and used his head like never before in his life. He just wanted to go back to his lazy life. In the center of the Universe 7. On the planet of Zuno, a place of medieval Japanese appearance with certain futuristic and fantastic points, Whis, Vados, Kompa, Shin and Kibito appeared in front of the main door of the palace. Then a big-headed extraterrestrial with the appearance of a stereotyped fat traditional Japanese went out to meet them. High surprise guests who hadn't made a reservation in advance. The great Zuno allows you to pass due to your identities and the magnitude of your doubts. Follow me, said the semi-cloned lackey of Zuno. Wow, it seems he really knows a lot. At least he knows how to treat a god with respect, said Kompa, who was glad to receive this treatment by a stranger after having been disparaged so many times that day. After advancing through the main hall they arrived at where Zuno was waiting for them, which has the same look as the other stereotyped Japanese aliens. However, Zuno was bigger, with his head even more disproportionate and was flying into what looked like a kind of ceramic jar. Wow, that big head is Zuno. Kampa said loudly, not caring in the least about the manners. But without bothering in the least, one of his minions asked, so, you've got a question? Yes, of course, Whis said with a blissful tone. Alright then, you can start by handing over your present, said the minion who had asked the question previously, pointing to Zuno. What? Present? Allow me, Whis said as he approached without too much haste to Zuno, until he reached his position and bowed slightly. Smooch, Whis kissed Zuno on the cheek. What? Everyone froze upon see what had happened. This was a development that neither expected at all. This was absurd. Although Vados had other additional thoughts apart from the others. As I suspected, my little brother hits from the other side. But among that fuss. Since you are a man, you only get one question, said Zuno looking at Whis. Okay, Whis answered, happy for having gotten his question. You're not expecting me to do that, right? Kampa shouted angrily and embarrassed, he clearly refused to participate in something like this. Well, if you want them to answer your question, you should give them something in return. Whis answered seriously, watching carefully in case Kampa did something stupid. They couldn't risk Zuno being hurt or something worse, at least before he answers the questions. Kampa took the hint of Whis, as well by the look of Vados, so he shouldn't do anything violent here. Even so, I refuse. Broly is from the Universe 7 and we are in Universe 7, so it is the problem of the Universe 7, so, give you the kisses. He said, pointing to Shin and Kibito, who felt cornered between the sword and the wall. What we do, Shin? Kibito asked, very depressed and embarrassed by the situation. Today he had already been kidnapped, and now this. It seems we have no choice, Kibito, we have to do this for our universe, it's our work as gods, Shin said, trying to believe his own words, and at the same time make something useful for the millions of years he was scratching his belly. I didn't aim to be a god to give kisses to overweight mortals, Kibito said through tears of lamentation and embarrassment as they advanced towards Zuno to kiss him on the cheek. Smooch. Smooch. Since you two are a man, you only get one question each one, said Zuno, who said it as if he was even doing them a favor by granting them a question. I am the Supreme Kai of this universe. Doesn't anyone remember this today? Shin thought, feeling as useless and humiliated as in Majin Buu's attack. Well, I'll start with the first question. Could you tell us if this truth machine was manipulated in any way? Whis asked, showing the truth machine that Porunga had created. No. This truth machine created from a desire to the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek of the Universe 6 that was used less than an hour ago hasn't been manipulated until now, Zuno replied without changing his expression. Boom. That answer fell like a nuclear bomb on the unprotected brain of the five deities, who couldn't believe that Broly had been completely sincere. One moment. Are you saying that Broly didn't lie to us at any time? Kibito and Kampa shouted at the same moment. Unlike the rest, both believed fervently that Broly had used some kind of trick to manipulate the machine and that coming here Zuno would affirm it, but to his surprise, it has been the opposite. That is correct, Zuno replied with the same deadpan tone as before. Well then, that was your only question. The one with the Mohican hairstyle can proceed to ask his question, the minion said to Kibito while Zuno approached that rest to remove a snot from his nose. Shouted with the mouth wide open Kampa and Shin, who looked at Kibito as if he were the biggest idiot on the universe. What? That wasn't, said Kibito, who felt so outraged, stupid and ashamed of himself that he could hardly say a word. He had spent his valuable question in a stupid way like this. Wait a minute. Kibito didn't ask that question for you to answer it, it was a rhetorical question that didn't have to be answered by anyone. Is it possible that you could return his question? Shin said, trying to solve the misunderstanding so they could have one more question. If not, many doubts about time irregularities would remain unresolved. No, it cannot be, Zuno replied, throwing the snot to the ground. Oh no, oh. Kibito and Shin shouted at the same time, as if they were two idiots who had mistakenly burned the winning ticket of the lottery, for the second time that day. Meanwhile Vados, Whis and Kampa looked at the two gods of the Universe 7 with stupefaction. They couldn't believe that something like this could happen, twice in a row, in less than a minute. You are the most fucking incompetent subnormal stupids idiots in the history. How did you become the Supreme Kaioshin? In the Universe 7 is chosen by lot. Or is that you were the only one left to be chosen? Kampa shouted like a hysteric, spreading his thirst for blood throughout the planet, so powerful thirst for blood that practically solidified, although this time with all the reason in the world. Well, in my case, yes, everyone else was killed by Bu, Shin muttered, very ashamed of himself, not daring to look at Kampa. Well, that was your last question. Does the woman and that gentleman who accompanies her have any questions? Zuno's minion asked once more, treating Kampa with special respect. Damn, how can you be so useless? Kampa shouted, which was unconsciously shedding Hakai from all the pores of his body, but before committing a barbarity. Anyway, there's no other way, I'll have to sacrifice myself for the group, said Vados, who broke away from Kampa and walked towards Zuno without too much haste to do exactly the same as her brother. Smooch. Then Zuno with a very red face said, since you are a very beautiful young-looking woman, strong, intelligent and with good attitude, you get 7 questions. Uff. Everyone present blew in relief, including Whis. It would be pathetic to leave empty-handed with so many people. That's my big sister. Whis said, cheering with a smile while Kampa calmed down. Well, let's continue where we left off. Do you know who created the second alternative timeline? Asked Vados immediately. She didn't want any more surprises or unnecessary mistakes like those of so little ago. The events of the future are diffuse at this time due to a strange time blockage, but the fact that I still don't have information about the creation of this new time ring means that the trip to the past hasn't happened yet. That the person who will create the trip to the past hasn't been born yet and that the past that he aims to reach is in our future. But that for some reason this timeline has been irremediably linked to our timeline, Zuno said with great seriousness, since it was a question that even he didn't have the exact answer. Well, then it's a crime that we cannot take care to yet. Perfect, one less thing to do, said Kampa with a lot of relief. The last thing he wanted to do now was to persecute the real culprit after everything that had happened. Yeah, I guess, said Shin and Kibito, who were still ashamed of themselves. That was your first question, you may proceed with your remaining 6, said the minion one more time. Okay. Why the Broly of our timeline is so different from the other alternative timelines if Broly hasn't been the one who made the time travel? Asked Vados once again without losing a second. Chapter 68. Why the Broly of our timeline is so different from the other alternative timelines if Broly hasn't been the one who made the time travel? Asked Vados once again without losing a second. The reason why the Broly of our timeline is different from the rest is due to a fortuitous and random mutations created by the person responsible for the first time travel millions of years ago in the Universe 12. Obviously whoever created that first trip in time didn't die moments later, while he was fleeing the Universe 12 and taking advantage that our god of destruction was asleep and Acacia wasn't working, he decided to take refuge in the Universe 7. Here among other things he investigated several races of our universe, subtracting people and injecting modification in an almost imperceptible way so as not to attract attention. Among other things he investigated the combination of genes and their improvements. Among others, he mixed Saiyan genes that stand out for their great power and transformations and Triclops, which stand out for their third eye and extraordinary mystical abilities to create a superior being, although he never succeeded in his lifetime. However, these genetic modifications have been dormant for millions of years in the Saiyans and many other races in the universe, until one of them has manifested in Broly, which is already a legendary mutation within the Saiyans, giving him great intelligence, power and strange skills. And right now, as you will deduce, we are in that timeline, Zuno explained, speaking very quickly due to the large amount of information. Oh, so that was the reason. It's funny how fate operates, said Whis, who was very satisfied with the explanation. Yes, it makes sense, said Shin, who didn't feel alluded, since 10 million years ago when the time travel was made in the Universe 12 he wasn't the Supreme Kai. The next question and the most important one is: do you know why we cannot travel to the future with the time rings? Vados said without giving Zuno's minion time to speak. This was a very sinister question and perhaps the most important, so everyone paid more attention to Zuno's words, even his minions. It's quite uncertain, even for me, but there are 2 possibilities. The first and most unlikely is that the laws that govern time in the future have been changed and that is preventing travel to the future. The other and more probable is that a future universal cataclysm has created a time distortion that prevents travel to a future that doesn't exist, that will not exist, or that wouldn't exist, Zuno said seriously, and a little scared. When hearing the combination of words, cataclysm and universal, all the deities except the angels, who were only worried of the room, began to drip cold sweat all over their bodies, as if they were in a shower. They just had one name in their heads. He means Zeno. Vados thought aloud. Yes, it is most likely, Zuno replied, exhausting another of the questions available for Vados. UPS, Vados exclaimed, blushing and putting her hand in her mouth when she realized what had done. You too. Have you done it on purpose, right? Shouted Kampa, who like everyone was about to have a mental breakdown. Ahem, of course not. In short, I will continue. Is Broly a threat to the universe? Continued asking Vados, not to have to explain his mistake. No, although he is an eccentric and unruly person, his actions have bring and will surely bring more good than evil to all the universe. Zuno replied, this time with more confidence and at the same time relieving the 2 Kais of the universe. Gur. It's good to know, but, Kampa said, whispering in Vados' ear a question he would like to ask Zuno. Okay, Kampa-sama. Broly will return hit to Kampa in good condition so that he can continue to do his job for him? Vados asked, slightly changing certain parts of the question. Yes, in about a year it will be returned in perfect condition, Zuno replied, relieving Kampa, since it was the same thing that Broly had said. It seemed that Broly was willing to fulfill his promise. You only have one question left, Zuno Minion reported. My last question will be. Does Broly know we've come here to talk to you or the questions we've asked? Vados asked cautiously. No, he doesn't know. Right now Broly is in his spaceship in the XX coordinates next to the human called Tights and is ready to take a relaxing vacation, Zuno answered while was investigated with his scepter that Broly really was in a spaceship. Thank you very much for your help, Zuno-san, Whis said, directing the entire group to the exit. Their mission had ended. At the outer door of Zuno's mansion. I still cannot believe that Broly is innocent, said Kampa, who had no other option but to accept the reality. Yes, everything has been a long succession of coincidences and misunderstandings. This makes me feel a bit guilty, especially since I was the one who proposed the idea that Broly was a time traveler. Whis said, a little depressed for everything that had happened today. Don't blame yourself, Whis, we've all thought the same. But I think this has been the best conclusion. If Broly really had been the culprit of everything, we would have no choice but to face him, and I don't know if things would end up as we want in that case, Shin said, remembering how Broly smashed Kampa, the Hakai energy, and the way in that he kidnapped Fua, who was in another universe that could have been him. You are absolutely right, Shin-sama. If we have him as an ally and according to what Zuno has said, maybe Broly-sensei will even help us to appease a universal threat if Beerus-sama is asleep at that moment, said Kibito, somewhat relieved and excited about the possibility of fighting with the help of his Broly-sensei doing a real god work. But, the future, Shin said, which couldn't get rid of his mind the possible options that Zuno mentioned about the time blockade. It is better that we don't think about it or mention it for now, said Vados, surprising the Kais. If this is really related to Zeno-sama, it is better not to investigate, much less try to talk to him or anyone. You already should understand the consequences. Yes, I think it will be the best, said Kampa, Kibito and Shin with a lot of fear. But, shan't we tell about that the other Kaiser? What would happen if they use the time ring? Said Kibito, trying be responsible. In hundreds of years nobody has used a time ring. I doubt that now someone is going to use them. And if somebody were going to use it in the future, we'll worry about it then, said Kampa, procrastinating. And with that uncomfortable conversation about a future apocalypse, everyone went home, and decided to enjoy their life as never before. After the 5 deities left the planet more informed than they had arrived, although equally anxious and worried about the future, and one of them depressed because he didn't find the culprit he would like. Good job, Zuno. Although I had to control you mentally on some occasions, you are very bad at lying, said a mysterious voice. In Zuno's room, Broly appeared flying above the big-headed alien, which completely changed his expression and mood. His skin became completely pale, his body trembled without stopping, and he shed a lot of cold sweat for his big head. He was very terrified. Nice try, Whis, but, did you really believe that I would make a mistake as stupid as believing that I had all variables controlled once again? I knew you would suspect that I had used a trick on the truth machine. Because it is what has really happened, HUA. My ability to deny the effect of all causes not only works on people, also on objects or anything else with less power than me, and a machine doesn't have power, hahaha. That's why I had someone try it first, to see how it works, to find the causal process to deny the final effect of the machine without anyone noticing whenever I wanted. That's why I didn't show this skill before you in the fight, HUA. I knew that this could be your next stop to solve this great mystery, and casually I heard the conversation you had inside my embassy when I was spying on you, which confirmed my doubts and helped me prepare Zuno better. Of course, I also took advantage of this golden opportunity where you were all out of your nest to establish other embassies in each of your worlds, hahaha. Now my clones will be able to spy 24 hours a day, 365 a year, and of course have a more exhaustive control of all known Dragon Balls, hiding some in my real formless until it is necessary to avoid complications. I am an evil genius. Wah. Broly laughed macabrely as if he were a villain of the saga of 007. This, Broly-sama, could you give us back that, please? Zuno asked, completely terrified with his 2 mini-yo. They didn't even dare to look at his 3 eyes. Oh, that. Are you referring to this? Broly asked, drawing several objects in the air from his formless realm, making them float with telekinesis. They were hearts that beat at a great speed and huge brains that seemed to have a great activity. They were the hearts and brains of Zuno and his assistants, which Broly had stolen to coerce them. Thanks to his abilities, Broly was able to tear those organs out of their bodies without affecting his vital functions. Yes, sir, Zuno said as if he were closer to death than life. He felt terrified and disgusted to see his own brain and heart outside his body, and even more in the hands of a psychopathic and dangerous child. I'm sorry, but for now this is not going to be possible. Who knows if could you betray me telling to some certain gods what happened. In addition, I may need you to answer any of my questions. Your partial omniscience can also be useful to detect if someone comes too close to the truth and let me know so I can take care of him. You just lie to a very dangerous god of destruction. Someone has to ensure that your reputation and your life are not in danger, said Broly as a gangster who makes a living from collecting protection from local stores, and that if they don't pay he destroys them. But, Zuno tried to negotiate, but he was about to cry too. It's okay, your brains and heart's safer with me. If someone tried to stab you in the heart or shoot you in the head, nothing would happen to you, since they were not there, and if you get sick or injured I can heal you very quickly. I'm better than life or health insurance, but if you want my policy to remain active, you just need to do what I say. It's very simple. True. Said Broly with the same tone as Vito Corleone from the film The Godfather, caressing Zuno's brain as if it were a cat, something that made shuddered Zuno, who was about to faint and barf. Also, you should thank me. Thanks to me you have been kissed by a very precious young lady, an angel, nothing more or less. That doesn't happen every day, ha 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 ha, said Broly again, saving the separate organs of Zuno and his minions in the formless realm. Yes, but at that moment you were controlling my body directly, so I didn't feel anything, Zuno said, rather discouraged, trying to express his complaints. Don't be so negative, technically was your cheek, ha ha ha. Take care and keep your mouth shut. I'm going to my long-awaited vacation, said Broly before teleporting once that day. Somewhere in space. Inside the Kid 2-9 Premium. The real Broly had rejoined with the Broly Clone 20 he had left with Tights in his spaceship, to protect her and to trick Whis and company. Now they were deciding where to go on vacation and to be inspired to write novels. Many things had happened, but nothing and nobody would ruin the deserved rest of our hero. Well, Broly. Where are we going? Asked Tights, who was as cheerful as ever, as if everything that happened a few hours ago would never have happened. Wherever you want to go, in fact I even let you drive, my spaceship is yours. After everything that happened today I owe it to you, said Broly with total nonchalance. At this point he didn't care where to go, so he let that to Tights. Come on, I've only fainted a few moments, it's not been that bad. But I accept your offer, hee. First destination, planet 150023 and its beaches. You. Tights said, putting herself at the controls of the spacecraft, accelerating at an ultralight speed. Broly hadn't told her that she had really died, since he didn't want to worry her unnecessarily, and also that she couldn't explain to Bulma about the existence of the Dragon Balls yet. Tights and Broly set off on their journey, and while Tights drove with great emotion, Broly was still thinking about what had happened today. It was a risky move, there was the possibility of being discovered, but it seems that I was only too cautious. It wasn't hard to coerce Zuno, again. As Zamasu demonstrated, violent methods have very good results. But even so it was necessary some high-level mental manipulation that is only possible having direct contact with his head, or his brain in this case, or else the pig would sweat and his voice would tremble so much that they could have suspected that something was wrong. Because most of those answers were obviously invented by me, haha, I have so much imagination that I scare myself, I should write some novel. Their question about the creation of the ring, I answered saying the truth, but not specifying. As for if the machine of truth was manipulated, I didn't tell any lie, the machine wasn't manipulated since I didn't manipulated the machine, only the causality of certain facts in an area where the machine happened to be, JJJ. As for my explanation of why I am so special, I invented the biggest and best hoax that I could think of, but that very conveniently fit the situation and speech, ha ha ha, thank you scientist who traveled in time millions of years ago, I owe you one. As for why they cannot make trips to the future. I conveniently invented some excuses that directly implicated Zeno, ha ha ha. With this I doubt they will venture into this case or any related, I doubt they even dare to ask about that to Daishinkan. You never know what could happen if you upset that fucking head melon dwarf, he could even destroy all the universes to avoid having to solve a problem in a universe. It has been something unexpected, but... Look Broly, we have already reached the planet 150023, said Tights pointing out the window. Oh, the beaches are beautiful, lucky I brought the swimsuit, said Broly looking also through the window, before going back to his thoughts. However, this is the best news that someone could have given me. Because if the trips to the future have been blocked for now, it means everything must be going according to plan. Right? Future Me. Chapter 69. Planet Trade Organization Headquarters. In a control room full of futuristic-looking giant computers of the 80s and many figurative uniformed aliens of all kinds that pressed the keys of computers in an almost random way, in order to look like they were working in something so that their evil boss didn't fire them, or kill them. A huge diabolic and reptilian aspect presides the room along with a being similar to the one of much smaller stature, which were speaking while a minion gave them a report of the situation. King Cold, Emperor Frieza, our reconnaissance teams went to investigate the area where these two incommensurable fighting powers were detected, but when we got to that place there was nothing. Said the minions in fear by the possible reaction of their two evil bosses. It's a shame, but it was very likely that none of those two individuals stayed in the same place, King Cold said calmly, since at first he didn't have much hope of meeting those guys face to face on the first try. Juju, yes, it's a shame, father. I guess we'll have to track them down and convince them, even if it's just one of them, to join my army. Moreover, if they don't accept, a pity, but we don't need such powerful people in the universe that are not under my control. Juju, Frieza said, laughing evilly. Obviously King Cold and Frieza referred to Broly and Moro, who had fought that same day. Today Frieza and King Cold were doing the usual thing for them. Planning evil plans, when suddenly the giant detector of combat power detected two sources of energy that couldn't be quantified by the actual technology. That is why they sent a reconnaissance team together with the Jinya forces as a rear guard in case these two individuals weren't cooperative. The most sophisticated detector they had was unable to detect power levels greater than 50,000, and they had no other means to detect their opponent's strength at such distances, so they couldn't even imagine what kind of monsters might have made him angry. But the minion, anticipating the question of their bosses, with cold sweat all over the body, revealed a shocking news. King Cold, Emperor Frieza, when I said that we haven't found anything, I meant that there was nothing. Not only there wasn't a trace of them, the same solar system has disappeared completely, leaving no trace, and according to our investigations had to happen very quickly, perhaps in a single attack. What? King Cold and Frieza screamed with fear. Their reaction wasn't exaggerated. If what that minion about to piss on because of fear was true, it would mean that those two subjects, or at least one of them, was vastly superior to them. Both King Cold and Frieza are able to destroy a planet from a single well-calculated attack in a matter of seconds if they aim the planet's core, as Frieza did with the planet Vegeta, but make a whole solar system disappear with a single attack in a matter of seconds? This was something they were clearly unable to do. It was something that was dozens of leagues ahead of their potential. With cold sweat and almost trembling body, they just had a thought in their head. We were lucky that those fools didn't arrive on time. Was it perhaps the god of destruction, Beerus? Frieza wondered, who could only think of one being in the entire universe capable of such a feat. It's pretty likely, son. However, I still hope that this will serve as an example that you shouldn't underestimate any threat, as insignificant, doubtful, or improbable as it may seem at first. Or these may be the consequences, King Cold told Frieza, who seemed to be sparing the life of that poor messenger who was to blame for delivering bad news. You don't need to remind me. I think I have shown that I understood that concept by destroying the planet Vegeta. Maybe the Super Saiyan is just a story, but still I haven't risked that it could appear. Right, father? Frieza said, a little angry. It was evident that he didn't like to receive sermons from his father. Is true, son. By the way, how are the few surviving Saiyans that you have welcomed as paid slaves under constant surveillance doing? King Cold asked his son with an evil smile. Those monkeys are doing their job pretty well, with the most dangerous missions, of course. Juju. Although of course, many of them have died during the process, it is not a bad method to separate the grain from the straw. The less Saiyans we have at our disposal better, so I'll just stay with the fittest and most profitable, until they can become a threat. For now there are only a few left, including the arrogant Prince Vegeta. I hope he doesn't follow his father's path, or the same fate awaits him. Juju, Frieza said, laughing evilly while the author changed the stage. On a practically desolate planet. In the midst of a great mountain of corpses of unattractive-looking aliens. A tall, bald and muscular adult and two children with receding hairline but with long hair, all with the same uniform, sat on those corpses while casually ate and chatted among them. This mission has been very easy. It's been a while since we relaxed so much, said Raditz, sitting among the corpses with arrogance as he watched Vegeta and Nappa in search of approval. Yes, it's nice to have a simple job for a change. Although the reason why we have been assigned to these simple missions is because there is no longer any dangerous mission to perform. That damn Frieza. He has been sending us to suicide missions again and again. Of the almost 20 that we were today, only 6 remain. It is evident that he is doing it on purpose. Nappa shouted with the veins in his bald head swelling. Badge, stop complaining. Who cares about those useless? The fact that they died in those stupid missions shows that they were weak. Unworthy of belonging to the noble race of the Saiyans. If we want to be more successful in the missions, we must become stronger, until we are the ones who give the orders. Vegeta said with an extreme arrogance while devouring the extremities of a death alien. Yes. You're right, Vegeta. By the way, how has Ginger, Yam and Scallion done on their mission? Raysai said, licking Vegeta's ass as usual, either by fear or by reverence for the stronger. Those three. It seems that they have fulfilled their mission too, in a few hours they will reach the meeting point. We should also hurry, another mission awaits us in which we will have to participate all six together, said Nappa as responsible bald adult of the group. Well, it was to be expected that those three would end soon, their targets were even weaker than this garbage that doesn't even serve to whet the appetite. Let's go, we have nothing left to do on this seedy planet. Screamed Vegeta, burning the mountain of corpses. Yes. Let's go quickly, I don't want to hear the annoying Ginger complaining that it took us too long to get there. She and her sister are insufferable, the childish Raditz said, licking Vegeta's ass as he entered his space capsule. World of Compa Kitchen. Damn, that bastard has put locators on all the food boxes. And we forgot to ask him about his recipes. Also what he had put in the food. Compa shouted, very angry, destroying with his Hakai all the boxes of food that Broly gave them, but obviously they were already empty. However, at that time Vados realized that there was a paper with a chibi face of Broly drawn near the boxes of food that until now they had not found. I think I have the answer to that last question, said Vados, reading the paper in her hand. Oh yeah? And what is it? Compa asked with some expectation. According to this note that was on the table. It's a cat laxative with retardant effect, Vados said with a smile, seeming not to care about the content of that note. Grew. Compa's insides resonated in a violent and macabre way as he writhed in pain, and the color of his face became even more purple. Toilet. Toilet. Toilette. Broly. Someday you will pay for this. Compa shouted, desperately cursing Broly once more. World of Beerus, bedroom of Beerus. Whis watched the sleeping Beerus spinning in his bed, occasionally unconsciously destroying things around him, and between sighs said. No matter the trillions of years that pass, I am still surprised by his ability to always be asleep when he has to do his job. Well, at least I'll be entertained a few years if Broly comes from time to time as he promised. He would be a great candidate as God of Destruction, or at least he could help me so that Beerus didn't loiter so often by having a good rival. Also, I can also enjoy his meals alone for now. Ho ho ho. Sacred World of Kai. The same green world, empty and peaceful as always, where the official Kais lived, where nothing ever happened, but Payu. Payu. Pew. Continuously several rather weak light beams fell on the already burned soil of a part of the planet. Kibito, what are you doing? Shin asked Kibito, who seemed to be training in a very strange technique. He wasn't like always, the way of life of a Kai was based on eating and sleeping, not training. I'm trying to do the same as Broly-sensei. Today's battle has opened my eyes. We need to become stronger or else we are destined to be treated like small, useless children on another occasion. After spending my magic power I will go to train my body trying to pull the sword, Z Kibito shouted, which was overly motivated, which surprised Shin, who didn't share the same enthusiasm. Well, if it's what you want. Ah. I hope we have no problems in the next 5 million years, Shin said, relaxing once more against the turf of his peaceful planet. Jaco spaceship. Tights. I'm so happy that you're okay. I thought you were dead. Jaco yelled, talking on the phone, trying to hold the tears from his eyes. Exaggerated. It wasn't that bad, she just got a little dizzy because of how bad you're driving, Broly said through the transmitter with obvious intentions. Tights shouldn't know she had died. Well, whatever, everything is okay. Broly, I owe you one. Now that they think I'm friends with the invincible monster that has killed the immortal Moro, made an entire solar system disappear and has wavered to a god of destruction, my position in the galactic patrol has improved a lot. Haha. They even gave me a new ship, Jaco said with euphoria. He was amazed with his new machine and the new treatment he was receiving from his superiors. Well, I'm happy for you, but surely your spaceship is crap compared to mine. But as if you use my name to do something for your benefit, I will pay you a fee, said Broly, half joking half seriously. And do your job, stop lazing or I'll give all the data to my little sister and your bosses, Tights said with the same attitude as Broly. Yes, yes. Well, I have to leave you for now, I have a lot of work to do. We'll talk another day, one of us has to work, said Jaco before going to sleep in the middle of space. Planet 150023. In a 7-star hotel, with a private beach and a 7-star bar restaurant, a very muscular little boy with strange sunglasses with 3 lenses and a blonde girl in his 20s rested peacefully in some hammocks. That's paradise, there are no problems, there are no worries, I don't have to do machinations or train, for years I didn't relax so much, said Broly, stretching as much as possible, taking advantage of its small size to cover the entire hammock. Tights with a smile turned to Broly and said with a teasing tone, Jojo, you've cheated us all. You wanted us to believe that you were almost 2 meters tall, but in reality you were still a very small child. What happened? Do you have some kind of complex? Yes, I obviously have a complex. I am an adult with the size and appearance of an elementary school child with rickets. I've come on vacation to relax at all levels, I'm not going to be transformed all the fucking day. Besides, I don't need to be tall to be respected in this place, I'm disgustingly rich and powerful, said Broly, who didn't give a shit at this point while he made an excitation of all the money he had created. Sir, miss, I have brought you the drinks you asked for, said a blue alien waiter with an antenna. Thank you very much Linus, take a tip. Would you be so kind as to bring us some patatas bravas to accompany these drinks? Broly said as if he were a nice and extravagant tycoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Broly, but I'm afraid we don't know what are patatas bravas, said Linus, the alien waiter who treated Broly and Tights exclusively due to his generous and continuous tips. He was paying for his children's university in a few hours. What? That they don't know what are patatas bravas? Quick Linus, take me to the kitchen, I have to show the chef how to do patatas bravas, or else, these will not be the holidays with which I have been dreaming for so long, said Broly with great alarmism, as if the end of the world was coming. As you order, sir, Linus said, picking up Broly's tips as they walked as if Broly were a broken ATM towards the kitchen. Damn you Toriyama. How could you forget to introduce this food in your universe? Chapter 70. Year 745. After his well-deserved vacations in several paradisiac planets of all the universe where practically only he used his powers to create money, don't do it at home, you can create inflation and you could be arrested, move things with telekinesis to not get out of bed. Hypnotize the birds so that they wouldn't pray in the morning, hypnotize the birds so that they don't bother him in the morning. And let his clones watch the different gods through the ambassadorship to check if at some point they were doing something that could derail his plans and slowly analyze the memories of those who had absorbed, including Moro in his slept time. A year had passed, and the moment that Broly had been waiting for so long had come. Finally, a fucking year of waiting, a fucking year and 2 lives, waiting for this moment, said Broly looking at the dark horizon. The moment to make a wish to his own eternal dragon technology had arrived. At the center of the Desire Realm 7 green and gold planetary dragon balls shone intermittently in the dark void, waiting to be used. Broly snorted loudly, trying to calm down and soothe his heart. Okay, let's start. Acnologia. Get out and give me the wish, I don't have all the fucking day, Broly said as if he were an angry boss with an employee who hadn't been around the office for a whole year and did nothing useful. Yes, that was the command to summon Acnologia. With Broly's command, the Omega Dragon Balls positioned themselves as a full hexagon and together they created a great explosion of light, an explosion of light that practically flooded all the infinite Desire Realm, and between that light the long-awaited eternal dragon of Broly appeared. A titanic humanoid dragon with many horns, a massive scary head on its chest, a third eye on the forehead, many massive wings, arms ending with claws similar to the giant head in his chest, and a very long serpentine body that seemed to have no end. The base of his body was made of a mixture between golden and greenish color, his fangs were reddish and the rest of wings and pikes were of a bluish and greenish color. It was the huge, bizarre, majestic and intimidating eternal dragon Acnologia. Hello, Master Broly, the creator of everything. Tell me what is your wish and I will do everything I can to fulfill it with pleasure, said Acnologia with extreme respect and admiration towards Broly with his grave and manly voice. Wow, this dragon is very polite. Well, let's continue with the wish. Acknowledge. My wish is to be an immortal master. I want to be able to grant any type of immortality to whomever I want, including myself, being able to regulate it, modify it, control it, improve it, empower it and remove it at will. Everything related to immortality. Will you be able to do it, Acnologia? Broly said with great seriousness and passion to the gigantic dragon that he had created, waiting for the long-awaited answer he had been expecting for so long. Acnologia thought for a moment before giving an answer to his creator. Of course, Master Broly. It will only take a few minutes. I will give you this power and all the information about how to use it, Acnologia said proudly as his eyes shone with an intense red color, a sign that he was granting the first wish. After a few minutes, the most tense minutes of Broly's life. The wish has already been granted, Master Broly. I will be available within a year for what you wish, Master, said Acnologia before becoming 7 rays of light, which were reintroduced in the 7 Omega Dragon Balls and scattered in different directions by the Desire Realm. After a few seconds after Acnology disappeared, Broly was still standing in the middle of the immensity with his eyes closed, without emitting even the slightest sound or making any movement, but then. Sii. Yoo-hoo. Finally. Ha 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 ha. I have fulfilled the dream of every living being. Don't die. So many years waiting. So many years waiting to be able to ask for this wish, to my own Dragon Balls. A perfect immortality obtained with my own power. In an omniverse full of variables I have become one of the few constants. I have become immortal. Ha 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 ha! Broly screamed like a mad scientist who had just finished his ultimate experiment, while putting his hand over his heart. Fiam. From the hand of Broly a very powerful and concentrated energy beam, completely pierced his heart, opening a hole in and out of his body, but in a few moments that hole closed automatically, regenerating all the organs and blood that was he lost in the attack. Ha 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 ha! Shouted and laughed Broly with euphoria and madness while with his right hand he created a sword of energy, and decapitated himself, creating a large geyser of blood from his neck. Ha 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 ha! But the decapitated head kept laughing as if nothing had happened. Laughing in his fall he concentrated a great beam of energy on his mouth pointing to his body, and the headless body pointed his hand towards the decapitated head concentrating another energy beam. Bam! Bam! Both energy beams hit their targets reducing them to ashes. There was nothing left of Broly, not a single cell or atom, he had disintegrated himself completely, but like Zamasu in the anime, Broly's soul did not perish. Broly's soul, especially his face, manifested itself throughout the formless realm as if it were a kind of mirage. And he said, assimilation. With this order the formless realm began to tremble. No, the three realms began to wobble, and transform. Like what he did with the two Majin Buus, Frost, Hit, and also with Moro. Using the formless realm Broly he assimilated them, getting all the information up of each subatomic particle and making them become part of the laws of the three realms. Making them part of Broly's power. But, now Broly was assimilating himself with his own universe. It was as if he were trying to devour himself. The formless realm folded on itself at an alarming speed, devouring the giant face of Broly's spectral that covered all formless realm from all directions, as if he were an omnipresent being. Until he disappeared completely. There was no trace of Broly or his soul. There wasn't even the slightest trace of activity in the great green dimension where nothing really exists except Broly. But unexpectedly something changed. In the middle of the formless realm something was appearing. Or rather, forming. In the middle of the formless realm 3 eyes, a brain and a floating nervous system of humanoid size began to form. After forming the nervous system followed a circulatory system, then around that nervous and circulatory system began to form the organs and bones to hold it. A few minutes later muscles began to sprout all over the skeleton, and then the skin, hair, nails and tail formed. I'm back baby. This body reconstruction in Dr. Manhattan style is cool. It was Broly, a Broly quite different from a few minutes ago. His skin was perfect and untainted, as if he had never been touched or hurt by anything. His powerful muscles despite not losing volume had become more compact and stylized, the features of his face. As well as all the proportions of his body become more beautiful, sharp and masculine, and his body exuded an enormous vitality, virility and power. But above all, his height and apparent age changed, he was almost like the Broly of the movie. He no longer looked like a child, his body had grown to the age of physical fullness. By understanding his own DNA and power Broly had rebuilt his body in the most perfect way possible without altering its original information. I got it, I have reached the level of immortality I had been looking for since I created the three realms. By getting rid of my body with a level of immortality similar to Zamasu, I have managed to become a conceptual being linked to my formless realm of the three realms, the dimension that I create with my own power in which I am omnipotent and in which only me and my actions can exist. And by assimilating myself as a concept called Broly by my own power by my own dimension. I manage that I, Broly be the three realms and the three realms be Broly. I'm my power and my power is me. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to retain the concept of Broly I was able to recreate my body in the most perfect way possible according to my own concept. My perfect body, an immortal bodily representation of the three realms of Broly. Ha 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 ha. As long as the three realms exist I will not die, and while I don't die the three realms either. And nobody is able to destroy or alter my three realms, since only I can exist in formless realm and dictate the laws of my universe. Even if the melon head erased me from existence with all the universes, the concept of Broly would remain unperturbed in the formless realm. Even if they tried to seal my body, the concept of Broly resides in formless realm, I could claim my body in my own dimension in the way I wanted at the moment I wanted to. Even if they tried to dominate the main of my body mind it would be useless since the concept of Broly in the formless realm wouldn't be affected in the least if I don't want. I am the eternal Broly. An immortal god. Broly shouted, drunk with power, success, narcissism and greatness. After laughing with joy like a madman for almost an hour, the naked and almost perfect Broly calmed down and devoted himself to analyzing his body, and after a few seconds. Hakai, he directed his Hakai energy towards himself, becoming dust at great speed. 2 seconds later, his body reduced to particles returned to form as if nothing had happened, although by his face could be seen that he wasn't very satisfied. 2 seconds to recover completely. I still have a lot to improve before my body reaches a level of physical immortality of Karen Yuki of UQ Holder, which recovers so fast that it is impossible to see the moment when she has been injured by any attack. Well, it's a relief. I still have a lot of room for improvement, like an immortal master, said Broly, creating clothes directly on his new body through magic materialization. Now it's your turn to you guys, said Broly, looking behind his back, where something strange was happening again. As happened with Broly a few minutes ago, several beings began to materialize in the middle of Formless Realm. They were the two Majin Buu, Hit, Frost, Moro and Zuno that Broly had recently absorbed. All of them with the Eye of Providence on their forehead, the signal in the form of a third eye that represents that they were totally obedient to Broly and that their lives were controlled by him. Perfect. With my new power as Immortal Master, I have managed to capture your concept, capture it in my formless realm, in your case by submission, and I created a body that physically represents that concept of you. A body as immortal as mine, which, even if it is erased from existence with a reality warping, will continue to exist in my formless realm, so I can always recreate your body as many times as I want. And since their concept is still in my formless realm, my Eye of Providence will always be active, so they will be 100 obedient no matter where their bodies are. Ha 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 ha. Feel lucky. You are the first members of my Bernie, Eternal Legion. Broly said with almost the same euphoria as before as he gave his speech to the newly formed bodies of his soldier servants, who couldn't have felt anything since they are in the formless realm. And now, I need to eat the dessert. Or maybe it's the second course. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 71. Broly finally got his long-awaited immortality and an adult body in its physical fullness, large and muscular without needing to transform. I'm not a fucking hobbit anymore. Therefore, he tried to adapt again in the formless realm, where he wouldn't affect anything or anyone with a bit of training. Luckily Broly was someone very considerate with others and trained in his isolated dimension. Broly tried every movement, every attack, every technique he knew with all his power, in all his transformations. And after an hour of testing the range and limits of his new body and power, he could only say, magnificent. Is this the difference between the body of a child Broly and an adult Broly? No wonder that the Dragon Ball GT Goku without the transformation of true Super Saiyan 4 that returned him to his adult base form was so weak compared to the Dragon Ball Z adult Goku. My power is between 4 and 5 times higher than when I was a child. But as I expected, this isn't the only benefit of my new body. My immortality has also given me great surprises. Extreme regeneration in combat isn't the only advantage that my immortal body brings. A completely immortal body needs a perfect self-support. I don't need to eat, drink, sleep or breathe to maintain all my vital and non-vital functions. In other words, I don't know fatigue or deterioration, which means that my stamina and energy reserves are totally inexhaustible. No matter how many years I fight with all my power and using all my skill all the time in the middle of the most turbulent space without resting, eating or drinking, I would never get tired, lack energy or be weakened. Haha, from now on I can fight with everything from the beginning without worrying about saving my strength. Ha 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 ha. Laughed Broly with euphoria as he released all his power without restraining himself in the least. He released all his energy without reserving a bit, but still never ran out. He was like a print money machine from a populist and irresponsible country that didn't know the concept and the tragedy of inflation, but in this case, breaking the laws of physics or supply and demand, no matter how much coin he printed, the value didn't diminish. This was another of the strengths of a true and absolute immortality in every way. But after the euphoria of his new power, was time to focus on the weaknesses that still exist. An extraordinary body and power, but it's still not perfect in the least. Although I have merged the concept of my existence with my own dimension, part of that concept still doesn't belong to me completely, since it is a concept that was born thanks to the union and participation of diverse circumstances that don't belong to me and I don't have control. Furthermore, after that analysis, Broly again assumed a position of power. He was trying to transform himself in a way he had never tried before. In an almost instantaneous way, Broly went through all its transformation phases derived from his mutant S cells. Super Saiyan full power, Legendary Super Saiyan, and finally Legendary Super Saiyan full power. But that's not where it ended. Broly was trying to get even further. Although the power of the Legendary Super Saiyan created by the mutant S cells is potentially infinite and has a practically inexhaustible reserve of energy that directly and uniquely sustained this transformation. Until now, the reason why Broly and the others' Legendary Super Saiyan had a limit to that infinity power was because their bodies couldn't stand that infinite power. Therefore, an excessive increase of that power finally ends in a great explosion practically inevitable, very difficult to stop by anyone, either by his great power which nobody can stop or by berserker state devoid of all reason that leads to suicide. But thanks to our Broly being able to control his power and mind almost perfectly, as well by sending Formless Realm the surplus energy, he was able to reach his limit power without any negative consequence. But what would happen if his body were immortal? Would he be able to endure that infinite power? That's what Broly was trying to know. After reaching the limit of the legendary Super Saiyan full power, the muscles of his body began to grow once again, as well as his body. Increasing more and more height and muscle mass, although muscle mass always increased faster than the height that should contain and distribute it. His immortal body was trying to adapt to the changes made by his transformation, regenerating and evolving at an excessive rate. He grew and his power increased in an insane way. So insane that far exceeded the power of the true Super Saiyan God full power. So insane, like his appearance. His body had grown to the size of an Oozuru. But he no longer looked like a person or an Oozuru, he looked like a huge mass of muscles. He was like a giant balloon made of protruding muscles and veins that seemed to beat like a heart. He was out of control, and despite his excessive power he was unable to move a millimeter. Moreover, his muscles deformed by his unceasing growth had even completely covered Broly's head, preventing him from speaking, seeing, or hearing. Boom! Despite his immortality, capacity for regeneration and adaptation, even for him there was a limit in which his body could adapt to this insane increase of muscle mass. So he exploded into an explosion comparable to a smaller-scale Big Bang. However, moments later Broly appeared again in his base state, as if nothing had happened. Well, I think it has been shown that even this body has limits. I'll have to orient my beyond legendary Super Saiyan full power transformation in another direction to reach the full potential of my infinite power. Power, now that I have reached eternity I need enough power so that nobody gets in my way. Now I have the ability to overcome all the gods of destruction, but I still cannot even match those who are above them. The time to start a new plan to increase my power has come. There are several ways to increase the power and combat ability of an individual. Modifications through magic. Modifications through science. Improve the control and efficiency of innate and acquired abilities. Acquire new skills that tactically or strategically reinforce the user. Modifications through magic. As Babidi did to increase the power of Yamu, Spopovich or Vegeta, Moro stealing like a parasite the energy of others through magic, or our dear Broly using the Dragon Balls to obtain immortality and a superior body. Absorbing the power of others for myself is quite tempting, but I don't want to become a devourer of planets like Moro. I'm against killing people, especially the innocent. That would ruin my good reputation. The magic of Babidi or similar won't increase my power, and in the strange case that it did, wouldn't do it excessively. If not, Babidi would have already used it on himself, and the increase in power of Vegeta was nothing spectacular. As for the Dragon Balls, unfortunately I cannot ask my Dragon Balls more power than I already have, since being their creator cannot grant me more power than I have. And as the owner of my Dragon Balls, I more than anyone else I realize the dangers of using these balls. The Dragon Ball GT Shadow Dragon Saga was no joke. It's exactly what can happen. If the Dragon Balls of the Earth provoked that chaos, I don't want to imagine what would happen if this happened with mine. Especially because the more selfish and difficult to fulfill the wish, the greater the accumulation of negative energy in the Dragon Balls, and few more selfish things are that the creator himself used the Dragon Balls to give himself a power as big like the one I asked. I must be prudent and use them only when necessary and give them a good rest. After all, it is supposed that should be used only once every 100 years. Modifications through science. As Dr. Gero did with C-17 and C-18. Through the power of science he turned two normal humans like Lapis and Lazuli into more powerful beings than a mutant frost demon like Frieza or the Super Saiyan Goku. They surpassed two legendary beings without ever having trained, and with a little training one of them became the savior of the tournament of power. My career in biology, physics and mechanics is on track, and in a few years I will have more help and samples. Jej. Improve the control and efficiency of innate and acquired abilities. The most used form in this and other universes, which consists of study and training. Either not making futile movements, improve the control of the ki, or perfect a transformation to increase its power, efficiency, effectiveness, or even evolve it. I must further improve my martial arts and my mastery of divine energy. I didn't want to ask for help, but I guess I'll have to find an effeminate sensei. As for the way to overcome the limits of my body, I guess it will take a few years to polish my transformation to not look like a ball of muscles that cannot even roll. Acquire new skills that tactically or strategically reinforce the user. New skills that can be learned through instruction or acquired by other means, such as Goku with the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb, or our Broly that used the Dragon Balls to ask for knowledge, or when he assimilates someone to gain his skills. Now that my sabbatical year has passed, I should acquire all the magical abilities of the bastard Moros, and try to put into practice my definitive creation. And if everything goes as planned, I will have many new skills to play with in the future. I have a lot to do. But first of all, will be try to find a more or less temporary solution to one of my main problems. The limitation of my base form. Although my power is potentially unlimited, it is due to my S cells, and although my base form is much superior to other Saiyans, I still have limitations. Limitations that I won't overcome or break completely today or tomorrow, but I have something equal or more useful than that. Now that I'm immortal and I can reverse what I do if it doesn't work out, it's time to try my supreme technique. Ah, this is going to hurt, said Broly, disintegrating all the clothes he had with Hakai. While Broly tried to perform his technique, he cried out in pain while his body underwent strange changes, like bleeding through all his orifices again and again and suffering multiple mutilations on all the parts of his body in each attempt. Ah. Fuck. Shit. I thought it would be easier. In the anime it didn't seem so painful. Come on Broly, no pain no gain. Fuck. My penis no. Until. SII. Finally. Just like when he performed his body multiplication technique, Broly's body multiplied. Now in the formless realm there were 100 Brolys, each with one of the original power, but, this time something was different. They weren't simple temporary clones. There wasn't an original Broly and a cloned Brolys. All of them are the original. Ahahahaha. Finally. The work of almost a decade has paid off today. Undoubtedly the body multiplication technique has been the skill I acquired in the Dragon Ball universe that I have practiced and perfected most to date. From only being able to materialize 4 clones of the original technique, I managed to break that limitation, being able to create 100, furthermore they can be at an unlimited distance from each other, sharing memories in real time. So far my greatest creation until now without the use of the Nen. And today, thanks to the study of my technique and the Namekian samples that I extracted from Kami in some of my pranks, which could make a fission between him and Piccolo, I have learned how to perfect my technique. And fissure myself in 100 identical perfect original bodies with a centralized P2P mind. And although each body only conserves one of the total power before the fission was realized, unlike my old multiplication, now each body can return to the starting point from which it started until reaching the 100 again. I may not have been able to increase my limit on the base form, but I will be able to continue training to increase my power as if there were no limit. I haven't increased my quality, but my quantity. Hahaha, with a little training I will have 100 me as powerful as the one before performing my limited scaling bushing. And after that. Wawawawawahawahawa. I am the infinite Broly. An eternal and infinite God. The 100 Brolys said in unison in an excessively narcissistic way as they looked each other. And now that I have created my eternal legion, the conditions to be able to use my form realm have been fulfilled. So recovering my maximum base power in each body will become much faster and easier. Hahaha. But since we don't all fit at the same time, and taking advantage of the opportunity that my individual strength isn't very high, and that I also have to return my hit to the Universe 6. It wouldn't be a bad idea to do a little infiltration work without being detected in other universes. I have to expand as an successful multinational. However, the euphoria of Broly for having achieved a power, army, and existence without paragon among all the universes hadn't clouded his judgment. Since I was born again I have lived only for this moment. And finally I succeeded. Which wonderful, tragic and ironic. It's usually said that there is only one misfortune similar to not being able to fulfill your dream, and is to fulfill it. The more you know the more ignorant you realize you are, and in the same way the more power you gain the more you realize you lack. We are never satisfied with what we have or we don't have. The human being is never satisfied with what he has, especially when he knows there is much more and has the necessary capabilities to have it. Where there is a will there is a way, and at the same time where there is a way there is the will. And I have both. And I have already reached a point too high for many minds, so there are not too many tall mountains that I have left to climb. Maybe my final goal leaves me with a big void, but even so I have to reach and fulfill it. Because I'm still nothing in this almost infinite omniverse. Although nobody in this or other universes or realities is aware. We are all puppets. But I'm the only one who sees the threads. At first I didn't know their existence, then I intuited them, later I met them, and now I can see them with total clarity. Now I'm almost reaching them, and it won't be long until I can touch them and manipulate them at whim. And finally stop being the puppet and become the puppet master. Is very close. Chapter 72. Universe 7. Planet Earth. Year 749. September 1st. This could seem like any other day on planet Earth. At first glance nothing very significant was happening. It was a good day, without any major weather phenomenon that would register in the history books. The world was at peace, without any monster or evil emperor trying to destroy or take over the world. It seemed like an ordinary day. However, in a remote mountain area that day was about to happen something of great importance, something that would completely change the entire history of this universe, and also of the other 12 later. An event that changed the lives of millions of people and marked an after and before in the history of manga and anime worldwide. You know, you're very strange, but it doesn't matter, follow me, said a somewhat muscular little boy, who had a rather characteristic hairstyle, dark hair and a monkey tail, dragging a giant fish in his back. By the way, what's your name? Asked the young and pretty girl with blue hair as she watched as that strange boy who seconds ago destroyed his car and survived several shots. My name is Son Goku, but I like to be called Goku. And what's your name? Goku asked cheerfully, since he was the first human apart from his grandfather he had seen, and he was delighted to make a friend. Well, my name is, said that girl, doubting whether to tell her real name or not. Come on, tell me your name, said Goku, who was eager to know her name. Bulma. She exclaimed without much hope. Ha ha ha, Bulma, Goku laughed, since the name was very funny for him. See, that's why I didn't want to tell you my name. Bulma means panties in Japanese, Bulma yelled angrily, but she wasn't too surprised, since it had happened to her on other occasions. It's a very strange name. Bulma, ha 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 ha, said Goku, who was still laughing by the name of his new friend's name. Goku, leave me alone, and don't laugh. For this reason I don't like children. Ah. Bulma said indignantly as she followed him, since she had no other choice at that time. Ha ha ha, Bulma, Goku continued laughing as he dragged his catch inside his house. This almost daily event would start the story of Dragon Ball. The day that Bulma and Goku met for the first time, and in this way began the search for the Dragon Balls that would unleash all subsequent events that we know. Everything happened as was written in the manga and as was seen in the anime, however there was something different that day. A detail that few or none could notice at that time. That day there was someone in the sky, who was watching everything that was happening with great attention. That stalker was Broly, who watched the first chapter of Dragon Ball in exclusive direct while he was eating popcorn and drank soda with emotion. And that's how the great Dragon Ball adventure began. It has been exciting, funny and nostalgic at the same. Also, it is the first time I see this chapter in 3D, hahaha, said Broly as he watched how Goku and Bulma walked inside Grandpa Gohan's house while Goku carried that huge fish. Broly flew away, disintegrating with Hakai the leftovers and containers he had used during the live broadcast of the first episode, and teleported back to his island. That has been the beginning of Goku's adventure, and also will be the beginning of my other great adventure. Of course the most risky, dangerous and bizarre. But also the one that will be more profitable to me, of that there is no doubt, Broly said to himself as he looked at the sky with a defiant smile. These 5 years have been hard and tedious, but thanks to an ultramasochistic training I managed to make that all my 100 seconds original bodies return to their maximum potential, the 100 of the original power base of my old individual Broly body, especially thanks to my Zenkai. My magic has improved a lot thanks to everything I have learned about Moro and the Majin Buu that absorbed the Kais millions of years ago. I have also managed to improve the skills of my invasion and created new techniques. My powers over eternity and infinity have become more diverse and mystics, and in the same way I have also managed to improve my transformations, adapt better to them and know how to get the best performance. Also, my Omega Dragon Balls are ready. Everything is ready for the final step, or maybe initial step. Desire Realm. A lot of Brolys with little to do in the center of the universe observed the Titanic's green and gold Omega Dragon Balls, which shone intermittently together. Acnologia. Get out and give me the wish, I don't have all the fucking day. In a huge burst of light, a humanoid dragon with the size of several galaxies with a spectacular and intimidating appearance prostrated himself before Broly. He was Acnologia, the eternal dragon that granted wishes to Broly exclusively, which looked at his creator with great respect and asked. What is your wish this time, Master Broly? Asked Acnologia with respect as he usually did. Broly looked at his huge dragon and quite calmly, as if this was an administrative process, said. Make it possible for me to reach the place I want to reach. And you know what I mean. Acnology nodded and said understood. I will do everything I can to make it possible. Then the eyes of Acnologia shone with a red color, the desire was being fulfilled. Great, I may not need your help, but... You never know what can go wrong in this case, said Broly as he crossed his arms with a smile on his face. Universe 7. Planet Earth. With this desire I will be more likely to arrive. Let's start, Broly said as he extended his hand, as if he was holding something between his fingers. In the formless realm something appeared out of nowhere, as if it had been assimilated and had returned to its original position. It was a card. Appear, magnetic force, Broly screamed as if he were Yu-Gi-Oh! Between the fingers of Broly a card manifested, in which a person appeared flying in the image and whose text in Japanese letters said. This card allows the user to be instantly transported to another player in the game, providing that they have previously met them. This was the card that Broly bought with the few points he had before being reincarnated in the Dragon Ball world. The only skill he bought that hadn't used yet. A one-time ability that allows you to travel to the position of someone you have met previously. Haha, I'm sure many didn't remember that I still had this ace up my sleeve, said Broly, breaking the fourth wall to speak to his readers. Broly at first seemed to bought this one-time card as a last resort to escape from the planet Vegeta in his early life. In the event that he became the Broly of the TOEI animation films, it was likely that the planet Vegeta could explode on his first day of life, so unless he got a ship in record time he could be roaming the space or maybe die in the explosion. So he would need this card to reach the planet Earth, using Goku as a reference, which could have been trashing his napping time and creating a possible trauma. If he was the Broly of Akira Toriyama's recent film, and for some strange case he didn't succeed in his 3-year plan he achieved it, this letter could be his last life insurance too. However, that wasn't the real reason why he had bought that card. Broly was an optimistic person, so he wouldn't spend so many points in and only a one-time skill for a not very likely situation with which he could have used to bought other useful things. In the likely event that he wasn't going to use it for those two purposes, that expensive purchase wouldn't help him at all, and that wasn't something he would do. Everything that our Broly did had a reason. Each one of his plan, A, has A, plan, B and C. And now after several years of waiting and preparation. After assimilate and analyze magnetic force with his formless realm and know the secrets behind its power to become part of his 3 realms. He was about to activate the plan, A, of this acquisition. Magnetic force on. Abalon. Said Broly before becoming a light beam which flew at full speed through the sky, until he reached such an impossible speed that pierced the space, time and reality. At that moment something unheard of happened, not only in this universe, not only in this multiverse, it was something that had never happened in any kind of reality. Someone from a lesser reality had abandoned the limits of the creation in which was established, and was traveling to the origin of all realities by his own will. Have you had forgotten about me, Abalon? Have you had forgotten about me, origin reality? I haven't forgotten any of you. Did you believe that after seeing the ocean I would be happy to bathe only in a drop of water? No. After seeing the immensity of the omniverse. After knowing the truth behind my existence. I can no longer look the other way. I refuse to be a small fish in a glass of water. I refuse to be a toy in your hands. I, Broly, will be the supreme being above all creation. Chapter 73. Days later, Broly continued flying at a great speed inside a kind of cosmic tunnel, which was able to travel thanks to the magnetic force card. The magnetic force that Abalon gave him allowed to travel in the form of a beam of light to the location of a person that the user has previously found, and of course also counted the people that the user has found before receiving that card. Thanks to that he was being able to travel to the origin dimension, from where all the other realities and dimensions derive, where he had met with Avalon. But, if he needed to travel to a place he had already been or with someone he had already met, why didn't he use Kai, of instant transmission? It was impossible for Broly or anyone to locate Avalon's key precisely because he was in another dimension with different laws and because he probably didn't have key. It was impossible that Broly could travel to the origin dimension with the Kai, since the laws of the Dragon Ball universe and those of origin were completely different. Normal abilities in Dragon Balls such as flying or ki, were totally incompatible with those of origin. His teleportation was useless in that place too. The same happened with the Super Dragon Balls or the Omega Dragon Balls. Although they were practically almighty, they were only within the laws of the Dragon Ball universe. Outside of that place they had no power or capacity, since the laws of that other dimension would be different. For that reason only magnetic force, which was modified and contained certain laws of the origin dimension, and his Nen, also modified in the origin dimension, the Nen with which he created the 3 realms. The 3 realms that had absorbed his own laws that contains traces of the original dimension, and also the laws of magnetic force could be used to reach the same dimension in which they were forged. He needed the magnetic force to guide him to his destination, but that wasn't enough. According to his calculations, theory, and what he was experiencing right now, EE would enter in an extremely chaotic and dangerous space. A space where the laws of the Dragon Ball universe wouldn't be the same, especially the more he go away from the Dragon Ball multiverse, and that unfortunately he would need those laws to survive in that space and to reach the origin reality, opening the way in that chaotic dimension as if he were piercing the space at the same time that he was moving uncontrollably and automatically towards a fixed point. However, that wasn't a problem for Broly, since for this same reason, foreseeing that one day he would have to go through this situation, Broly created a universe that he could always carry with him. A portable universe capable of absorbing the laws of other universes and of imposing its own laws around other dimensions. This was the main reason why Broly created his Nen ability, the 3 realms. The 3 realms slowly absorbed the laws of the places by which he passed to make them compatible with his dimension and used his invasion to impose his laws. He imposed the laws of his 3 realms in that chaotic space, which were a combination of all the laws that he has absorbed, making compatible all the powers he had assimilated around him. Invasion that will be more or less effective depending the stability and suppression of the existential plane in what he is comparing with its own laws and how many laws of that existential plane have been able to assimilate to make them compatible with that existential plane. In this way, the laws of your body would be valid in that chaotic place, to survive in that space and open the way to your destination. For years Broly wanted to return to that dimension, but until now he wasn't sufficiently prepared. His abilities, especially the dimensional abilities of his 3 realms, weren't advanced enough to help him on his journey to the origin reality, or to do everything that he wanted to do in that reality. Now he had some abnormal survival abilities, specifically those related to his immortality and eternity. Capacity obtained with the first wish of his Omega Dragon Balls that allowed him to have a body and existence beyond human limits, limits that allowed him to be inside this tunnel where time, space and reality itself were twisted and cracked, being able to survive. Now he had an unnatural knowledge, improved with the ability. Answer Talker. Similar to the one that Zuno had, a skill capable of solving any question, obtained in his second wish of his Omega Dragon Balls and having assimilated Zuno too. Knowledge that was allowing him to adapt his dimensional skills every 10th of a second to reach his goal and not get lost in his journey, a journey that was partly automatic thanks to the magnetic force card, but that required some adjustments during the journey due to the great turbulence that there was in that dimension between different realities. In addition, now he had his perfect multiplication with which was able to create perfect Brolys with the same power, capacities and shared real-time memory. All were real and everyone could be recreated in the formless realm in the unlikely event that one was erased from existence. So he had nothing to fear and could do anything at the same time in any place without worry, besides thinking together in solutions and processing information, like the one he needed now to adapt to that cosmic tunnel. But now he was strong enough to face the possible dangers. He was fully prepared to carry out his mission. After 2 weeks, which Broly believed would never end, he continued traveling at a speed several times greater than the light while absorbing the laws around him and modifying the cosmic tunnel to adapt it to his needs. Until he noticed that he had hit a kind of invisible and ethereal barrier, and seemed that magnetic force was trying to penetrate that barrier by force, as if Broly were a sperm and the barrier an ovule. Oh ho ho, I have finally arrived, now I only have to go through the wall, although it will not be easy. On the border between the chaotic dimension and the original reality there was a strange mixture of laws, which Broly was trying to integrate into his 3 realms in order to understand them and find a way to get around them. After much work Broly began to be able to better understand these complex laws, which were on a completely different level from everything he had experienced so far, as if the laws of the Dragon Ball universe were the game of tic-tac-toe and the laws of this barrier were those of Dark Souls. After several weeks the barrier stopped being an ethereal entity for Broly, becoming a solid structure. After several months Broly managed to get inside the barrier, being possible to swim through it slowly and with difficulties. After a year Broly finally got out of that barrier, and finally reached his destination. After 14 years 16 counting the years he spent inside the time room he had returned to the place that changed his existence forever. The origin reality. It was 10 o'clock in the morning in the origin reality, in an hour when everyone was working, a light beam appeared inside an office. That light disappeared and in its place there was a muscular man, handsome, with 3 eyes and monkey tail. He was our beloved Broly, who disappeared again in his formless realm at the same time he landed magically in that office. And he did well, because at that moment the person who was sleeping at his desk in that same room woke up alerted by the noise. I was resting my sight. There is no one. What a relief, I thought the boss had come to see me, with bad news. Well, great. I'll continue to sleep until lunchtime one more day. That lazy irresponsible was Avalon, the self-proclaimed god of reincarnation, who was sleeping during work hours in front of the computer, right at the table where Broly met him the first time. Formless realm. That wretch almost discovered me. I've been very lucky that he was in his work hours, that he is one of the most unproductive people in the Omniverse and above all that as I noticed on the last time. The security cameras on this room are manipulated to make it look like you're working, always sending the same image of Avalon being productive. It has gone perfectly, the problem is that I cannot use my powers in that dimension. It's only been a moment, but I've clearly noticed that I only had the strength of a moderately normal human on the original planet Earth, a very unpleasant sensation. The laws of this reality are extraordinarily restrictive, if it weren't for the fact that I have merged with my own dimension, and that this body is the corporal representation of my power, which partly originated in this dimension. I wouldn't even have been able to go inside my own dimension. Also, not even with my answer talker, I can calculate how long it will take me to assimilate the laws of this dimension, make them mine and combine them so that I can use my skills 100 in this fucking dimension. I will have to be very cautious. In this mission stealth isn't only optional. Due to the restrictions he had to face in that dimension, Broly was unable to create an ambassadorship with which to have absolute control over that area, as well as going in and out whenever he wanted, no matter where he was before. However, he was still able to observe through his juggin and transport himself to the last place from which one of his bodies returned to formless realm. So it was still possible for him to travel to Avalon's office and see what he was doing, to spy on him and wait for the right moment to act. Here begins my mission. Spying the fucking lazy god and waiting for him to leave his workplace to use his computer and impersonate his identity for a few years, said Broly in the formless realm as he sat on a sofa and grabbed a few snacks and drinks, watching with a lot of boredom the irresponsible behavior of Avalon. 6 hours later. Finally, one less day to retire, a day in which I have done absolutely nothing. Now to eat and keep sleeping, Avalon said as he put on his jacket, his hat and left his office in a hurry, as if running away from his office dorm were a matter of life and death. After a few minutes, when the lights went out and the doors of that room were closed, as if by magic, Broly with a rather bored face said with a very low voice. Fuck. I have spent more than 6 hours watching him doing nothing. The most he has done has been to impute his hours, search his name on the internet and consult a few emails. Is there no god in all the omniverse who does his work? No wonder so many misfortunes happen. I hope to be a much better god for my universe. After seeing so much incompetence, I don't want to be like they are. Then Broly sat in Avalon's chair and turned on his desktop computer, and with a malevolent smile and his heart beating like never before with a lot of nerves and expectation said. Well, my conquest of the omniverse begins here. Possibly. Chapter 74. First of all, I have to enter the username and password, which this idiot has written on a piece of paper next to the screen so that anyone who sneaks into this room could have access to his computer. User, Avalon. Password, 123,456,789. Really? Do all the important organizations in other universes don't know what is computer security? How can they allow their users to have such obvious passwords? Broly thought as he accessed Avalon's computer, unable to believe what was happening. Now I'll have to use my hacker skills to find out how. Really? In his fucking desk there is a folder called Passwords, where he have all the passwords, users, addresses. Even instructions with all the steps to follow. This man has no memory, is laziest than I thought, or he's just making fun of me. So many years polishing my hacking skills for this? On the one hand I am relieved, but on the other hand I feel like I'm being insulted, Broly thought as he held his head with his hand, unable to believe that it has been so easy to get to this point. After recovering from that emotional kick that the uselessness of Avalon had given him, started looking for all kinds of information from the computer of Avalon's workplace. First of all, he tried to find all the possible information about the origin reality. Broly was eager to reach the goal he had been pursuing for years, but he was an intelligent person and had become very cautious after the events that occurred with Moro. He needed to know exactly where he was and what he was facing, to know what could be the possible problems he could have in his plan depending on the environment in which he was. In the first place, he tried to find out how people are in this reality, what their technological powers and capacities are, how they are organized, hierarchies, the existing knowledge of other realities, and the general situation. Interesting, I thought that all or most of the inhabitants of this reality were almighty, or that at least they would approach that state, but it's not like that. The inhabitants of the reality upon which all realities arise have an appearance very similar to that of humans. However, these have an eternal life and a very low birth rate to compensate for this long life. Although they are physically superior in all aspects to average humans, those capabilities don't reach such extraordinary levels as, for example, those of the Dragon Ball universe, capable of destroying planets with ease. They have magical abilities, however, they aren't excessively spectacular and destructive magical abilities like those of Fairy Tail. They are more similar to those of Harry Potter or of Mahuka Kuku no Ratusei, quite useful and convenient magic which handles the laws of this world for the day-to-day and personal defense but is not almighty. But undoubtedly the strongest point of this civilization is the science and technology, with which in conjunction with magic have managed to do things that only belong to the most hardcore science fiction films. Each person with a single machine is able to create anything they want for free whenever they want, and another machine in each house that can avoid any health problem and heal. They are able to build indefinitely in pocket dimensions, making the shortage of building land not a problem. They can access any published information and download it directly in the head, making go to schools obsolete. Anything they want can be obtained immediately and without cost. They live forever and without problems where they want. They have managed to create a true utopia where it is not necessary to work to live peacefully throughout eternity. That's why working for money has become an optional luxury. Of course, in a society so developed, comfortable, peaceful and convenient, in which absolutely nothing is lacking and where the capacity for technological improvement has practically come to an end, the sector most demanded by the population and in which it needs more development and updating cannot be other than entertainment. They live infinitely and without worry. They have too much free time, and of course they have to do something with that infinite time, and entertainment is something that requires creativity and human work to develop. That's why the entertainment industry for billions of years has practically become the only thing in which you can earn and spend money, specifically with immersive video games like those of SAO. People practically live in these games and not everything is free here, so there are people who work on their updates or buy objects inside them or charge as if it were a superstar inside it by play. You can say the money in this reality is virtual currency for video games, since for almost everything else you don't need money. Supply and demand: if there is no limit to what you can get and there hasn't been a job for someone to get it for you, you cannot put a price, as for example there is no price for the air we breathe. And precisely the entertainment industry is my goal. Broly accessed an internal website of Abalon's company which required 12 different passwords all written down in Abalon's guide, and checked a lot of classified information. What almost nobody knows is the true origin of these games. Eons ago this company secretly discovered the other realities derived from this reality and its subsequent realities and how to get inside them in different ways. When some came to these realities they realized that they could acquire skills that didn't exist or that were impossible to use in their world, fascinating skills and knowledge of works of fiction created by their own company years ago. In those fictitious realities, with much effort and time, some were to reach the level of the gods themselves acquiring those abilities. However, they weren't able to bring those powers back to the origin reality. It was then when they realized about the operation of the laws in each reality and also that they could process them in a similar way I do to make those abilities compatible in the origin reality and themselves. However, to adapt these laws to the most restrictive reality that exists, especially when you want to adapt the laws of an inferior reality being from the original reality, it is incredibly difficult, expensive and long. That requires an excessive amount of processing work and an exorbitant amount of time even for the law that composes the simplest ability, an amount of time even greater than that which takes a star to be born, grow, age, become a supernova, become a black hole, absorb an entire galaxy and perish again. It was then when the managers responsible for this discovery realized that they needed to increase the capacity for processing and gathering information, to be able to get skills and power beyond what is possible in the origin reality. They realized that needed to increase the capacity for processing and gathering information, and was at that moment when these kinds of games that were so real that reality itself, were born. Pretending to be games, from eons ago they have used all the players who handle bodies from the origin reality in real time to get all the possible data through them, processing thanks to them all the laws that we're finding or getting free of charge and hardly effortlessly. In fact, the players even pay them for that. With this, the big fishes of this company have managed to collect skills within this reality and other realities, skills which have different prices depending on the difficulty of extraction and limitations in other realities. And strangely enough, Avalon is one of the privileged people who can access these other realities and skills. At that time Broly put a thoughtful face and changed the report, consulting the user manual of Avalon, to see exactly what his work consisted of and what rules he had to carry it out, since Broly wanted to know what the true purpose of his reincarnation was. After reading how complicated and expensive the skills extraction process was, he didn't believe that they would have been given him this opportunity without any reason, although the Nen Juggin, the magnetic force and the information they had given him were practically restricted to the Dragon Ball universe and couldn't be used in other places non-compatibles. After investigating a bit, he found the hidden truth behind this strange action by a company that wanted to make profit, and what he saw didn't like him at all. God of reincarnation. God of reincarnation. Your fucking mother is a god of reincarnation. That fucking bastard of Abalon is only a movie producer. And the reason for my reincarnation was to make a realist isekai movie of my life. A movie. An isekai movie. A fucking movie. These fucking bastards each era by lot collect the information of a person who has died of all realities, and depending on their fucking criteria give you the possibility of having certain advantages to use in that reality. Then the bastards record everything that person has lived, and when that era ends they turn it into a super millionaire film with more deliveries than Too Fast to Furious. The bastards are using me to do business, and they always spy on me. Well, Avalon would spy on me if he did his fucking job. Where is my fucking privacy? And Avalon, fucked Avalon. That wretch deceived me, ripped me off, cheated me. I could have taken all those ultra mega broken stands and no one would have chased me or done anything. The reason why Avalon lied to me is because there is a maximum budget for the film, and in case it is exceeded he must pay the difference. Now I'm powerless here, but of Avalon, I'll remember this one. I'll take revenge, I swear, even if I have to take an era to collect my brutal revenge. I'll ruin your fucking miserable filthy life. Do you want to make a movie of my life? Perfect, do it, the end will surprise you. I have plenty of time until they can see the content, and I chose the content I want them to see. It will be a very very funny movie. Ha 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 ha. Broly said with bloodshot eyes and a terrifying face as he planned his sweet and cruel revenge against Avalon and the company. After reassuring himself and expelling all unproductive thoughts from his mind, he returned to focus on his mission. Broly grabbed Avalon's trash can with all its contents and disappeared, teleporting forcibly to the formless realm from where he tried to assimilate Avalon's garbage to get the laws of the origin reality that was in them. Fuck, it's going to take me hundreds of years to absorb this, and keeping in mind that this garbage only contains a tiny part of the laws of the origin reality, to say that it will take me forever to absorb them completely and combine them with mine is a very optimistic estimation. The most I can do for now with this issue is to repeat this process several times each day. I cannot afford to leave this room, it's too convenient, said Broly as he watched his formless realm train to devour that ordinary garbage, which seemed to be distorting the space of the whole dimension because of how difficult they were to digest. Broly reappeared in Avalon's office, left the empty trash can in its original position and went to a part of the office where there was a strange machine which he had read in the reports. There are 3 ways to travel to another reality. Through reincarnation, as I have done in the first place. Transferring my soul to another body by abandoning the laws of my reality and adopting only those of that reality, although in my case it also had laws of Hunter x Hunter, Yu Yu Hakusho adapted to Dragon Ball, and small fragments of the origin reality where these skills were directly manipulated and introduced in my soul, without which I wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Use what we might call an avatar, like the people in this world do when they believe that they are playing games, but that they are really manipulating a body in another reality. Transport myself directly to another reality through this machine. Obviously the option that I will choose will be the last one. The pity is that unlike the inhabitants of the origin reality, when I travel to those realities, it will happen to me practically the same as happening now. My laws and the ones of that reality won't be 100% compatible, so I won't be able to use my powers. The laws, the magic and the technology of the origin reality for those born of the origin reality works in any reality with total ease and freedom, but not in the other way. So my nin should work better in those other realities than here, since it has fragments of the origin reality. That's why I will need a long adaptation time to absorb and combine the laws of that place with those of my 3 realms. Also, depending on how incompatible the laws of that reality are with mine, it can take too long, so it would be best to choose manga anime worlds, preferably from the Shonen Jump, the same magazine where Dragon Ball is published. The realities of the Shonen Jump are the most compatible with those I currently have, so they will be the easiest and fastest laws to assimilate. Broly thought somewhat disappointed, since originally he had planned to travel to a few more different realities to get better and diverse booties to carry out his plans in the Dragon Ball multiverse and other realities. Broly went to the computer and, following Avalon's instructions, to prepare the reality spaced time transportation machine. Avalon is only allowed to travel directly to 9 realities each era, and since he is a lazy man who doesn't like to do anything, he almost never uses them, and if he does it at the last minute. He. I won't be generous in that case, especially when I have so many Brolys at my disposal. I will travel to a reality at the precise moment, I will adapt to the laws of that world, I will try to become stronger, and I will wait for the opportune moment to act. I'll use 8 for the Shonen Jump now, and my biggest investment I'll leave it somewhere else. There are still 12 years left for the Z Saga and 29 for the Super Saga and an era for the premiere of my movie in the Origin Realm. I have plenty of time to have fun. Ha 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 ha. Shonen Jump, I'm going for you. Chapter 75. Chapter 76. Chapter 77. Chapter 78. Egypt. In the middle of the quiet night, well, not so quiet. 2 muscular and outlandishly dressed men fought, jumping, and almost flying, through the rooftops of the city. One of them throwing strange green projectiles to the other, and the other dodged and deflected them with his bare hands, which hit against nearby structures, destroying them by the impact. This is Kakyoin's Hierophant, said the blonde, muscular man who tried to avoid the ranged attacks directed at him. But every time he dodged an attack he would bump into something that looked like threads, and every time he touched one of those new threads, new projectiles would shoot out at him. Until he realized that he was surrounded by those threads. This is a Kekai that will fire if you touch it. Kakyoin shouted from the top of a belfry. What? The muscular blonde shouted from a dome. It has spread itself around you in the radius of 20 m. It can detect anything that you or the world does. Take this, yo. The 20 m emerald splash. Kakyoin screamed, throwing a lot of his projectiles at Dio from all directions, making it impossible for him to block them or dodge them all at the same time as he had done previously. But while a muscular old man arrived to witness what seemed the final play that would end the life of the evil Dio. Idiot. I will show you. The power of the world, the power that rules the world. Za Warudo. He shouted, posing at the same time that the golden and muscular stand the world manifested behind Dio, activating his skill. Stopping the time completely. And in that time-stop state, Dio advanced calmly without much hurry towards the unprotected Kakyoin, destroying in his way all the threads of Hierophant, the stand of Kakyoin that was around him. This is the power of the world. But since time has stopped, you can't see or touch me. Die. Kakyoin. Dio screamed a few meters from Kakyoin while his stand hit him in the chest with all his strength, piercing it with a single punch. After mortally wounding him, Dio made the world to draw his fist from Kakyoin's body, and still in time stopped, calmly spoke to himself. You do not even know you're dead. And you're next, he said looking at the old man who was in the building near to him. Moments later, time resumed again and all the destruction and changes made by Dio during the time stop took place at the same time, like the destruction of Hierophant's threads, the rocks suspended in the air that flew in an impossible trajectory and of course. Kakyoin, with a fist-sized hole in his chest, shot out into the air towards a water silo on the roof of a nearby building. All that happened in a single instant, before the astonished gaze of the old man who saw that all this happened in a single moment. What happened? He just flew by all of a sudden. Kakyoin. The old man with cold sweat shouted as he saw his friend seriously injured in a very bizarre situation. Joseph. It's your turn. I think that for Jonathan's body, the best blood to assimilate it would be Joestar blood. Right? Dio said with arrogance, showing the scar of his neck, the union between his evil head and the noble body of Jonathan Joestar. Go. Joseph shouted when he saw the bastard of Dio, the same son of a bitch that always appeared in the photos he took with his stand. But while this almost intergenerational confrontation Joestar was taking place, the poor Kakyoin embedded in the water silo and near his death, tried to understand what had happened. He was aware about everything that happened in his field of threads, and realized that all the threads that were destroyed were cut individually and separately, but at the same time. And this together with other coincidental coincidences discovered the secret of the power of Dio's stand. Stop the time. I have to tell everyone this. I have to try, no matter how. I have to tell Mr. Joestar. Or we are all going to lose. I'll predict this. You are going to get your blood sucked dry. Dio shouted, flying towards Joseph with murderous and hungry intentions, the typical ones that a vampire would have. But back then. Boom. The handles of the giant clock that was next to Dio and Joseph were destroyed by a projectile. He was Kakyoin, who fired that attack with the last energies he had left, before dying the last, Emerald Splash. Emerald Splash. He missed by a mile. He probably lost control of his stand as he died. Dio said, observing that last-minute surprise without giving much importance. But Joseph understood Kakyoin's intentions. He would never make a mistake like that at that moment. He was trying to tell him something by attacking the clock. But right now, he did not have time to think about it or mourn his friend's death, he had to keep away. Hermit Purple. From the hand of Joseph, his stand, some purple brambles appeared and tied Dio, who was still flying in the air with his restricted movements. Take this. The power of the sun. Hammon. Joseph shouted, channeling the Hammon into his Hermit Purple, Hammon the energy that could easily destroy vampires like Dio. But before the Hammon of Joseph could travel in his Hermit Purple to his goal. Old man. Your stand is the worst. Dio shouted as he quite easily destroyed Hermit Purple from our old Joestar, despite the fact that according to JoJo Wiki Hermit Purple's durability is A, the highest score. Does not make any sense. And with those seconds of advantage that Joseph won, the persecution began once again while he tried to decipher Kakyoin's message. Although without anyone noticing, Kakyoin's body had disappeared from the silo where he died. Is that Dio's secret? The ability to stop time. I've got it, Kakyoin. Forgot the message you gave up your life for. Joseph shouted, curiously without Dio listening, while he was surprised and frightened by the terrifying and almost invincible ability of Dio's stand during the chase. Until. He's gone, shouted Mr. Joestar upon realize at some moment during the persecution Dio had disappeared, but actually he was right behind his back with the world ready to give him the final blow, but before hitting the defenseless old man, the world was forcibly stopped for some reason. And for some reason, Joseph did not seem at all relieved. What's wrong? You're not attacking. Don't you want my blood, Dio? Mr. Joestar said in a way between surprise and provocation. But Dio, like a cruel, experienced and calculating villain, was not fooled like others Aztec vampires bodybuilders a few decades ago. Decadass, you are using your Hammon to protect you. You wrapped yourself with Hermit Purple and Hammon. You are smart. I can't underestimate you. I could say the same about you. You saw throughout my plan and didn't attack me. Very cautious, Joseph said, quite frustrated and with cold sweat, showing the Hermit Purple with Hammon that he had under his clothes. Proving that Dio was right, if he had attacked him, he could have been seriously injured because of the Hammon. And since his mortal enemy had disrupted his ingenious plan, he had to counterattack, verbally. However, I know the weakness of your stand. There's a limit to the amount of time you can stop, right? About 3 to 4 seconds. If you could stop it longer we would have been killed in the mansion. You wouldn't have to come after us like this, said Mr. Joestar, explaining the power and weakness of Dio, either to provoke him, to verify if he was right by his overexpression, or to explain it to the spectator who had not yet noticed. So now you know my sand power. You are good, he said, something impressed. The one who got it was Keikyoin. I'm not going to waste his death, Joseph said with determination before the mortal enemy of his family. But even though Dio was impressed by Joseph for having discovered the secret of his stand so quickly, he did not despair, he did not bother. So what? What does it matter if you know? What can you do? Dio said with confidence and arrogance. He believed that his power was absolute despite the small limitations it had. Hermit Purple and Hammon. Joseph attacked with his most effective attack against vampires, announcing his attack as in almost any other shonen manga or anime. You are really persistent. However, I don't have to touch you, Hammon, to attack you, Dio said as the world destroyed the roof where Joseph was standing, causing him to fall from the building. The old Mr. Joestar tried to use Hermit Purple to attach himself to a Valken and thus make the fall less deadly than it would be, but... Hey! What has happened? Despite having been able to hold on to that balcony in the last second, the impact of the fall should have been quite dangerous for any human's body, regardless of whether he was an expert Hammon master or not. He should have wounds and possibly some broken bone, however he did not have any injuries. It was as if something had stopped his fall. But that was not the time to be surprised by that, since Dio was coming flying towards him to suck all his blood. And while the idiots of a nearby restaurant laughed at Joseph's fall, instead of helping him to stand up, as it should be done with any old man who falls to the ground. Then Joseph found Jotaro, his grandson, who had run to his help upon see that Dio was chasing him. Jotaro. Get away. Don't come any closer. And at that moment both Jotaro and the poor cat in the street noticed the presence of Dio, who was few meters behind Joseph. Jotaro. Good. But he's a bit out of my range at the moment. I'll deal with Joseph first, said Dio, falling from the sky. The secret behind his stand is time. His stand is able to stop time, Joseph said, trying to pass the message to his grandson, in case it was too late for him, but... Za Warudo. Time stopped once more. And in that space of time stopped, Dio spoke again for himself. Instead of doing something useful at first, I was only able to stop time for 1 second. As the scar on my neck healed I could stop it for 2 seconds at most. And as he moved peacefully towards Joseph, hitting anyone on the road, including the poor cat which he dismembered and scattered his viscera and the food of the restaurant people, he continued with his speech. Now I can stop it for 5 seconds. It's odd that you can still count time after it has stopped, but it's about 5 seconds. Sooner or later I'll be able to stop it for 1 minute, then minutes, 1 hour, then possibly indefinitely. I am awaiting that day very much. And after checking that Joseph had covered his body with Hammon again, Dio chose to use another method to kill him without touching him directly. Dio pulled a knife from his jacket. The Hammon which gave me trouble 100 years ago is useless in front of the world, and preparing to throw his knife, scream repeatedly. Emude. But. Hey. What happened? Dio said, very alert and even terrified to see that the knife in his hand had mysteriously disappeared. And when he turned around in search of an explanation, he saw something very disconcerting. In his space of time stopped, a strange person of whom he had no knowledge, held the knife that until few tenths of a second was in his hand. A strange tall, muscled person like almost everyone in this part of the manga, with red hair, a third eye on his forehead and a red monkey tail dancing in the air. That man was sitting quietly eating in the restaurant where Dio had hit everything around him, a strange humanoid stone statue on his feet, with Dio knife in one hand and the arrow that created stand users orbiting around him. Is it that one cannot eat quietly in a restaurant in Egypt without an evil vampire stopping the time and start boasting of his power while trying to kill a poor old man by throwing a knife, shouting "Muda" as a retard? Said Broly, pretending to be aggrieved by the situation, pushing the plate of food away from his table. Nani? Dio shouted, his brain overheated due to so many terribly unexpected things happening at the last moment. Chapter 79. Is it that one cannot eat quietly in a restaurant in Egypt without an evil vampire stopping the time and start boasting of his power while trying to kill a poor old man by throwing a knife, shouting "Muda" as a retard? Said Broly, pretending to be aggrieved by the situation, pushing the plate of food away from his table. Nani? Dio shouted with a totally distorted face, his brain overheated due to so many terribly unexpected things happening at the last moment. Despite this extremely unexpected and unthinkable event, Dio returned to notice this strange individual and stepped back. Impossible. Who is this guy? How is he able to talk and move in a stop time? This strange appearance. Is he a human? Is he a stand user? But due to the appearance of Broly, Dio did not realize that 5 seconds had passed and that the effect of the world was about to end without having been able to kill a single Joestar. Time resumed again, but everything that Dio had done during the time stopped, had been cancelled, all the destruction he had created to reach Joseph had disappeared. You, who the hell are you? A stand user? And what are you trying to do? Dio yelled, quite nervous and on alert. For a long time he had planned his long-awaited revenge against the Joestar family, and until now he thought he had calculated all the variables to carry out his geek plan, but the appearance this person was not in his parameters. In addition, he had a stand user creator arrow that the old woman had, which flew in the air without apparently being held by a stand, and that strange statue by his side was also something very mysterious and macabre, something that reminded him of the stone mask that changed his destiny. Something was evident. This guy is plotting something and very possibly against me. And he's not normal at all. At the same time, time returned to its normal progression and Joseph and Jotaro continued their conversation. Jotaro, you have to get away from. Joseph said, but stopped short when he saw his grandson's puzzled expression, probably because of what was happening behind his back, and hearing Dio's alert voice asking something to someone, confirmed his suspicions even before turning to see what was happening. You thought I was a stand user, but it was me, Broly. Said Broly, the mysterious person pointing at himself with his thumb and face of evil. Either because of how tense that situation was, the contrast that phrase had created in that mysterious person, or because they had not understood the joke, there was silence between the four. Ha 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 ha. Come on man, do not keep looking at me like that, this is one of your mythical phrases, said Broly to Dio, whose face was totally distorted by all these bizarre events. He did not understand anything that was happening. But when Joseph turned and looked in the direction of the strange person from whom Dio seemed to be frightened, oh my god. Joseph shouted, putting his hands on his face as he always did when he knew something was disturbing, although he had never shouted so much for that something that made Jotaro more alert. By the reaction of his grandfather it was possible that this person was an enemy, and at the same time Dio relaxed a bit, since there was the possibility that this strange subject was also an enemy of the Joestar. I guess I must not be the only supernatural being who has antagonized the Joestar in these last 100 years. Grandpa, do you know who this guy is? Jotaro asked Joseph, who seemed catatonic from what he saw. Jose pointed his finger in Broly's direction and said, no, I do not know anything about him, but, that stone statue, I do not know why he's in that state or why it's here. But I would never forget that appearance no matter where I'm. It's Kars. The evil Aztec god that created the stone that transformed Dio into a vampire, the one I defeated by sending him to space in my youth days. Nani. Joseph's words made Jotaro and Dio startle, especially Dio, whose life was closely linked to the stone mask that transforms humans into vampires. Oh, you mean this? Said Broly, pointing to the statue of Kars beside his feet. Yes, I found Kars, who has become a kind of stone by freezing floating in space near Mars while I was taking a little walk. Ha ha ha, you had a lot of luck with that volcano, Joseph. Until that time I never thought of that method to send someone out of the Earth's atmosphere to defeat him. You are definitely my favorite Joestar. Once again Broly's words shocked the three Joestar. Dio has Jonathan's body, so he's half Joestar right now. Joseph was terrified to see that he really had in front of him that immortal and invincible being who won by luck, and also felt praised for being reminded of his feat, but above all overwhelmed by what lay behind the statements of Broly. Jotaro was quite surprised by his grandfather's past feat, since he practically saw him as a clown with certain moments of greatness, and he also understood what was behind the words of Broly. He had found Kars in space, near Mars, and that means an alien? Absurd. However, his appearance and the expression of my grandfather. And as for Dio, he was sweating and biting his lip trying to clarify his ideas. Creator of the stone mask. Volcano. Outer space. Favorite Joestar. But before Dio could do or say something, something happened. Crack, crack, crack. Oh. No. Joseph shouted, because what he feared most when he saw the statue that Kars had become had come reality. AI. HTTPS, www. YouTube. Come watch. VXAVICOTS BIAM. JoJo. Kars' perfect being had been reborn and was very furious. Oh no. On the one hand is Dio, Kars on the other, and if it was not enough I also have an alien that seems he likes me and that possibly wants to kidnap me and probe me. I just need Suzy Q to find out about my infidelity and this will be the worst of my nightmares. That was obviously what Yasuke thought while Jotaro and Dio were put on alert displaying their two stands. That Kars looked like someone extremely dangerous, especially if someone had to resort to throwing him into space to get rid of him. JoJo. Damn wretch. How dare you do that to me? I'm going to make you pay for everything I've suffered these years. I'm going to cut you to pieces. And this time there is no volcano that can help you. Kars yelled, taking out his two bone saw swords and transforming the lower part of his body into that of a velociraptor to have even more speed. But, Kars not knowing how or why he was paralyzed in the air, unable to move even a muscle. What is happening to me? Kars thought, fearing the possibility of being immobilized again for decades. Telekinesis. Is that the ability of your stand? Thought the others. No one is going to hurt my favorite JoJo, besides, here the protagonist is me, for now get into my dimension. Said Broly, arriving at a speed imperceptible to the human eye, hitting the stomach of Kars, and in a matter of seconds from the point where he was hit, Kars began to disappear little by little for what seemed a green energy. And once again there was disruption among the audience, that Broly was really powerful and dangerous. Telekinesis, teleportation, transporting another to another dimension, traveling through space. Does your stand with no form allow you to manipulate the 3 dimensions at your convenience with unlimited range and possibilities by chance? No, 3 no, there must be 4, since somehow you could also move during the time stop, Dio said, using the hyper-deduction. JoJo covered in cold sweat. Evidently he is the one who most needed to know what is Broly's ability, since everything Broly had said he seemed to be in favor of the Joestar family. If that's his ability, it's terrifying. I cannot believe it. I cannot accept it. How can there be a stand superior to my ZA Naruto? Well, it is true that I can manipulate dimensions as you said. I am surprised by the deductive capacity of the JoJoverse people. Sometimes you make a fool of Konan Idagawa. However, I'm not able to do this for my stand. In fact, I'm not even a stand user, yet, Broly said, looking at the arrow he had flying around him. And ignoring some strange comments, the JoJos talked again among themselves. He is not a stand user. That could explain why we are not able to detect it. But, that means, Jotaro said without flinching too much, it's Bada's no matter the time or situation. Oh my god. So he's really an alien with strange powers like those of the Shonen Jump? Joseph shouted as only he knew how to do. Exactly, I think no one in this world would have said it better, Joseph, Broly said with a smile, since he had hit right away. He was extraterrestrial, had powers, and specifically an extraterrestrial with powers of the Shonen Jump. But before they could continue with the conversation. ZA Naruto. Dio stopped the time, and without losing a tenth of a second, unlike he always does when stopping time. He launched at full speed to attack his enemy with the world. I do not know if it's an alien or not. But his power is real. If he can teleport himself, escape will not help much, more when he is allied with the Joestar. However, I do not notice Hugh's stand anywhere, and if he really is not a stand user, it means that I still have a chance to kill him. Only a stand user can see a stand and beat him. In time stop, Jotaro and Joseph cannot assist him. It's now or never. I have to beat them to death with the world before he can use any skill. Die. Dio yelled 2 meters from Broly, throwing all the knives that were kept in his jacket against him. However, that was only a distraction. The one that should give the coup de grace was the world, which was already in range. Mude. Mude. Mud. Ah. While the world was hitting Broly without him being unmoved, Dio's arms and legs were ripped from his body and pulverized as if they had been compressed by a hydraulic compressor. The fact that I cannot see your stand does not mean that with your insignificant building level strength you can do something to me, and of course I do not need to attack your stand to defeat you too easily. Said Broly, flying through the air, mocking Dio, who was trying to regenerate, his limbs amputated on the floor, screaming like a pig. And time returned to normal. Ah. And Dio crippled on the floor, still shouting before the stunned face of Joseph, who did not know what had just happened. But then. Do not worry, Grandpa, it seems that everything will be solved soon. Also, try to be kind to that alien, said Jotaro, who could see what happened during the time stopped. His star platinum was starting to awaken his true power, the same power Dio has. Jotaro, you mean, Mr. Joestar said incredulously and cheerfully. Yes, Joseph, you should be the one to kill that scum, but I'm afraid this is my reward for everything I'm going to do by you. Do not worry, I've cured your daughter and is in the company of her mother in Japan, then we'll talk about the rest. Say goodbye to this world, Dio. Or should I call you Jodio? Jonathan Dio Jodio fucked, in Andalusian Spanish. Ha ha ha. Said Broly, laughing at his own joke and doing the same thing he did with Kars seconds before, kidnapping Dio in his formless realm in a very slow and agonizing way. Wah. Yeah. This is impossible. I am. Ah. Dio yelled in despair before his mortal enemies and Broly before disappearing completely. And after a few seconds of silence where Joseph and Jotaro tried to get used to the idea that their crusade around the world had ended in this strange and unexpected way. So it's over. Has Dio been defeated once and for all and my daughter is safe? Joseph said with incredulity and joy, and some disappointment. Since he hoped that after all the suffering, pain and sacrifices they had experienced, that it was they who put an end to Dio and not this strange extraterrestrial which appeared out of nowhere and solved everything as if he were a narrative resource deus ex machina. Yes, that bastard will no longer be a problem for the world. Although, I still have some things to do before I leave. And one of them is to have a nice talk with your grandson, said Broly, crunching his knuckles in a somewhat threatening way. Chapter 80. Although, I still have some things to do before I leave. And one of them is to have a nice talk with your grandson, said Broly, crunching his knuckles in a somewhat threatening way. The situation got tense once again for both JoJo. Broly may not be an unconditional ally after all. What do you mean? Do you have a problem with me? Jotaro said with his usual tough guy attitude, even though he knew there weren't too many opportunities to beat Broly if he is his enemy. No. You are the problem, and you will have problems, you and many people around you, if you continue with that shitty attitude all your life. Your mother spoiled you too much, so you've become a spoiled teenager with rebellious attitude. So it will be Uncle Broly who will discipline you a bit. But if it doesn't bother you, we'll change places. They've been watching at us like we were weirdos for a long time, Broly said, snapping his fingers. With the snap, in an instant the landscape of the streets of Cairo changed completely. They were no longer in Egypt, but in a place that the two JoJos knew very well, especially Jotaro. Although it was completely unknown to Polnareff, who had been hiding in case he had to intervene at some point, which had also been teleported to another place. Where the hell are we now? Polnareff said, very surprised and confused as Joseph and Jotaro looked around stupefied. It was too shocking to be true. Papa. Jotaro. Honey. Jotaro. They were Holly and Suzy Q respectively, the mother and grandmother of Jotaro. When they saw them they had no doubt, they were in the house of Jotaro in Japan, where the adventure of Stardust Crusades began. They had been teleported from Egypt to Japan in a single instant due to Broly's snapping. If before they had any doubt about Broly's abilities, now they no longer had any, especially seeing that Holly was fine, which should have been an endearing reunion, but... Shut up. Annoying bitch. Hi, Holly said, not bothering too much about his son's attitude. Jotaro. How dare you talk like that to your mother? See, this is what I meant. With this shit attitude, especially with women, especially women in your family, such as your possible future woman or your possible future daughter, you will only harm them and you too. Your mother was too permissive with you, your father unfortunately can't be with you, and your grandfather was out of the country, so it will be Uncle Broly who will discipline you, you've said Broly as if he were a film teacher trying to rehabilitate a hard conflicting boy. Damn, are you mocking me? Jotaro said, as charming and nice as ever. Jotaro, said Holly, Jotaro's mother, worried that her cute son may receive some damage. Don't worry, ma'am. All this I do for the sake of Jotaro. Despite his appearance and manner of acting, he is still young and his attitude can be improved with a little help, but if he continues like this he will have many problems in the future. I'm a professional in this, I learned a lot from the Dog Whisperer program, I know all the necessary tricks, said Broly, speaking to Holly, one of the most faint-hearted mothers of the anime. But, Holly said, trying to defend the indefensible attitude of his son, when suddenly, Joseph touched her back with his German robotic hand. Holly honey. That man with 3 eyes is right. Something must be done soon, or may be too late in the future. Think about your son's happiness. Said Joseph, who didn't think it was a bad idea to discipline his conceited grandson a bit. I totally agree. During the trip you behaved like shit with any mademoiselle we've met. And I can't believe that you behaved like that with your precious and benevolent mother too, said Polnareff, who was also irritated by Jotaro's attitude towards women, and also wanted to earn points with Jotaro's mother. Grandpa, Polnareff. Damn traitors, Jotaro said, very angry and disappointed with his grandfather and international friend. Well, Jotaro. Are you ready to reflect on what you have done wrong? Broly said with a big smile. He always found annoying the overly badass and rowdy attitude of Jotaro. He knew that this would lead to his divorce and enmity with his daughter Jolin until the events of Stone Ocean, so he wanted to help that not happen. He liked the end of the game JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Eyes of Heaven, and would like something similar to happen in the Part 4. Damn alien. You are pissing me off. Jotaro said, revealing his star Platinium ready to attack. He knew he didn't have many chances or maybe any to defeat him, but it wasn't his style to receive without giving. Aura. 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 Oh, you start attacking, and without warning, that lack of manners, anyway. Day. 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 Broly yelled, attacking with his bare hands, but he wasn't punching, they were educational slaps. And after several educational thumps, healing magic, some self-help phrases and a lot of hypnosis, a new, nicer Jotaro was born. Mother, I'm so glad you're okay. Sorry for how I've behaved with you in recent years, Jotaro said, hugging his mother with sweetness and apologizing, something he hadn't done for years. Oh. My Jotaro is again the sweet child that was before. Oh nice. My grandson is no longer a delinquent without a sense of humor. Said Joseph, joining the hug. Great. Now I can have a partner for double dates that doesn't scare away the girls when he talk. Polnareff said, embracing her as well. But. Aura. Aura. Star Platinum hit Joseph and Polnareff, sending them to the ground several meters. Ah. Fuck that pain. Weren't you supposed to have made Jotaro more sociable and friendlier? Joseph asked, sore and confused, touching his head, where his deformed hat was due to the almost merciless punch of his grandson's stand. Ha 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 ha. You always make me laugh. My therapy only included a better attitude with women, so it would be better if you don't make him angry or you will be punched. Come on, don't look at me like that, I like you very much, and I want this to be a truly happy ending. Broly said, snapping his fingers once again, snapped that he put on the lookout our JoJos and Polnareff, who remembered what happened the last time Broly did the same. Guau guau. At that moment they were all silent and moved, but above all Polnareff, whose tears kept falling from his eyes because of what he was seeing, for whom was running at full speed towards him. Iggy. Polnareff shouted with emotion while Iggy, the most beloved dog of this series, which died by the attack of Vanilla Ice, jumped on him and began to chew his hair with more delicacy than ever, although the good of Jean-Pierre Polnareff didn't care for that. But Iggy wasn't the only one to return among the dead. We're not supposed to be in Dio's mansion. What do we do again at Jotaro's house? My wounds are healed and... Iggy. Avdol. Polnareff. Joseph. Jotaro. Jotaro hugging his mother. I see, you can't decipher my message and that's why now you're all dead with me. Is this heaven or hell? Kakyoin said that he was having rather hasty conclusions, although from his point of view it was most likely. Kakyoin, Avdol, Ig, Jotaro said, shocked when he saw his deceased friends alive, but after a few seconds of confusion he went to explain to them what had happened in a badass way. Meanwhile Joseph was about to cry like Polnareff, who had also jumped to hug Avdol and Kakyoin in tears. He was trying to know exactly what Broly had done. Broly, as you have. But before I could finish the question, while I was trying to adapt to your dimension, I asked a magical dragon friend of mine to give me the power to resurrect whatever I wanted whenever. And here you have it. I wanted this to be a happy ending for all of you. And suddenly, while our heroes were still celebrating, some of them bathed in tears, that they were still alive and that they had fulfilled their mission. Brother, where am I? Who are these people? Said a young woman who suddenly appeared behind our Stardust Crusaders. At that moment, to hear that voice coming from his back, the heart of Jean-Pierre Polnareff froze, and with fear and expectation turned his head back with his eyes red for how much he had cried, and when he saw that there was behind Sherry. He could hardly articulate a word. He was seeing his little sister Sherry Polnareff, who was murdered. Guile, the reason he started his trip, to avenge her. It cannot be, it cannot. How? No, it cannot be true, Polnareff yelled with fear, but without losing hope, since he remembered the occasion when the Stand Judgment created a murderous golem of Sherry when he asked him to revive her. It's no dream, hallucination, or scam, it's really your sister Sherry, to whom I've revived, as well as your friends, of course with no memory of the reason for her death. Don't be afraid, Polnareff, it's real, it's alive, with you, said Broly, touched by fulfilling the greatest wish of one of his favorite JoJo characters. Hearing Broly's words and once again observing his confused sister, Polnareff burst into tears once more as he held her tightly, as if he was afraid that she might leave his side again. Sherry, Sherry. Bwah ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you. Bua. Sherry. Buah. Cried uncontrollably Polnareff. He cried so much and so fast that he was almost drowning with his own tears, trembling uncontrollably until he couldn't even talk, while the others, especially Adval and Joseph, tried to contain their tears as well. Well, I guess I've done my job here. I think a stranger like me is going to spoil this reunion, said Broly, who turned to leave. But before he could leave, Joseph went to say something to him. Broly. Don't go. I don't know how to thank you, but, thank you with all my heart. I tell you in everyone's name, Joseph said, bowing in respect and thanks. You don't need to thank me, I have not done it for you, I've done it for me. Helping you has made me feel good about myself. You could say that I have only increased my ego in a self-satisfied way by doing a good action in principle, disinterested by others, just as when a millionaire donates 4 spare coins to an apparent beneficial cause. But suddenly a female voice made its entrance. But is not that self-indulgent selfishness the empathy that has made humans come to this point? Putting yourself in the shoes of others, making you feel the pain of another as your own so that you can try to help him as if it were your pain. Feel the pain mutually, help each other and rejoice each other when that pain has been overcome. Is not that selfishness that you describe the main driver of the human development and association? Is not that what made this adventure possible? Said Susie Q, Joseph's wife, who was having one of her few serious moments in the series. Susie, Yosbe sighed as he heard the words of his wife, the woman he had cheated by a young Japanese cute woman. Then Broly, surprised and hiding his smile of satisfaction, said superficially, you may be right, maybe I'm not as bastard as I think, and maybe I think too much about things. Wise words, Miss Joestar, that will make me feel less guilty in the future. After all, I need a team like them, among other things. Future, what are you going to do in the future? Asked Joseph, who did not miss that intriguing detail. Nothing, don't listen to me, Jeej, said Broly, moving his 3 eyes from one side to the other, trying to hide his intentions. Are you really going to go without more? Asked Jotaro, accompanied by Kakyoin, who were tired of seeing how Polnareff flooded the floor of his garden and had come to talk to his therapist. You have defeated our greatest enemy and that of humanity, and you have given us back our lives. We would all be very happy that you stayed for the celebration, especially Polnareff, although now it seems that he has fallen asleep because of the emotional shock, Kakyoin said in a very friendly way with his best friend. Thanks for the offer. But for now I'm leaving. But one day I will surely come to say hello. Don't worry, the fact that I'm leaving is not the end of the world, Stardust Crusaders, said Broly before disappearing. Chapter 81. Formless Realm. This universe has been incredibly easy to overcome. But it was to be expected, I am too OP, although the maid in heaven could be a problem, said Broly upon appear in his particular dimension. In the middle of the particular dimension of Broly and agonizing Kars and Dio floated in a state of stop time, a great irony being Dio, possibly the best known or at least recognized fictional character for stopping time. Where is your Zie Warudo now, Dio? Ha 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 ha. Seriously, try to stop my time with the amount of space-time skills I have, Broly said, lightly hitting Dio's head again and again without hurting him, although if he were conscious he would surely feel deeply humiliated. It's a joke, I don't despise you so much, deep down I feel somewhat identified with you and with Kars. Some will call you simple characters due to the fact that your goal is to become the most powerful being possible and dominate the world. But I understand you, well, I don't see that world domination is something funny or necessary, but everyone has their hobbies. Whatever. It's been more than 2 decades since the bastard Abalon ripped off my precious powers from the JoJo universe, therefore it is poetic justice that my first world and acquisition is precisely from this universe. Because of him I lost biologically immortal and perfect body of the good Kars, although now mine is much better, but it is the intention what is important, and of course also several stands, among them that of the evolved version of Dio stand. The perfect living being Kars itself is an interesting specimen which contains the genome of every living being that exists and that is able to control and transform each of its cells autonomously to replicate and control those life forms, an incredible power among many of what he has and something that I will love to study. But the really important thing about him for me is his incredible intelligence and his exceedingly impressive knowledge about biology, knowledge of which I will get much benefit. I also need scientists in my immortal legion. Not only can I have warriors, Broly said to himself, imagining the possibilities that could bring the greatest genius of the history of this planet Earth. The creator of the stone masks that turns humans into vampires and the other stone masks capable of evoking the race of the Earths and finally making them a perfect biological life form with an IQ of 480. What will happen when he acquires all his knowledge? And what will happen when he makes him work for me with samples of the Dragon Ball universe? And other universes? And as for you, Dio, the ability of your stand will help me improve my ability to stop time to a certain extent, and it was also one of the stands that I wanted at first because of its development potential, but as with Kars, what I love most is in your little head. This great evil genius somehow in a very convenient way discovered in his few years in which he had a stand how to develop it until its final phase. A final phase where the stand obtains an almost divine power capable of manipulating the universe, reality, or fate itself, or as Dio said, obtain heaven. Knowledge that Dio passed to Enrico Pucci in what is known as Dio's Diary, where he explains the process by which Pucci evolved his white snake. A stand that manipulated the mind and souls and made in heaven, the stand that can to accelerate the time of the universe until restarted at the taste of the stand holder, the most powerful canon stand of all, although there are theories that Gold Experience Requiem could have survived the power of Pucci. And also as it was seen in the video game JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Eyes of Heaven, where an alternative Dio that was found by Funny Valentine in one of his infinite dimensions, a Dio that was not defeated by Jotaro or by me in Egypt. Dio used that knowledge for himself and evolved the world in the world over heaven, the most cheated stand that exists, with which he can overwrite reality with punches. A Dio that would have managed to conquer all the dimensions of the JoJo verse if it were not for the convenience that Star Platinum, Jotaro's stand in the world, Dio's stand is the same, with what it became Star Platinum over heaven and defeated him. And although I have already read the process of evolution of the stand in the novel, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure over Heaven, I have listened to the conversation between Dio and Pucci, I have read Dio's diary, and with my answer talker, that with some limitation allows me to know the answer to any question, it wouldn't be very difficult for me to replicate that process, but I prefer to have the origin of that knowledge in my hands if I can. Also, if my Dio reaches that final phase plus the other benefits that he can obtain in my custody, he will also be a magnificent soldier among my ranks. Ha 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 ha, Broly said, speaking to himself in a very long monologue once again. He liked to hear his voice when he revealed his plan, especially when he had been waiting a decade to carry it out. Anyway, let's continue. Assimilation. Having said that, Formless Realm began the assimilation process with Kars and Dio, to get all their information and turn them into 100 loyal subordinates. And while the assimilation process was taking place, supervised by other Brolys according to the distribution of the work that he imposed on himself and his bodies, he traveled to the Desire Realm, where he materialized in his hand with his materialization magic an arrow stand user creator. Stands. The day of my death I almost get some very powerful and useful stands. It wouldn't be bad to get them, although for that I must fuse them into one, since you can only have one stand per person, but I always wondered what my own stand would be like, Broly said, looking curiously at the arrow stand user creator. I cannot exactly know the power of my stand, if it will be strong or weak, so acquiring a stand of a specific character would be less risky, but I don't want to depend on another stand, I want my own. In theory, if I'm pierced by this arrow I will get a stand or I will die, and since I cannot die there is only one option, ha 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 ha. I hope it is a powerful and majestic stand. I wish it had the appearance of Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann as I read in a Kadan novel, Beyond Reality, Atomsk Ascension Over Heavens. If I think that's the name of that novel, take that, good product placement. Anyway, here I go, said Broly, weakening his body so that he could stick the arrow in his chest. Due to the powerful constitution of his body and immortality he didn't feel any pain or impact on his body, unlike Koichi who almost died. What he did notice is a new kind of power, which he allowed to enter without restrictions in his body and concept, making his new stand be shared in real time by all his bodies scattered in different places and existential planes. A new stand was born. And that user stand named Broly, who was surrounded by a green aura of stand, was preparing to discover everything about his new power. Oh wow, this is really unexpected, and maybe fortunate. My stand is one of the strangest stand types that exist, a bound stand, said Broly with a thoughtful face, observing his monkey tail, which moved excessively and could lengthen and expand at will. My tail has become a stand. A bound stand is a type of stand that is linked to an object or material thing. As a result, ordinary humans are more likely to see them in effect, as the object they are bound to will showcase supernatural properties. Moreover, as is the rule of thumb, the greater the object of the stand is linked to, the more powerful the stand is, and unlike the humanoid stands, some users can modify the shape of the bound object, and also the user doesn't receive direct damage if the stand is hurt. Like for example Love Deluxe, the stand bound to the hair of Yukako Yamagishi, with which she could have perfect control of her fortified hair by the stand and use it in very strange ways. And in that aspect, the stand of Broly was very similar to the one of Yukako, although with some differences. While he was still trying out his new skill in the vacuum of the Desire Realm, his tail stand was extended very fast until it came to measure more than 999,999 kilometers, more than twice the size of the circumference of Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system, and then widened more than 90,000 kilometers, more than twice the circumference of the Earth. And in that way he continued to modify the size, making it longer and shorter, wider and narrower, and moving it at ultraluminous speeds in the vacuum, so fast that if there had been planets around it they would have been taken out of their orbit due to the colossal size and speed of Broly's tail, not to mention what would have happened if he had hit them directly. And he kept practicing until he could get used to her perfectly. Wow, with this I have managed to make the biggest weak point of a Saiyan become my strongest point, ha 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 ha. Wonderful. Initially I wanted my TTGL humanoid stand, but this is so much better for me. This stand that has already strengthened my tail, is linked to my own body and therefore becomes stronger, faster, sturdy and with greater reach as I increase my power and energy, which is perfect for someone so strong like me. However, a humanoid stand such as the World or Star Platinum, so it has been seen throughout JoJo, their stats of power, speed, endurance, range and precision have no relation to the strength of its owner. Even though Dio had a vampiric body far superior to Jotaro's, his stands were even, he even lost in direct confrontation on many occasions, not to mention that they share damage. Despite the advantage that they are invisible to other people, everything else is a disadvantage for me. I could have ended up with a stand weaker than me, and that in case it was attacked the damage would pass to me, damage that my body could have endured perfectly, as is the case with Dio with his shinbone of death. Ha ha ha, it seems that my stand has fulfilled my expectations and needs of which I myself wasn't entirely aware I needed. Mwah. Broly said, kissing and hugging his own extended and enlarged tail, of which he had a special affection before, but now he had no words to express his pride. And as for the special ability of my stand, it seems simple, but it has many possibilities, he said, materializing a lighter next to his tail and igniting it, making the fire touch directly the surface of his tail. And then, the ability of his stand was activated. The tail began to release an immense heat and red light all over its surface, as if it were fire. It was as if Broly's tail had acquired the properties of fire. Jejejej, certainly a stand is the manifestation of an individual's innate, fighting spirit, yearnings, distinctive features, personality, mind and soul. It looks a lot like the Nen in this aspect, precisely because Yoshihiro Togashi relied on the JoJo stands to create its concept. I would say that my tail stand are reflecting my true suppressed Nen nature, which I changed to specialization when I made my purchase when I reincarnated. As I suspected, I really am a transmuters, which was something to expect due to my personality. Although I don't like to admit it, but it is not that I dislike that too much, he said, Broly scratching his head a bit self-conscious. Transmutation users have unique attitudes. And many are regarded as weirdos or tricksters. Often they put forth a facade while hiding the truer aspects of their personalities. Even when they don't hide their personalities, they rarely reveal their true intentions. Many transmuters rely on techniques that give unique and unpredictable properties to their Nen that reflects their personalities. Well, I've already set up my embassy in JoJo World for possible future operations, I've got 2 new henchmen, and maybe I'll relive and pick up a few more. And above all, I have a very handsome stand and with many possibilities which I have to train and discover for now. I have to develop it as much as possible by normal means before turning it into a heaven or requiem stand, or maybe a heaven requiem. Hojojojojo, I'm dying to see it, but for now calm down. My stand, Strauss, still needs a time of adaptation. And you could say that I already have put my eyes where and with whom I am going to test its wonders, said Broly, exercising her flaming tail once more. Stand name, Strauss. User, Broly the fucking master. Type, bowed stand. Appearance. Strauss is bound to the tail of its user Broly. Is his fucking reinforced Oozura tail. Ability. Tail manipulation, Strauss is bound to the tail of its user Broly, allowing it to grow to various lengths and move with considerable strength and dexterity. Can increase or decrease its size in any of its 3 dimensions, even irregularly. Super strength, the strength of Strauss is as strong as the total power of Broly's body at the time of using the stand, increasing its power depending on the size adopted. Super speed, Strauss moves at a speed similar to what Broly can achieve, regardless of the range and size that Strauss has acquired. Super durability, Strauss has a maximum defensive capacity of the whole body of Broly, which increases with increasing size. Super range, Strauss can increase its size depending on the Broly power units. 1 unit of power equals 10 meters of 3-dimensional extension. Copy of properties, by having contact with a material substance, Strauss can copy the properties of that substance and replicate them in his tail. Strauss can choose from each copied substance what properties he wants to manifest, as well as in what intensity they will manifest, but increasing the power of that property requires more energy. It can only replicate one substance at a time, but can choose different properties of that substance. The more powerful the source sample, the more powerful the capabilities will be. Similar to the Magica Arabia of Nejima. Stats. Destructive power, S. Speed, S. Durability, S. Precision, A. Range, S. Developmental potential, A. Reflection of the author. I have called Broly stand, Strauss, for several reasons. It is the last name of the composer Richard Strauss, the composer of the legendary musical piece Also Sprach Zarathustra, a song from the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, which is heard in a mythical scene that surely you all know, in which monkeys appear. Oozru monkey https www. YouTube. Come watch. VZMX7K8 Noiki. This song, also based on a book by Nietzsche, in which he talks about the evolution and transcendence of the human being, from beast to man and from man to Superman, the goal of Broly. From Diamond is unbreakable in JoJo, they use musical elements for the name and skills of the stands, and this song seemed to make sense for this stand. According to the Urban Dictionary, Strauss means totally awesome. Example, dude, that guy is Strauss. The last name of the family that can totally PWN yours in anything. Yes, anything. Oppose them and you will be severely slapped. Example, Mario Straussed Sonic at Super Smash Bros. Continuously, obviously. My real name is Ricardo Richard in Spanish, just like the composers. As for his power, I wanted to make reference to the true nature of Broly Nan if he hadn't chosen to be a specialist, and since monkeys have a reputation for copying things, I have chosen to copy properties, like a good transmuter. Chapter 82. Shinobi World. Unexpected ultra-final phase of the Fourth Ninja War. Madara's 6 paths had launched the infinite Tsukiyomi over the whole world, flooding it with an intense and strange light capable of penetrating even the most hermetic structures of solitude, without leaving the slightest trace of shadow. Every living being affected by that light, whether human or animal except for plants and even simpler organisms, his eyes changed, showing the Rinnegan shape of Madara, which doesn't make much sense, since this genjutsu was released with the Rinne Sharingan, it should be the Rinne Sharingan. That was the sign that they had fallen prey of the ultimate genjutsu, a genjutsu that left them completely motionless as if they were statues. Statues that could only see helplessly how several giant roots rose from the ground, introducing them into cocoons. The only ones who were saved apart from the perpetrators of the jutsu were Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, who were protected by Sasuke's Susanoo, and all the Edo Tensei who had fought at that time, not counting Yamato, who was inside a Zetsu, and possibly some blind man. Madara's plan had been a success, and with this he believed that he had become the savior of the planet, ending forever all conflicts and wars until Black Zetsu. That up to now Madara always thought that he was his creator, betrayed him in an unexpected and cruel way by activating a jutsu that would transform Madara in a very grotesque way into Kaguya, the ancient rabbit demon goddess, the mother of the 6-path sage and the origin of the chakra in the whole world. Kaguya, the final boss of Naruto, that observed with love and hate Naruto's and Sasuke chakra and realized that they had in their possession the same sealing technique that her 2 children Hagamoro and Hamura used to seal in the moon. To avoid possible destruction on the planet, Kaguya teleported the 4 Obito still possessed to the moment by Black Zetsu to one of her dimensions, from where she showed how superior she was to Naruto and Sasuke, despite how powerful and cheated they were at that moment. Until at some point Kaguya, using one of her space-time skills, appeared behind our hero and his victimized emo friend, grabbing and immobilizing them with the help of Black Zetsu, which took advantage of that moment in which Naruto and Sasuke were immobilized, and Kaguya cried tenderly, remembering their 2 children. To explain how for centuries he had been manipulating the whole history of the world in secret with the sole purpose of resurrecting his mother Kaguya so that she would return to dominate the entire world as before the existence of the ninjas. And once Black Zetsu finished his speech, in which he magnified himself and his mother, Kaguya awoke from her disillusion. I hate you. Hagoromo, Hamura, you both belong to me, Kaguya said, activating her Byakugan with hate while the tears of her eyes kept falling down her cheeks. My role is finished. Now, I shall return to the Almighty Mother Goodness, said Black Zetsu, which was still immobilizing Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto said in a cliché way as he freed himself from Zetsu's grip. Of all things, you people of all things are not the history of shinobis. And while he was releasing also the immobilization of Sasuke, he added, and one more thing. A mother is happy when her children gain their independence and leave. Your rebellious phase has lasted quite a while. Mother is the creator of chakra. No matter what you kids try to do, it's all useless, said Zetsu Black, hiding in the sleeves of Kaguya. We need to create an opening to use the sealing jutsu, Naruto. Sasuke said with cold sweat on his forehead. Yeah. We've got no other choice now. We've got to use that jutsu. Naruto replied to Sasuke with cold sweat on his forehead as well. One of Naruto's clones was chatting with the hidden Sakura and Kakashi about how tricky the situation was, while he healed Obito with one of his broken new powers granted by the Rikudo Sennin. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was in front of Kagura and her amorphous son, who was hiding under his clothes. Yes, I know it sounds weird, and together with Sasuke decided their plan against that wise and powerful enemy. Wait. Are you serious? We won't know until we try, will we? Naruto said confidently, and Sakuo looked at him suspiciously. I've been secretly practicing this technique over the Rasengan. I think this might give us our best shot. Naruto said without any hesitation. He had great confidence in his plan. After a few moments of consideration, Sasuke answered, since he couldn't think of anything better either if that might have some possibility of creating an opening with her. Fine, I'll get my left eye ready then. Let's do it. He shouted as he accumulated chakra in his Rinnegan. Right. Naruto shouted, making the characteristic seal of the Kagebushin no Jutsu. They were about to put into practice their great, brilliant, spectacular, and plan. The plan with which the destiny of the planet would be decided in this incredible battle of the gods, where there were techniques so powerful that they were capable of destroying everything in kilometers. The plan that could change the destiny of the planet in this incredible battle of the gods, a battle with jutsus so overpowered that were capable of destroying everything in kilometers and change dimensions. At that moment, Kaguya changed her expression when she realized that Naruto and Sasuke began their attack. Sasuke threw his Amaterasu directly on her body, wrapping she completely. However, Kaguya was somehow able to quickly extinguish the black flames of the Amaterasu, but when she did, Naruto was already right in front of her, ready to perform his cake bussing. She moved. Sakura shouted, acting as a real-time narrator while Sasuke watched from afar with his left eye. Eat this. Naruto shouted, about to perform his final technique, the one he had practiced the most. Naruto created almost a dozen clones, which practically surrounded Kaguya for all intentions. He was about to perform another jutsu, so Kaguya with great seriousness and warlike attitude activated her Byakugan to see through his attack and chakra from any direction. In this way she won't miss any detail no matter how small it was. Everything was filled with smoke due to Naruto's jutsu, and when that smoke dissipated, sexy reverse harem no jutsu. Each of Naruto's clones had become a naked hot guy of different styles and tastes who approached Kaguya in a suggestive, seductive and erotic way. Before this, jutsu, Kaguya was completely stunned, so much that she instantly deactivated her Byakugan unconsciously. Her mouth was open and she didn't move even a single millimeter while she watched dumbfounded and confused what was before her. We didn't know very well if that expression was due to the unexpected surprise of finding a jutsu so bizarre and unique. We didn't know very well if that expression and drowsiness was because she was excited to see so much attractive man naked around her, like Sakura, who was even bleeding from her nose. Nor did we know very well if it was due to a complete rejection or disapproval for that jutsu, like Kakashi. There's been this trend forming that the stronger someone is, the more these sexy techniques seem to work, Naruto thought after performing his most deadly jutsu. Have you gone completely stupid? What the hell kind of a technique are you using at a time like this? I mean, I'm different story, but do you really think that jutsu is going to work a god like that? Sakura thought, incredibly upset, angry, and excited as she bled through her nose like an old pervert. But whatever the case, Kaguya had been totally annulled both physically and psychically. And in that moment, when Naruto was about to undo his transformation and give a futile punch to Kaguya in her face. A huge hand appeared a few millimeters behind Kaguya's head and at a great speed gave him a punch that covered his entire head, making it disappear. And instantly, Kaguya's whole body also disappeared quickly, leaving only the black Zetsu behind, who like all those present were stunned before that other unexpected turn of events. What is happening? Everyone shouted at the same time, including Black Zetsu, who had fallen into a panic upon seeing how his mother had completely disappeared. Everyone was watching with panic that hand that was flying in the air, a hand from which the rest of the body began to appear, as if it were crossing an invisible portal. He was a strange person who looked to be 25 years old. He was extremely tall and muscular, his long hair was reddish like the long monkey tail on his back. Everything in that man transmitted danger and power. However, what most alerted and impacted everyone was his face, or rather what was on his face, because just as Kaguya, he also had 3 eyes, 3 unknown eyes that shone with different colors. One green, another blue and another red. Eyes, or rather, 3 strange and mysterious eyes never seen before and in the world of Naruto. And in the mind of every ninja, unusual eyes could only mean one thing. Dojutsu, ninja abilities that utilize the eyes, to byproduct of specific Kekkai Genkai, and as everyone in this dimension created by Kaguya knew, all the dojutsu in this world had origin in the extraterrestrial clan Tsutsuki, specifically from Kaguya Tsutsuki. Therefore the appearance of a strange person like Kaguya, with 3 eyes with strange colors like Kaguya, floating in the air like Kaguya, in the dimension of Kaguya, that used space-time techniques like those of Kaguya and easily defeated Kaguya, made everyone think exactly the same thing. That man was a member of the clan Tsutsuki. No please, another extraterrestrial god with strange eyes, no. First Obito, then Madara, then Kaguya, and now another one, thought Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto that were about to shed tears while Sasuke cursed his own existence. However, the most shocked and terrified was the Black Zetsu. No, it cannot be, he must be from the clan. I cannot believe that, they came here at such an inconvenient time and discovered the betrayal of Mother. What has he done with Mother? Damn. However, Broly, because it is clear that he was Broly, didn't care about the seriousness of the situation. Ha 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 ha, great job Naruto, it has been a very fun, efficient and effective attack, it would have been a shame not to use it correctly. This is like writing a novel. No matter how good, interesting, cool or innovative a premise may be. If you don't know how to develop it and execute it correctly, you won't write a good novel. This just will be a good premise, and a premise by itself has no value. It is not that he needed it expressly, but Kaguya with her spacetime skills could have been very elusive, and I also thought that is a pity not to take advantage of your efforts, he said, cheering and laughing at the same time in a sincere way. The group of ninjas no longer knew what to think or react to so many unexpected and unnecessary surprises that day. Chapter 83. The group of ninjas no longer knew what to think or react to so many unexpected and unnecessary surprises that day. At first they believed that the final boss was Madara Uchiha, but then that Madara Uchiha turned out not to be Madara Uchiha, since the real Madara Uchiha appeared in the form of Edo Tensei. Then the fake Madara Uchiha turned out to be Obito Uchiha, who they all thought was dead, and later Obito became the Jinchuriki of the Chibai, with which he had become the strongest ninja until that moment. Then the real Madara betrayed Obito and resurrected using him, and then he stole the Chibai from him, thus becoming a stronger Jinchuriki until he was able to realize his plan of world conquest, or something similar. But it turned out that Black Zetsu manipulated Madara from the beginning in a macabre plan to resurrect his mother Kaguya Tsutsuki, what seemed to be the unexpected final boss of the whole manga, which was only mentioned previously by Rikudo Sennin when Madara killed Naruto and Sasuke. But now another powerful-looking guy with three strange eyes that no one knew about had appeared in front of them and stabbed Kaguya in the back in a similar way to the one Black Zetsu used with Madara. There were too many plot twists for a single day. There was no ninja or reader who could assimilate all this easily. Who are you? Naruto asked casually and extremely confused. He looks like an enemy, but he has seen the greatness of my sexy jutsu, he has defeated Kaguya and seems to know me, he may not be a bad guy. Oh, sorry for my lack of courtesy. My name is Broly, apologize for stealing your prey, but I need Kaguya to come with me, but do not worry, you will never see her again, Broly said in a cordial way to make a good first impression. And while the four shinobis of the original Team 7 powerI, nobody remembers him, were reassured a little by the cordial response of that Broly, who seemed to have no evil intentions. Damned! Are you someone sent by Tsutsuki clan to steal the chakra from the tree god of my mother? What did you do to her? Zetsu shouted, which lost his composure when he realized that he couldn't detect any trace of his mother. And with those words from Zetsu, Team 7 was alerted again, since they knew the implications behind those words. This was what worried me, another fight awaits us, said Sasuke, preparing to use the power of his eyes as Naruto, Kakashi and Sakura, and Obito, who was regaining consciousness after Naruto used his newly acquired messianic powers to save his life. Oh wow, they think I'm from the Tsutsuki clan and that I came here for the betrayal of Kaguya and acquire the Biju's chakra. These are the disadvantages of having three beautiful eyes in this world, Jajajaja. Well, maybe I'll go along with them for now, it can be fun and will help me try my brand new stand. Of course. It is the treatment that a traitor like her deserves. A traitor who not only did not alert the clan about this planet, also took over the tree god for himself, created biological weapons and had offspring with inferior beings like these two here. In addition, from what I see, a great part of the god tree chakra resides in the blonde boy named Naruto. How peculiar, said Broly, scratching his chin as if he was giving an obvious report of the facts, at the same time he was showing signs of starting to move. That made the ninjas prepare to attack, but Za Warudo. Due to the difference of powers between Broly and the rest and the benefits he obtained assimilating Dio, he stopped the time completely without any problem. And the first thing he did was make sure that Zetsu Black, another strange being quite strange, was part of his collection. Time re-emerged and Team 7 realized that Broly had moved instantly, and that he was holding the Black Zetsu, which was disappearing in the same way as Kaguya. Well, one less. Do not have a grudge with me, I just follow orders, Broly actor said calmly as if it had been nothing. With fear and cold sweat, Kakashi tried to clarify the intentions of that strange and powerful individual, to check if in the case of conflict it was possible to negotiate and avoid an impossible battle. Well, I was only ordered to capture Kaguya for her betrayal. So my mission would be finished and I could return, but on the other hand, there is a god tree sucking the chakra of this planet, and part of this chakra still is inside of some people, so the clan could be interested in this world yet, said Broly with malice, observing Naruto and Sasuke. Damn! Naruto said angrily, understanding the dark intentions behind those words. However, even if I report about this world, I will not receive any compensation. And I'm not overly interested in eating a chakra fruit of this world. And to dominate this planet would be a real pain in the ass. What to do? Broly said, pretending to have an internal debate. I know. What do you think about a gamble? A gamble? Sakura asked, pretending to do something useful. Broly sighed and at the same time created a catch-in platform on which he sat. Yes, that's what I said. You against me. You just have to get me out of this cube that I just created in less than half an hour. To give you an advantage, I will not move from here or use my hands or legs, I will not use one of my power, nor will I kill you. If you win, I will not say anything of this world, and I will try they leave you alone, apart from fulfilling a wish to each one of you if is within my possibilities. But if you lose? Jejejej, Broly said with a wicked smile and charged with ulterior motives. Okay, we accept, but will you really keep your word? Sasuke said, speaking in everyone's name. They did not have many options and the conditions were quite favorable for them, although it bothered him a little to be underestimated. Of course, why would I lie? Broly said very naturally, he was too used to acting. I'm glad to hear that, Sasuke said, channeling chakra and his strange Rinnegan to perform a skill that only belonged to him and his peculiar eye. Amenota Jikara. This was the spacetime ninjutsu with which Sasuke could exchange the position of one object with another, and was trying to use that jutsu in Broly, to make him get off the catch-in block without further complication, but it had no effect, no matter how hard he tried. How is that possible? Sasuke said, surprised and outraged. Come on Sasuke, if I let you do that, it would be very boring. It's a game, you have to have fun, said Broly, provoking the ninja emo, nullifying the effect of Amenota Jikara with his causality invasion. And after understanding that it would not be an easy battle, started the confrontation for the destiny of the world, again that day. Futon Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted in his six-path Sennin mode, enunciating his test attack, which he threw towards Broly. BOMM. The Rasen Shuriken hit something, creating a big explosion, but it did not hit Broly. There was something that got in the way, and that something was a tail of giant red ape. But what the hell? Naruto said with stupefaction. He did not expect Broly's tail to be able to do that. And like the others, he was not able to see when Broly's tail lengthened and interposed against his characteristic attack. Also, there was not a single scratch on the tail, not even a hair had been cut or hurt. Surprised? You're not the only one with a special tail and that knows how to use it, Naruto. Well, you have already made the first attacks. Now it's my turn, said Broly, sitting on his floating catch-in block as the tip of his tail increased in size until it looked like one of the meteorites that Midora threw towards the Shinobi Alliance. And just like that meteorite, his tail was over them and about to fall. Naruto. Sasuke shouted, due to the urgency of the moment, to propose a plan without explaining it. Yes, Sasuke. Naruto replied, who had understood him perfectly. In a synchronized way, both summoned his most powerful form. Sasuke his perfect Susanoo and Naruto his giant Kyuubi, and they combined, making the Susanoo armor cover the gigantic humanoid Kyuubi with a katana in his hand, a katana imbued with the lightning bolts of the black Chidori. Oh, I see. If an attack is big, become big, too. Good philosophy. And with that thought, Strauss descended against the Cubisano, and the Cubisano flew at full speed towards Strauss with the firm intention of cutting it in half as he did with one of the tentacles of the Hachibi. Pum. But to the surprise of Naruto and Sasuke. Damn. What is this tail made of? They shouted in desperation. They had not made a single scratch. It was like trying to use a toothpick to cut a steel block, a flexible steel, which made it even harder to cut. Moreover, that mass of unbreakable flesh and hair with a green aura covering it pushed them to the ground. If the cuts do not work well. How about this? Sasuke understood that maybe it was impossible to cut off Broly's tail, but was it immune to electricity? And in the event that it is, could that electricity travel to the main body? Ah! Sasuke yelled as he increased the voltage of his swords, spreading the electricity all over Broly's tail. This is giving me a cramp. Let's check if the futon element really cancels the Raiton element, said Broly, very relaxed, without even moving a millimeter from his platform. In that instant the electricity of Broly's tail disappeared completely. Hey! My Raiton element has been dispelled. Have he used the same jutsu with what Amenota Jikara denied? Sasuke thought. No, it's not the same jutsu he used before. This is something different, something that is extremely familiar to me, Naruto thought synchronously with Sasuke anime logic. I see that superficially replicates certain properties of the wind in my tail works as planned. What if I add more? Broly said with arrogance. That said, something changed in Broly's tail. Grin. But what the heck? Sasuke and Naruto shouted at the same time as the arms of their transformation ability trembled by the effort. Broly's tail had turned into something grotesque. It was still the same size, hardness and flexibility as a few seconds ago, but, now it was spinning on itself at an alarming speed and had become strange to the touch as if its state of matter changed. Then in few moments that tail no longer looked like a tail, its appearance was changing, it was as if physically it had become a sharp hurricane. And for the sword that tried to pierce Strauss, it was a giant and unbreakable drill that was about to destroy it. Naruto. We cannot continue like this. I know. Naruto shouted as he prepared to counterattack with one of his most destructive jutsus. Biju Dama. While the Cubicino was struggling to hold back Broly's tail with his sword, he launched the Biju Dama from the mouth towards the tail. That jutsu seemed to be having certain effect since the wind around the sword was slowing down, although not all that needed to turn the tables. Not bad, although I'm using too little power. But, what if I use 100 of the Futon Rasen Shuriken properties? And while Naruto and Sasuke were still struggling to push back Broly tail, something changed again in Strauss. The wind became more compact, the surface of the tail tiled, thousands of shurikens of wind appeared from the surface and the rotation became more visible. As for its appearance and effect, everyone recognized it, especially Naruto. This is my Rasen Shuriken. Naruto shouted with stupefaction. Broly's tail had become a perfect Rasen Shuriken, perfect with strange shape, like the Rasen Shuriken that the tail had intercepted before, although it must be impossible since it requires a very specific and complicated spherical shape to create a perfect Rasengan, but that Broly is achieving exactly the same effect or even with more power with an elongated, cylindrical and irregular shape like that strange and bizarre monkey tail that constantly changed shape. It was absurd. This violated the Newtonian's physics laws. Boom! After manifesting all the properties of the Futon Rasen Shuriken adding to that a slight lateral lashing of Strauss, he threw the Cubicino without too much difficulty several kilometers away, destroying several burning rocks of that lava dimension. BOMM. BOMM. POMM. PMM. I've overstepped. I'm sorry. Broly shouted, feigning concern and laughing at the same time. Plam. Plom. From among the rubble near Kakashi, Sakura and the exhausted Obito, Naruto and Sasuke got up once again that day, and despite being easily defeated unquestionably by a giant monkey tail, like good shonen heroes they did not lose the fighting spirit before the last boss. This is. He has exactly replicated Naruto's Rasen Shuriken in his tail. Sakura sighed without believing that Naruto and Sasuke, who by now looked like gods, would have been catapulted in that way as if they were flies frightened by the tail of a cow. That tail, is it indestructible? Is that why he was so confident about not using his hands or legs? Kakashi said, analyzing the situation. Then Sasuke, feeling insulted and humiliated, he said quite logically, we do not need to beat his tail, we just need to finish him. And looking at Broly shouted, Amaterasu. His intention was clear, to consume Broly directly with his black flames that burn everything. But, something was wrong, and Naruto realized the first. Broly is laughing? Wait, Sasuke. Naruto shouted to alert his emo friend. And he was right, something was wrong. Since the Amaterasu did not appear in Broly's body, but in the air in front of him, an air that was beginning to take shape. Tail shape. Very shape. Naruto. I had replicated the property of the calm wind in a part of my tail, melting it completely with the scenery around me, as if it were part of the wind, although it was always in front of me in a solid way to intercept Sasuke. Amaterasu, said Broly with satisfaction while his tail began to change once more. But this time in a more macabre, terrifying and black way. Chapter 84. Upon witnessing this grotesque transformation, the 5 shinobis looked at the sky with terror and disbelief. I cannot believe it, Sasuke said, since he more than anyone understood the implications of what he saw. This is a nightmare, Sakura said while she almost fell to her knees in despair. And now how do we defend ourselves against this? Naruto said with great concern, but trying to be constructive. Is there any way to defend against a mountain of solid and indestructible Amaterasu flames? Kakashi said as he tried to think of some plan, talking loudly. Strauss, Broly's giant tail had acquired the same properties as Sasuke's Amaterasu, and showed those properties in all splendor, just as when he copied Naruto's Futon Rasen Shuriken at 100. Strauss had become a solid mass of flames of fire capable of destroy and burn anything. I see that you are scared. Do not worry, I will reduce the size and speed of my Strauss in this way. It will not be so complicated not to die, Broly said arrogantly, as if he were a person capable of destroying galaxies in seconds while his enemies are incapable of destroying planets in days. Broly's words once again affected in the tired and impacted minds the Team 7, as if they were again inexperienced genins facing a jonin for the first time in the test of the Jingle Bells. The difference was too big, it seemed that Broly were playing with them. However, Sasuke once again came up with a dishonest trick, but effective. I see, you lit your tail with my Amaterasu. Why not the tests on your entire body? Bastard. And with that cry of provocation, Sasuke used Kagetsuchi, the technique of his right eye, which allows him to manipulate flames at will, all kinds of flames. Oh! Broly exclaimed when he realized that his tail, or more precisely, the fire in his tail was being controlled by someone else and was spreading through his body against his will. Ah! Shouted while he was being covered in black flames. It worked, Sasuke said with satisfaction, but without showing it too much. I see, having turned his tail into a Amaterasu, Sasuke has been able to control the flames of his tail to burn his body, which is not immune to the flames. Very cunning, said Kakashi, acting as an anime commentator for the spectators. Broly staggered because of the pain, so much that he was about to lose his balance. He was on the edge of Kachin's block, he almost fell. Ah! I was kidding, I'm not hurt. With telekinesis I have separated your flames from my body a few millimeters. I'm not burning, said Broly, taunting Sasuke and company, going back to the center of the Kachin block while she made the Amaterasu flames disappear from his body. Hey! Shouted Sasuke and Naruto, who believed they had almost won the bet, but they had been deceived instead. At the same moment Broly's tail changed once more, no longer shed flames as before, but still has the same great heat and the color was blacker than night as before. Everyone saw that change, but among all of them the one who understood it best was Sasuke, since now it was impossible for him to control even one atom of Broly's tail, even though he was still noticing his Amaterasu on Strauss. I already knew that you could manipulate the flames of my tail, although I wanted to see how much, and you have not done bad. I congratulate you. Well, now that I have maintained the destructive properties of the Amaterasu 100 while I have cancelled its properties as fire, you will not be able to use your ability. And as a reward for going so far, I'll show you another trick of my Strauss, said Broly as he prepared to do something not very good for the Team 7. He is transforming. Naruto said, he was the most experienced person in transformations of the whole team. And he was right, Broly was doing his true Saiyan transformation, true Super Saiyan God -1 in this case. His size increased, his muscles widened, his hair lengthened, his lame muscles changed and his body began to cover himself with simian fur, but, in that case the fur was not reddish as it should have been during the transformation of true Super Saiyan God. It was black, and not only the fur had become that color, his whole body had blackened, a color identical to that of Amaterasu. Does this mean that, now we cannot touch his body either? Said Obito, who had remained silent until now. Exactly. As my true Saiyan transformation depends on my tail, I can extend its properties to my transformation, he said Black Broly, pushing back Strauss to change its size and screw it like a spring, while pointing to the group. Sasuke. Sakura. Kakashi. Obito. Put you behind me. Naruto shouted, concentrating a large amount of chakra. With that will not be enough, let me try something, said Obito, who was already a little better after recovering. I will also put some countermeasure, said Sasuke, making seals with his hands. Blom. Strauss accelerated at a great speed, breaking the sound barrier. Obito tried to open a space-time spiral in Broly's tail, to cut it and drag whatever it could to his dimension, but Broly, using his ability to transport parts of his body to formless realm, avoided Obito's kamui, transporting Strauss a few inches ahead of his dojutsu, advancing without further trouble. Amaterasu Rashomon. Sasuke summoned the 5 giant Rashomon gates he learned from Orochimaru, which were covered with black Amaterasu flames in order to stop or slow down Strauss's advance, but PLOM. 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 Strauss perforated the 5 doors as if they were made of paper and reducing them to ashes in a few moments, while he continued its advance. Truth-seeking wall. Naruto concentrated his 7 truth-seeking balls and created a spherical barrier to protect them all. BOMM. The powerful impact caused the dark sphere to be fired kilometers away, but, impressive as it seemed, the sphere managed to withstand the impact, and those inside were still alive, although somewhat injured, but healing thanks to Sakura and Naruto. Oh, congratulations, I guess I should congratulate you for enduring a gentle caress of mine, said Broly, applauding and approaching with his Kachin block towards them, but out of the rocks there were 9 Narutos, all of them with a truth-seeking Rasengan in their hand, and each Rasengan had a different property, a property of each of the Bijus inside him. Sealer sand, black fire, water, magma. All the powers of the Bijus present in each of the Rasengans. Take this, the Narutos shouted in unison, tossing the giant Rasengans from different directions towards Broly. The truth-seeking wall was not destroyed by his tail, maybe these Rasengans can deal with him. But in a strange way, Broly's tail that was miles away quickly retracted and changed shape, becoming a dome like the truth-seeking wall, protecting his body as Naruto did before. BOMM. 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 However, they had no effect. The dark tail did not have a single scratch or had moved a single millimeter, but something had changed in her. It cannot be, now he's copying the truth-seeking balls, said one of Naruto's Kage Bushins watching Strauss. He was losing hope of defeating Broly like the rest, who were healing his wounds and staring with stupefaction at him who seemed an invincible being. Not bad. Although I did not expect less from you either. You have done a great teamwork to resist my caresses and you even almost caress me. So you win the game. Broly said nonchalantly, as if he were an older brother letting his little brother win a game to make him feel better with himself. Naruto shouted, very confused by Broly's words. Well, I've surrendered, Broly said, emphasizing an absolute truism. Does this mean it's over? Are you not going to do anything or report anything to the clan? Asked Kakashi, who wanted all this to end as soon as possible. Well, I cannot report anything to the clan because I am not part of the clan, although in 15 years a few will come upon detect that there have been anomalies in one of the dimensions of Kagaya. It was a small joke to motivate you to fight against me. I wanted to try my new skill and you seemed appropriate for that. From the beginning I did not intend to do anything at all. Ha 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 ha. Broly said laughing at the expression of the 5 shinobi, specifically Naruto's, who was making a very funny face. Damned. Do you think everything is a joke? Sasuke said, not knowing whether to feel offended or relieved. Yeah, of course. And from my point of view it has been funny, Broly answered without any shame. The faces of the 5 shinobi broke down, they had almost died because of this monster, and he found it funny. But Naruto as hastily as ever, okay, I do not care if it was a joke or not, I do not care who you are and where you come from or how you know so much. But you had promised us a wish if we won and I ask you to take the Bijus out of Kagaya and give them back to us. He screamed pointing at Broly as if accusing him of something. Okay, it seems very fair. Although I was going to return them from the beginning, so thank you for wasting your only wish in this way, ha 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 ha, said Broly laughing again at Naruto's expression. I cannot stand this guy, Naruto whispered to himself. The part of the Baiju will be discussed in detail when old Hagoromo gets up from his nap. He has been trying to summon you for a while but I'm not letting him, since I have to do something for you before. Starting with that stupid guy named Sasuke, who's been doing the idiot for years, said Broly, pointing to Sasuke as if he were a disgusting cockroach. Me? What a problem you have with me. What problem do I have with you? You are an egocentric, envious, stupid, unpleasant, victimized, childish idiot. I could list all the times you've been an asshole with your friends and the girl who loves you, all the bad decisions you've made, the way you've been manipulated into doing the imbecile on behalf of others. Your shitty personality shit, your absurd inferiority and superiority complexes and that future feeling of guilt that does more harm than good to the ones around you. As well as the absurd plan you have in mind, but I'm afraid it would take too long to do a good analysis of everything and it would make me want to kill you while I think about it. So just like another teenager recently, I'm going to re-educate you with educational slaps so you can be a good person for this society. I'm sorry Naruto, but in this I'm going to give you a hand, or there may be a later misfortune that costs both of you a hand, said Broly, cracking his knuckles as a sign that he was going to apply a firm hand in that rehabilitation. But, Naruto and Sakura said, they went in defense of Sasuke, but they were unable to move, as if the space around them had been solidified. Do not worry, it's all for your good. Sakura, you will thank me in your married life. And your Naruto will avoid a good medical bill. When I finish that I will talk about how to organize the work and how to delegate. For now, I have to reconvert a rebel without cause into a normal citizen, said Broly as he prepared to perform the same treatment he used with Jotaro. Koemem. Plaf. Plof. Outside the dimension of Kagaya. Another Broly watched calmly the tree god and its many branches and roots, from which stood out different buds where there were living beings trapped in the eternal Tsukiyomi. Jojo, I feel like a little boy in a toy store at Christmas. I just do not know what to choose, said Broly observing various cocoons while the ghost of Hagoromo Tsutsuki and all the Edo Tensei lay on the ground quite wounded. Sign that there had been a great battle a few seconds ago, a battle in which they had been defeated by Broly. Defeated too easily. Chapter 85. And while the Six-Path Sage and the Edo Tensei Minato, Hashirama, Tobirama and the other ancient Kages, remained inoperative, Broly observed the different hanging cocoons of the tree god. The world of Naruto has a lot of extraordinary genes, either by ancestral genetic inheritance or by mutations. It would not be bad to acquire a few, but I have promised myself only to assimilate those who had already died, were destined to die or disappear, the evil ones who deserve to die, or those who accept of their own accord to come with me. What did he do to us? Hashirama asked, embedded in the ground trying not to swallow sand. I think it's a space jutsu that increases gravity, Minato said as incapacitated as Hashirama, but he was lucky to be immobilized facing the sky, which was easier to talk. At least we are able to talk and see what is happening, not like the six paths Sannin and the other Kages, Tobirama said watching Hagoromo that seemed to have been frozen in time while trying to perform a summoning jutsu, being unable to finalize it. For now we can only wait and see what that monster does. Although today nothing surprises me, Sarutobi said trying to stay calm and analyze the strange actions of Broly, who was still looking at the cocoons of the giant tree. Ah good. I'm not sure if all of them will accept, but I sense that one will accept, as long as there is the corresponding reward. I'll take it to him as a preventive measure for now and I'll ask him later. Oh. The therapy has been a success and Naruto's intelligence seems to be increasing. Just when I finished making my preparations, good timing. I think it's time for the final meeting, said Broly, snapping his fingers, causing the Edo Tensei and spirits to recover their mobility and resuming Hagoromo's time, performing the invocation he was about to perform before they stopped the time. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. When performing the jutsu, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura Kakashi and Obito were teleported to Hagoromo's location. At that time, the legendary Six Paths Sannin should have congratulated them for saving the world by sealing Kaguya. But, things had not come out as anyone expected, nowhere, for better or for worse. Sakura, sorry for everything I've done so far. I have behaved like the greatest idiot of all, or rather, as the biggest crap of all. I do not know what I can do to amend everything I've done, but I swear I will not disappoint you again or make you worry about me, Sasuke said, embracing Sakura tenderly as he regretted everything he had done and could have done. Oh. Sasuke. Great. At first I was worried about the beating that Broly was giving him, but the result has been unbeatable. Now it is again the sweet Sasuke that I remember when we were kids, the inner Sakura thought. I cannot believe the amount of hours and resources we have wasted so far. With this type of organization and technologies, the bureaucracy will decrease by 8,000 and the efficiency will increase by 7,999, Kakashi said, looking at the manual that Broly had given them and explained while he remembered the huge mountains of papers that were piled up in the Hokage's office every day. With this even the Hokage could have a lot of free time. Now I would not mind being recommended to this position. I did not understand everything very well, Kakashi-sensei. Can you explain it to me later? Naruto said he understood the importance of this manual for his future dream job, but he had trouble understanding the content. The only one who remained silent and realized that they had been teleported was Obito, who was immersed in his thoughts. Ahem. Me and the other Kages of the past, which I have called from the Pure Land, and we have used the Kuchiyos no Jutsu to bring you here. Naruto, Sasuke and everyone else, I wanted to thank you for saving the world, but I think there have been some unforeseen events, Hagoromo said, looking at Broly suspiciously, which floated in the air nonchalantly. This, Naruto, who is he? Kakashi asked Naruto, pointing to the Six Paths Sannin. Sakura should be the one to ask this question, but now she was too busy with her renewed and romantic Sasuke. He is the Six Paths Sannin, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, as you would have asked a truism. Well, it's floating and has the Rinnegan, it must be true, Kakashi said, which could not be surprised anymore that day. Yeah, I've been the one who saved your ass. Thanks and you're welcome, said Broly, giving himself up, wanting to highlight his achievements before all. Hagoromo, upon see the attitude of Broly, tried to be as respectful as possible. Excuse me, Broly. On behalf of all, we thank you for sealing my mother, but what exactly will you do with her? Hagoromo said somewhat uneasily. She was a psychopathic demon who wanted to kill him and his brother and was consuming the humans to become stronger, but a mother is still a mother. As far as he could verify, none of those present could do anything against Broly, and although it did not seem to be an enemy, his unknown origin, methods and intentions did not generate much confidence. That's right. And where is Kurama and the others? You told me you would bring them back. Naruto said, pointing at Broly as if he owed him money. Come on. I just saved the world, have a little more confidence in me. Your psychopathic mother is inside a dimension in stop time to which only I have access, where she cannot do anything, so do not worry, she will not enslave any other world. And as for the Baiges, I was extracting them from Kaguya all this time, said Broly, something outraged, snapping his fingers. At that moment, all the Baiges appeared surrounding the invocation circle. Broly, what the hell are you really? Hagoromo asked, surprised to see that he was able to bring back his puppies, which were previously assimilated by Kaguya, to complete his power and resurrection in a very easy way. Me? I'm just a nice three-eyed alien who has seen the great problems on this planet and has decided to lend a hand in a disinterested way. And that will take Kaguya as a form of payment for that help, answered Broly with an unconvincing smile. Yo! Kurama! Are you okay? Were you lonely all by yourself over here? I missed you. Naruto shouted, greeting Kurama with emotion. Don't scream stupid sentimental drivel like that at me. I wasn't lonely at all. Half of me was in you the whole time, for crying out loud. Shouted Kurama, very embarrassed, raising his middle finger towards Naruto, like two good friends. Gahahaha. Son Goku Baiju shouted due to how funny the situation was. Hahaha. Broly also laughed and with a certain melancholy said, well. It seems that my job here is finished. From now on you all have a lot to do, clean up and talk about some things, a stranger like me surely would only hinder. We'll see another day with more time. But before they could thank him, say goodbye or ask him more difficult and long questions to answer. You may be right and it's time for me to leave too, said Obito sadly and hopelessly. Obito, what are you trying to say? Kakashi asked, afraid that his childhood friend would do some stupidity, again. I think it's obvious, Kakashi. From small my goal was to be a Hokage, but I trashed that dream myself, and even if I wanted to resume it, I am no longer worthy of that position. The other part of my life was all focused on seeing Rin again, even if it had caused the death of those I loved as Minato-sensei and Kushina-Nezen. I have manipulated others to do horrible acts and caused a ninja war where millions have died to fulfill a goal that was a farce. Do you think there is any place for me in this world after what I have done? Obito said, regretting everything he had done throughout his life, believing that he had no redemption or place in the world. Kakashi did not know what to answer to his friend, and even Naruto had trouble developing a motivating speech in his head. But at that moment Broly intervened once again. Well, I will not deny that you've screwed up excessively throughout your life and that surely no government will forgive you. Moreover, I believe that under the orders of Midora, who was being manipulated by Zetsu, you have only become the greatest murderer of the recent history because almost all the misfortunes after the Third War have been orchestrated by you. However, I promised each of you a wish. I've returned Naruto to Baijus. I returned Sakura, the lovely boy of his imagination that she was obsessed with. To Sasuke, I have returned him to the right path, which is surely what he wanted. I have made Kakashi's life easier for when he is promoted. To you, however, I haven't do anything yet. What do you think of a new opportunity and possibly an extra gift? He said, appearing behind Obito and putting his arm over his shoulder as if they were friends. A new beginning? Obito said, thinking about this offer. He was once scammed by Midora in a similar way. Yes, a new beginning. If you no longer have a place in a world, why not go to another? Broly said cheerfully, as if he had said a great epic phrase, but it was not. Obito thought about it for a few moments. He did not know what to choose. The offer seemed interesting and will help him in a certain way, but did he deserve to have a second chance? Is it a good idea to leave with that strange, outlandish and overly powerful being? Go, Obito. I do not know what will give you where you go, but at least you will have the opportunity to get away from what has happened here and start over. You need it, Kakashi said, trying to encourage him to go with Broly, as he believed that if he did not at some point his friend would try to take his own life. Kakashi. Okay, Obito sighed as he listened to his friend's opinion. And do not worry, it's not like you cannot see me again considering your space-time jutsu, Kakashi said with a smile. Well, I take this as a yes, said Broly, transporting Obito to Formless Realm without any complications. Thank you again, Broly, said Hagoromo, who was relieved that there would be one less tragedy that day. Yes, I'm amazing. Take care of yourself, eat well, take care of the world in case there are future alien invasions other than me, and brush your teeth. Some of us will not see each other for a while, others in a few hours. Take care. I do not want to hinder your emotional talks, Broly said blithely before disappearing from everyone's sight. In a few hours? Well, let's continue where, Hagoromo said, trying to take up the conversion issue once more. But suddenly. Oh. And one last thing more. Ah. Some shouted out of fright. I thought you said that nothing would surprise you at this point. You were wrong. Well, Naruto, I have something very important to tell you before I leave, something of vital importance, Broly said in a very serious way, almost as if it were something related to a great imminent danger. What is it? Naruto asked as seriously as Broly, and somewhat frightened. If there was anything that could make a monster like Broly so serious, it must have been something far more dangerous than the future invasion he had prophesied. Before the doubt, the most buxom, Broly said with the same seriousness and determination as before. That's all? Naruto asked, excessively confused, disappointed and shocked. He expected something serious. Yes, I hope it will help you in the future and guide your way. Bye. Broly said before his head disappeared completely, leaving everyone still more confused than before about his true identity, personality, or objective coming here. Before the doubt, the most buxom. What will he mean? Naruto said loudly, trying to decipher that message. I'm not sure, but I think he was referring to something perverted, related to breasts, Son Goku replied, since he was a very wise monkey, and being a monkey he knew about perverted things too. I knew, another old pervert, said Sakura disappointed, which was excessively critical with old powerful perverts, that curiously there were many in this anime. Yes, I suppose, but if what I say is true, I suppose I should forget about you forever. True, Sakura. Ha 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 ha, Naruto said jokingly about how insistent he had been with her in his childhood, and about his chest size. At that moment, the adorable Sakura hugging Sasuke became a furious monster when he heard one of the biggest taboo that could be said in front of a flat chest. What have you said? Sakura shouted as she advanced with her fist held high and her super strength out of control. Poem. Poem. Chapter 86. Formless Realm. After 4 hours. Well, another mission easy to fulfill, new soldiers in my immortal army, new powers to discover and another idiotized teenager rehabilitated, Broly said shaking his hands as a sign that he had done a good job. Broly observed Kaguya in time stopped and beside him was Madara Uchiha in the same situation. 2 for the price of 1, or 3. This has been a good fishing. Separating Midora from Kaguya hasn't been complicated, I simply had to force the fission between them and resuscitate them at the same time so that none died and could coexist at the same time. The difficult thing has been to separate the Bijus from Kaguya without affecting their powers. But once found the formula and supplying my immense Kin mixed with chakra hasn't been so problematic, said Broly with satisfaction. Then the formless realm unfolded and from that fold appeared 2 people. Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki, the sons of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Hagoromo, the original holder of the Rinnegan, master of the Sennin arts and ancient Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, the legend throughout the shinobi world. Hamura, who inherited his mother's Byakugan and who was able to make it evolve into a Dojutsu as powerful or more powerful than his brother Rinnegan, the Tsugen. Oh. It's so nice to see the family reunited. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, I have obtained many new techniques and applications of the vital energy and other types of energies, ancestral knowledge, genes of new space beings with mystical abilities, and eye powers and other skills. The Rinnegan of Kaguya, along with his Byakugan, bone manipulation skill and the full power of the tree god. The Rinnegan of Hagoromo, along with his Sennin mode and capabilities of former Jinchuriki and the Tsugen de Hamura, along with the Sennin mode that he also developed. I wanted to wait until the events of the last movie happened, the movie where Naruto realizes a fucking time that Hinata wants to fuck him to acquire the Tsugen, but there is nothing better than the originals. And with Madara Otsutsuki I'll keep him because for his incredible fighting instinct and for his complete Sharingan evolution, understanding his evolution process will give me a lot of interesting data, said Broly, creating in his hands a Sharingan, a Manjikyu Sharingan, an Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a Rinnegan, a Rinne-Sharingan, a Byakugan and a Tsugen. Nice catalog of eyes. In Naruto's world it's almost a cliché to tear a special eye out of someone to implant it and use their abilities in few seconds. It is incredible how advanced ocular medical science is in this world. And I have 3 eye holes, which ones will I choose? The answer is none of them. I wouldn't feel comfortable having another's eye inside my body unless an eye in which I don't have 100 compatibility, besides I don't know which one should choose. I want them all. That's why I've hired certain scientists to work with me on this and other projects, said Broly, changing his location. Desire Realm. In a gigantic spaceship in the middle of the vacuum of space, Broly appeared in the middle of a research room. Hello, how is everything going around here? Broly asked as if he were a nice boss arriving at the office after a vacation. Everything according to the plan, Master Broly. All this equipment and information is impressive. If I had all these means at my disposal from the beginning I wouldn't have needed 10 years to reach the state I am in now, said Kars, the final villain of JoJo's Battle Tendency Saga, who had become the head of biological research at one of Broly's research centers. I am glad to hear that. How is the new one adapting? Broly asked casually. Oh, the new one. A rather curious and bizarre guy, but has quite interesting approaches, said Kars, watching the shadow that was approaching them. What do you think about the decision to join me? Do you think you have made the right decision? Orochimaru Broly asked to the snake-like man in lab coat. Of course, Master Broly. Not only have you granted me a true and absolute immortality, you have also broadened my horizons and given me the opportunity to discover new universes with unlimited possibilities to investigate. It is without a doubt the best decision I have made in my life, answered Orochimaru, who showed veneration towards Broly, the almighty being that has given him everything he wanted. I'm glad to hear that. From tomorrow new projects will be opened. Project 01, combination of dojutsus to create a perfect and more powerful one. Project 02, artificial creation of god trees. Project 03, perfect combination of genetic codes between different entities to acquire the desired characteristics, said Broly, delivering the samples to be investigated. As you order, Broly-sama. But I think maybe we should change the name of those projects to one less obvious, Orochimaru said with emotion and even lust, since he knew perfectly what those samples were and what is the final destination of these projects. Why not? There is no one else besides us in this universe which I control the entrance and exit, and we are not in a manga or a novel, so it is not necessary to put ambiguous codes to keep readers waiting at all times, Broly said casually, being convinced of what he was saying. Maybe. Desire Realm. In a paradisiacal garden far from the research area. Obito was sitting with great inner peace near a lake, but he wasn't the same Obito who entered the three realms. He was the Obito child who was always late and dreamed of being Hokage, the same Obito who during the battle against Kaguya would temporarily deliver his Sharingans to Kakashi to fight, the young Obito Uchiha. And next to her was Rin, her childhood friend, her teammate, her first and only love, and the girl whose death triggered all the events we saw in Naruto. They both talked and embraced, and from the reddening of their eyes it was clear that they had cried together as they remembered old moments and the new ones they were now sharing. Rin, after everything I've done. I don't even dare to look at your face, said Obito, clenching his fist as much as he could because of his self-hatred. Yes, you deviated a lot from your goal, and to say, a lot, is to fall short, but... You worked hard, Rin said, trying to comfort Obito, who really needed that, despite the fact that she really thought that he has screwed up excessively, although she couldn't complain excessively either. Because of her fault Obito almost died. In fact he was presumed dead. They didn't even try to recover his body despite the times it has been said about how important it is to recover the bodies of the ninjas, especially one with Sharingan, and later she was also captured one more time, so that Kakashi could kill her. In this way, Madara Uchiha managed to manipulate Obito, turning him into the fake Madara Uchiha with the promise that he could see her again when he completed that plan. If she didn't forgive him or understand everything he did and why few other people would do it. Rin, I wanted to tell you, that, Obito stuttered, trying to confess officially for the first time. I know, Kakashi told me, Rin answered without leaving time for Obito to begin his confession. Yes, Kakashi, of course, Obito said, trying not to have eye contact while remembered the time that Rin confessed that she liked Kakashi. He. Jealous? No. Well, yes. He. If you mean what I told you that day, don't pay too much attention. It was just a girl who was attracted to the typical quiet, serious, bitter and popular class guy. Almost all girls go through that phase in their early lives, but we aren't little girls forever, said Rin, looking at the horizon with a smile while Obito stared at her. Obito exclaimed, who had forgotten his jealousy suddenly by those shocking and insinuating confession. I think I started waking up from that illusion on the day of your supposed death when Kakashi told me what had happened, and each day my eyes opened a little more. Until the day I closed them completely, but for some reason I was able to see everything you did for me even after my death. Rin said, something nervous, trying to look at Obito in the eyes. Yes, many girls are like that. They love that the boys do absurd, unnecessary, expensive, tacky and even dangerous crazy things to show their love for them, even it is a world war where all the inhabitants of the planet would die eventually. And Rin was one of those girls. Rin, you mean, Obito said alarmedly, his heart was beating at a very high speed by the anticipation. Didn't I tell you, Obito? I'm always watching you, Rin said in a wicked way, approaching Obito a lot and staring into his eyes without blinking. Rin, Obito said, slowly bringing his head closer to Rin. Obito, Rin said, corresponding that movement and doing the same thing. Both closed their eyes and opened their mouths impatiently for what would be the first real kiss of their lives. But I'm interrupting, little lovebirds. Broly said, appearing from behind in that decisive love moment, as if this was an anime where there is always someone who interrupts the protagonist when he is about to do something eki, only to not cancel the anime for having inappropriate scenes for that broadcast time. Ah! They shouted both for the fright and the shame as they separated, both blushed at being surprised and interrupted in such an intimate moment. I see, so, ha, Broly said, laughing at the cute reaction of both. What do you want now, Broly? Said Obito, who despite being one of the soldiers of the immortal army of Broly hadn't lost even a bit of his original personality to many other soldiers. Broly had made them more docile and less sociopaths and psychopaths, and he was a little annoyed at being interrupted at that moment. Come on. This is how you treat the person who has resurrected the girl of your dreams, has given you the appearance of a child so that you won't be considered a pedophile, as he created a beautiful garden for you and your sweetie and gives you free food and drink. Said Broly, trying to reassure Obito by acting offended. Obito said, trying to find the words to rebuke his arguments. This, Broly. Thank you very much for bringing me to life, to rescue Obito from himself and leave us this place, but why are you doing all this for Obito and me? I don't understand it very well, asked Rin with many doubts about all of this. She had suffered the cruelty of war and as a doctor the death of many friends, including Obito and themselves. She knew that Broly was a stranger to Obito, someone extremely powerful that appeared out of nowhere and turned the world upside down, sent Obito to a strange world, turned him into a child and resurrected her without asking anything in return. Everything was too beautiful to be true. But, what could an almost omnipotent being like him want? Exactly, I don't believe that you are a philanthropist who helps strangers for pleasure. Obito said, supporting Rin's argument, first because it was a question that he himself wanted to ask, and also because she's the girl he's in love with, he has to agree with her if he wants to fuck. We all know that's how it works. Broly laughed a few seconds to see the tender reaction of Obito, typical of a lover who would do anything for his first love, and since the question was interesting and consistent he had no problem answering. Good question Rin, and good appreciation Obito. Exactly. I am not an angel, nor a demon, I am not a philanthropist, I am not a misanthrope, I am not a hedonist, nor a stoicist. I am simply a person like any other, but with a lot of power and knowledge, and that has as a goal to achieve the absolute power and knowledge, but that does not have too much hurry to reach that goal. I want to enjoy the path towards that goal and enjoy the detours that may appear. During that way I want and I hope to laugh, to cry, to be surprised, to have my plans carried out, to fall in love. To find people to drive me crazy, to help people that I like for no reason, to punish those whom I consider evil because my confused moral code so consider it that way, be remunerated and recognized for my actions, go unnoticed on some occasions. Consider me as an excessively rich guy who on an idle day towards his private yacht gives exaggerated tips in restaurants, buys a gun to kill someone who has threatened him. Buys a Ferrari to avoid walking 100 meters and then burn the Ferrari, demolish an asylum because there he wants to build a massage center and donate the benefits to an orphanage of which he had never heard. I just want to do what I want and believe always correct, without regretting what I do or don't do, although everything with moderation and intelligence, of course. And at that moment I wanted to give you what you wanted, and also because I really appreciate your talent. Rin and Obito watched Broly with their mouths wide open. All that information bomb was too dense, quirky and hard to accept for them, it was too much. Okay, so you're just a madman with much power that simply wants to do what he wants when he wants without a concrete reason, to spend time until achieving a selfish and practically impossible goal. Obito said, explaining that he thought after hearing the explanation of. Well, you're not so badly on track. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts even more. In the same way the more powerful and intelligent one is, the more it moves away from the less powerful and intelligent people, and in their search for more power and knowledge they end up even more alone and isolated. And in the end they end up drunk with their own power until they die because of him, and in many occasions they drag everybody in their stupid destruction. And depending on the scale of that power they end up becoming something monstrous, something inhuman. And in my case in a short time I have reached that great power and knowledge, a very big power so huge that I feel that I am moving away more and more from nature or human thought, and it scares me at the same time that fascinates me. I don't know what I will end up becoming, or if I will stop being myself at some point in my evolution. Now I am thousands of people with only one mind linked to some universe and dimensions that I created. I have a conceptual immortality, the power to destroy galaxies with a single movement. I can create life, I can resurrect the dead. I am something quite inhuman. Every time I think more inhumanly, although I'm still the initial me for now. But what will I be after? How will it affect me? Can a person change so much for their experiences, status, physical and mental changes, that he stops being himself? Change and evolution is inevitable, but I have to move forward at a responsible speed so that it doesn't affect my identity too much, or it would end like New Rich who has won $1 billion in the lottery. For that reason I try to avoid that, either by helping others selflessly and surrounding myself with other extraordinary people and making them stronger and wiser. To maintain my humanity by surrounding myself with other people, that will gradually become more inhuman with my help. I don't want to end up like certain self-satisfied idiots, even though I admire myself too much. Well, I guess we all have problems, Obito said, not knowing what to answer. Chapter 87. Yo Asakura, Len Tao, Horo Horo, Lyser Diet Hell, Chocolove McDonald and Rhinosuke Umemiya had defeated almost all the guardians in hard fighting, in which some of them even died and were resurrected again. Now, after a variety of great, hard and emotional battles with his former mentors, our elemental warriors and others were about to face the last guardian on the top floor with the aim of defeating Hao when he was still integrating with the great spirits in his dream state. The last floor, the universe. A room that completely simulated the atmosphere of outer space. No oxygen, no gravity, extreme temperatures, and other phenomena that made living in outer space almost impossible for any living being based in carbon and H2O in that reality. So in order to get through and fight in that room, everyone got inside the Rhinosuke Oversoul Orochi, from where the strong could fight without spending too much Furioku in keeping their vital signs in that extreme environment. Welcome. Nice to meet you. I'm the official in charge of the last plant. My name is Rutherford, said a small person with the aspect of a gray alien dressed in a typical Apache dress, surfing on what looked like the typical OVNI. Awa. An alien. TSK. Why are you so scared? It's obvious that aliens do not exist. I'll expose your real form. Shouted Len as he attacked the alien-like guardian. At that moment Rutherford raised his hand and said with superiority, but aliens do exist. And this. But a mysterious voice from which nobody knew its origin said at that moment, yes, you are right. Power is the best poof, Rutherford said, repelling and twisting Len with his control over gravity. They all said, including Rutherford. They were surprised by the ability of the last officer, but everyone was more intrigued by that strange voice, which they should not have heard since this was a closed room and there was no one else in that place. After checking that there was nobody and not knowing what the origin of that voice was, everyone decided to ignore it and continue their battle. My power is gravity. There are still so many forces in the world humans can't explain. And also many beings. Your journey ends in this plant, said Rutherford, using her gravitational power over the whole group. Goa. They shouted at being crushed by an invisible force against their will. What's happening? Rhinosuke yelled, wriggling inside his oversoul. It's like a magnet. We're stuck. Said Chocolove, whose face was attached to Rhinosuke's oversoul. Yua, we have to. Ow. Horo shouted, trying to resist the gravity, without much success. The gravity has been amplified. Attempting resistance is absolutely useless, said Rutherford, showing her superiority and explaining her power as it is done in all good manga. Horo said, crushed by gravity, trying to say. What? I have no reason to hide it anymore. The truth lies inside of what's right in front of you. This is the power of my armor oversoul. The real power of Grey Saucer, Rutherford said, stupidly revealing the origin of her power and showing that there was someone inside the armor in the form of an alien. Amor O.S. They shouted due to the strange appearance of that armor. Ah. It's true, there's someone inside. But then what's with that spirit? Yo said, which was really shocked. Fufufu, I'm telling you that it's a real alien. Believe it or not, they have visited our planet on countless occasions, there are traces everywhere. Their wisdom far surpasses that of humans, and they have an intelligence and crafts people couldn't dream of, Rutherford said, explaining something that looked like a conspiracy theory, but it was true. Totally true, and thanks for the compliment, said once again the mysterious voice. Now they did not believe that voice were their imaginations, that voice really existed. Who you are? Where are you hiding? Rutherford shouted, looking around trying to find the origin of that voice. She very angry, because that voice had spoiled what was going to be an epic speech and her great contribution to manga contribution that would have some impact on the Shaman King sequel attempt. Do you have any hidden ally? Rutherford asked the others, not understanding what they intended. Hey. That's what we were going to ask you right now. Oh, don't worry about me, I will not interfere in your battle, continue as if you did not hear a strange and suspicious voice that you do not know its origin in such a decisive place and moment. Said the mysterious voice once again, showing what his intentions could be, which made almost everyone relieved, but still disturbed a few. Rutherford, angry by not being able to brag about the wisdom of her spirit, but worried about the current situation, said, I don't know who you are or if what you say is true, but it does not matter what you plot, is too late. It's already time for Shaman King Sama to awake. But I'll finish you before that happens. Heavy G. I can't move my body. At this rate we will be smashed to death. Rhinosuke said with his exaggerated toupee deformed by the gravity. I see, after hurting you I suddenly really feel like going on. I'm sorry, but you're gonna be defeated, Rutherford Yo said calmly, as if there was no crushing gravity on him. How? How can you move with this high gravity? Rutherford said, so surprised that his eyes seemed to protrude from his oversoul armor. Furioku annulment. It's obvious that your spirit is the one creating this gravity, so there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of, Yo said with his usual calm and peaceful attitude while performing the Furioku annulment on Rutherford, cancelling his oversoul armor and all her skills made of Furioku, almost any skill in Shaman King, revealing her true appearance. She's a cutie, said Rhinosuke, who seemed to have recovered his life and the toupee upon see the adorable appearance of Rutherford, who was blushing. She's very shy. I don't usually agree with your criteria, but this time I totally agree with you, Rhinosuke, said the mysterious voice once more. That mysterious voice is also a pervert, thought some of the elemental warriors, while Rutherford blushed even more. When suddenly, Clin. The Oracle Bell. Yo said, watching the Oracle Bell on his arm, the communication item among other functions that was delivered at the beginning of the competition to choose the Shaman King. I've received something too. Damn it. Why at such an important moment? Said Rhinosuk, observing the message received in the oracle. Hey. What the hell is this? Like Chocolove, Lyserg, Len and Horo were also so surprised, confused, and finally terrified. So small. That was the message that everyone received in his oracle, message that was not addressed to them or to another person. This message was directed to the entire world, including the planet itself and its asteroid. Yes, it's really small, said that mysterious voice in an extremely arrogant way, even more than the most OP villain of this world, the one that used to say those words often in this world. Rutherford looked around and realized that something bad had happened. The room they were in that simulated the space had gone out suddenly. The plant has turned off. Not only that. The oracle bells have rung, which means that. They all thought with great despair. Yo's face darkened, all his optimism and tranquility evaporated like a drop of water in an industrial furnace. Everything will work out. Up until now, every time I believed in those words, everything did work out in the end. I know that the best I can do is to always keep believing, no matter how bad the situation gets. I know it, but this situation of absolute despair is quite a different matter. Nothing will work out now. Yo thought, that sensed that the apocalypse was very near upon feel the brutal presence behind this plant. They have failed. That intuition, that feeling, that premonition was being contrasted on the top floor, where Godlva, the leader of the Apaches, watched in terror and fascination how the person she had been guarding for days was rising. Which meant that the new king is awake. What it meant, that everyone could sleep forever in a few moments with a simple thought of that abominable and powerful being. Nobody and nothing was able to face it, no shaman, no spirit of this world, no weapon created by humanity, no natural disaster. Nothing. It was the end that everyone had tried to avoid. Hao had become the shaman king, the undisputed god of this world. An almighty being. And everyone inside or outside this room and building had felt the same fear. All but one. And it's time to go back to sleep, at least a bit, said once again that mysterious voice, which reverberated in the ears of everyone present as if it were a jug of cold water in that moment. At that moment someone appeared out of nowhere behind Hao, the terrifying new shaman king who had recently awakened and reigned up from his stone throne. That someone looked like a man of about 25 years. He was a strange tall, muscular man with the upper part of his body completely naked. The strange thing is that his body seemed to be covered by a fur similar to that of the apes, which combined perfectly with his long monkey tail, which was dancing in the air. All his hair included the body coat was reddish, a red that did not seem natural. It was as if he were alive, and the strangest and characteristic of everything was that that person had 3 eyes of different color. What is Goldva, the leader of the Apache, muttered, which was shocked and terrified to see and feel the immense power of Hao, the new shaman king. And now also witnessed as out of nowhere appeared another mysterious being. A mysterious being of which she had no words available to describe his appearance, but above all, because that being shed an aura that to the amazement and disbelief of all, that was not overshadowed in the least by Hao's aura. Broly, true Super Saiyan God, had made his first appearance in front of the public in this world in the most decisive moment in the history of all mankind. Chapter 88. Broly, true Super Saiyan God, had made his first appearance facing the public in this world in the most decisive moment of all mankind of this earth. He had just appeared when Hao was about to devour all the souls of that were on the island where the Shaman King tournament was being held, and later he will do the same with the souls of all humans of the planet, integrating them with the Great Spirits. The Great Spirits, the oldest and most powerful spirit on the planet formed by billions of spirits, where all life forms don't matter how big or small they are, they born and return to it, the spirit that only the Shaman King can touch and control. A power that without considering many different spiritual abilities, almost grants omniscience and omnipotence over all the living beings that have been born and that will inevitably return to his oversoul, the Great Spirits. The power of the Shaman King, the absolute king of planet Earth and all its past, present and future inhabitants. A god. An almighty god from the terrestrial human point of view. Now this god had transferred his own soul into the Great Spirits and had allowed his body to devour the souls of all person near his rank as if it were an automaton. That god was about to devour at the moment of his awakening the souls of Lip and Rap, the 2 little Lolas who accompanied Goldva in the ritual, but however, something prevented him from doing so, although devouring the souls of those 2 weak girls was as easy as breathing, and in the same way that thing also prevented him from devouring the souls of all the shamans on the island. Hey little Hao, you shouldn't do something so cruel to underage girls. If you absorb their souls now, they won't be able to become beauties in a few years, said Broly in his role of Southern Dandy. What? Shouted the real Hao within the Great Spirits. This was a situation he didn't expect at all, especially now that he had become the Shaman King, the most powerful being on the planet. Hao immediately tried to focus more closely on the origin of that great anomaly, and in that room he found him. Broly, who stood between Goldva, Lip, and Rap. At that time, the Shaman King was more stunned than he initially was. There is no information about him inside the Great Spirits. There is no information about his birth or past lives, not even from someone who knows him or who has ever seen him in all the history. And my powers are not effective against him, which may be because his life and soul didn't originate from the Great Spirits and by his appearance is quite likely. Another possibility is that his power is similar or even superior to that of the Shaman King himself, and by his ability to prevent me from stealing the souls of those insects. I don't think this is an outlandish theory. Who you are? And what do you want? Hao asked, who had returned to his own body and was watching him very intently as he continued to try to devour his soul, without apparent success. Is he alien like Oversoul of Rutherford? And if so, what is he doing here? Why, despite not feeling his Furioku, I feel that overwhelming oppression around him. It's terrifying, it's absurd. How can there be two gods on the planet? Goldva thought with fear, who was about to go mad by being near the presence of those powerful beings. Me? I'm just a reputed therapist specialized in treating stupid teenagers. I have already successfully corrected the behavior of 2 idiots and you, my friend, you are going to be the third, of which I hope will be a long list of rehabilitated adolescents, although technically you have more than 1,000 years. But we will ignore that small detail for the sake of my curriculum, said Broly, speaking with the same chucky, sarcastic and confident attitude that Tony Stark used in Avengers 1 with Loki in his own tower. Technically the protagonists together with all the souls inside the Great Spirits, either because they died earlier or because Hao devoured their souls in the last chapters along with his original mother, managed to reform him. But I'm going to award the merit this time, I'm on a roll. What? You're laughing at me? Hao shouted angrily. He had reached the supreme power for which he had been fighting and planning for more than 1,000 years. And now, in the moment of reaching his long-awaited goal, out of nowhere a strange extraterrestrial being with an unknown power appeared, and dared to treat him with condescension, like a problematic child. He dares to despise me. The great Hao. The most powerful shaman of history. The Shaman King. Hao was about to manifest his great spirit oversoul at full power for the first time in the material world, despite the possible consequences that could entail. In the manga, Hao used his oversoul within the Shaman King society inside the Great Spirits in a combat against Yoa Sakura, Len Tao, Horo Horo, Lyser Diet Hell and Chocolove McDonald, and if that combat would took place on the material plane would have disintegrated the planet in a few seconds. The scale of this fight was something that could end the world. But... Pum. Crack. We have finally arrived. Yes, but we have arrived late. The walls of the room were broken and from the rubble appeared Yo, Len, Horo Horo, Lyserg, Chocolove, Rhinosuke, the little Opacho and Rutherford, which they left unconscious so that she would not stop them from passing, and that Rhinosuke was carrying, but in a non-perverted way, since Yo had told Opacho to watch Rhinosuke in case he had some bad thoughts. Yo, Hao said, observing his twin brother without diminishing his incredible spiritual pressure, but neither increasing it and without losing sight of Broly. Oh, hello guys, I see that you have taken your time to recover, and also you have not killed Rutherford. Well. See how, you don't have to kill cute girls who are not evil, you could learn something from your twin brother and his friends, said Broly, pointing to Yo's group, which was shocked by the appearance of a new variant in this battle for the survival of the human species, and upon seeing the strange appearance of Broly, a being that didn't seem human at all. A being that didn't even seem to be using his same power system that they, despite feeling an immeasurable power coming from him, one similar to Hao's, a power they could barely understand. What is that? Horo Horo and Rhinosuke shouted, pointing at Broly. Everything in him seemed too mysterious and shocking, but especially they could not look away from his third eye and monkey tail, which danced in an unpleasant way through the air. There is no doubt that he is the one who spoke to us a few seconds ago without us being able to detect him, which proves to have a lot of hidden abilities, and moreover, how that has acquired the powers of Shaman King seems to be alerted to him. As if he is somebody dangerous even when he has reached the powers of a god. In terms of appearance, ignoring many suspicious details, he has a third eye, monkey fur on the body and monkey tail, and this does not look like an oversoul armor type, then. Is he a really wise and powerful alien, like those who spoke about Rutherford a few moments ago? And if he is one of them, has he come to fight against Hao? Lyserg thought with his usual deductive reasoning. You're the one with the strange voice from a few moments ago. Len said impertinently, pointing his halberd at Broly while he didn't take his eyes off Hao, the one they had come to kill, or convincing him not to exterminate all humans as a last alternative. Yeah. Obviously, but don't point me with that, kid, you could end up cutting someone who is not me, Broly said in a funny way, but at the same time as if he was a tough guy from the action movies of the 90s, since Len was also a possible candidate to rehabilitate. Is he an enemy then? Cholov said, since he was the one who had the most doubts since he was blind. I don't know, I'm unable to read his mind, said the little Opacho, very afraid of that simian being. You make too much noise. Hao said, very annoyed, now also for the entrance of Yo and his friends. And of course, Hao also tried to devour their souls with his intimidating gaze as soon as he put his eyes on them, but once again his attack was cancelled. What the hell are you doing here? And what do you intend with it? Defeat me? Hao shouted, moving towards Broly with a great murderous aura that was shaking the whole ancestral building as if it were an earthquake. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And what do you intend with it? Defeat me? Steal my throne? Hao shouted, moving towards Broly, shaking the whole ancestral building with his intense murderous aura as if it were an earthquake. Oh, if the looks could kill, ha ha ha. Broly said, not taking seriously the threats of Hao, who was still trying to steal the souls of everyone present on many occasions, so Broly decided to show that nothing has effect on him or the ones around him. Yo, who was quiet trying to understand the situation, suddenly noticed something unexpected. What is it? He muttered as he looked around him. All were being surrounded by strange, almost crystalline spheres, which were becoming more and more translucent every second, and spheres were each linked by a cable, and that cable was attached to the tail of reddish simian alien. His tail has been saving our lives so far. How? Why? Hao exclaimed, as did his twin brother. Surprised? When you tried to devour my soul before, I copied the properties of your spiritual attack with my tail and made part of my tail, acquiring the properties of that attack, an invisible and almost imperceptible attack. And as you should know, two equal forces cancel each other. I'm ingenious, right? Broly said, scratching his imaginary goatee, but some doubted if his goatee had also become invisible like his tail. Everyone was astonished by the method of that strange being, and at the same time they were grateful. They had already realized that this alien was saving them in some way, but knowing that was not a speculation was equally shocking. And before the conversation could be resumed at that time, from the lake that was in that room. Plum. Like Golem a few days ago, while Hao was still sleeping assimilating the Great Spirit, a giant sphinx with diver's glasses and a tube emerged from the lake, which was connected to some underground maritime caves. It seems that here there has been a strange development of events, said Anna, which emerged from the Oversoul Sphinx. And with her also came the Asakura family, the Ten family, the Gandhara, Manta, and all the others who had come to assist Yo and the others. Anna! Shouted all the team of the hot springs at the same time, partly with joy and partly with fear to witness the toughest and bossy girl in this manga. Hao once again tried to devour their souls, but once again he was unable to do so. The invisible tail interposed once more in its trajectory. Damn! Hao shouted as he began to manifest his oversoul again. It was then that Broly began to be in a hurry upon see this dangerous situation for the planet, not for him. UPS, this is bad. Yo, do you mind if I take your twin brother for a walk? I will return it healthy, safe and with better humor, said Broly, teleporting next to Hao and grabbing him by the head. Both disappeared without letting Yo have time to answer his question. And after a few seconds of silence in which everyone tried to understand what had happened. Yo, are you going to explain to me exactly what happened here? Who was he? Why didn't you beat Hao before he became Shaman King? Anna asked with her usual dominant and cool attitude. I was asking the same questions to myself. Haha, Yo said, disoriented as if he had suddenly awakened from a nap, and with some fear upon see how his fiancée dominatrix approached, knowing what was waiting. Chapter 89. At that same moment in another place. Broly and Hao appeared out of nowhere in the great nothingness, a very dark nothingness. Let me go, scum. Hao shouted as he pushed Broly's hand away from his head with his giant oversoul from King's spirit, but there was no sound. You must say, please. If you speak with kindness, people will listen to you without you threatening them, Broly said telepathically, making him notice his lack of manners. But Hao's anger quickly turned into a great confusion. Where are we supposed to be? Hao asked urgently. There was not a single soul around him, there was not a single light, not even matter that he could locate with its great detection ability, and of course no sound. It was as if. Are we in the middle of nowhere in space? Did you know that the Milky Way, the galaxy we live in, and many other nearby galaxies are right on the edge of a complete cosmic emptiness with a radius of more than 1 billion light-years? Metaphorically, your galaxy is a tiny plot of land in the huge suburbs of a part of the universe, and you're just the god of a tiny planet in that galaxy, which makes you something like the master of the sock drawer of that tiny plot of land, and I say it being benevolent. Well, to summarize, right now we are at the center of that emptiness, known as the KBC emptiness, so we can fight without holding back. It will be very difficult for you to destroy any planet or celestial star here, Broly said telepathically, trying to lower the fumes to Hao, who had a quite excessive god complex, almost as much as our protagonist. The situation was very bizarre and worrying, and Hao understood it perfectly. That strange being with capabilities that he did not even have, like teleporting himself to millions of light years in a second, which meant that without his help he could not return to the Earth. Damn! It is impossible to locate my planet in this emptiness without any reference, and even if it were able to locate the planet taking into account that my maximum speed is that of light and that the maximum life expectancy for a shaman king is 500 years. I'm stuck here maybe forever. Exactly. It must be frustrating to become a kind of god and in few seconds be locked in an immense emptiness from which you cannot escape alive by your own means. He he he. And now the Earth King has no choice but to depend on me to return him to his own planet. Pretty hilarious, Broly said telepathically in a mocking way to Hao, who was about to burn with rage and despair. Now what will you do? Do you intend to leave me here isolated, so I do not kill all the detestable humans? Or maybe you have a proposal or want to make some deal with me? Hao said telepathically to Broly with a lot of hatred. For years he had never tried to negotiate or had been at the mercy of someone. He had always been the one who dictated the rules and treated the rest like insignificant pawns he could crush at any moment. However, for now he understood his place and that the three-eyed monster wanted something from him, otherwise he would have left him there to die without giving further explanations. Very acute despite having lost the ability to read the mind. I just want an interesting match, a fight that will decide what we will do from now on. If I win you will join my cause, but since I am a good person I will let you go and come to Earth whenever you want and can, answered Broly with his muscular arms crossed in a position of power and confidence. And what happens if I win? Hao said telepathically to Broly with confidence. It was possible that he did not have certain abilities that Broly had, like the broken teleportation, but he was the fucking Shaman King. The god of the earth. The king of the stars. He refused to believe that he could not give a good fight to that being, although of course he should not kill him, or he would not leave that place alive. Well, this is something that's not going to happen, so, whatever you want, I suppose, said Broly, taking out a snot and throwing it to the space. He was not worried at all. Hao, being insulted by Broly's words and attitude, became excessively angry once more. Insolent. But you said something interesting. It is assumed that there is not a single star in this immense cosmic void, right? I think this is going to change right now. At that moment Hao activated his oversoul armor in all its splendor, showing his enormous, majestic and almost robotic appearance, and between the two pikes that protruded from his shoulders a great light and heat originated. In the middle of the pikes of the Great Spirit a star materialized. A true sun with all its characteristics, although on a smaller scale. Oh! Said Broly, surprised, but not much. Solar flare. The sun that floated between the pikes of Hao's oversoul generated both extremely high-temperature solar winds and super-concentrated radioactivity in order to produce a highly damaging and wide-ranging attack towards Broly. A solar flare of these characteristics would be able to affect the atmosphere of the planet and practically carbonize it, but for Broly that was nothing to worry about thanks to his powerful body and protective energy. Oh, I feel like I was on a beach in August. You're brilliant. Plan is to beat me, tanning me beautiful skin or causing me skin cancer. Broly said, taking a sunbath with tranquility. That attack had not been effective, he had faced more critical conditions million times when he tried to reach the origin reality. I really did not expect to be able to win you in the first attack, but... what if you receive the next one directly? Prominence. Then Hao's artificial sun produced crimson pillars of gas that extended to Broly, drastically increasing the temperature and radioactivity. This can be a problem. Some of my hair could get burned, said Broly as he puffed up his chest and prepared to take something out of his mouth. Ah! A great sound explosion of ki spread through the emptiness, as did the light and radiation of Hao's solar flare, pushing back the column of burning gas from the sun. So powerful that the solar flare almost completely dissipated. So relentless that it caused Hao's oversoul to lose its balance even in zero gravity. So impressive that you could even hear the sound clearly despite being in the space. But that great setback did not make Hao go back or discourage him. Since the beginning he knew that his opponent was powerful, that he could not hope to end up in two simple movements. It seems that the less direct and calorific attacks do not seem to affect him. I will have to change my strategy radically. Comet. From the hands of the Great Spirit concentrated ice and other frozen gases in each of their hands, forming two small comets, but large enough to destroy hundreds of thousands of miles if it would hit a planet. Then he threw one against Broly as if it were a stone which flew a hypersonic speed, and with the other he used his tail as if it were a laser sword. I know, this last attack is unscientific. First you throw flaming farts and now snowballs. This looks more and more like a children's fight, but you get better, said Broly, extending his hands towards the two comets. Hawkeye. Upon saying those words, the two comets and their tails were reduced to photons due to the threatening purple light. What? Hao exclaimed with a lot of cold sweat running down his body, this was the first time in hundreds of years that he really felt real fear by an attack. Until now he had been uncomfortable with the presence of Broly, who appeared before him in a very inopportune moment, for denying his devouring soul attacks and teleport him in the middle of nowhere, but he felt no fear despite facing something so unknown and macabre. When he teleported him from the earth to this empty space, he felt threatened and even desperate. But still he was not afraid. Even if Broly left him abandoned in that place and died of old age after 500 years, he still could be reborn once more for the next edition of the Shaman King tournament, as he had done on other occasions. However, that attack, that disintegration ability, was different. Was terrifying. Even if it was only for a second, I felt a great fear from the depths of my soul. I felt as if that attack was capable of completely eliminating my soul, preventing me from being able to reincarnate. This was the greatest fear in Hao's heart, the greatest fear of any shaman. Therefore he had to finish that fight as soon as possible, or maybe he could use that skill on him. From the O.S. of the great Cyprip's numerous compartments along the lengths of both its arms and legs opened, and from them a countless number of meteorites that surrounded Broly from all places were created. I don't know what that skill was, but surely you need a hand to disintegrate each objective. Can you disintegrate so much of my burning messengers of heaven? Hao said, hiding his huge O.S. and himself behind a lot of meteors to not be within the reach of Broly. Meteor. Upon announcing the name of that attack, all the meteors were thrown at Broly at the same time. Hao did not want to give him a second to use that skill called Hakai again. Another one that throws me meteorites with the hope of killing me? They never learn. But it's not bad, you've gone from throwing snowballs to stones, you're maturing, Broly snorted, as if he was tired of repeating a monotonous and boring routine. With a simple glance all the meteorites stopped moving and were now suspended in the void, turning on themselves. Tatsumaki tactic. Fuck, Hao thought as he moved away as quickly as possible from his own meteorites that had escaped his control. And he did well, because in a few seconds all the meteorites began to gather, as if they had been trapped by a gravitational field, and began to merge as if each of them were clay forming a ball. Broly was collecting all the meteorites with telekinesis to form a fairly small planet. You have never heard that the union is force? Said Broly just before kicking the small desert planet that he had formed towards Hao, also making a reference to Star Wars. A giant asteroid was approaching at great speed towards him, but Hao did not despair, rather he was incredibly calm and satisfied. Great, isn't it? I was just making the preparations for your defeat. An incredible and unbeatable power with no limits. The final stage of a star's evolution. An explosion that can outshines a whole galaxy, Hao said while the sun between the pikes of his O.S. grew and shone with more and more intensity. Supernova. Until it exploded in an incredibly powerful and wide-ranging blast, swallowing with licked several light years of that immense cosmic void and evaporating the ball of meteorites that was about to impact against him. Not bad, it's a small-scale supernova, it would have been able to destroy the solar system without problems, there's no doubt about that. With this attack you have surpassed beings like Frieza and Cell, despite not having a great physical strength, the insignificant physical strength that can't even comparable to Krillin, said Broly in sunglasses, clapping before Hao's attack. He had never before witnessed an enemy perform an attack of such a high scale before. And without stopping to ask about the names that Broly had pronounced, he continued with his speech, you survived, I expected it, but the gravitational collapse of a star makes it explode. Once the star is gone, gravity can't escape because it's trapped, so it starts condensing. And the result is a gravitational field with an incredibly high density. Hao said while in the middle of the two pikes of his OS, where before he had placed the little sun, a huge vortex appeared, a vortex that began to swallow all the debris produced from the fight between Broly and Hao. A black hole. Wow, even my normal teleportation ability is affected by this spatial distortion. This is something dangerous. And exciting at the same time, Broly said as he was drawn into the black hole due to the huge and powerful gravitational field. Ha 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 ha. If you get absorbed you're dead. Your souls will be trapped there forever and you'll never be able to come back. Hao screamed like a psychopath as he watched how Broly got closer and closer to the point of no return from his most powerful attack. He, I'd like to check it out, said Broly before his body was reduced to the size of a pinhead and devoured by the black hole between the pikes of the Great Spirit. Chapter 90. After Hao's black hole devoured Broly, it was still shallowing at full capacity without relaxing in the least. If it were not in the cosmic void, that black hole would continue to devour more matter, growing over time until it devours an entire galaxy, but in these circumstances it was impossible. In the end you turned out to be smaller than you thought, Hao said to himself in an arrogant and despotic way as usual, as he watched with pride the black hole produced by his almighty oversoul. It's my victory, although I may have overstretched a bit. I just needed to defeat him so that he could give me back to my planet, but in the end I killed him. Although it is not a big problem for me. Once I am sure that your body has been reduced to atoms, I will release the black hole and take over his soul trapped in the gravitational vortex. Once his soul will be in my power, I will refine it into a spirit under my control, and I will manipulate it to be able to use his skills and knowledge and go back to the earth with his teleport. Either by his own will or not. Ha ha ha. He laughed like an evil genius after beating the one he had been and surely would be the most powerful enemy he could find. For a moment, he thought he could lose, even though he had the absolute power for which he fought for more than 1,000 years, and once he got Broly's soul he could make his horizon expand even more. His power and knowledge could encompass beyond the planet Earth and the stars of the Milky Way. That being. Where he came from. How did he know about the planet Earth or the Shaman King competition? How did he know so much about others and me? What kind of life form is he? What were his abilities? How did he gain them? What kind of knowledge is in his head? What great mysteries and wonders will he show me? A few minutes ago, I thought I had reached the power and definitive knowledge, and instance after achieving it I discover that there is a much bigger world outside. I am anxious to know more. Being Shaman King may not only have been a goal, but a beginning. How was happy and eager to see what surprises Broly's soul could bring, but... Pop-um. Gwaj. How felt great pressure all over his body and instantly began to throw up blood from his mouth as if he were a fountain. What's happening? No. It cannot be true. How screamed in dismay and confusion as he observed the changes in his black hole. The gravitational vortex was becoming less intense, its shape was changing irregularly every second, and most striking of all, from the black hole began to emerge light, a light increasingly intense, an intense blue light. Impossible. Nothing can escape from a black hole. Gwaj. How screamed once again in dismay, this was turning into a nightmare that he wanted to wake up from. Since from the center of the black hole came out two hairy hands that grabbed the edges of the black hole and began to widen it as if it were the collar of a tight shirt, and once widened, from those hands came the arms that pushed even more strongly until... Congratulations, ma'am, you have given birth to a boy, well, a muscular handsome man. LOL. Being reduced beyond Planck's length is a pretty, disconcerting experience. Broly said as he poked his head out of the black hole, as if he were a college student who had left her room for the first time after study days for the exams. Gwaj. I must, stop it. House said with bloodshot eyes and spitting even more blood. Maintaining that black hole in a normal way already consumed a lot of energy and concentration, but now this was creating an inhuman pressure on How. He couldn't keep that hole any longer without destroying his body. And the black hole was cancelled, returning Broly's body to his normal shape. Nothing bad. In fact, it has been quite impressive. With an attack like this not even someone like Bu could have survived. I congratulate you. It wasn't a bad decision to come to this reality after all. Although you and your OS were the only interesting thing in this place, said Broly, congratulating the injured How for his great work. He had never before faced a challenge in which he had to use so much physical strength, his immortality, and space-time knowledge to get out of a dangerous situation. Bu. Another reality? What are you talking about? How said at the same time he treated his wounds, not understanding exactly what Broly was referring to, but for those words he began to imagine something too shocking for any mind. Broly with a smile read part of How's thoughts. Should it be hard for you not to be able to read people's thoughts after so many years, right? Don't worry about those details, since you don't have any skills other than to offer me. You'll know all the answers very soon, Mappa Duji. With those confusing and threatening words Strauss in which he named the name that How used in his first life, the tail stand of Broly began to grow. Grow, until it reached a size that couldn't be counted on kilometers, it had to be counted with light years, making the O.S. of the Great Spirit seem insignificant in comparison. Even How, who was watching the growth process at an appreciable speed for the human eye, couldn't do anything but open his mouth in astonishment. Am I unable to distinguish between this immense void of space and his tail? I'm so small. Those were the words that resonated in How's head and soul as he felt the universe itself fall on his head. Planet Earth. Hall of the Shaman King. A few hours after the galactic battle. The Shaman King room was filled with confused people who were trying to catch up on everything that had happened and waiting for the return of that strange being, and how well, many didn't want to see How again. When suddenly... Hi yo! Upon hearing that powerful and familiar voice they all turned towards their origin. How? They all shouted with enough fear. Has How defeated that monster and now comes to finish with us? That's what everyone thought, but... Relax, I will not try to devour your souls again, How said as if he was forgiving their lives, literally. Hey, really? Yo and the others wondered, including Anna with relief and disbelief. And what made you change your mind? Asked Sooty Saigon, the leader of the Gandharas, asking solemnly, having noticed Hao's strange state of mind. We could say that this man named Broly, in a very orthodox way, has made me see humanity from another perspective. He has shown me that I am not as big as I thought I was. And that what I really searched for so long was always by my side, but my hatred and anger blinded me, preventing me from seeing them, said Hao with melancholy and blaming himself for it. It was at that moment when Mantumian, the cat that Hao adopted in his first life, appeared and scaled towards his shoulder just like Ohachio, the little demon that once cared for the little orphan Hao Asakura during his first life. Mantumian. Yo and Anna yelled when they saw the adorable and reliable cat that saved their lives more than once when they were childs. Meow. Mantumian responded with a meow, since now he was only in his cat form. And before Yo could be surprised by the appearance of Ohachio and the symbol of his chest, a beautiful woman very similar to Anna suddenly appeared behind Hao. Evidently she was Hao's mother, his original mother when he was known as Mappa Duji in his first life. Eh? Some shouted when seeing the appearance of that woman. Hao's mom? Chocolove asked, since with his blindness he couldn't distinguish it well. She sure looks like Anna-san, Lyserg said, using his great British detective skills. I'm sorry everyone. My stupid you have given a lot of trouble, said Hao's mother, apologizing for the terrible attitude that her son had the last 1,000 years. Mother, not here please, Hao said, quite embarrassed as he watched the faces of all the presents and how they looked at him with a strange face, as if they felt embarrassed by him. But Hao didn't seem to mind that, he was quite happy now. Weehee. I'm so happy for you, Nii-chan. Yo said with a big smile and tranquility. Ni. Hao replied, somewhat annoyed by this overconfidence. Victory is ours, they claimed the remaining elemental warriors. Don't get carried away. I haven't changed my mind. I would still like to kill every human on Earth. But for the time, I'll only watch attentively how you all try to fix everything before your time runs out, Hao said, reasserting everyone who died in the Shaman King tournament at the same time. And just one more thing. I'm the fucking Shaman King. Don't be so impertinent, Yo said Hao, reaffirming his position and authority. He had become perhaps a better person, but not so much. Okay, no problem, Nii-chan, Yo replied quite fondly. By the way, where did that alien go? Said Anna, who wanted to solve all the loose ends. I'm afraid he is not too far away, said Hao, who was having a bad premonition. Yo. Said once again the mysterious voice, for all that wasn't so mysterious anymore, everyone knew who Broly was. Yes. Yo said with stupor and expectation. This was Broly, the super extraterrestrial with extraordinary abilities that had made change his mind to his evil twin. If he had something to tell him, must be something very important and transcendent. Therefore everyone paid close attention to his wise words. Upon the doubt, the most buxom. Remember this words, Yo. Broly said before disappearing. What? They shouted all for those amazing and disappointing mythical words. Are these supposed to be the final words of a being who surpassed the god of the earth? But in a few seconds all eyes focused on Anna, or more specifically, on a very flat part of Anna. Crack. 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 And in a synchronized way a great murderous aura emerged from his small, flat body. A murderous aura that made everyone wonder if it was such a bad idea for Hao to devour their souls. I'm still in the growth phase. Anna screamed with uncontrolled fury as she advanced with her hand held high towards Yo and friends. Broly. Damn you. On the moon. In this precise moment. Broly was sitting on a rock right next to the American flag while quietly observing the planet Earth, more precisely the Shaman King Tournament Island. Ha ha ha. In the end everything has finished in a similar way. The truth is that I like the end of Shaman King, a different ending where the ultimate invincible villain is not defeated with an absurd and unjustified power-up. They just make him realize how idiotic he had been, and with that he tries to be a better person in Shaman King, although I would also have liked someone to defeat him like in a typical shonen. With which I have achieved both ends at the same time. Ha 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 ha, Broly said, imitating Dr. Manhattan's stance as he watched the Earth with a smile, satisfied that he had fulfilled one of his ambitions. Broly had defeated and assimilated Hao as a new soldier in his Eternal Legion, and after that, dear Broly treated him until he could see that his mother was always by his side, but that he was unable to see her because of the accumulated hatred he had towards humanity since she was murdered. How another damn idiot like Midora and Obito, but more idiot than the other two combined. Why are there so many villains in the manga who are convinced that the only way to find peace and happiness is the unification of all people in an abstract entity or a similar shit? Evangelion, Code Geass, 666 Satan, Naruto, TTGL. It's a fucking stupidity. They base their stupid discourse in that the only way to end the conflict is for people to understand each other. Ja. As if you perfectly understand the opinion or way of life of a person was going to make us automatically share that opinion or way of life. Understanding is not sharing. Not even if you become a mass of souls. The individuality of the almost collective species called human is what makes us what we are, and we do the things we do to fulfill our goals. Although for this we must associate, compete and face other individuals, it is impossible for all of us to agree on everything, so the conflict is inevitable. And that is the trigger of the evolution and prosperity that humanity and every life form. And his stupid idea is to destroy the individuality of each person by turning them into a mass of unique thought. The only constant in life and existence is the change produced by the actions and reactions of every entity in the omniverse. And to avoid any negative change supposedly produced by not understanding each other, is to eliminate all individuality and the possibility of making any change. The way to end the conflicts of humanity is to eliminate humanity. What a brilliant idea. I can already imagine all the politicians with this thesis. The way to avoid fights in football is to eliminate football. The way to end child abuse is to eliminate all children. The way to end sexism is to eliminate the sexes. Fucking idiots. If the whole existence is something so bad for you, end your fucking life. But leave me be in my way. Well, let's focus on the idiot How. How by itself wasn't too powerful, at least taking as reference the definition of power of the Dragon Ball universe, but he had in his power great knowledges and skills. He is the master of the yin-yang, having the ability to control the elements, divination, return from death when he wanted, create spirits, demons and other entities and control them, that without counting the normal abilities of each shaman to use spirits of multiple forms. He was a great asset to the future plans of Broly, a great master of the spiritual existence, as necessary as the scientist department. However, the most important thing was the Great Spirit, the most powerful spirit of all, although in that case Broly had only copied the structure of the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit was a huge mass of spirits that contains the soul of every living being that there has been and is on Earth, the beginning and the end of every living being in the planet. There was a lot of information inside the Great Spirit, but Broly wasn't interested in the Earthling souls that existed within him. He was interested in something else. It's been quite entertaining. It's been more than a decade that I don't have a galactic battle, and I've never been swallowed by a black hole before. For now it would be better for the King of the Earth to stay in his domain. Having momentarily separated him from this dimension has already caused certain problems for spirits that couldn't reach the Great Spirit. Well, I already have the necessary knowledge for the next world, at least to avoid some problems with my physical body. And with this ends Shaman King, and in a few years should start the story of Flowers with the son of Yo and Anna. Hannah, a story that unfortunately couldn't continue. Although I hope to see it in some future. Chapter 91. Siriidii. Yawach, the creator of the Quincy and leader of the Wandenrake organization, had invaded with his slaves the Soul Society, killing thousands of figurant Shinigamis and many other minimally relevant Shinigamis, or at least they were somewhat powerful. Yawach, using various stratagems, managed to assassinate Shigekuni Yamamoto Genrisai, the legendary general commander of the Godei 13 and the most powerful Shinigami, the one with the most destructive power of all. After killing him, the almighty final villain that nobody expected had a free way to reach the palace of the spiritual king, where he also killed Ichib Haisub, the leader of the royal guard, the Shinigami with the most annoying, perverse and hacked skills that exist. After assassinating the spiritual king and taking his powers to increase his own, he again faced Ichigo, a much more powerful Ichigo with total control over his Zanpaku Tea and Hollow, with the irrelevant help of Orihime, which would heal him in battle and assist in any way she could. However, he was brutally beaten by Yawach, so much so that he could not even show his Bankai before he shattered Zangetsu. Again. After that, Yawach opened a portal to the Soul Society with the aim of destroying it completely, also the human world and Hueco Mundo, to take control of all known planes of existence except Hell. However, there he found Aizen in a sealed state, which confronted him, and later Renji and Ichiko with his restored Zangetsu also joined to the battle. Again. These three ex-enemies would begin the final battle for the destiny of all the worlds, a battle that for now they were losing due to Yawach's almighty ability that gives him the ability to see the future and modify it at will. I thought I made it pretty clear. That even if you chased me down you wouldn't be able to change a single damn thing, Yawach said as he extended his black Ryatsu around him while Renji tried to do something that would be useless. That applies to you as well. Abarai Renji. Bankai, Su Zabumaru. Renji shouted as he jumped to attack Yawach, but, without even touching or approaching to Yawach, Renji already lost his left arm, as well as his Bankai. NGH. Shit. Even a meager Bankai will be made impotent when Silik get through that skull of yours. All Bankai have already been destroyed in the future, and yet you would still oppose me. So in order to drive this point home, I'll crush you with my very own hands. Aizen. Yawach said to an Aizen in a sealed state that took advantage of that moment to launch himself on him to make an attack. Hada 99. Goryu Tenmetsu Aizen said, creating one of the most powerful Kidu arts. Summoning several energy dragons from all places, destroying everything around him as they ran towards Yawatch to devour him like Aizen with his famous Zanpakuto Kyuka Suigetsu. By the way, I appears you've yet to notice, Aizen Susuke, that your Kyuka Suigetsu has already been broken. Yawatch said while Aizen watched surprised as his Zanpakuto was broken, moment that Yawatch used to attack him with the palm of his hand, hurting and throwing him far away. And in less than a second. Futile, I've already seen that as well, Ichigo, Yawatch said to an Ichigo who followed the same ambush strategy as Aizen. However, in this case he had already lost his left arm even before his final enemy could stop Zangetsu with his bare hands, as in the other occasions, destroying Zangetsu partially for the umpteenth time. A golden opportunity slipping right through your fingers. You assessed the layout of our battle situation, and decided it would be ideal for you to unite yourself with Aizen Susuke. However, as you have clearly seen, Kyuka Suigetsu's is no match for mine either. Remember, nothing escapes my gaze, Yawatch said in an overly arrogant way, destroying Zangetsu again with the palm of his hand. Rest in pieces, Ichigo. And with those words, with the palm of his hand he opened a hole in his chest, a hole bigger than the one made by Ulquiorra in the Hollow World Saga. This attack was deadly, causing Ichigo to spit blood out of his mouth while Yawatch put his arm inside the hole to hold his lifeless body in a gore way. Yawatch in this form seemed invincible, untouchable, omniscient and almighty. Nothing and nobody seemed to be a rival for him. It's been fun, Ichigo. Your resistance was midly amusing at best. So the least I can do for you is erase your existence along with Soul Society, he shouted with satisfaction while witnessed how all his enemies had died or been knocked out with his almighty ability. But at that moment, I see. So you think you're gazing at Kurosaki? Ichigo, fascinating. The one whose arm had been sliced, destroyed the Zanpakuto and opened a hole in the chest, turned out not to be Ichigo. It was Aizen. In less than a fraction of a second, Yawatch understood what had happened. He had been inside Aizen's illusion from the beginning and had been fighting against him all the time and not against Ichigo, but that means Getsuga Tenshu. It was too late to react, since the real Ichigo had cut him in two. Yawatch was dead, and all that was left of him was his black Ryatsu that once covered his body, and now covered the ground like a huge black spot with what looked like Dolly's eyes. Ichigo watched what looked like the corpse of the greatest threat to all the worlds, until Aizen spoke to him to have a practically redundant conversation. Passable or not? Well done responding as quickly as you did to my Kyuka Suigetsu, Aizen said with irony, which was bleeding from his torn arm and the hole in his chest. On my way here, I got this strange familiar feeling. It was similar to the one I felt back when you had placed everyone under Kyuka Suigetsu's spell, Ichigo replied as he recalled the battle in which Aizen faced almost all of the captains, lieutenants and former lieutenants who fought each other thinking that everyone was Aizen. Aizen with a face that showed irony, sarcasm and melancholy said, indeed. I released Kyuka Suigetsu before you all arrival here. I confirmed that I could be used to interfere with the Almighty's, clairvoyant powers. The final component was you who is unaffected by Kyuka Suigetsu. Who would have thought that me not showing you the release of Kyuka Suigetsu would have paid off like this, Kurosaki Ichigo? But suddenly, when nobody expected it, the black spot that was the corpse of Yawatch moved once more and expanded, covering several meters around Ichigo and Aizen. Aizen! Ichigo shouted, but it was too late. The black Ryatsu had completely trapped the weakened and sealed Aizen, and in that moment the nightmare resurfaced once more. In a more terrifying way than ever. A fraction of the Ryatsu with surrealistic eyes rose up near Ichigo and started talking. Kyuka Suigetsu's effect appears to have end. Pride? Or did it just reach its limit? Say, Ichigo. Did you really think something of that caliber would be enough to kill me? These were the words that echoed throughout the dimension as Ichigo watched in horror and despair how in Yawatch, totally covered by his black Ryatsu, and eyes rose once more. He had returned from death to send everyone to it. My power is the power to alter the future itself. I can even rewrite futures in which I have died. Screamed the definitive Yawatch while Ichigo was still trying to confront him. Useless. Yawatch shouted once again, taking away Zangetsu's with his hands and breaking and destroying it, again. This is the end. This world and Soul Society will before my power lose their form and become one. Iwaka's Ryatsu covered almost all the Soul Society and had trapped Ichigo. Everything seemed to be over, but a silver arrow pierced Yawatch from the back to the chest. What is this? Said Yawatch, who became afraid and confused for the first time since a long time ago. Ishida? Ichigo said, surprised, noticing that he was his friend and cousin Quincy Ishida who attacked Yawatch with a special arrow of a single use. An arrow that for a few seconds was able to stop the powers of the very same Yawatch, to which the face could be seen again, face that was previously covered by his Ryatsu and the eyes that represented his power, the Almighty. Now the final boss was totally helpless, he did not have his Quincy powers, nor his physical strength nor control over his spiritual energy, nor his the Almighty. So he was not able to see the future and alter it. If he died now, it would be irreversible. Ishida was about to alert Ichigo to give him the final blow, but before that. Someone that nobody had seen until now, someone with a disturbing appearance and energy appeared in front of Yhwach with his fist raised. You did not see this coming, right? Mr. Almighty said that unknown man before lowering his fist towards Yhwach's face. Who the hell are you? Yhwach thought with stupefaction and fear. This was a variable that neither he nor the rest of those present could have even imagined. However, Ichigo and friends did not despair excessively, since that strange being did not seem to be an ally of Yhwach and seemed to be about to give him the final blow, surely killing the final enemy of the manga in a faster way than Ichigo could. But what are you waiting for? Kill him! Ichigo shouted with all his strength as he advanced at full speed towards Yhwach. The reason why he shouted to Broly in that way was because before he could hit Yhwach unsuspecting and devoid of all his incredible powers. He stopped short of his attack, as if he had reconsidered and decided not to attack, and began to contemplate Yhwach's eyes with a confident smile. Not doing anything. Damn! Ichigo shouted in frustration and despair. The interval in which Yhwach could be killed was very short, and due to Broly's surprise intervention he had lost a very brief but valuable time. Ah! Ichigo brandished Zangetsu with all his strength to cut Yhwach in two, trying to avoid Broly's huge, rocky body, but... What the hell are you doing? Ichigo screamed with great fury and bewilderment, as Broly's simian tail had lengthened long enough to tie him like an anaconda throttling his prey, restricting his progress and movements. Ah! Ichigo shouted as he tried to cut off Broly's tail with his Zangetsu, but he was unable to make even a small scratch, it seemed impenetrable. And at the end of that little, but at the same time eternal interval of time, Yhwach regained all his powers once again. This is the end, Ishida thought, cursing the whole world for the fact that the opportunity for which so many strive to achieve failed. Ahahaha. I don't know who you are, but thanks for stopping those insects. Now I'll twist and fuse together life and death. With this I'll clear the path to a world with not fear. Yhwach yelled at his impending triumph, terrifying everyone who could hear him. But leaving Broly extremely indifferent, who was a foot away from his face, looking at him as if it were nothing interesting. And that didn't like Yhwach at all, since now he was the most powerful being of all and Broly just a big unknown variable that could disrupt his plans, so he raised his hand towards Broly. But the first thing I will do is crush you in peak. No, that is, but Yhwach was unable to finish his sentence, fear and panic had taken over him. What I see is, impossible. Yhwach is the possessor of the skill the Almighty, that can see everything that is to occur from the present moment into the far-flung future. Seeing all possible futures at once like countless grains of sand in the wind and then transform the future and present, taking the most preferable scenario that he have seen in one of those futures. It was an almost invincible power. But it must be frustrating, right? You are so close to me, but it is still impossible for you to see a future in which you can win me or in which you don't lose. Well, I guess the same thing would happen if you give that ability to a small normal ant that has to face the whole sun by himself. Chapter 92. It must be frustrating, right? You are so close to me, but it is still impossible for you to see a future in which you can win me or in which you don't lose. Well, I guess the same thing would happen if you give that ability to a small normal ant that has to face the whole sun by himself, Broly said with an arrogance that don't know limits. Yhwach saw all the possible futures as if he were Doctor Strange in Avengers Infinity Wars, but without seeing a single future in which he is even close to putting Broly in trouble. Then with rage, disbelief and with a great existential emptiness he screamed, knowing that this was his end. The end of his existence in this world, and the end of his plan to unite all the worlds into one. An inevitable end, from which he couldn't escape, no matter what he did. And he found that unacceptable. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why do you stand in the fate of the worlds? How can exist a monster like you? It is impossible. It is absurd that something like you can exist. Yhwach shouted when seeing that all possible hope was lost. Therefore, at least he wanted to express his frustration, and also receive an answer about the origin of the abominable being that had sealed his destiny. Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is my plan. And my plan is, well, I don't need to tell you now. I suppose you have already seen or intuit what the future holds for you. Right? Broly said, lowering his arm towards Yhwach in the same way he did before, but this time. I see, Yhwach thought as he watched his immediate future, which overlapped with the present, being devoured as he saw, by a huge sphere of green energy. Komm. The energy sphere hit Yhwach, creating a great glow that blinded Ichigo and the others. And once that glow disappeared, there was no trace of Yhwach's Ryatsu. He had completely disappeared. It's all over. Ichigo said to himself, who was still tied by Broly's tail and couldn't escape. So everything I did was useless? Has that monster defeated him, just like that? Ishida asked himself, rather overwhelmed and depressed. Both he and his father had infiltrated Yhwach's army, worked and struggled to create a unique opportunity in which they could stab him in the back, momentarily making him lost his powers to kill him. But none of that was necessary. That mysterious three-eyed muscular man had finished him at the height of his power without any stratagem. Only with pure power lead him to madness, despair and destruction. Ha! You call me monster. It is not like you are very normal. You can see all the futures, modify them, grant your power and part of your soul with only physical contact and recover it later, taking with that the abilities of that person with whom you divided your soul. Okay, I'm immortal, I can destroy galaxies easily, manipulate transcendental laws and carry my own universe with me and impose its laws in other universes. But it has been offensive. Said Broly, feeling partly offended and flattered to be called monster by a being he was interested in absorbing, since he considered them quite unusual, therefore wanting their skills or knowledge. Those words didn't go unnoticed by those present in that exciting and unpredictable final fight, and especially Ichigo lost the motivation to fight for the moment. He didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but he was sure of something after being subjugated by him with his tail and witnessing how he defeated Yhwach. He was above his knowledge and abilities. And if he was an enemy, they couldn't beat him. Crack. Crack. Although your appearance is unusual, you aren't an Arrancar, I have investigated too many to distinguish them at first sight. Nor are you a Quincy, I don't notice a single fragment of the soul or power of Yhwach in you. And of course you're not a Shinigami, that's very clear. Are you perhaps a full brain that nobody know? No, you're something different, something even weirder than Ichigo, something that had never appeared before. Fascinating, Aizen said, coming out of the rocks more fascinated than scared by that abominable being from whom he had no information or proof of his existence, not even from the theoretical point of view. That's the Aizen that I know, he doesn't disappointed me. Broly approached to the wounded, but in his process of regeneration Aizen, and as if he were a small child who had found a lost toy. Oh Aizen. With you I wanted to talk too. How lucky you were here too. What a surprise. Broly said, pretending to be surprised by throwing Ichigo, still tied by Strauss Turingi, who was injured on the ground. Ah! They shouted in unison, seeing that they were about to collide. And obviously they hit each other with the heads, creating the little absurd comic gag of Bleach. And Aizen, ignoring the absurdity of that comic gag happening in a quite tense situation, continued the conversation. Yes, a great coincidence. I also want to talk to you. But exactly what do you want from me? Said Aizen, showing his great dignity as an intelligent, powerful and refined villain. Even before a person capable of defeating with great ease, someone whom his greatest enemy was unable to kill, remained firm and defiant, and since he was practically immortal thanks to the Hogyoku, he didn't fear too much for his life. Yes. I like your attitude. Perfect. You see, one day I came up with an idea. The idea was to find and gather a group of extraordinary people who were dead, destined to die, and or who were evil or that have a questionable morality, and see if I could turn them into something else. And you Aizen, just like Yhwach, are one of the lucky ones that has passed my ambitious casting. Congratulations. Said Broly, applauding his idea and later execution, while Ichigo and Renji, who had stopped beating each other absurdly, gave off cold sweat when they heard Broly's plan. Collect powerful evildoers. More people like Aizen and Yhwach. Where does he will find monsters like those too? And more important, what does he want to do with them? I'm afraid I'll have to refuse your offer, Aizen replied, gripping his Kyoka Suigetsu, preparing for an impending battle, despite the odds of winning. Oh. You say it as if you had a choice. Broly teleported behind Aizen and increased the gravity around him to a point that was bearable but would nullify the movements of every living being, even evolved Shinigamis. And grabbing Aizen from the chest, helping him to stand up, he said arrogantly, good attitude. Maybe he'll kill me, but at least I'll smack his handsome face, right? It's not bad, I'll let you do that, and it wouldn't be fair to do it without taking off these annoying clothes. I'm not a bully. Using Hakai, Broly disintegrated all the seals that had been placed on Aizen to suppress his powers and the abilities of the Hogyoku, that made him evolve at great speed, making him more and more powerful every second. Shit, said Ichigo, who was quite hurt by all his confrontations with Yhwach and Broly, and now the other greatest enemy that all the worlds had faced, was totally free again. Aizen, the one who defeated the entire Soul Society and the Wizards almost alone and with whom Ichigo had to renounce his Shinigami powers to give him a decisive blow to defeat him. However, that still wasn't enough to defeat him. In fact, Aizen would have won if not for the brilliant strategy of Urahara, the creator of the Hogyoku, who used a powerful Kido in the Hogyoku attached to Aizen so that when he was seriously wounded it would activate to seal him. And now that powerful being reappeared without any restriction again. Do you need time to get used to it? You have been restricted for years. Right? Broly said, lowering the level of gravity so that Aizen could stand on his own. Thanks for the consideration, but it will not be necessary, said Aizen, who like Ichigo when he made his last Mugetsu began to merge with Kyoka Suigetsu. Completing thus the process of evolution that was interrupted by Urahara when he was sealed with the Hogyoku. Oh. Not bad. You are making yourself a little stronger, said Broly as if he were an adult praising a small child for having achieved a small trifle. However, Aizen didn't mind that disparagement, although it hurt. He understood that his opponent was at a higher level and that for some reason Broly seemed to know him and the reach of his powers and strength, even though Aizen didn't even know his name. On the other hand, the Hogyoku embedded in his chest, according to Aizen's wishes, was gradually making him evolve due to the influence and pressure that Broly was exerting on him. His body was getting used to the increased gravity created by the spatial invasion of Broly, which was increasing little by little so that Aizen could adapt to that gravity and gradually become more powerful. And Aizen understood that but didn't care. He knew he needed all the help possible to overcome this obstacle, and that Broly's arrogance could be his biggest advantage. I still cannot feel his power, since he's at a higher level, but little by little I will go closer to him, if he doesn't finish me before. Well, if you don't start, I will do it. With those provocative words Broly's tail lengthened and tuned, giving the impression that it was some sort of hairy whip sword, that rushed towards Aizen sideways. Clan. Pum. Aizen, who had merged with his Zanpakuto, materialized an illusory sword in his right hand and blocked Strauss with precision. However, the power of the impact further destroyed the ground around Aizen, numbed his arm. He struggled to endure that casual side blow. Did I overdrive? Broly asked, lacerating his tail against Aizen again and again, gradually increasing the speed so Aizen could get used to it. Clan. 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 Koemim. Crack. Koemim. Crack. Clan. 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 Koemim. Crack. Koemim. Crack. The rain of sharp blows continued, and with each exchange of blows the ground and the structures nearby and not so close collapsed, causing that Ichigo that loaded with Rinji they moved away of the zone to recover energies after the bloody battle. With the passage of time, Aizen adapted more and more to the attacks of Broly, until finally he was able to maintain a conversation at the same time that was able to follow the battle. Why are you interested in making me stronger? Are you an eccentric like Kenpachi who only seeks to satisfy his thirst for combat with someone who can rival him? Asked Aizen, trying to get some information about Broly, and this was a good question to know his motivations and personality. Well, that could be fun, even interesting, but I doubt that anyone of this dimension will be able to reach a level even close to me even when I was 10 years old. I just want to see how far you can go, said Broly without taking Aizen's question too seriously. He was just entertaining himself, hoping to see a result already expected in advance. Aizen wasn't happy with that response at all. He was an immortal being who had achieved the absolute mastery of all Shinigami disciplines, had the most powerful Ryatsu in history, his intelligence could only be surpassed by Urahara, and he had reached a state that had far exceeded all barriers between Shinigami and Hollow. At this point the Hyaku would have given him the ability to defeat Yhwach without resorting to many stratagems. He would only need the help of Kaika Suigetsu to make him fall into a perfect illusion. And despite all his abilities, which included the help of the Hyaku and his capacity for evolution, Broly was belittling him, telling him that he could never reach his level, not even approach. However, something could be deduced from his arrogant words. This dimension? Does he come from hell by chance? I see. Let me give you a sample of my abilities, said Aizen, rather annoyed, pointing his unoccupied hand towards Broly. Beikud 61 Rikujkr, 999 version. Beikud 61 Rikujkr, 999 version. When naming this spell, 6 rectangular beams of light rushed towards Broly's waist, surrounding him and immobilizing him, and then 999 more did the same with all the other parts of the body, giving the impression of that he has been trapped inside a giant ball of light. Had 99 Goryu Tenmetsu, almost instantaneously Aizen formulated his higher level Hado, where 5 Kido's Dargon rose from the ground and rushed towards the immobilized Broly to devour him. Had 90 Kurohitsuji, instantly before the dragons could reach Broly, Aizen summoned one of his most characteristic Hado, enclosing Broly with his Goryutemitsu in a vortex of gravity capable of altering spacetime. Something very similar to a cubic black hole. But... boom! Broly got rid of those 3 Kido easily, like they were strings of wet tissue paper. You really expected to beat me with that when it didn't work either with Ichigo or with Yhwach? Broly asked, not making sense of Aizen's actions, and feeling somewhat underrated. Although impressed as when Ichigo destroyed his Kurohitsuji with his bare hands, Aizen's composure faltered. He expected that Broly could break these spells, but not so easily, but it wasn't the first time that happened to him and therefore he didn't get so much surprise. Of course not, but... could you take a look at my soul? My Kaika Suigetsu, Aizen said, materializing an illusory sword more solid and mysterious than the previous one in his hand, turning it upside down and showing the N. Chapter 93. Of course not, but... could you take a look at my soul? My Kaika Suigetsu, Aizen said, materializing an illusory sword more solid and mysterious than the previous one in his hand, turning it upside down and showing the non-sharp part to Broly. Okay. I have 3 eyes, it won't be difficult for me, Broly replied in a funny serious way. Break Kaika Suigetsu, Aizen said, disregarding the previous answer, activating the ability of the Bleach's most dangerous Shirkai. And after a few seconds of silence in which neither of them moved or spoke. I'm supposed to have already fallen into your absolute illusion? Broly asked without Aizen giving him an answer. Will you do something next? Broly said, approaching Aizen in a calm but threatening manner, as if he were a robber who had just seen his prey in a dark alley. But suddenly he heard a voice that came from his back. I've been doing something since a few seconds ago. Then the image of Aizen in front of Broly disappeared, breaking as if it were glass, and behind Broly appeared the real Aizen. Broly had been trapped within Aizen's absolute illusion successfully. When someone has seen the release of Kaika Suigetsu, Aizen's Zancudo, he falls into a state of total hypnosis in which Aizen is able to control the 5 senses of his victims, modifying his perceptions and using all kinds of illusions. You are more problematic than I thought. Not only are you incredibly resilient, it seems that like me you can also regenerate. This will be very difficult, Aizen said, very impressed and even scared. Broly, having been trapped in the illusion, was unable to see it until now, but... his clothes were completely destroyed and Aizen stared stupidly at Broly's shattered clothes, shatters caused by repeated Kido attacks of Aizen, but nonetheless there wasn't a single sequel on Broly's skin. Do you know about my regeneration? Do you know about my feedback? Now you have impressed me. Have you really managed to hurt me? I underestimated you, I felt nothing at all, great illusion. A combination of high-grade Kidos? Broly said, very surprised by Aizen's great achievement, expressing it as if he were a father praising his son who had recently begun to draw something that someone could identify. From the moment of activating his Zanpakudo's ability, Broly had been in a perfect illusion. In this perfect illusion, Aizen was even able to manipulate Broly's sense of touch, so he did not notice the large number of attacks with which he tried to tear off his head and heart without noticing for a few seconds. What a monster! Even with how much my power has increased, I've only managed to make him a few scratches that have healed faster than they've created. Even with how much my Kaika Suigetsu has evolved to make illusions more real and immersive, it has been impossible to maintain it due to our great difference in power. Is the difference between us really insurmountable? Aizen began to believe that the same fate as that of the king of Quincy really awaited him. But he could not allow it. Once again Aizen put Broly into an illusion, distancing himself from the false figure of himself that he had left to distract Broly, while he attacked once more with everything he had. Plash! At that moment Aizen's head was shattered, as if it had been crushed by a train. But that train was Strauss, who had suddenly beheaded Aizen with a whiplash. And that Aizen's head was that of the true Aizen. Plop! Aizen's headless body fell to the ground, and after a few seconds his head completely regenerated thanks to the immortality he had acquired. K. How have you? Impossible. I am absolutely sure that I used my total illusion on him, and the ability was still working. How could he know I was there? The answer is simple, the only reason you could hypnotize me before is because I let you do it. I can deny the effect of anything, that also includes your hypnotic ability. Apart from that I can also read your thoughts, which are not affected by your manipulation of the 5 senses, among other things because my abilities that don't depend on my 5 senses. In addition, my Strauss has copied the properties of your Kaika Suigetsu so that I can always be in contact with your katana, and thus your ability will not affect me. I already told you that it is useless, you will not be able to win me, Broly said, teaching the 1000 planned man that nothing he planned would work against him. Impo, Aizen tried to scream with fear before the upper half of his body was destroyed in the same way that his head was previously destroyed. Plath! Being hurt, feeling fear and facing someone stronger are conditions that help you evolve. You should thank me, I will do my best to make you reach your limit. Broly said, waiting for Aizen's body to regenerate before returning to repeat the gore process. Plash. Boom. Boom. Plash. Plash. Crack. Plash. Plash. Clomp. Broly continued repeating that cycle of regeneration and destruction, creating earthquakes and destruction with each tail strike while Ichigo watched this bizarre situation from which despite his absurd senseless power-ups he could not get away from that situation very well. If they give me a choice, I prefer to face Yhwach, Ichigo thought as he tried to stay straight. Your power has increased a lot, quite impressive even for someone of my dimension, but this seems to be your limit. The Hyaku is able to capture and materialize your desires, in your case evolve and make you more powerful. However, it can only grant wishes that the user would be able to achieve by their means. More than fulfilling a wish, it is able to route and lead a person up to his desire quickly and conveniently. And it seems that you have already reached the limit of your true potential, Broly said as he examined Aizen as if he were a guinea pig, continuing with the beating to make sure his assumption wasn't wrong. Until. Boom. Crack. The Society of Souls began to collapse as if it were a house of cards whose base has been hit. Oops, I may have hit too hard, although not enough to destroy a dimension, Broly said alarmingly, as if he had stepped on a dog's tail and felt sorry for it. I fear that this is not the reason for the collapse of the Soul Society, and the other two worlds, said a voice that suddenly appeared behind Broly, Aizen and Ichigo. Urahara. Aizen and Ichigo shouted, but each with a radically different attitude. That's right, it was Kisuke Urahara, the former captain of Division 12, one of the most enigmatic and intelligent characters in the manga and without a doubt the greatest scientific genius, so much so that he was the creator of the Hogyoku, the Bleach's most powerful and incredible item. With the disappearance of the Spirit King, which was the axis that sustained the balance between the worlds, the balance has been broken and this is the result. If not, Urahara tried to say before being interrupted. Yes, if we don't find a valid substitute for the Spirit King, everything will go to hell, and in addition that substitute must be Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy and Fullbring, just like the old Spirit King. Am I wrong? Broly said looking at Urahara to observe his reaction changes to confirm what he already knew. The fact that this mysterious being knew about this information surprised Urahara, which caused him to be startled by the fact that he knew a secret so well kept. No, you are not mistaken, whoever you are. Only someone with these characteristics is able to balance the three worlds and stop the collapse. Ichigo killed the Spirit King in a very awkward movement for his part, then Yhwach absorbed his body, gaining his powers and characteristics, so it would be a good substitute, but, I'm afraid I didn't leave anything from him. He said, Broly continuing the conversation, lying a little about Yhwach's whereabouts. Aish, it is a pity to hear that his body could have been used as a perfect substitute for the Spirit King, since by absorbing the previous Spirit King he had obtained the same characteristics, which is what really happened and was explained in the light novel. We do not always love you. This leaves us without many options, said Urahara, exposing his thoughts aloud and lamenting the bad luck they were having. Yes. But, where are we going to get someone with those unique characteristics? Someone who is Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy and Fullbring, Broly said with some sarcasm, as if he already knew the answer. At that time both Broly and Urahara, even Aizen and Renji, looked in a rather comical way towards Ichigo, which until now doesn't seem to get the hint. Why do you look at me like that? Said Ichigo, who felt that everyone was undressing him with his eyes. Ichigo, you have worked very hard for the peace of the three worlds. Haven't you thought you deserve a promotion for it? Broly said, trying to make Ichigo understand in a subtle way what everyone was suggesting. Are you saying that I have to become the new Spirit King to save the three worlds? Ichigo shouted as he pondered the necessary sacrifice that perhaps he should make to save everything he knows. It would be a good summary, but... as you should know, being Spirit King is not as glamorous as it seems. Think about it before making a decision, since once you do it there will be no turning back. You will not be able to leave the palace, let alone return to the human world, Urahara explained, observing Ichigo with some guilt. He wasn't satisfied with this desperate solution either. Ichigo frowned and clenched his fists tightly because of the difficult decision he was subjected to, however, in record time and decisively and emboldened, as if he were a shonen protagonist with a methamphetamine overdose, he shouted, that doesn't matter now. If I don't do something there will be no human world to return to. Maybe. Plath. Broly teleported his hand near Ichigo and hit him with his finger on his forehead, sending him several meters behind, disorienting him and interrupting his motivation speech. Save your shitey motivational speech, it will not move anyone here. Sit here while the great Broly-sama resolves the situation once more. Mr. I killed the Spirit King. Now the elders must do something to solve the problems caused by the children. Don't look at me with that face, I just wanted to know if you were willing to sacrifice yourself or not, Broly said as he picked up Aizen with Strauss and said goodbye, teleporting near the ancient throne of the Spirit King. Broly and Aizen, which was loaded by Broly as if it were hand luggage, suddenly appeared in front of where the Spirit King once resided and which was now completely empty due to the desolation created by Yhwach and his army had caused. Well, here we am. Wasn't this the place you always tried to reach? How do you feel having achieved part of your goal? All right? Wrong? Empty? Disappointed? Broly asked to the immobilized Aizen, trying to know what a person of the caliber of Aizen felt when he achieved his goal, even if it was achieved in bizarre like that. But Aizen didn't answer that question, although he would say. Because of you, I don't feel any kind of satisfaction today, neither to recover my freedom, nor to defeat Yhwach, nor to evolve to my limit or to reach the Soul King Palace. But right now his top priority was known what Broly tried to do by bringing him here. Damn you, what are you going to do with me now? Do you want to use me in some way to replace the Soul King but becoming only something inferior to a lifeless object that only serves to stop the world collapse? Do you want to make fun of my dream until the end? Aizen asked Broly, very indignant and fearing the worst possible situation in those circumstances since that is what really happened with Yhwach. Ha ha ha. You have a good imagination, Aizen-chan, but no. I have better plans for you, but for now you will only be a spectator of my colossal power, Broly said as he lifted Aizen, still tied by Strauss, to make sure he could watch the show. Broly extended her hand to the front end. Impossible. This is something absurd, Aizen shouted, who had just had one of the most shocking shocks of his life. Aizen couldn't believe his eyes. The Soul King appeared before him as if he had never been hurt or absorbed in the first place. It seemed impossible, but there was no doubt. Broly had been able to resurrect the Soul King, rebuild the Soul King Palace to normal and stop the destruction of the worlds, all that in a single second, in a single movement and without the need for a sacrifice. Even now Broly was fixing his hair with the reflection of the barrier surrounding the Spirit King, as if it were just one more mirror, using telekinesis to move it around the room while he was changing his clothes. How? What are you? I know what you're thinking. All your life trying to reach the supreme power of this world, and yet after getting it you are still an ant compared with me. Years and years trying to reach the Soul King Palace, making countless sacrifices and machinations, all this so that I could teleport you easily as if you were a carry-on luggage without the ability to do anything. Your greatest ambition was to supplant the supreme entity of all your worlds, the Soul King, and now you have just seen how I have resurrected and manipulated it as if it were nothing more than a helpless animal, like you. It must be frustrating, right? You finally understand what it is to be a small baby fish in an ocean of sharks, despite believing that you were the king of sharks, Broly said, observing Aizen that he was slowly disappearing, being devoured by the formless realm. Why? Why? Why are you torturing me in this way? To show you the harsh reality, and give you the opportunity to broaden your horizons, Broly replied solemnly seconds before Aizen's voice disappeared forever from that dimension. Chapter 94. After Broly proved to be as informed as Urahara, tear down Ichigo with one finger and teleport with Aizen to an unknown place. Ichigo had informed Urahara about Broly's absurd powers, what had happened, his bizarre and mysterious personality, and the motivations that Broly himself announced. Form a super evil team. With that in mind, Urahara began organizing all the information in his head and tried to formulate a plan to save the day. Not only to stop the destruction of the worlds, but also to stop Broly in case they managed to survive, but he planned to do something perverse later, but... Brahm! While he was thinking of different options, the collapse of the Soul Society stopped and the Soul King Palace that was modified by Yhwach returned to its original state, changing from the giant Quincy's Ancient to the large set of platforms and buildings distributed on several levels. Eri. That has been fast. That guy has solved everything. Ichigo said, relieved but perplexed to see that the apocalyptic situation had been resolved in such a short time. That's right, it has taken me only a few seconds since most of the time I was chatting with the former captain. And my name is not that guy, my name is Broly, said Broly, teleporting in front of Ichigo and hitting him again with his finger on the forehead, throwing him several meters away. It seems that Broly didn't like Ichigo too much. Ah! Ichigo shouted as he flew towards the floor. Komm. In this manga there isn't much idiotic teenager to rehabilitate, but in your case, there is a bad protagonist. Therefore. Fuck you, Gary Stu, with the personality and goals of a bland shrimp that thrives for the life without a rational explanation, with one power-up after another power-up that come out of nowhere. You are shit. The worst shonen protagonist I have seen. Urahara started, led by the unexpected comic attack without too much bad intent on Ichigo, once again, pretended that nothing happened with the knocked out Ichigo and asked Broly in a friendly way about what had happened. Well Broly, it seems you could solve this little problem for us. We still don't know who you are, exactly where you come from or what you have done to stop the end of the worlds, but if something is sure is that we owe you a lot. I don't know how you would like to be rewarded, said Urahara with the intention of knowing the reasons for this sudden help from Broly. Oh, don't worry, I haven't saved all the worlds with the idea of getting a reward from you or anyone else. In fact, if I wanted something I would take it. As for the restoration of your world, it has been nothing, just a small detail to show my courtesy as a good tourist. I have resurrected the old Soul King and put it in his rightful place, although I haven't done the same with the Royal Guard. I am curious to see the resurrection process of Ichib Haisub. It is a very unique resurrection process, stealing a bit of power from someone that says his name is something quite unique. Although it is a disappointment, I thought he would talk to me mentally right now and ask me to keep saying his name. I guess he doesn't trust me too much, or maybe he needs the power of someone from this universe, a power compatible with him, I guess. Ichib, a quite exceptional and unique being. I would love to have him in my ranks, Broly said, licking his lips as if he were thinking of one of his favorite dishes, a dish that he didn't expect to find in the menu but that he wanted very much. That disturbing reaction from Broly made the until now friendly Urahara frown and raise his guard even more towards him. Yes, Ichigo had told me about your recruitment plan. Since I don't see Aizen by your side, I must assume that he has already joined your group, although it is hard for me to believe that he did it on his own will. Certainly, at first he didn't like the idea, in the end either. But now he is very glad that I have convinced him, Broly replied quite sinisterly. I see. And by chance do you think of convincing Ichib in the same way as Aizen? Said Urahara, bringing his hand towards his Zanpakuto Beneheim, fearing that it would be necessary to confront Broly although he knew that the odds were against him. Broly put his hand to his chin as if he were thinking deeply about what Urahara had asked. Well, it would be something quite beneficial for me, but... The truth is that you interest me more, Broly said in a very disturbing way, appearing behind Urahara, putting his hands on his head, massaging her in a very creepy way. So spooky, disturbing, frightening and sudden were Broly's words and actions that Urahara's blood froze. He was completely paralyzed by the fear, as if he were a little girl who has been grabbed by a strange, powerful and dangerous man from behind, knowing how dark his destiny would be and that he couldn't do anything to avoid it. Ichib is more powerful and has very mysterious powers. You also have them, especially for your Bankai. But you are the greatest scientific genius of this universe, and many others. No matter the problem that arises, you are able to find a solution using this little head, creating incredible inventions one after another, like the Hyaku. You really are unique, special and exceptional in every way. I get excited to think what you would be able to achieve under my directions, Broly said, drooling while he was still stroking the head of the terrified Urahara, who felt like a guinea pig with whom an investigator played before using it for an uncertain and cruel experiment. This is my end, Urahara thought, swallowing hard, expecting the worst possible development at the hands of an abominable being from whom he had no chance to defeat or escape. It was then when Broly suddenly released Urahara and led the conversation in a more casual way. It is what I would like to say, however, you don't meet the recruitment requirements. You are exceptional, without a doubt, but you are not a villain, you haven't died nor will you die shortly, a great shame. Although also, there is another reason why I will not take you with me, Broly said, reassuring Urahara when he was suddenly interrupted. Damn, you're going to pay for this. Ichigo yelled, extremely angry and indignant for Broly's mistreatment and contempt, so angry that he forgot how strong Broly was, flying towards him with all his might. If that is what you want, you better have a new absurd power-up to offer. Are you from any other race that we haven't heard about until now? Broly said sarcastically, giving him another swipe on the forehead with the same result as before. Koemem. Ah, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime shouted in alarm, which was accompanied by many others, such as Sato, Rukia, Shunsui, Ishida and many more, that as intelligent people they had waited for the danger to end to appear. And while Orihime quickly healed Ichigo, the others stood guard around him while the orange head regained his conscience. Broly gave them with his last words, too many people for my liking, anyway. Remember my words, Kurosaki Ichigo. Before the doubt, the most buxom. It will useful for you in the future. Ciao. Stereotyped idiots. And with that unexpected concept in mind, he left. What the hell? Ichigo shouted, not knowing what was happening, because it was happening and what he had done to deserve that contempt, physical violence, and strange phrases. Desire Realm. Broly spacecraft. One of the many Brolys in charge of the recruitment process sat on a throne with a soda in his hand, enjoying the work well done of one of his bodies and holding a team meeting in a very long and luxurious table. So in the end you are not going to make Urahara, Ichib and Yamamoto join our team, Broly-sama? Asked the definitively Aizen, that after a little training, he had become one of Broly's most loyal lackeys. I can understand your proposition, Aizen, especially with Urahara, is someone capable of working many miracles, but Ichib and Yamamoto? I will not deny that they are powerful and with many resources and knowledge, however they were defeated by me long before I acquired my ultimate power. I don't see them very necessary at this point, Yhwach replied, expressing his opinion as the same time he announced his achievements. The discussion between Aizen and Yhwach was going to continue until. I'm afraid they don't meet the requirements I'm looking for. It is not that they are little sisters of charity, nor do I underestimate their abilities and possibilities for improvement, but I fear that there is something that they lack, something that you have always left over. Ambition. Ambition to transcend, seize power, make that nothing or anyone rule over your life, whether it be a moral system, a political system, an economic system, the biology itself, physical laws, desires, history, yourself, or even God. Except for me, Broly said solemnly and charismatically, making both Aizen and Yhwach feel flattered and identified with those words. Ichibe, Yamamoto, and especially Urara. All of them are and were powerful, intelligent, gifted and insightful, as much as to understand their position in the universe, to question the rules of the universe and even the position they occupy in it as much as you too, and with the necessary means to rise above them. However, while you rebelled against that established order to rise and replace those constructions, they became attached to them, and even put themselves at their service, fearing change and the consequences they will bring, and that will be necessary to achieve it. I'm afraid I don't need people like that on my team, since what I'm trying to do is way above it. Although I think some will occasionally accept my orders with the correct remuneration, so there is not so much trouble, Broly said, exposing his Nichens speech while the soda was finished, and Aizen and Yhwach nodded, agreeing with everything he was saying. By the way, Broly-sama, have you got used to your new eyes? Yhwach asked to his new boss. Broly turned to him and activated his new powers obtained today and said, pretty good. It still seems strange to see so many things at once, especially things that are about to happen. However, the results are amazing and wonderful, all of them, Broly replied, to which many pupils sprouted on his 3 eyes. That was the signal that he had acquired the almighty of Yhwach, as well as all the other unique powers and experiences that Quincy had, even the other skills that Yhwach handed over to his soldiers and that they returned to him. I'm glad my powers have satisfied you, Broly-sama, Yhwach said, being satisfied by his boss's words, demonstrating that Broly's loyalty method was very efficient. By the way, Aizen, sorry for the trouble of taking off your Hogyoku, but it's something I more or less need to make sure everything goes as planned, Broly said, pretending to feel guilty. Broly had extracted the Hogyoku from Aizen and merged it with the formless realm. With this he made his properties extend by his particular dimension, where his soul and origins resided, that caused a similar effect to what Aizen had experienced since it was implanted in his body. An infinite evolution, and have the convenience in your favor to achieve what you want as long as it is within the user's capabilities. Ah, another reality warping in my dimension that allows me to get what I want. This takes away the excitement of my ascension and makes the hard work and sacrifice remain in the background. With this, the fun of leveling up on my own will be reduced, as if I was cheating in a video game, but I am a practical and intelligent guy, or at least I try. It would be illogical not to use something so convenient for my purposes. You cannot have it all on you, life. Don't worry, thanks your great help, I was able to reach the limit that the Hogyoku could grant me. It was no longer useful for my purposes since I reached that point. However, apart from the Hogyoku, what do you think about the skills I have provided, Broly-sama? Aizen said, trying to compete for the Employee of the Month title with Yhwach. Nothing bad. You are undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, you have managed to master all Shinigami disciplines perfectly, even you are a brilliant scientist, especially Kido is something quite interesting and with many possibilities to offer, but as for the Zanpakuto, Broly said, somewhat disappointed with the katana that had appeared in his hand. It was the Zanpakuto that he had created with the knowledge acquired in the world of Bleach, a fairly large Zanpakuto, like the one Ichigo had the first time he acquired Shinigami powers. Is something wrong with your Zanpakuto, sir? Aizen asked, understanding that something didn't satisfy his boss. Well, I'll give you a graphic demonstration, Broly said as he got up and put himself in the optimal position to brand his sword. Then he gave a vertical cut with all his strength to the air and slash. Crack. The Zanpakuto was destroyed in 1,000 pieces by the same force that Broly applied by wielding a single blow. As you can see, the Zanpakutos are too weak for my unlimited strength, and I think that due to certain incompatibilities of my soul. Either by belonging to another universe or by having my soul merged with my own dimension, by having a very cool stand which is the representation of my soul, or because I'm so powerful that I don't need a weapon. Maybe that's why I'm not able to know my Zanpakuto's name. Too bad, Broly said, explaining the reason of his dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Broly-sama, Aizen said, apologizing for not being able to offer him as many benefits as Yhwach. It doesn't matter, I didn't have high expectations in my Zanpakuto from the beginning. There was a possibility that something like this could happen. Apart from that, I don't see with good eyes to use objects or equipment to fight seriously. It is one of the reasons why I discarded Saint Seiya as a world. Armors and weapons are not something I want. For now I will focus on collecting skills, powerful and practical skills. The more and more incomprehensible and strange the better, said Broly, returning the Zanpakuto where it used to be. Come on, lift that mood, guys. Some of your freedoms may have been restricted, either by myself or by yourself. But still you are gods who try to reach a higher end, superior than any of you could even imagine. Chapter 95. One day Medaka Kurakami, the former president of the student council and the busty and almost perfect protagonist of this manga. Zenkichi Hideyoshi, the former friend-zoned, and childhood friend of Medaka's, a normal boy without excessively special qualities compared with the monster around him, the current student council president and a very good boy. Misogi Kamagawa, former vice president of the student council, mentally unbalanced, weak but powerful, immortal, shonen jump fanatic, weird as fuck and so far the best antagonist and possibly best character in the manga. Najimi Ajimu, an enigmatic exchange student, founder of Hakanawa Academy, the creator of the Flask Plan, leader of the Not Equals and former antagonist, a young student older than the universe itself and with 12,858. 051, 967, 633, 865 skills at her disposal, and with the ability to create even more skills. Everyone noticed that Hanzo Shiranui, the adorable and enigmatic eating loli, has disappeared from both the school and everyone's memories because she asked Kamagawa to use his all fiction. For that, turning all the memories of her in fiction except for his own, since for various reasons it wasn't possible to erase them. After some revelations from Ajimu, it is revealed that Shiranui was the double of Medaka, who had gone to the academy and approached Medaka only and exclusively to fulfill that work, the work of complementing Medaka in a magical way, mainly eating everything she didn't eat. And as that work was already over, so she left the academy and almost everyone's memories, since in principle everything was a farce. After certain episodes and very crazy events, the four most relevant characters in the manga until now arrive at the Shiranui village, the home of Shiranui, where she was preparing for her new job as double. When they finally got to meet Shiranui, she changed a lot. There was no sign of her cheerful, energetic, playful and eager attitude. Now she was serious, respectful, direct and didn't eat too much. Medaka and Zenkichi asked her to return to the academy with them, her friends, who loved her so much and cared for her. However, Shiranui replied that she never considered them her friends and that everything she had done in the previous 162 chapters had been to fulfill her work as a double, nothing more. And as her work had ended due to the mental change of Medaka, there was no longer any reason to stay by their side, since she also hated life in the academy. Every action she took, every help she gave them, every time she used them, every laugh or emotion she showed, was only part of her job. They were never her own or real emotions of thoughts. If those are your true emotions, then I will withdraw. If this is the case, I would leave immediately like my old days when I was quick to understand. But if your true emotions are something different from what you're saying, then we will do our best to work towards that. Because we are the comrades you've created at Hakanawa Academy, Medaka said, showing the determination of their friendship as if this were a shonen manga. He. Hya. Uichichim, that's how I usually laughed, right? Don't make me laugh now. So hilarious. You really think I have any true emotions? I just have a clear-cut attitude. That's something you should have known completely. Besides, don't most people hate school? I just a place people reluctantly attend because they have to. Even though you complain that it's troublesome or exhausting, a shul is a shul because you have to attend, Hanzo Shiranui said in a mocking way. Shiranui, Zenkichi sighed. Yes, that's right. I hated Hakanawa Academy. I never felt excited walking the path to school. My heart never throbbed in excitement over the start of the day whenever I walked through shul gate. I was never HPPY even though I was invited to play in class. The shul lunch was so disgusting, even more so since I overate. It wasn't fun at all being surrounded by students with one or two unique habits. I was never excited that every day wasn't like the last. I was never healed by the academy's flower-filled scenery. I never felt challenged or satisfied thinking of tricks or plans to break down desperate situations. I never felt cheerful attending the academy's sported or cultural festival after frolicking so much. When I was with everyone, I never once forgot that I was only here to do a job. Everything from the warmth of people. A hard hurl. Everything and everyone. I hated it. I hated every bit of it. Everything about Hakanawa Academy. Shiranui said, crying and blushing for not being honest with her feelings, not even with herself. So please Kamagawa, senpai. Please make it so, my memories never happened, with you minus. All fiction. If you did that, then it wouldn't matter whether you are involved or not, right? If I forget about Hakanawa Academy, then the princess will surely give up. Said Shiranui, totally desperate. She couldn't stand all these emotions. Although it was for a short time, we did study in the same class. I want to say okay, but that is impossible, Shiranui-chan, Kamagawa said with a totally blank face. Why is that? Are you saying I have to be in handbra jeans? Shiranui replied, remembering the perverted tastes of Kamagawa, and his perverted requests as well. My current trend is an open front hooded sweatshirt, but that's besides the point, Shiranui-chan. It's true, as of now my all fiction has pretty much deteriorated. According to Nasa, I can't make it so things that have strong feelings attached to them never happened. Therefore, the fact that Zenkichi-chan still remembers you is proof that your feelings are still at Hakanawa Academy, Kamagawa said, while Shiranui was shocked and continued crying upon learning the truth. Even though he is how he is, Zenkichi-chan is still the student council president after all. Whether good or bad, he is the representative of Hakanawa Academy, that's why your feelings stayed there. Therefore it's impossible to make it so that your memories of Hakanawa Academy never happened. Because your feelings are so strong. It's something a minus like me can't control, Kamagawa said with joy, disappointment and melancholy. Shiranui, I don't care what you think of me. If your job is more important than school, then that's fine. I was seriously on the verge of crying, but that's fine. But you Don Zero T have to make the farewell like this. WHE should at least have a farewell party for you. Just once. Or twice if we can. I want us to eat meals together and talk about nonchalant things for once. I want to play an eraser dropping game with you. So at least stay put until the third semester of the academy ends. I'm sure Madaka-chan will be able to do something about everyone else's memories of you. Zenkichi said in a very exaggerated and melodramatic way, as if this were a shonen manga. Shiranui before this display of emotions dried her tears with joy and sadness. I can't do that, Hitoyoshi. I'm not allowed to leave the village unless it's for a job. Because in the Shiranui village there is something that can never be leaked out. Darkness. In an instant a huge and terrifying figure destroyed the wall of that room, using Obi as a weapon to do that. Obi, the small leader of the Shiranui village, a person so difficult to catch that even Madaka was unable to touch her in a surprise attack, and yet she had been caught and was being held and used as a weapon by other person. And that person hit Shiranui mercilessly with Obi, slamming her against the wall without anyone being able to do anything, not even react. Madaka was surprised and even scared by this turn of events, by the presence of who looked like a terrifying enemy. She was scared just like Najimi, but it seemed she more scared than her scared for another reason. While Madaka was restless due to the ignorance, she was quite the opposite. She knew perfectly who was the monster that appeared in front of them. What is this guy? Is he a villager? But he twisted that Obi person around and blew Shiranui Awa, Zenkichi exclaimed, who wasn't able to understand what was happening. Good, just like that, entertain the guest. Try not to be rude, thought. Shish him. Ihiko said, a wounded and bloody Obi, which was still held as if she were an item in the hands of a kind of human-shaped monster. A huge and muscular man with ogre horns, wild hair and hands as black and menacing as his own horns, as if they weren't made of flesh and blood. At that moment, the almighty Najimi Ajumu, who hadn't intervened until now, said with great concern and cold sweat on his forehead, as if they were about to face the greatest and terrible crisis of their lives, hey. Madaka-chan, Kamagawa-kun and Hitoyoshi-kun. I can hold him off for 15 seconds. Run. Gejejejejejej. A.H. Fresh. Ihiko shouted with a terrifying psycho smile. It's been 5,000 years, equalist, this reunion is certainly fresh. If I were to address you by modern times, it would be Ajumu Najimi, right? Said, or shouted Ihiko, pointing defiantly to Najimi. Madaka, upon hearing the conversation, asked Najimi what was happening 5,000 years. Anshinin-san, do you know this man? But at that moment Zenkichi was about to attack that inhuman monster for what he had done to her friend, a monster that even Najimi was afraid of. Wei Zenkichi. Madaka shouted when she saw that her future husband, for a long time and still not quite clear at this point in history, was about to commit great recklessness. But Zenkichi, who was about to attack Ihiko with a flying kick, was suspended in the air without being able to move a millimeter, but not only Zenkichi, neither Madaka nor Kamagawa were able to move or a muscle. Everyone was surprised, including Najimi and Ihiko. That meant that none in that room was responsible for that paralyzing ability. But before they could ask or find the culprit, in that precise moment someone appeared out of nowhere between both sides. A being with the appearance of a half-humanate man in his 20s, he was extremely tall and muscular, more even than the huge Ahiko. His long hair and fur that covered his whole body was reddish in color with a monkey's tail same color, and on his forehead there was a third eye. 2 Shiranuis. What's happening? Zenkichi thought with great confusion. Because of how close he was to her, he could perfectly verify that she was his friend. From his appearance it was evident that this being wasn't human like Najimi. And if the situation weren't already strange, he also had on his shoulder an unharmed and sleepy Shiranui, although there was another one on the floor, which was hit by Ahiko. Here is another interesting turn of events. Just when a mysterious and powerful man appeared out of nowhere bringing chaos and despair, another even more mysterious and powerful man appeared out of nowhere. This is something that doesn't happen in many mangas. In fact, I don't remember any chapter like this. What will he do? Will he solve the situation? Will he bring more chaos? Will he be an ally? Or a new enemy? Why do he have that loli on his shoulder if her body is supposedly stamped against the wall? What do he do to keep a fur and hair so clean, smooth and shiny? We will see all this in the next episode of Medaka Box in participation with Dragon Ball, said Broly, taking action in this world for first time, breaking the fourth wall in an excessively obvious way. Chapter 96. Here is another interesting turn of events. Just when a mysterious and powerful man appeared out of nowhere bringing chaos and despair, another even more mysterious and powerful man appeared out of nowhere. This is something that doesn't happen in many mangas. In fact, I don't remember any chapter like this. What will he do? Will he solve the situation? Will he bring more chaos? Will he be an ally? Or a new enemy? Why do he have that loli on his shoulder if her body is supposedly stamped against the wall? What do he do to keep a fur and hair so clean, smooth and shiny? We will see all this in the next episode of Medaka Box in participation with Dragon Ball, said Broly, taking action in this world for first time, breaking the fourth wall in an excessively obvious way. Shocked eyes. What the hell? Shouted the extremely confused Zenkichi, still suspended in the air without being able to move. What kind of skill is it? Who are these two monsters? What the hell is happening with Shiranui? This, Najimi, this strange being is also an acquaintance of yours? Medaka asked to Najimi, who was still trying to assimilate this disconcerting situation, pointing at Broly and looking at Najimi, waiting for an answer. I'm afraid I don't know this one at all, Medaka, but something tells me that he knows everything about us, Najimi said with cold sweat all over her beautiful body while she watched with one eye the Jaco of Broly, who seemed to be looking through her clothes, skin and soul without leaving a place, without hiding, and with the other one to Ahiko, her greatest enemy and threat in this world. Interesting, and fresh. Ahiko shouted, observing Shiranui's body that he had already hit and the Shiranui that was on Broly's shoulder. Broly, a being he was trying to understand, and upon doing that he felt a fresh sensation in his body, a feeling that he had never felt before. This is Kamagawa said, showing an exaggerated expressiveness on his usually plain face, something that almost never happened, a chaotic and disconcerting expression in which surprise, emotion, disbelief and fear came together as he stared without blinking at Broly, remembering what he recently said, and with those words in mind he used each neuron in his brain to order and clarify his thoughts and conclusions. This should be impossible, right? Kamagawa wondered to himself. It was as if he had seen him before, but it seemed impossible that can be true. What happened? Are you so shocked to see that a mysterious, attractive, eccentric and strong-looking character appears out of nowhere, and that without any previous introduction in history steals the screen? I don't understand why you are surprised. It is what always happens in this manga. You should be used to it. You have almost 163 chapters of Medaka Box with this kind of narrative resource. Oops, I'm sorry, you were still suspended in the air, said Broly, apologizing to Zenkichi, who was being a victim of his spatial freezing, which can freeze something in space. Manga. Chapters. Medaka Box. Kamagawa and Najimi repeated in unison with alarmism, dismayed eyes, and cold sweat all over their bodies, while the other did not pay attention to those words, as if it only were an eccentricity, one more of the many crazy eccentrics that had been found so far until now. Plof. When he cancelled the spatial freezing, Zenkichi fell to the ground, and the first thing he thought was, Shiranui. What happened to you a few seconds ago? Why are you on that giant's shoulder? But first of all, are you alright? Zenkichi asked hurriedly, due to the concern for his friend. I don't know what happened. I was talking so quietly with you, and before I knew I was hooked on the shoulder of this mastodon as if I were a koala. And I can't disengage from him, Shiranui said, very confused as she tried to detach herself from Broly's muscular and hairy shoulder. Allow me to clear your doubt, said Broly, transporting the wounded body of the other Shiranui that was near the wall to his hand with telekinesis. You will see. From the beginning I knew that Shiranui was going to be attacked, so before coming here with the courtesy of Urahara-chan he created an exact Jigai of Shiranui, and at the time he was going to be beaten I exchanged the real one for the fake one with an improved version of the Kawarimi no Jutsu that I learned in Konoha. Honestly, I don't know why they stopped using that jutsu in Naruto in the last parts, it's extremely useful and easy, Broly said, thinking about the inconsistencies that Naruto's story presented while Kamigawa's facial expression distorted even more. This, and why have you hooked her on your shoulder? Medaka asked, who diverted her attention from the details Broly said to focus on what she cared about. Then Broly with a slight mischievous smile replied, well, after reading and traveling to different manga anime dimensions I realized that. But. Gejijejijejijij. I don't care about that details, but due to that previous explanation and the fact that I didn't realize everything you've done under my nose has made realize that unlike Najimi's toys you are fresh. Ihiko shouted, pouncing at Broly brandishing his Obi-san weapon with the clear intention of killing him. Until now he had kept a low profile because he was trying to study Broly, one of the few beings that he found so far that could be called human from his point of view and not insects. Therefore, once he understood what Broly had done and how to prevent him from hitting whoever he wanted to hit, thought that there was no need to continue that meaningless conversation. First he had to kill or seriously hurt Broly and then solve the problem with Medaka and the others, and of course have a fresh reunion with an old acquaintance. But. Plom. Broly moved half of his tail stand to stop Ihiko's blunt human weapon attack, as if he had hit a very strong mattress, barely creating an appreciable impact. Ihiko and Najimi exclaimed, highly baffled by that surreal defensive maneuver. But what surprised them most was the next, since a strange sphere of energy appeared at the tip of the tail, pointing at Ihiko. Piam. And from that energy ball emerged a large and powerful energy beam which created a great road of destruction in which Ihiko flew away, moving away from the main stage to the limits of the village. They all overreacted upon see that absurd attack taken from a 90th anime. What? Najimi shouted as if she had witnessed the most unusual, frightening and hopeful scene he had ever witnessed in her life. This weirdo, just parried and knocked him as if he were a fly. Do not interrupt me while I speak, Mr. Illogically powerful last-minute final boss. That the authors invented to finish a story whose scale of power and madness got out of their hands, although there is no argumentative justification for your existence or importance, Broly shouted at the hole in the wall with indignation. Monster, Najimi whispered to herself, simply expressing what was going through her mind. Najimi, despite her more than 12,858,051,967,633,865 abilities, of which many of them makes her an almost omnipotent being, lost overwhelmingly more than 100 million times against him, only being able to escape and try to avoid for years. As I said, after reading and traveling to different manga anime dimensions, I realized that many badass men like me carry a loli with them, such as Kenpachi, Post-Golden Age Guts, Accelerator, Adam Blade, Araragi, Saishamaru the elite among the elite, and wanted to see what it felt like. Spoiler, not bad as a decoration or comic element, but the FBI will not think the same, said Broly, removing the epicity of the moment with that comment that was out of place. WTF? They all asked, except a certain person. It was being very difficult for them to understand this strange subject. For everyone except Kamigawa, I agree with your exquisite taste, although I personally prefer girls with open chest hoodies. However, that attack, that appearance, that tail, is not exactly the same as I know, but... Are you really? Kamigawa said, being about to show how far his deductions had gone, revealing something incredibly crazy and shocking in equal parts. However, Broly answered the future question of Kamigawa thanks to his new ability to see the near future that Yawatch gave him. Exactly, my dear, screwed up of the head, but more or less reformed friend, that casually you are a great reader of the weekly Shonen Jump of this world, which is the same as the one that was written in mine except for the manga of Medaka. I am a Saiyan, but not just any Saiyan, I am the fucking legendary Super Saiyan, but not only that, I am also the Super Saiyan God, and that is not the end of that, I'm also a true Saiyan, and in case it is still not shocking for you, I am a fuck omniversal conqueror. Broly the Magnificent. Nice to meet you, Broly said, creating a great presentation with special effects that would make Tony Stark's event seem like a school theater in comparison. Broly? Kamigawa shouted, believing he was about to faint from shock and emotion, even though he wasn't sure if that was his identity. His appearance wasn't exactly the same as in the movies of the 90s, especially by the third eye, that reminded him more of Tenshinhan or Hai from Yu Yu Hakusho. Broly? Wasn't that wicked ultra-muscled green-haired psycho from Dragon Ball Z movies? Except for the muscles and the absurd strength, they don't look alike at all, Zenkichi asked, because since he is teenager Japanese man he had a certain popular culture of his country, but he didn't buy that explanation yet. There were too many differences and everybody would find that impossible, that was too absurd. Please do something, I can't get off his shoulder, Shiranui said, pleading, as if this conversation did not matter, her priorities were other. Okay. This is an absurdly strong madman who is believed to be a character of the weekly Shonen Jump. An absurdly strong madman who thinks he is a character of the weekly Shonen Jump and has abilities to resemble a Dragon Ball character or that he can replicate similar powers. Or Midaka said, trying to find a logical explanation, well more or less logical for everything around Broly. In her opinion was totally impossible for someone from Dragon Ball, a manga character to be in the real world talking to them. These must be delusions of that man who either because he's crazy or wanted to confuse them was telling them this bizarre history. But someone did not agree with that opinion. I'm afraid you're not right, Midaka, I feel that everything he says is true. He is really a character that belongs to the Dragon Ball universe, said Najimi, who thanks to one of her abilities was able to corroborate that Broly was telling the truth, which made Broly by far the most dangerous and extraordinary being that existed right now, someone who could not judge by logic like Ehiko. I knew it, it seems that I won for the first time. Where is my prize? Kamagawa said cheerfully, but with his usual squid face without expression. No one was competing, so you still don't win. Please, get me out of here, Shiranui replied, who had been repeating the same thing for a while now. But Midaka was not distracted for a second by the intervention of Kamagawa and Shiranui. She was convinced that there should be another explanation. Najimi cannot be really serious. There must be some other explanation, maybe someone has materialized it in some way with a strange ability that. But. Plas. 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 Broly clapped. Bravo. Bravo. Good intuition, Najimi. I could not expect less from the leader of the Not Equal and from someone who has broken the fourth wall on so many occasions. And indeed, as you have mentioned a few times, you and all of you are characters from a manga called Midaka Box, written by Nizio Eisen and illustrated by Akira Akatsuki and published in Weekly Shonen Jump, where obviously Midaka is the protagonist. And I, as a good neighbor of Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, have come to visit you, even though my character has never officially appeared in a magazine story. Broly replied by taking out several volumes of Midaka Box from the formless realm, opening them in the chapter they were currently. Once again the audience was startled to a great extent, and even began to have existential doubts, despite the fact that Najimi had been announcing practically the same throughout the serialization in his presence, although in a more subtle way. Oh, and why are you here? Have Toriyama and other executives decided to make a special crossover chapter to sell more? Hajajajajajajajajajajajaj. No. I'm afraid the truth is much more confusing and interesting. I came here alone, of my own accord, as I had been planning for years before even being reborn. In fact, I am not even the Broly that some of you know, mainly because this is the Broly canon redesigned for the 2018 movie and this manga ended in 2013. But above all because my true self comes from the world where true Shonen Jump is really published. And I have an offer for you that you surely won't be able to refuse, Broly explained in a badass way as he complemented his explanation with a flat-screen television, showing images of everything he narrated. Offer? What kind of offer? But suddenly. Boo Fresh. That was a fresh attack. Chapter 97. Boom. Fresh. That was a fresh attack. You are the first person who has managed to hurt me in this way since thousands of years ago. I congratulate you. Fresh. Ehiko shouted, destroying the wall to enter the room, although few centimeters to his side there was already the hole through which he flew out and near the other hole through which he entered the first time. Ehiko had reappeared abruptly and violently as in the previous occasion. The only differences were that on this occasion he hadn't come attacking anyone with someone, and that he had a large mark and traces of blood on his chest, caused by the energy attack Broly launched in the previous chapter. This is above my expectations, Najimi thought with a really overwhelming expression that had great meaning in the face of a being as powerful as Najimi. How could she not be shocked? Broly had been able to hurt Ehiko with a seemingly casual attack. Najimi just thought he had been knocked out, but not hurt. Ehiko was the holder of several very illogically powerful skills, and among them he had two that granted him with the most impressive defense of Midaka Box manga. Subjective immunity and irreversible destruction. Subjective immunity. Something that Ehiko doesn't recognize, doesn't affect him either, abnormalities or minuses that he don't recognize at all, ignore defensive abilities that he doesn't recognize or even attacks, and making Ehiko recognize attacks is incredibly difficult. If he receives a blow that is not powerful enough in his opinion to perceive it as an attack, he will believe that it has been a caress, and will affect him as a caress in case he is pierced by thousands of swords that he doesn't recognize as powerful ones. He will perceive that they have done a nice acupuncture session. Even if an attack is powerful enough to damage him, it doesn't mean it will affect him. However, an enemy may be better off if he didn't recognize their techniques to begin with, as the alternative can be far worse due to his other skill, irreversible destruction. Irreversible destruction. Any damage Ehiko deals to the world doesn't heal, that includes even unconventional ways of healing such as Kamagawa's all fiction. However, the true horror of this ability manifests itself in the defensive application. The stronger an attack used against him, the further the attack itself will be broken and never return to normal. An arm used to punch him will be permanently broken, and superpowers will often become unusable. He will also no longer recognize any ability or technique previously used against him as an attack, so even if the power is somehow still functional after being used on him, it will not affect him anyway. He has been able to recognize Ihiko's attack, hurt him and edema as he hasn't received the impact of his own attack. How could she not be surprised by that? She had never managed to do even one of those things despite having cheat skills like Life 0, nullify whichever skill or ability she desires. Beginner's hard luck, makes defense impossible. Reverse cover, can cancel the damage dealt to her. Add balloon attack, opponent can't counterattack. My inflation, the stronger the enemy is, the stronger the user is skill. Condition bon, set the rules of the fight. Humor contrast, she is always stronger than her opponents. Lost password, turn the enemy back to level 1. Present for you, bestow weak points to her opponents. Death's moment, if she is seen, they die. Murder mathematic, win against stronger people's skill. God, plot manipulation. Transport plan, manipulate fate. Everything lost, controls hearts. Exception please, creates an exception. All or them impossible skills that logically should be able to battle Ihiko and even defeat him, and with all of them together defeat him without too much difficulty. However, Naijimi was unable to do so. That's why when she saw that Broly casually and without consequences hurt Ihiko, she could only think of a definition for him. Surreal monster. But Broly didn't care about those little details, as well as the long conversations between the three members of the student council or of the lowly that begged to let her down. Those conversations were unnecessary for him at that moment, and they were being too long. He remained focused on his personnel selection strategy between the 2 or maybe 3 most broken beings in this manga. Oh perfect, the big guy has arrived, that will prevent me from explaining things twice, Broly said with satisfaction, as if he were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Explain. Ihiko replied, who hadn't heard or understood the whole conversation that had taken place so far. Yes, you will see. As I had suggested and explained before, I knocked you out of this room very easily. I am Broly from the canon universe of Dragon Ball. The only being in history that has been for his own means really able to escape from the lesser realities and reach the origin reality from all the realities are created, a reality far above the true Earth where the true weekly Shonen Jump is written. From a while ago I managed to infiltrate that reality, and since then I have been traveling to various worlds of the magazine, to get new forms of power, skills, knowledge, and recruit new colleagues with extraordinary skills to join me. And you are lucky ones who have been selected to join my ranks, Broly said, explaining on of his great goals for this volume, hoping to thrill his small mostly teenage group. Recruit? Ihiko asked boldly to give more emphasis to that detail and show his rejection about Broly's plan. Yes, it's a great offer, you should reconsider it, Broly insisted, not accepting a no for answer. Reconsider it? Does that mean then that this is a peaceful and pressure-free negotiation? Everyone was waiting for Broly's answer. You weren't listening to me in the previous chapter when I said. An offer you can't refuse? Broly replied with a mischievous smile. His intentions had been made clear, and they weren't exactly peaceful, so everyone except Fo Shiranui become ready for imminent battle. A battle they never expected to carry out, a survival battle against a being from another universe who wanted to kidnap them, precisely when they had come to rescue a friend from a possible kidnapping. I don't know what you want us for, if you're really who you say you are, or if I'm really the protagonist of a shonen manga. But if you think we will let you take us without resistance, you are really wrong. Medaka shouted with strength and determination, demonstrating who was the protagonist of this manga, while Zenitsu and Kamagawa also took a fighting position near Medaka. Medaka, guys. Najimi muttered, quite shuddered. This Broly was a being who transcended his knowledge and logic, someone who had managed to hurt Aikiko and who seemed to know more about them than themselves, someone who seemed impossible to defeat despite having 12,858. 051, 967, 633, 863 skills. Hahaha, as I expected. They speak for you, Goddess Najimi? Broly asked, detaching a little from his fighting aura, intimidating the 3 members of the student council who, despite receiving the pressure, didn't step back. Aura that made Najimi start to shake as if she was facing the same death, and Ihiko was smiling like a fucking crazy psychopath, due to the prelude to a good fight. Well, I think we have no choice, Najimi said as she thought about how to escape with the other 3 from here. I see, it's a shame, Broly said, not feeling sorry at all. Gee. Due to the provocation and lack of attention of Broly towards Ihiko, he decided to also show his fighting power to intimidate him. It is fresh and logical that if you are looking for strong people you are interested in the great Shihi Mihiko, the unique existence, the legendary hero who has lived for over 1,000 years. It is logical that you also want someone like that equalist, after all it is someone who has lived longer than me, even if he is unable to defeat me, but I can come to understand why you are interested in Najimi's favorite toy and that boy without presence. I can even understand why you might be interested in Hanzode, which is destined to be my new recipient. But, that mosquito with glasses that has disguised himself as a human? Are you putting them in the same as me when you said, people with extraordinary skills? Are you underestimating me just for hitting me once? Ihiko shouted, pointing at Zenikichi and brandishing a piece of metal that had been broken earlier, which he wanted to use as a weapon against Broly. Fuu. Plim. However, that piece of metal that in Ihiko's hands should be a weapon of mass destruction, something more dangerous than a nuclear bomb, a sword millions of times higher than Excalibur, was stopped easily by a nail of Broly. What the, Ihiko said with stupefaction and some fear. He couldn't understand that once again Broly had been able to stop his attack, especially when he was using something like a normal weapon and had attacked with all his strength. What kind of skill does this guy have? What kind of skill does this guy have? Come on Ihiko, don't be offended like that, it was not my intention to underestimate you. But you shouldn't underestimate them either, especially the last two you mentioned. Since they are the two who were destined to kill you. Didn't you know that the mosquito is the animal that kills more humans in the world? You shouldn't underestimate them, Broly said, raising a manga of Medaka box to Ihiko's face, precisely the chapter in which he is defeated by Shiranui and Zenikichi, and his own power, showing each page at a pace that he could see his own defeat. Impossible. Ihiko shouted, refusing to believe what was seeing or experiencing, so he threw the metal bar from his hand and attacked Broly with his two strengthened hand claws. Koemem. However, Broly stopped them with both his arms, grabbing Ihiko's arms while he was still carrying Shiranui, which cursed the world in every shake, but to his surprise she was not even receiving a scratch or sequel from this fight. Broly and Ihiko continued to struggle, destroying the ground with each increase in pressure, and with each increase in pressure it became more evident who was being the winner of that struggle. Not bad, you are one of the beings with a satellite physical power satellite more powerful that exist. It's a shame to have to finish this so soon, but as is said in my country, en occasions hey que coger al toro por los cuernos, at that moment Broly who was still struggling with Ihiko with both his hands occupied. Clap. Clap. Ah. Two more arms came out of his shoulders, which greatly shocked Shiranui, who was a few inches from one of the emerging arms, making her scream in surprise and disgust. Multiplication of arms. But Ihiko didn't have time to be surprised by the useful skill of Tenshinhands that he only used once in Dragon Ball, because instantly those two extra arms grabbed him from his ogre's horns and Boom. Broly turned his head almost by breaking his neck, which made him lose his balance, making it easier for Broly to open a crater by hitting him on the ground. It can't be, Ihiko is being subdued like a small animal, Shiranui muttered, who could almost see in the first person as the person she feared most, and that until a few minutes ago he had the ownership of her life, had been torn down and could not stand up. And all this happened in less than a second in which no one was able to react. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Why is none of my skills working on him? It has been fun to play with you, but if I keep giving you favoritism, the others will be jealous, Broly said, sketching an evil smile as he began to devour Ihiko towards the Formless Realm, creating great fear in the monstrous ex-hero. Don't. 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 This can't be my end. It will not be. Ihiko, which was halfway missing, which was slowly being devoured by Broly's dimension, lifted the only one of the eyes that remained intact towards Shiranui with a malevolent smile. He. What? No-oh. No-oh. This cannot be happening. Your next line will be impossible. Why am I unable to possess Hansode's body? What the hell have you done to me? Broly said, doing a JoJo pose, but still holding him with his four arms. Impossible. Why am I unable to possess Hando's body? What the hell have you done to me? What? Ihiko exulted with despair and bewilderment. The answer is I will not tell you XD. Sweet dreams Ihiko, see you later, Broly said with a smile as he watched Ihiko disappear without even being able to curse the person who humiliated him for the first time in 5,000 years. Until he disappeared completely. I can't believe it, Shirani said with horror and relief. Ihiko, his greatest threat so far, had disappeared, but they didn't know what would happen to them in case Broly thought to do the same. She had no right to be relieved. Ha ha ha. Don't worry little girl, that bad man won't try to possess you again. Sorry if you got dizzy with so much quick struggle, Broly said as he stroked Shiranui's head with one of his forearms, as if she were a small animal frightened by fireworks. Well, Najimi and company. Where were we? I think that he said as he slowly turned to where his next target was, when suddenly. Floff. Broly was skewered in the back with a giant screw, which pierced his giant body as if it were a sword. Excuse me, have I interrupted you? Said Kamigawa, who thanks to Najimi's ability and the fact that several arcs ago he eliminated his own presence, could reach behind Broly without being perceived. Bookmaker. This ability is quite problematic, Broly said, examining his impaled chest while Kamigawa, Najimi, Zenekichi, Medaka and Shiranui watched with relief as Broly's hair turned white. Chapter 98. Bookmaker. This ability is quite problematic. Ha, has it worked? Zenekichi and Shiranui exclaimed with astonishment and hope, especially Shiranui, who was beginning to think that she would end up merged with Broly's shoulder. Please beat him and unhook me from here. Why were they all so hopeful to see that the screw was stuck in Broly successfully and that his hair turned white? It was due to Kamigawa's original minus ability, Bookmaker. The terrible debuff skill of the good loser, the one who calls himself the weakest person in the whole world. A skill that lowers in body, spirit, technique, intelligence and talent, to match the level of Kamigawa to every person who has been stabbed by his special screw, preventing him from even performing any plus skills like Medaka's. The end. And among the side effects of this fearsome ability is leaving the heart of the affected people on the floor, and as Broly was showing, turns the hair white. How could they not be hopeful to see Broly's white hair? It was the obvious symptom that Kamigawa's ability had been successful and that Broly's superhuman physical and arcane abilities had been blocked. This was his only chance, and the first step towards victory. And so they couldn't waste another second. Altered God Mode. As far as Medaka, the strongest human on the planet, took action, taking all its capabilities beyond the limit with the most powerful transformation fighting mode she knows so far. A combat mode in which her physical strength and healing rate both increased drastically, allowing her to deal out devastating attacks while shrugging off horrific injuries, a mode in which Medaka is able to control everything about herself, the best power and efficiency. Poem. And with that power-up he launched at full speed to the weakened Broly, a speed that far exceeds the hypersonic one, destroying the ground with its acceleration. But Medaka wasn't the only one who had begun her attack. Kamigawa, who hadn't moved from Broly's side after he used the Bookmaker, and that a few moments before Medaka began his attack, he had already manifested 2 attack screws and was preparing to use them in Broly, cutting off any escape route. The screws of Kamigawa and Medaka Super Saiyan were about to collide with Broly, but shambles. The position of Najimi and Broly was exchanged instantly, surprising the 5 students. A skill of exchanging positions? Najimi thought as she prepared to block Medaka and Kamigawa's attacks with some of her skills without losing sight of Broly. Oops, what is Najimi doing here? Oh. Was he able to use a skill despite being affected by my Bookmaker? Kamigawa thought, who couldn't stop his attack at this point, and on the other hand he thought that even if he struck Najimi with his screws nothing would happen to her, so he didn't feel guilty about it. Shit, he has been exchanged for Najimi. Which means that Bookmaker hasn't worked at all and that Zenekichi, who was next to Najimi, is in danger now, Medaka thought while trying to change his direction at full speed. Damn. He can still use skills, others have failed and he hasn't released Shiranui. I have to do something, Zenekichi thought as he prepared to attack Broly with a flying kick aimed at his neck. Although objectively he was the weakest in that room, he wasn't even the most cowardly. I'm still stuck to his man despite this teleportation. Shiranui thought, depressed and trying to tear Broly's hair out, the only way I could contribute while worrying about Zenekichi. Interesting, because several arcs you removed your presence I wasn't able to detect you completely, Kamigawa. I suppose Ihiko was able to detect you for his extensive combat experience of 5,000 years. I recognize that I need more serious fights, Broly said as he stopped with his tail the kick of Zenekichi and hung him on the leg, as if he had stepped on a hanging trap in a forest. BOMM. Get away from me, Zenekichi. Medaka shouted with fury and despair as she miraculously changed direction from her onslaught to head towards Broly. Medaka. The 2 captives by Broly, Zenekichi and Shiranui shouted, as they watched how their hero advanced towards them. Okay, I accept your terms, Broly thought as he threw Zenekichi against the wall as if it were a garbage bag and waited for Medaka's attack, which she did with less pressure since Zenekichi wasn't Broly's hostage. But when she arrived near Broly, she was prepared to hit him with all the offensive skills she had been able to copy so far. However, it was useless. FUA. Broly suddenly appeared several meters behind his back, as if they had just had a stereotyped samurai duel where a single quick cut ended the duel, being one of the 2 mortally cut without realizing it until a few seconds later. And in this case Medaka only managed to hit the air, and as if it were an irony, the air also hit her, under her skirt. Ah! My panties. Impossible. Why do I have a skirt now? I was wearing blue jeans until a moment ago. Medaka shouted without having time to be ashamed for striped and dressed in time record and to see how her panties were being held by Broly in hands. The situation was absurd, hopeless and shameful. However, she couldn't lose another second although Zenekichi blushed excessively despite being embedded in the wall. Ha ha ha. Sometimes you have to do some fan service for the mostly male public, said Broly, waving Medaka's panties as if they were a top like Lord Kazuma of Nosoba. BOMM. Medaka, due to the fury she felt by Broly perv actions, reached Broly once more at a speed faster than before, but, as before, Broly managed to evade the attack without a problem and put himself in a very favorable position for a counterattack. Flap. Flap. Broly immobilized Medaka, but grabbed her by the breasts to everyone's amazement. Especially Zenekichi. Damn monkey, what are you doing to my Medaka? I haven't even been able to. Zenekichi shouted and thought with great fury and envy. Oh no, this monster is a pervert. He has smeared the princess. Will I be his double, his next prey? Shiranui thought with fear. She had been glued to Broly more than necessary, and after seeing these last actions she began to think that Broly had very dark and perverted intentions towards her too. Damn, perverted. Medaka said as she tried to break free of Broly's grip without success. It's not what it seems. I'm just grabbing the biggest and most protruding part of your body, it's the most logical thing. Right? Broly said indignantly. They were doubting his faultless reputation, although as a reader of this manga he was always curious to squeeze those giant breasts. Take her, young man. Broly holding her breasts threw her towards Zenekichi, who was trying with all her strength to get up despite his wounds to save her girl. Plom. Ah ah. Oh ah. Zenekichi, stop. Oh ah. Shouted a two-flushed Medaka in a very erotic and suggestive way, since she had landed over Zenekichi a very convenient way, a way in which Zenekichi's head got stuck inside her skirt and he was trying to break through her skirt without panties to breathe without finding any exit, only small entrance. Nice catch, Zenekichi. You will thank me later, for now stay stuck to each other as Shiranui is on my shoulder, and enjoy. Broly said, who felt generous and decided to give a boost in the relationship between Medaka and Zenekichi, skipping several phases. Both were very stupid for these things and Broly had volunteered without consent as a marriage counselor in this relationship. Aitich. This is so indecent. The princess and Zenekichi doing that and that. Shiranui thought. She wanted to take her eyes off that erotic image, but was unable to do so. The moans prevented her. Hey perverted Saiyan, are you trying to turn this fighting manga into a hentai one? Najimi said as she watched the shameless behavior of her favorite anomaly and the lifeless body of Kamagawa, who would revive shortly after with her all fiction. You are cruel, Najimi. Nobody had called me perverted after I was reincarnated in this perfect body, and certainly not so many times. Said Broly, looking away from Medaka and Zenekichi to focus on another visual spectacle like Najimi. I am surprised that you haven't grabbed these teenagers and fled with them. Do you really think you can beat me after seeing what I have done with Ihiko and those kids? I can't know until I try, and on the other hand, I don't understand why you ask something you already know. We came to Shiranui village to retrieve Hondome Shiranui. It's obvious Medaka and Zenekichi won't leave without her, and I can't leave without them. I guess that is one of the reasons why you have taken Shiranui hostage from the beginning with the poor excuse of the lawless in the manga. Right? Najimi said with conviction, despite the great danger he felt when he was near Broly. And while Shiranui felt guilty about the situation her friends were experiencing because of her fault, Broly smiled evilly again, as if he were a villain from the 007 movies, of which Bon have seen, and appreciated his great plan. Ha 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 ha. You got me. In addition, Ihiko wanted this little girl as her new body while you want your friend back. Therefore, would be easier for me to prevent the possession of Ihiko if she was close to me and all of you wouldn't make too powerful and wide attacks against me, although this wasn't something that worried me too much. But Najimi didn't wait for Broly to finish his speech. She launched himself at Broly and began to use all the skills she had at his disposal at an unprecedented speed. Parasite Seeing, 100 Gauntlets, Alibi Block, Deadlock, Life 0. Standing Ovation, Mirror Juvenile, 5 Focus, Door to Door, Give Up Down, Count Up, Sword Looks, Shadow Out, Born to Beat, Get Target, Twin Runner, Dynamite Smile. Ad Hoc Attack, Leg Walker, Trick Sword, Remote Light, Life Scars, Dead or I Love You, Limited Foot, Head Edge, Ghost Cutter, Sword Song, Atomic Number, Faux Guard. Hard Break Shot, Ghost Blade, Hard Full Count, Critical Kit, Rapier Dystopia, Lost Blade, Not Selection, Wait Restaurant, Meta Junction, Red Ice Cream. Saint up, amateur armor, most love, a lot of hand, no motion, hi-fi speed, sword deal, changing weapon, kiss and cry, battle check, full sword, master's taboo. Anti-creator soul, child control, heat shock, prison, shoulder sword, must cut, strange stone, tutorial, double blade, black bled, craft speech, plotiform. Sample fumble, frog blog, tricolor, hyper dash wit, ignorance hilt, high blade revolver, X sense, death throw, pass shield, go bad logic, natural protection. Bad bye, death month, claymore, rolling desire, ideally justice, recovery chorus, lightning blade, air jigsaw, steel wood, water jet month, kill log, blind thruster. Making space debris, receiver, rental ticket, cut test, sword man, relation break, parallel step, dark sizing, reasonable handy, sentimental motivation. One's necro, two-way one hand, sharp glide, value lives, genocide rule, my sword, sword rain, chopping Viking, meaning network, bat only championship, turnover. Very best flash, near re-death, prize goal, Damocles sword, beginner's hard luck, double flower, very short range, like love law, reverse cover, weight control. Pinhole shot, 1000 legs, hue match point, fake hand, plot fight, hurdle excel, running back, I fall down, just meet, non-stop house, 180 defense, wall poster. Accountability, kill me blow, crash pain, spin offset, physical defrag, I code, science defense, omit heart, 3 force, hitting song, cheer fighters. Critical 5, damage harness, monitor flag checker, lockdown, add balloon attack, noble, trust battle, patch test, deep rope, no look shot, winder, death swimming. Peek out fool, heart control, running system, no risk no return high touch high end, pyramid knuckle, sailor same, before morning, hitmaker, bashing passion. Short, interval, illegal, aim core, slice knuckle, handshake truce, miss anger stand, see you damage, mad sensor, alternate regulation, service ace. Dressing damage, best bout, my inflation, dancing escape, disc berry code, route selection, missile to pause, triple necrotic, stoic pro, condition bonbon. Satellite camp, I can cancel, doctor against, rush hour, silent ninja, perspective revenger, credit damage, usable, counter snipe, heel and toe, future practice. Suicide action, Pangea crusher, Iron Maiden race, mistaker, style keep out, hulip, traffic serious, invisible lamp, morphing ghost, clever headbutt. Stand distant blow, mosquito gate, exciting memory, oranizer, receive dockings, miracle reflection, simple decide, reject loser, exhibition match, water body slam, bolt leg. Window shocking, heaven is not heaven, flower bad, dark elbow, sabotage beam, spring grocery, noisy summer beetle, lonely autumn, winter generalist, time out. Genome hospital, ground sound, nitrogen breath, sensational hair, hard luck store, dry sauna, gravid, grip chaos, maniac curtain, emotional turning, shadow step. Cinderella syndrome, missed sister, painter contest, wallpaper, alcohol sand, free for whole, monster network, muscle collection, magnet streamer, golden cloud. Silver opinion, emergence copper, death to sky, sky true, sun sloshing, polaridom shift, mother Mars ship, 9 Pluto, meteor neck, my seat chip, swamp girl. Reverse, emperor stone, hang up jewel, Ouroboros connect, angle of opera, act death sin, skin forest, average crying night, treasure tasting, key world. Hyperstring theory, north breath, drink range, overreaction, battle smell, deep sink, neutrino compliance, stereogram, deathtrian deck, reading magic, animal user. Mirror effect, strong story, delicate delete, my speed, active talk, leopard eye, readability, most impact, tektite, nearby see-through, pendulum heart, easy chorus. Rainbow lamp, play smoke, number foot, prime foot, hand ring berserker, death voice navigation, selfish requester, fantasy illusion, wise man collection. Magma stone, vinyl house survivor, big name dreamer, choke board, secret research, window gaze, blood bus stop, turning point, slow line, neck ring hold. Gemini impression, unfixed future, magical life, boneless farm, I'm crime, ocean deja vu, different talent, super whisper, pray have hope, lovely hate, tracking, limit over. Dream ghost, candle service, paper driver, body blast, cyclotron loy, friendly neighbor green, cross furline, 7 doubt, name Kate the machine gun. Terrible triple, past promise, leading light, because problem, general propaganda, very hungry, crystal edge, death smile, excuse love, barter butterfly, own goal. Old cold whip, qualia quality, humankind error, placebo process, arrow blow, trust best, life game pressure, cold chain, gate out, about dark. Impossible repeater, homesick house, heart disc crush, zombie hostability, death tier friend, resistance age, killer be quiet, dislike, nearly insomnia, propagation. Hitman's identity, niche leading, felling mixer, lonely wedding party, antique, custom 9, out of simulation, sense of wonderful, principal capriccio, monkey walk. Lunatic manor, nothing sisters, witches animal forces, 6 to 1, mind broken, Pygmalion, midnight neurosis, suspect neuron, modern phobia, nonsense dictionary. In no chest, building consensus block, stakeholder, ultimate narcissism, one of them, heart lung, shining, dry child, anti-success, CKing time. Paranoid, runaway 3-6, angry umbrella, self-protector, focus anxiety, peekaboo, wonderful frog make little, spell checker, sorry destroy, pai-tang blood. Rabid fox, closed clean room, morphing blame, this cool beauty, don't you trust me, hard symbol, low pride speech, set years freestyle, hystericord, you may be. Strike beast, grotesque claw set, monster benefit, cannot be cat ear, giraffe neck, eye, tongue crawly, dry and sheller, fighting fong, infinity heart. Eat sweet, ladies and gentlemen, poison flame, sinking manipulator, hand leg walker, cryptobiosister, plan naria, boy meets, feather complex, insect feather. Body face, crab scissors, interhorn, meat tail, Torino scale eyeball, hazard lamp, bubbly bitty life, newcomer, chameleon of folklore, watchdog food timer. Luck dislike me, powder piece, forever fragrance, caterpillar waste, wild diet, quinn sentence, diamond eyes, ivy love, highly screw trouble, duty la soul family. Sticky line, funeral synchronicity, fishing meatball, hungry dress, hell's careless, separate parade, acid panic, Brocken phenomenon, medical blood, lost omphalos. Meat liquid, me zebra bull eye, double standard, must juice, exciting one-side game, oboe, star blood, rehabilitate, problematica stream, looking shot. Separate efficiency, mantis core, fat marker, chicken crow, inside hormone, jelly bone, doping mole, spiral needle, skin needle, octopus dinner, big mouth, joint puzzle. Handy territory, rear breath, small smart scrap, immovable attacker, under root, aqua breath, fur coat health, metamor stare, knocking old bridge, / nihilism. Calorie off base, romance great, designer's drug, butterfly pass, turtle drill wheels, swim ink, battle lunger, swallow drunker, smash teacher. Caterpillar root, family sample, fourth parasite, guide sensor, talk fire, rumor cocoon, lunch mate, mechanical life, normalize, brain break, memory note, spec over. Tired play, manual memory, humor contrast, worst dream is, infinity quest, start play, friendly world, welcome hell, auto fumble, time bunny, my alternative. Circus and circus, full name notorious, full name mysterious, cool from zero cool, burst bust, husky voice dimension, archery picking, Fafrotskis, know-how vacuum. Another announce. Lost password, boiled eye, eternal life, potential hit, next honest, area free, listen by chance, chirality test, zero sum real. Beautiful last scene, promotion wars, left legs, sequence catastrophe, last murder, most large holder, dark hole, stage advantage, second life in jail. Isolate average space, free climbing, intelligent start, initialize history, illegal alchemy, weak pointless, present for you, feel retaker, death's moment. Every time slip everyday dream, metastasis from head to tail, 800 true, rob curtain, king mapping, success succeed, undead genius, turning character, marching bad. Murder mathematic, baby planet, step by step, I banish, have a break breath, innocent remodel, death meeting, past intervention, exception please, dime penalty. Cold game, escape goat, dying message, eroguro mirage, grap empty, occupercent, deep pocket, stronghold and mystery, god, surprise army, shadow influence. Defense layer, transport plan, complete jungle, dark meister, sleeping shell, rule make, income support, drawing off course, sitting winner, portable soul. Hesitate palace, repeater kitsch, cross utopia, shining backlight enemy, reset question, last final operation, manpower, marionette exercise, everything lost, skillful. Unskilled, gunsmith's take, first class gunman, moving shot, dodge, guilty stream, selfish umpire, clinical pass, professional hibit. World globe tour, trigger piece, final 6 cents, body shell, living through, dying through, water palette, robbing bird, freshing aerial, iron strawberry jam. One side horizon, crash palette, soft creature, electric hit, eccentric talk, sequence sensor, untouchable machine gun, curving bowler, colorful metal, flying ball, gun chase. End paper, heavy baby song, regulation control, upper shooting game, fancy gorgeous, growing animal, sound artist, pretty skoke, tragic report. Holding my daughter, rescue hand, gun visible color, ill match barrel, front fire, safety tube, extreme corner, pistol treatment, parallel angle, speed map, fiction powder. 1-2 bird, attack line, risky security, triple rifle, stylish glory, lighting beam, rolling idol, automatic angel, slowly gun action, service counter. Cold thrilling, reserve management, mathematic situation, hawk icefall, gunfight, high risk unicorn, zero mark, monthly attack, gunman's cut, try and try. Innocent pistol, rifling lighter, sniper's footprint, mouth, two-line chaos, love call trigger, slapstick battle, peaceful happy, hot line over, pistol closet, nice ball. Amazing amateur, thank you very burst, cannon I can, needs paper, collateral slot, bitter miserable, glamorous odds, brown flame, dessert vichyssoise. Defending chance, hammer sherbet, coin laundry, sewing delicacy, surprise pocket, goal-in file, bad ball, headache girl, dummy annex frog bath, sandwich thin dream. About snooker, hard question, heart question, empty cicada, chiffon needle, Torino scale, hurricane arrow, water spider, frontier offside, eat ball ration. Mask sample, last rod, shocking corduroy, strange wood, recycle paper, spiky spicy, omit aspid, roaring aventia, inner link, cyclone chain tie up, dog song. Surface poison, autumn whistle, butterfly spy, scat incident, miscat polaris, floor stroop, pattern warmer, silent steering, jigsaw memory, knapsack kite, near shield. Perfect house, hometown steel, friendship margin, speedy pain, appetizer party, hopeful letter case, revenge appeal, get 2 license, chairman junior. Warning anthology, not guilty, belly buddy body, hide regular, pursues lovely, careless scythe, zero base condenser, gloomy garter toss, enemy seed, heartbreak see sense. Fuzzy justice parade rear, egotistic key life, humor step, disappear desire, best 9, revelator, your ecstasy, counter crime, verigouda, fresh nostalgia. Antinok route, angry stability, missile pheromone, visual war, give down, recovery mints, pretty coacher's rule, family report, dusty sign, deaths in full house. Skeleton 3 card, animal whisper, next inflation, ultra fair ball, charismile, nice guy pavilion, liquor fashion, rhetoric parasol, killer attack. No side throw, freaks, happy end, angel style. This is too long. Perhaps you think that all readers are going to take the trouble to read all this every time you showcase your skills. Poem. Chapter 99. This is too long. Perhaps you think that all readers are going to take the trouble to read all this every time you showcase your skills. Poem. Najimi was hit hard by that casual punch of Broly, causing serious bruises that made her not able to get up from the ground, but the real damage was emotional. Damn, the distance between him and me is bigger than what I had with Ihiko. This is what I was most afraid of, he hasn't won because of an incompatibility between their abilities, he is really powerful against anyone. That's why I hate shonen characters. What kind of skill have you used to avoid my attacks and multiple abilities, especially Kamigawa's Book of End? Asked Najimi, who was very curious to know how possibly a single skill has been able to counteract more than 700 in such an absolute way. Oh, it's true, I still hadn't explained my ability, do this in a battle shonen is something unheard of. A long explanation of each skill must always be made, which mostly serves to explain it to the lector and to reveal the weak point of the skill to the enemy, something fucking stupid in my opinion. Let's say that within my domain, as long as you are weaker than me considering the Dragon Ball power banner, I can eliminate the effect of each cause, and I've been using that skill since before I came HRE, so I've always been controlling your actions and their effect, Broly said, being ultra expressive and putting graphic examples as if it were a shonen manga. It is a very problematic skill considering that in this manga everything revolves around skills and there are no energetic or physical forces. But that doesn't explain why, despite that the bookmaker of Kamigawa hasn't been successful, we can't see the effects of the skill in you, Najimi said, pointing to his white hair. Ah, that. It was an illusion that I managed to create based on the abilities of my Aizen's Kaika Suigetsu, the notions of Naruto and Dragon Ball standard illusions, and my Jugen's innate ability. With this I made you all believe that your skills were effective, not only Kamigawa's as bookmaker. I am not able to manifest my Zanpakuto, but that doesn't prevent me from understanding how the other works, Broly said, changing the colors of his hair and the ones of Najimi and Shiranui intermittently in such a fast way that could provoke an epileptic seizure to any person passing through the vicinity. I see, you've been playing with us all this time, what a nasty villain, Najimi said with cold sweat all over her body. Broly seemed to have everything under control from the beginning. Thank you for the praise, I am honored by those words coming from villain of the Flask Plan saga. Ho ho ho, Broly replied as if he were a rich and pretentious lady that had been flattered. Najimi, who saw the situation worse with each second. This was a terrible and barely seamless skill that nullified the attacks in an even more terrible way than Ahiko's, but from what he had explained there was a way to get rid of its effects. And it's leaving his domain. I see, within your domain you are invincible, but oh you. What? Najimi shouted, terrified and stunned in equal parts. She had tried to run with all her strength with her superior superhuman physical abilities that had no relation to any skill. With this she wanted to grab the other three and move away from Broly's domain until she found a way to counter him using her most powerful skills. However, she was still in the same position. No matter how many steps she took, it was as if she was running on a sliding belt that spun at the same speed as her. Another illusion? Or, let me tell you 3 secrets. From the beginning I never needed little Shiranui to keep you here. Not only can I deny the effect of abilities, I can deny the effect of anything much weaker than me, including your moving effect of your running cause. My domain is so huge that it even encompasses almost a 14 of this universe. No matter where you run with these slender legs, you won't advance a single millimeter, Najimi. You could escape with your alibi block or meta-teleportation skill or another of your many absurd abilities, but you can't use them inside my domain. Sorry for being so cautious. I know that with this the hunt stops being exciting, but you have very strange and unpredictable abilities. I can't take risks. But regardless of that, do you already understand your situation? Broly said, showing his checkmate. An extremely bitter and devastating checkmate for Najimi. Until now she had lost thousands of times against Ahiko. However, she always had the option of escaping or avoiding that monster, but now she couldn't even do that. That was frightening. It was unfair. She and nobody could do anything. Well, since I have explained everything and I have shown that there is no escape. Have you already given up and have finished doing dirty things? Broly said sarcastically as he separated Medaka from Zenekichi, who was beginning to run out of air due to various circumstances, and Medaka was in a similar situation, but with a more relaxed and satisfied expression. But even though everything was lost, Najimi, the only one who was still more or less standing, stepped forward without hesitation. Not yet. I won't sit idly while you take us all. While I still have some life left, won't let you put your finger on them. A very moving phrase. I see that sacrificing you for them wasn't something impulsive as seen in the manga. You really are a strange god. You are like a human who sacrifices himself so that 3 ants can live. But I think there has been a misunderstanding. I never said it would take you all. I just meant you and Ahiko, Broly said, somewhat confused as he pointed at Najimi. Najimi and Shiranui shouted in shock, also Medaka and Zenekichi, who were beginning to regain consciousness, and Kamagawa, who had stopped playing dead. Do you only want me? I can understand it, but you really have no interest in the perfect protagonist or in the other secondary characters? Najimi asked to clarify their doubts and to make sure that nothing will happen to them. Well, I can't deny that the giant tits Marie Sue's, the end, skill is quite tempting, as well Hanton Shiranui's skill to create skills, but they aren't inside my selection criteria, although their ability would deserve it. But it's not necessary. I have someone in mind capable of doing the same as Medaka. Besides, I wouldn't want to take away Zenkichi away from his girl. It took a long time and a lot of effort for him to get out of the friend zone. Respect. Although the idiot rejected her unnecessarily twice for stupid reasons only to continue creating romantic tension until the final chapter, Broly said, not too happy with his own decisions, or those of Zenekichi. What? I do that? Zenekichi thought, disappointed with his impending furious self. Is Zenekichi going to reject me again? Medaka thought with an almost broken heart. Hearing Broly's words, Najimi felt some relief but asked once again to make sure she was right. So if I go with you, do you promise not to do anything to the others? Upon hearing Najimi's proposal, the shonen spirit of friendship possessed Medaka. Najimi, you can't be serious. We never let yo. But she couldn't finish her sentence. No matter how much she moved her lips she made no sound, since Broly had eliminated the voice effect of the speak cause in Medaka, Zenekichi and Hondome, who began to protest strongly when the decision had already been taken. You have my word, although it's not like there's a notary nearby to attest it. Come on, don't look at me with that face. I'm not an ISIS terrorist who kidnaps Shonen Jump celebrities to film their decapitations on YouTube. On the contrary, they will win with this job offer, Broly said, showing a rather kinder face and approach, even though he wanted to take Najimi with him by force and coercion after all. Very kind of you. And what am I supposed to win? Najimi asked sarcastically. How about the great opportunity to leave this cage in which all your past, present and future has been chosen beforehand by a middle-aged Japanese who wants to pay his bills? A cage in which despite your great powers you are always destined to lose against a protagonist due to the script's demands. A cage of which you know its existence, but you are unable to escape from it. I am offering you to escape from this cage and go beyond the world where your own creator drew you, transcend this cage and reach the origin of the true omniverse and overcome the power you currently have. Tell me Najimi is not a good offer. Broly said as if he were a politician or religious leader who with a lot of demagogy convinced the masses to follow him. So you offer me to leave this cage where my authors hold me and control my destiny, to enter your cage where you will control my destiny? Najimi replied sarcastically once more, although she agreed with what Broly had said after all. She was just changing one prison for another. Broly showed a stinging smile and getting very serious and deep expressed his thoughts. Well, I understand your concern. But don't we all live inside a cage? We are all born and live with multiple prisons that limit us at all levels. Whether it is the same reality in which you are confined and almost no one can perceive or escape, the same space and time that limits the movement and way of perceive the physical world. A planet from which it is only possible escape with sufficient technological development resulting from thousands of years of sacrifice and research, the borders and laws of a state that restrict your freedom to force you to enroll in a collective for which you must work and abide by the rules you haven't chosen or recognized under threat of jail or expropriation. Even your own body whose DNA and biology limits and predetermines much of your capabilities, needs and behavior that we will have throughout life. Our own mind that is only able to think about things that our senses and compression can perceive, the social norms that limit our behavior about what is good and evil, even our own moral codes and conduct that largely prevent us from doing what is necessary and or convenient from what we perceive as correct. Always, for everyone and everything and even for me there will always be cages in an irremediable way. However, some like me have the gift, ability, and or luck to be able to escape from some of those cages. Even from the highest level cage in which you has been placed and create your own cage with the perfect measures for your needs, decorate it to your liking, have absolute control over it and everything you want. A cage that will rise above all others. And I am giving you a place in the best cage of the omniverse. Isn't my cage better than this one? Besides, I saved your life beating Hiko, you owe me a favor, Broly said, referring to the world of Medaka Box. Perhaps. Although I have no other alternative. Right? Najimi said with sarcasm another time, but something more convinced and attracted by Broly's words. Despite the inconvenience that could entail, she was seeing before her an opportunity to find new aspirations and experiences, something that always motivates an almost almighty being who has got bored of the world and its people. Medaka and Zenekichi, who were unable to speak, disagreed with the decision Najimi was about to make, but then. Do you allow me to participate in this conversation? Said Kamagawa, who stopped playing dead and re-entered the scene. Kamagawa, whispered Najimi, who didn't know what the madman of the manga intended. Without his powers it was very dangerous to contradict Broly. Of course, what do you have to say? Broly said with a confident smile, as if he already knew what he would say. If you don't mind, could I go with you too? Kamagawa asked with his usual wax doll smiling face. Well, your speech has been quite convincing and I'm quite curious to know other worlds of the Shonen Jump. In addition, soon I will have to graduate and I don't fucking know what to do with my future, and this seems like a good, relaxed and fun job. Am I wrong? Kamagawa said, showing his pessimism for the future and optimism when he saw a quite attractive solution for his possibilities. And did you forget to mention that you want to go with the girl you love by chance? Broly asked, who was quite aware of Kamagawa's feelings for Najimi, although understanding that it happens through Kamagawa's head is quite complicated. Broly's words made Kamagawa blush with embarrassment. Broly had exposed his temptations very suddenly, so the young Minus approached to Broly and Najimi, trying not to have eye contact with her while she looked at him in a pretty teasing way. By the way. I also take this psycho-perverted called Professor Fukuro Tsurabami. He is not as extraordinary as you or Hiko, but he is a pretty intelligent and capable character, and the creator of the styles. He will be a great acquisition for my scientific team. Orochimaru, Kars and Mayuri will be quite happy, Broly said, taking out of his formless realm the immobilized body of the professor, also Medaka's uncle. Medaka reacted strongly upon see how his uncle was held from his neck by Broly's as if he were a chicken about to be plucked. Before you protest, although now you cannot. I wouldn't feel any pity for this guy. I leave the full manga. With this you can see what will be or could have been your existence if it weren't for my intervention, and you will see what this guy tried to do. Spoiler, sexually abuse Hondome and destroy the planet, Broly said as he handed them the volumes of Medaka Box. Oh, and by the way, Zenekichi, remember. Before you doubt the most buxom. You know who I mean. Bye. Broly said, throwing Shiranui like a ball into the arms of a blushing Zenekichi. Goodbye Medaka and Zenekichi, I hope we can meet again one day, Najimi said casually. Goodbye guys, you can do the perverted things you were doing before, Kamagawa said, somewhat jealous. And with those words Broly disappeared with Najimi and Kamagawa to another dimension, and after a few seconds in which Medaka, Zenekichi, and Shiranui recovered their speech of the constant shocks chained one after another. "Shiranui, are you alright?" said Zenekichi, who was still holding Shiranui as if she were a baby. "Zenekichi, don't talk to me with the same mouth you just did that with," Shiranui said, very flushed and embarrassed by the image that still couldn't be taken out of her head. "Zenekichi, after this you won't reject me again, right? After what you did to me I won't be able to marry someone who is not you," said Medaka, very flushed, showing all the innocence and shame she had in herself in a very cliché way. "This is beyond me now." Zenekichi thought he didn't know whether to laugh, cry, rejoice or worry. Desire Realm. After a subtle process of recruitment in the formless realm, Broly, Najimi, Kamagawa, Ihiko and Professor Fukuru appeared in Broly's spacecraft floating in the vastness of space. "Hello Broly-sama, are these our new partners?" Orochimaru said with lust. He was the most interested in knowing the new lifeforms of other realities. "That's right. What if we have a friendly talk to strengthen ties between everyone and answer some of your questions?" Broly said, creating a giant table with snacks. Chapter 100. Desire Realm. Broly's Deluxe Space Shift. Main Hall. In the gigantic meeting room of the immense and luxurious spaceship that floated in the immensity of the Desire Realm, a dimension where there were only Omega Dragon Balls and this spacecraft and its inhabitants exist. Dozens of people began to gradually reach that gigantic room where there was a huge elongated table with thousands of dishes prepared by Broly, which presided over the table, helping everyone to join that surprise meeting. In addition to Najimi, Kamagawa, Ihiko, Professor Fukuru Tsurabami and Orochimaru who arrived first, many others began to arrive and sit down. Some in an organized way, others in a disorderly way, some interested in knowing the topics of this meeting, others only interested in food, and others came forced. From the Dragon Ball universe Zuno, Frost, Good Bu, Evil Bu who had devoured Moro on Broly's orders, to make him stronger and because he didn't appreciate Moro too much, and even Hit who had taken a small vacation to attend the event. From JoJo's universe were Dio and his faithful lackey Vanilla Ice. Also Wamo, Santana and Acidici who had been resurrected by Broly at the request of Kars, and Orochimaru to help him in his research. From Naruto's universe were Kaguya, Black Zetsu still in his mother clothes, Hagoromo and Hamura who followed his mother with a complicated expression. There was also Midora, who watched the new members with interest, and several meters from them Obito and Rin, who didn't feel very comfortable beside them, especially Midora. From Shaman King's universe was only Mantamian, who had come to represent How in this meeting, because he was already very busy as the king of the earth, and hated being surrounded by so many people. And from the Bleach universe were Aizen and Iwak accompanied by some of their former Wandenrake lackeys such as Leobaro, Askin Nak Lovar, Gerard Valkyrie, Robert Acutron or Gremy Thumos, or the Espada-like Coyote Stark. Barragan Luzenbairn, Zamari Ruros, Okwiora Cypher, Sailaporo Grands, who were also resurrected by Broly for the enjoyment of Aizen and Iwak. And apart from those two Bleach factions too. I hope this sudden and unexpected interruption of my work is for something important. And for the content on this table it will surely be something very transcendental and brief, said Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the captain of the 12th Division in the Godiai 13 and second president of the Shinigami Research Institute, with sarcasm. That's right, he is the mad scientist Mayuri which Broly seduced with his infinite material, intellectual, ethereal resources, knowledge of other realities, and in a somewhat tricky way Broly make him see that this was the opportunity to overcome Urahara in everything. Although our esteemed MC also gives some of those resources and knowledge to Urahara to make sure that the competition never ends at all. Then Broly got up somewhat aggrieved, as if he had heard that an obvious and empirical obviousness had been questioned with a stupid or religious bullshit example. The earth is flat, of course it's something important. It's about to take place an endearing and desired event that occurs once a year in successful corporations like ours. A meeting where everyone meets to talk, eat, drink and strengthen ties, and everyone is looking forward that their handsome, venerable, fabulous, intelligent and impressive boss, which is me. And narcissistic too, thought all those who hadn't been convinced enough. Give a speech about the good results that have been obtained in that economic cycle, how good our teamwork has been, how much we have learned and have had a good time, and state the new purposes and actions to be taken. In my previous life they were called company dinners. It's something very important, as you can see, everyone wants to go to one of them. I don't lie, Broly said, moving his eyes from side to side with his hesitant voice, because it was hard even for him to say that obvious lie. Well, if it's just that, I'm going back to the lab, I'm in the middle of something interesting, Mayuri said, withdrawing from the meeting. When suddenly. Perfect, if that disgusting mummy doesn't want to be here, better for everyone, Sales said with much resentment towards Mayuri, after all he condemned him to a life worse than the death. What did you say, perfect being, that lost against me? Do you want another beating? Mayuri said, unsheathing his zanpakuto in a hostile way. And to avoid a fight between the two, someone intervened. Come on, Mayuri. I know that so many new things are fascinating you and you want to overcome that Urahara that you always complain about, but we are working in a room with stop time and we have multiple bodies, and I know that you are working with several of them right now. Why don't you relax a little with us with this body? Orochimaru said to his lab partner, who noticed that he needed some rest even if it was only with one of his bodies. And Mayuri replied as if he were a child who has just been seen eating cookies in secret, I know Orochimaru, but I like to be 100 concentrated when. But he couldn't finish the sentence since suddenly all the exits and teletransportation skill that Broly had given him disappeared. I'm sorry, in Broly's company dinner's absence is not optional. Except for how, if he goes away for a long time, souls don't reach him, I'll have to solve it later when I have time. Whatever is. Now you will all sit down, you will eat, you will drink, you will love what you will eat and drink because I have been cooking for hours to make sure everything is perfect, you will talk, laugh, make friends or maybe something else. And finally you will listen to what I have to say, you will applaud enthusiastically and because I am a modern and kind boss I will listen to your doubts. Okay. Broly said with energy and authority, tapping the table with his tail. Okay, they all responded at once, some with more enthusiasm than others. Hours later. The dinner continued with joy and normality. Well, normality, exactly not. Najimi, Ihiko and Kamagawa and Professor Fukurit Tsurabami because they were new ones they presented themselves in a shameful way, as is usually done at company dinners. And in a few seconds Kamagawa was already bothering some of the shonen characters he knew from the magazine as Good Bu, who kept eating everything he saw near him. And Ihiko was trying to fight crazy people for combat like Madara, Evil Bu and Wamu. Meanwhile Najimi joined the group of Aizen, Iwak, Kagaya and Dio who were talking quietly about world domination plans and other topics of conversation of megalomaniac villains. Although she was talking with other groups as well like the mad scientists group of Orochimaru, Kars, Mayuri, Seo and the Professor Fukurit Tsurabami that had been integrated perfectly into the group who only talked about the progress of their research, and sometimes Kars also talked about world domination, or the quiet group of Obito and Rin, which kept stroking the gentle Mantamune. Group that Broly was talking to right now. Ha 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 ha. I am glad that everything goes well between you and that you like the planet of my universe that I advised you for the honeymoon. A few years ago I went to spend my holidays in that place with a friend. Ha 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 ha. Did you like the patatas bravas from that place? Thanks to me they are on the menu of all restaurants of all that solar system, said Broly, that was interested in the love life of the only official couple that exists in his dimension. That place is perfect, Obito and I really enjoy it, although none of us ever imagined that we would travel to another reality for our honeymoon. Ha ha ha, Rin replied gratefully as she looked at Obito lovingly and continued to stroke Mantamune, that meowed happily. I'm glad to hear it. By the way, what do you want to do after enjoying the cloying phase of marriage? If at any time you feel like doing something, Orochimaru would be happy to have a medical ninja as capable as you in the research team, Broly said, looking for the productivity of his universe, trying to mask it with some kind of favor. But Obito quickly came to her aid to reject that job offer. Thank you for the offer, but we still have a lot to do and plan for the future, so for now I don't think she can be incorporated in the research group. Yes, exactly, we have a lot to do for now, Rin replied, agreeing with Obito. As if I were going to let Rin be surrounded by those weirdos with high ranges of psychopathy, Obito thought with concern as he looked at the group of crazy scientists formed by Orochimaru, Kars, Mayuri and the others that were laughing like crazy people who gave life to a corpse. No way. I'm not going to join the group of those crazy people. In the end it would end up being another experiment in that laboratory, Rin thought, supporting Obito's concern like a well-synchronized married couple. I see, nothing happens then. Enjoy this precious moment as much as you want. After all, almost everything that had to be done for this phase is about to end, said Broly, who was invaded by his romantic vein and became permissive with both of them. And upon hearing that last sentence, Najimi, who was hanging around the different groups to find out everything she could, a big question arose in her mind. When you said, almost everything, you mean scientific research, time limit of your plan. Or maybe you still have worlds to explore. Chapter 101. He, let's say you've been right in everything. Being concrete, I still have 3 universes to visit, Broly replied casually as he eats stone-cooked T-bone steaks with a wide smile. Oh, Najmi murmured with surprise, curiosity, disappointment and desire to know more. Now that the subject of the remaining worlds has come up, Broly-sama, Aizen said, interrupting the conversation, since it had been a long time, days even, wanting to ask an important question to his beloved leader. Tell me, Aizen, what about the remaining worlds? Broly asked kindly as he finished eating his steaks. Upon hearing Broly Aizen's response, he responded by trying to find the right words, well, how to say it. We have been talking to each other and we understand and agree with the next world and the future investment world, but Do you only understand and agree? It is by far the best world of all. The crown jewel of all the realities of the Shonen Jump. Broly replied briskly as he continued to quench his almost unlimited stomach. Better than mine? Are you not happy with my more than a billion skills? Can you find better things in another world? Najimi said, quite outraged knowing that she or her universe weren't the main course. EJEM. Dio exclaimed to resume the conversation. What Aizen means is that the next world is perfect for our banners and the plan, but, the other two. We don't agree at all, Dio said, expressing the opinion of the group of megalomaniac villains and mad scientists who nodded at the same time. We believe that they contribute nothing, and that you have only chosen those worlds for quite stupid reasons, Yawatch said, continuing with the collective's opinion quite delicately, but not being able to avoid being rude. And after Yawatch, the next to express his opinion was Orochimaru, especially when there were so many interesting alternatives. Like for example the reality of Saint Seiya. They have very impressive energetic and conceptual powers that. But he was quickly interrupted and corrected by Broly. I'm sorry, but no, Saint Seiya, no. I will not dress in strange armor or dependent items in combat. I want everyone to see my incredible musculature when I'm fighting. An armor would cover my impressive abs. A body as big and perfect as mine would be ridiculous with that kind of armor, said our MC, explaining his cosmetic reasons. And although everyone had enough things to object to, they tried to continue with new ideas. Okay, and how about Hokuto no Ken? I know that the powers you can get in that reality are null, but the martial art Hokuto Shinken could be something incredible in your hands, or those of anyone with a power beyond the human one, especially in Taijutsu. Madara said, also contributing with his war and martial opinions to the conversation. Sorry, but also dismissed. I don't like killing people, even less making them explode. Much blood and guts spilled. AJ, disgusting, said Broly, showing his almost incomprehensible kindness and neatness. And how about Siren? There is a great variety of quite incredible powers such as Uchiha's Melchi's Door, Miroku Amaji's Sephiroth, or the ability to travel in the time of Nemesis. Q. Dio asked, making special mention of the ability to travel in time. Fuck, it seems you have read all the mangas I let you. No, Siren either, that world doesn't give me anything new. I already have telekinesis, illusions, transformations, and my Hakai is much better than that ridiculous black ball. As for time travel, this resource also exists in my universe and I don't plan to use it. I don't want to create new timelines, it would be problematic, Broly answered as if he were a professor bored of his work. And continuing with the brainstorming, Yawatch made his contribution in Kateki Hitman Reborn. You might be able to share knowledge with the you of the others' timelines and also the Trianai set. Which was quickly interrupted by Broly. I'm sorry, but no. I know how much you like to play with alternative futures, past and present, but that won't work with me. In my universe there are a limited number of alternative timelines, and in those alternative lines I don't even exist. It is another Broly, so it wouldn't help me unless I created new timelines, which I have already said that I don't want to do. And the Trianai set is the same, its rings and pacifiers are external items, and also a defective ones. Why would I want to contribute to my universe with something as flawed as a system that needs to continually sacrifice the strongest people to avoid the world destruction? And how about Bobobo? Apart from the techniques and strange beings, his ability to use reality warping is superior even to mine. For this and much more, Bobobo is one of the 20 strongest characters in the manga, said Kamagawa, who joined the conversation because it seemed funny. No way. I don't want my universe to become stupid. Never. 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 Broly said with an exaggerated body expression to emphasize that he strongly disagreed. And how about One Piece? The Akuma no Mi are very interesting and diverse. They may not give you as many skills as Najimi, but you would still get one or two interesting things. And his technology and hockey is interesting, said Kagaya, who was reading a volume of the Shonen Jump before giving his opinion. Kagaya, your obsession with fruits that give powers never ceases to amaze me. Well, One Piece was in my sights for a while, but no. I don't want to go to a world that has not yet been finished, and for the end of One Piece there are still about 15 years. So for now, no. Thanks, Broly responded very bluntly and authoritatively, although he tried to sound friendly. But with your ability to see the future and Avalon's computer it would be possible for you to see it, Yawatch replied, surprised by his boss's answer, since he had many means to know the end of One Piece instantly. EI. No spoilers. I want to see how the story unfolds in a normal way, chapter by chapter and week after week from the moment I stopped seeing it due to my death. It's something I want to enjoy with peace once my great crusade ends. Okay. Broly said in a very, very hostile way. Looking individually at each one to convey the severity of the situation and the repercussions. Therefore everyone nodded with fear and shame. And after a few seconds in which the atmosphere of the brainstorming was recovered, Okay, and how about the universe of, asked all at once, trying to propose their favorite reality. Stop. It is of no use to propose other realities. The decision was made years ago. Besides, they are not too bad either. One has an alien universe with quite impressive at the same time absurd technologies, and the other even has a multiverse and strange beings and powers, although I don't know to what extent they are useful for combat, or for something. Besides, you could say that the reason I travel to those worlds now when I could wait for the next era is. It's because it's something personal, and if I didn't do it, I wouldn't be quiet. It's something I must do, the earlier the better, Broly replied, using his authority as head of a very serious and profound way. Okay, we understand you, but if this isn't the last world in which you have to recruit someone, why have you made the company dinner now? Wouldn't it be better to wait for you to have the whole team together? Najimi asked, still feeling belittled to know that she wasn't Broly's main course in this omniversal conquest. For many reasons. The first is that the following guests, who will join us, surely don't enjoy my current level of cooking too much. As for the second. Before doing a certain thing, I like to eat well, Broly answered in a very eccentric and intimidating way while almost unconsciously released part of his fighting spirit. Certain thing? What do you mean? Rin asked as she tried to calm Mantamian, who was a little scared of Broly's aura. Hi. It's obvious what he mean, girl. When a man puts on that face and release that kind of aura, it can only mean one thing, shouted Ahiko, who was interested in this conversation for the first time. A good fight. Said Ahiko, Midora and Wamo at the same time, releasing an aura similar to Broly's. It is contagious. Men's, thought Najimi, Kagaya and Rin at the same time with condescension and shame. Exactly. I don't want to despise you, but none of you have been able to give me a good fight. A exciting fight to show my masculinity and physical power. Most of you are powerful mostly because of your abilities, and that, although argumentatively is the best resource, alpha males like me need a somewhat primitive combats from time to time. And that is what I hope to find in this world. An opponent more or less at my height in terms of physical and martial skills. I've been waging that for years. Fuck. I am sorry, I haven't felt that emotion for a long time, Broly answered, trying to calm down again with some candy to not scare Mantamian anymore, who was able to feel the danger better than humans. I'm glad for you, Broly, but there is something I don't understand very well. Why haven't you absorbed all the possible laws of that universe? Doesn't that leave you at a disadvantage for that fight? Hagoromo asked curiously. Until now Broly had always gone with almost all his power to each of the realities he has visited regardless of the power of its users. That indicated that he was someone very cautious. The fact that he will announce that he will fight against someone strong in those disadvantageous conditions was something strange. That. There are various reasons, one of them is due to the way of absorbing the laws of that world I haven't wanted and could assimilate many yet, and the other. Well, let's say I want to do an experiment that might be necessary for the future. Okay guys, I know you have many questions and doubts, but I'm afraid it's time to try the main course. With that you can see for yourself the answer to some of your questions, Broly said expectantly. Then he created a giant television screen in the center of the room, so everyone could see his appearance in the next world. Chapter 102. The moment announced at the beginning of the manga had arrived. Our heroes Toriko, Komatsu, Zebra, Sunny and Coco had traveled to the gourmet world to bring resources to the human world devastated by the spice rain of Midora. The goal was to increase their strength, mainly eating, to solve the mystery behind the blue nitro, the dark chef Joa, the NEO organization, and stop their surely sinister plans, which among other things were to destroy the world, something very common in evil organizations. It was a journey full of sacrifice in which many great people like Knocking Master, Jiro, Don Slime, the ex-Universal King and Appetite Demon of Ichiryu, and more others, characters who died heroically trying to save the world and the universe of his greatest threat. Acacia and his Appetite Demon NEO. Acacia, that the one that until today was recognized and venerated as the greatest gourmet hunter in history. Also known as the gourmet god, the one that discovered the gourmet cells, the first and only person to find the holy and phantasmal ingredient god, stopping the great war in the human world, and the most powerful human in the history of the planet. The greatest hero in the history and also the adoptive father of the other three most powerful humans, Ichiryu, Jiro and Midora, the husband and combo of the chef goddess Frozy, whose body had been owned by Joa, who was working side by side with the evil Acacia. And although he didn't know it, he was also Toriko's and also Starjan's biological father, who were the adopted children of Ichiryu and Midora respectively, although until a few chapters they hadn't realized that they were twin brothers, a family drama that surpasses Star Wars. And now, along with NEO, the most threatening, dangerous and insatiable appetite demon so far, the one who has devoured entire universes, even supernovae, and the sanity of his Acacia possessor, making him the greatest threat that the Red Universe had ever suffered. A trip where Toriko and his friends managed to consume much of the planetary full-course menu, also known as the Acacia full-course menu, the definitive menu of the Red Universe that allowed to unleash the full potential of the body and the appetite demon that Husha carries in his cells. Air, that allows to fully utilize the atmosphere, making a simple breath able to heal a person's body from simple cuts to deep wounds and bone damage, and along with these regenerative capabilities, provides a person with the ability to spend many hours without breathing and fully awakens the gourmet cells of the left arm. Hair, that gives ability to interact with the deceased or with people on the verge of death, the ability to see the spirit world, and fully awakens the gourmet cells of the right arm. Another, that gives one the ability to comprehend tastes that were previously inedible and reawakens tastes that were forgotten, and fully awakens the gourmet cells of the tongue, and much like Pear's ability to allow one to see and enter the back channel as well as the world of souls. News, that enables one to control the speed of their gourmet cell's cellular division to exceed the speed of light, 299,792 kilometers or 186,282 miles, allowing them to create and manipulate back channel, and fully awakens the gourmet cells of the left leg. Earth, that fully awakens the gourmet cells of the right leg that provides so much energy and nutrients that it perfectly counters the exhaustion of generating back channels. News gift. Atom, that gives the ability to see invisible gourmet matter and fully awakens the gourmet cells of the torso and head, excluding the heart, tongue, and brain, which are awakened by Center, Another, and God, respectively. They only needed to devour Center and God, the two dishes with the highest level of capture and the most beneficial and difficult to obtain together with Another. But just at the most crucial moment, God, the most coveted food on the planet, the main course of the planetary full-course menu, the most powerful frog in the world of fiction, and the ingredient that in the past could stop a war, had made its appearance. And now this was the dish that had triggered the greatest war of all. This was the greatest world war in the history of that world. And the sides of this war were quite clear. Komatsu, Otaki, and all the other chefs were cooking God from inside its body in a very strange esoteric way, while Acacia, Neo, Joa, and the Blue Nitros fought against the team formed by Toriko, Type, Star June, Zebra, Sunny, and Coco, while Midora, the strongest man in the world today, was still momentarily sealed by Joa, who used dirty psychological tricks against him, appealing to the great unconditional love Midora felt for her adoptive mother Frozy, Joa's actual body. The fight was tough and full of dangerous, epic, and dramatic scenes. But unfortunately Toriko's team was at a clear disadvantage. Acacia and Joa were far superior to them, and that is why they were on the verge of death, and they would have died had it not been for the magical intervention of God and the 8 kings. The most powerful kings animals around the world: Dragon King Deerous, Wolf King Guinness, Crow King, Emperor Crow, Snake King, Mother Snake, Deer King, Sky Deer, Whale King, Moon, Monkey King, Bambina, Horse King, Heracles, which saw Acacia Neo as the greatest threat of all. The titanic battle between the strongest monsters on the planet and the Red Universe continued with great highs and lows for both sides, in which Acacia Neo had to show all its power and was even forced to evolve to fight against all of them. And with that evolution and anger he felt by being threatened and hurt by an almost dead Toriko, he finally achieved his long-awaited goal. Eat a part of God. Gia. And it was at that moment when Bambina, the strongest monkey in this universe for now, rushed at the speed of light towards Acacia Neo with obvious murderous intentions, just like the rest of the 8 kings who attacked from all the places Acacia Neo with powerful long-range energy attacks. Boom! Creating an explosion so powerful that covered almost half of the planet's surface. A planet hundreds of times larger than the planet Earth and denser than a neutron star, a planet that in the case of exploding would ridicule all supernovae that have existed in history, almost on the scale of another Big Bang. An attack that could have destroyed without problems this unusually resistant planet if it wasn't because he was devoured. 2 figures appeared from the remains of the explosion and its dense smoke. Acacia, which was totally naked and with a completely human appearance, without any apparent mutation due to Neo's gourmet cells. And in front of him a sinister and inhuman anthropomorphic being with a very strange and creepy body. It was like a badly drawn monster that looked like a sinister and devilish black Daruma. His appearance changed a lot since he was in Acacia's body or in the flashbacks, but there was no doubt, it was an EO. That had managed to physically manifest himself outside Acacia's body thanks to eating God resuscitating his brain. And Neo, who seemed to be totally unharmed just like Acacia, held with his ugly hand less than half of Bambina's mutilated and defeated body, which was held like a loaf of bitten bread. However, Bambina hadn't given up and still being held by Neo, from his mouth launched several energy attacks against the monster that devoured him. FIU. FIU. Fui. Fui. FIU. Shlup. 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 Energy attacks that were devoured by Neo once again very easily, causing some desperation in the almost death Bambina. However, the rest of the kings didn't stay with legs, fangs and hooves crossed, such as the horse king Heracles, who was ready to launch several pressurized air cannons from his nose. Pressurized air cannons that once casually were able to pierce the planet with an entrance and exit hole. But Woa! Slash! With a powerful energetic shout from Neo, he destroyed almost Heracles' body, thus decapitating the immortal horse easily. "So you're Neo, the true form of my appetite," Acacia said with satisfaction, pride and arrogance as he contemplated the power of the incarnation of his gourmet cells. After a few seconds of stupor, fear, excitement and hope, the blue nitro that conspired with Acacia from the beginning continued with the plan. Center. Make the preparations. Center, the last ingredient that Acacia needed to achieve perfection. But the 8 legendary kings weren't idiots. They knew that they should kill Neo as soon as possible, otherwise the universes, planet and their own race would be decimated. So, the Crow King from the skies used one of his most emblematic skills to stop him. Emperor's Shadow. A skill that creates a small sun on the back of the Crow King, casting his shadow on Neo, Acacia, and center a shadow with the effect of cancelling the thoughts that those beneath it. And before that imminent threat, Neo began shaking his body, making his luminescent proteins within his cells emit an overwhelming brightness that could wipe out the sun itself. With that, the shadow of the Crow King was completely dissipated. And Niam. Taking advantage of the flash that had completely blinded the Crow King and everyone nearby, Neo jumped, and during that jump he enlarged his head and devoured the left half of the body of the King of the Birds, leaving only his head intact. Gi. And despite having been torn apart, from his peak he shot several energy beams at Neo. Chomp. 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 Which devoured each shot one by one without too much difficulty. He devoured a supernova a few moments ago. It was obvious that this would be easy. And suddenly. FAUU. For a moment Neo vanished, because was shallowed by the Snake King. A creature with the diameter of the Wole planet, the longest in the world of Toriko, at a speed several times higher than that of light. Then King Snake gathered its 220,000 kilometers long body, entwining itself into one single place. Mother's Lock. Thus forming a giant snake ball. With this curious and bizarre attack, the Snake King concentrated in one place Neo all its intestinal flows to the maximum intestinal fluids capable of dissolving any type of matter in seconds, for the sole purpose of attacking Neo. And that attack was taking effect. Neo's body, that was able to withstand the intense heat of the supernova created by Dawn's slime, but now it was slowly disintegrating into the stomach of the strongest snake. However, upon saying this, Neo immediately swallowed up all the digestive juices in one gulp. Even the world's most powerful digestive juices were nothing more than a little extra strong carbonated soda to Neo's stomach. And the Snake King's body, which was wrapped in and on itself to the point where it became like a small planet, instantly withered away. Neo had devoured practically all the liquids inside King Snake body until it was almost totally dehydrated. With its strength gone, its grip released. But despite its poor state, the Snake King didn't falter for even a moment. Thought its own body had become thin and dried up, it hardened its body in order to trap no within itself as it lunged forward. Straight into the stomach Whale King Moon. The biggest and possibly the most powerful beast on the earth, a titanic monster capable of creating black holes inside its mouth and stomach. And the Whale King sensed the Snake King's intent. Gwoosh. Shlua pew 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 pup. And as if it were the biggest spaghetti in history, the Whale King swallowed the Snake King whole along with Neo, then he arched its massive body and sprung up height into the air from the water's surface, exhibiting his colossal belly towards the Dragon King that had already sensed the Whale King's intent. That's why he began charging up every last ounce of its energy in his extra-dimensional laser, as only that would be capable of bringing down the Whale King. In a few seconds, 3 of the 8 most powerful kings, the most legendary beasts on the planet, those who had been at the top of the food pyramid of the universe and who constantly fought among them for more territory, decided to collaborate in even sacrificing their lives to kill Neo. Either by letting himself be devoured, letting himself be disintegrated, or exhausting his entire life in a single attack. They should kill Neo at all costs. That was the threat that Neo meant to the entire universe. Chapter 103. While Neo fought the 8 kings, Acacia had finally got the full pot of center, the origin of gourmet cells on Earth and the source of all life on the planet, and the last engorgement of the planetary full course that he needed to devour. The ingredient that revives the heart of the appetite demon and allow it to devour its user, or its user to devour it, merging in a perfect way, thus obtaining a power transformation without equal in this world. And that ingredient, as if it were a mystical jelly, was right in Acacia's hand, which was slowly bringing it to his mouth. Su slurp. Acacia sipped center delicately and closing her eyes with a great inner peace he focused to savor the most decisive meal of his life to the last detail. But suddenly Acacia opened his eyes in alarm, center had activated something in his body. Hurrah era! Acacia shouted uncontrollably as all the hairs in every corner of his body grew at once in a sinister way, as if he was transforming into a werewolf who urgently needed a body haircut. Until, as if Acacia were a dandelion caught in a strong watching, all his hairs flew into the air at the same time, leaving a completely hairless Acacia with an unnatural shiny skin. A bright, unpolluted skin, as if it had never been touched by anyone, it was as if Acacia had been reborn. Incredible. Just by breathing, the most incredible pleasure surges throughout my body. If I were to eat something in this form I can't even begin to imagine what would happen. This is the effect of life itself center. I truly feel as though I have been brought back to live, said the naked, bright and cherub Acacia, admiring in his body the great effects that center had caused. Neo, now hurry and come out from there. Return to me, the gourmet god said, watching in the direction of the monster battle in which Neo was devoured twice. Inside the stomach of the whale king. Plof. Neo pierced the body of the snake king and using thousands of energetic attack that fired from his brutal mouth. Boom. 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 Boo. Boom. The stomach of the whale king and his entire chest exploded from the inside out, and with that Neo escaped and continued propelling himself by throwing energy beam from his mouth non-stop. Although the Dragon King did not have time to prepare his final attack, he pointed to Neo as soon as he saw how he left Whale King's body and beam. He launched the most powerful attack of his life towards the greatest enemy he had seen, hoping to disintegrate him. An attack that in previous chapters reached beyond the solar system in tenths of a second and destroyed every planet or star in its path. But graph. With another oral energy beam, Neo deflected the extra-dimensional laser of the Dragon King to the space. And before Neo could attack the Dragon King, that in this moment was run out of power. Neo. Over here, Acacia shouted, ordering his demon appetite to stop fighting and quickly approach his side. And Neo obeyed, instantly traveling at the speed of light to Acacia and getting in front of him without moving a muscle in total submission and obedience. Neo. How marvelous you are, as expected of my appetite. Even I must acknowledge that you are strong. So I'll be tanking that strength, Acacia said as he touched Neo's face with his hand and opened his mouth with obvious intentions. Devour a Neo. Stop. Stop it, Acacia. Shouted the knocked blue nitro pair without being able to do anything, just seeing how Acacia was betraying him and was about to become the definitive being. Near that place. Starjun fell to the ground, still breathing but, were very light breaths. He had been defeated by Joa in a long and complicated battle in which Starjun's power reached the limit by eating a food compatible with him that Joa used in battle. Food luck if I know, now powers that affect the cause and effect are also ingredients here. At last. I've finally rid myself of your worthless existence. Starjun. And finally. You done it, haven't you, Acacia? You've finally eaten Neo. Joa shouted in the direction of the place where Acacia was. And after the smoke screen dissipated, he appeared. Acacia, whose appearance changed dramatically. His body appears to grow in lumps, many of which put together comprise his overall body. While he retains his former facial features as well as the scar across his forehead, he has grown a long beard. His large body also has several arms growing from large, rotund shoulders as well as several demonic, monster-like segments sprouting in a long series from his back and a long bland sinister tail. He looked more like an anthropomorphic monster with bioarmor than a human. A very scary and dangerous being. I've finally done it. At last. I've finally attained appetite for my own. I have acquired power of which there is none greater. Acacia shouted to the heavens to celebrate and admire his great achievement, merge with his appetite demon. The most powerful and dangerous appetite demon known in the universe. But there was someone very close to him who was not so happy that he had eaten Neo. The blue nitro pair, who tried to curse Acacia for tricking him to the point of killing his own brothers to make sure the plan was successful, although the blue nitro and appetite demon can then revive Acacia. You bastard. What have you? But. He did not have time to end his injuries, since out of nowhere he was thrown away from a blow by a giant ape tail floating in the air. What? Acacia and Joa shouted at the same time as they watched the strange floating simian tail that hit pair and also the person who was appearing connected to the tail, as if he was crossing an invisible portal. Who the hell are you? Acacia asked incredulously at the shining reed-headed hybrid of human monkey with 3 eyes that appeared before him. In his 600 years of life and despite all the ancestral knowledge that he had thanks to Neo and the Blue Nitro, he had never seen a being like him, a very strange being that released an unknown energy that did not seem to belong to this universe. And the fact that he had just appeared now, made Acacia, who had undoubtedly reached the top power and existence level of this world, increase his vigilance as never before in his life. There is no time to give many explanations. Midora has just learned gourmet luck and is coming here wanting to kill you and ask many questions. Toriko is being healed and is about to eat part of God and other foods from planetary full course as well as Midora. And Star June will be standing in a very short time having eaten your partner's gourmet luck. That's why before the long-awaited family reunion begins I must put my priorities at the beginning of the queue, Broly said, shivering with excitement and advancing little by little but great force towards Acacia, causing a great destruction at every step he took, as if he had been enduring destructive emotions for a long time and was releasing them right now in each movement. Acacia was baffled, the words of that being were quite confusing for him. What the hell are you, Tao? But he didn't have time to finish his question. BOMM. Since one of Broly's muscular arms appeared under the chin of Acacia, sending to fly out of the Earth's atmosphere at a speed greater than that of light. What the hell? Joa shouted in amazement, that he could not believe what he had just seen. A being who appeared out of nowhere sent Acacia flying in its most perfect state. A being who due to the state of his cells did not seem to have eaten any high-quality food in his life. How is it possible? BOMM. A huge explosion of bluish and greenish energy arose from Broly, sending Joa and Star June to fly several kilometers away. I said there is no time for explanations. I've been looking for a real fight for over 10 years. A fight that makes me feel alive at last. A true combat of strength, speed, power, energy and destruction. A fight that makes the Saiyan blood in my veins burn. A crazy fight in which I don't have to contain myself. Acacia. Give me that fight now. Broly shouted like never before, making his voice resonate and stagger the entire planet, and even the celestial bodies around him. Although the sound cannot be transmitted by the void, Broly's voice was heard throughout the galaxy as well as the light that his body emitted. A majestic greenish-blue light, the actual color of its hair and fur as well. The godly light that radiates the new transformation that Broly reached in this period of 10 years. The true legendary Super Saiyan God. Chapter 104. AH. Broly shouted like a true stereotyped Saiyan, showing the Omniverse his new transformation. A more muscular transformation that emitted a sacred greenish-blue light, a unique transformation only belonged to him. The true legendary Super Saiyan God. If the Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Red is the transformation of a Super Saiyan with godly energy and the Super Saiyan Blue is the transformation of a Super Saiyan 2 with godly energy. The true legendary Super Saiyan God is equivalent to the transformation of legendary Super Saiyan with godly energy. A normal Broly canon, which didn't know how to control himself, with no battle experience and without his special skills or hacks as our beloved Broly was able to humiliate expert like Goku and Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue transformation with only the legendary Super Saiyan phase. What could that same transformation do with godly energy, to which you also have to add the transformation of true Saiyan to the equation? Despite being in a world in which his power was seriously limited because he has barely been able to taste its foods, which are the ones that contain most of the laws inside and outside the battle power, the result was clear. Op as hell. But that was something unknown to Acacia. Not bad, you're much stronger and more interesting than those dirty beasts, said Acacia, who somehow appreciated Broly's surprise punch. A punch that made him leave the atmosphere of the planet, but that wasn't critical for him. His powerful physique allowed him to resist such attacks, live without problems in space and also return to the planet, either manually or through the back channel. But you're still not qualified to put your dirty hands on me. Acacia said, watching Broly and the planet arrogantly, as if they were just insects that he can smash at any time with ease. Gourmet spank. Acacia slapped the void and produced with it a titanic hand made of appetite energy, the key, chakra, or Nen of Toriko universe. A hand so giant that could eclipse several continents of planet Earth, a planet Earth with the size of Saturn, a powerful titanic hand that if it were to hit the planet, a planet Earth as dense and thought as several neutron stars, will leave a continent-sized imprint on the planet, as if it had been hit by the most powerful and fierce meteorite. And that giant energy hand went straight to true legendary Super Saiyan God Broly. Yes, yes. 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 This is the kind of battle I was looking for. Broly shouted, observing the giant palm that approached him with emotion and debauchery. BOMM. Broly jumped into the gourmet spank with great violence and lack of control, so much that he destroyed the ground thousands of kilometers around him, creating a crater no less small than the destruction that Acacia could have caused with his attack. And once out of the Earth's atmosphere, Broly was about to shock those five. Broly shouted with his open hand covered in his kin. He was about to pat Acacia's spank. Boom! Both attacks collided with each other, creating an explosion so huge that its shock waves suddenly cleared all the planet's clouds and formed titanic hurricanes near the impact point. The confrontation had been matched, but one of the two had emerged more victorious than the other. Shit, he hit harder, Broly thought as he was catapulted to the ground, since Acacia's attack had been more powerful and his strength had pushed him back. Broly had lost that first confrontation due to a relative difference between Acacia and him. The main reason for this difference wasn't that Broly had underestimated his opponent despite not having used all his power, or that there was a great difference in physical and energy power. Acacia was overwhelmingly strong, resilient and powerful. So strong that it could destroy with a punch a planet like the planet Earth of this universe, a planet more resistant than the sacred world, a planet so difficult to destroy that not even a battle with Bu could destroy. A being so resilient that it is able to regenerate instantly from any attack and resist attacks capable of destroying thousands of stars as if nothing, and even devouring stars and supernovas in one bite. Acacia, without also taking into account his many other skills such as teleportation through the back channel, time manipulation through the back channel, devouring anything, even incorporeal things, preventing the regeneration or resurrection of everything eaten. He was a being who in combat capacity could overcome without much difficulty the Hacation of Dragon Ball and begun to approach to the angel's level. Something very similar to what Broly could do in true Super Saiyan God. There wasn't a big difference between them, but there was now, even though Broly had acquired a superior transformation. The difference was due to the compatibility of the laws of this world. Because Broly for several reasons had not acquired too much information, FO the most powerful ingredients, where the most important laws are concentrated, he could not adapt his full strength in the world of Toriko. That left Broly in a rather unfavorable situation, but he loved it. Ha 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 ha. Finally an interesting challenge. Broly shouted with excitement and madness as he looked at Acacia, who observes him with condescension in the same way that a lion observes a poor mouse with broken legs that was about to be eaten. But that expression didn't last long. Omega Smash. Broly teleported behind the confident and arrogant Acacia and clasping his hands hit him on the head as if it were a volleyball ball. Plom. That unexpected attack caught Acacia by surprise once more, sending him back to the planet as if it were a meteorite. And with this Broly got his revenge as immediately as possible. Boom. And when our hero barely had time to be prideful in this little victory. Hungry blow. Joa, the dark chef usurper of bodies at the service of Acacia, jumped out of the planet to his aid, throwing against Broly one of his characteristic energetic multiple planets cutting knife strikes. However, the attack passed through Broly as if he were intangible. What? What is this skill? Shouted Joa, who had activated his gourmet cells to the fullest, transforming in a powerful and demonic being. I haven't used this skill for years. Specifically since I became totally immortal. I don't want to use many of my skills, but I don't want to spend too much energy and time with Joa or suffer a cut that is recorded in my genetic code, although I can later cancel it. Stop bothering, I want to fight manly. Shouted Broly, who was about to launch an energy attack at Joa. But at that moment, inside a gigantic surface crater, Acacia lay peacefully after landing. What a wonderful tats to savor. This feeling of strength superior to the 8 kings. I would have figured my farts to be deadlier than you do to your poor nutritional value, but perhaps you might be able to entertain me for a little while after all, Acacia said, watching Broly condescending again even though he had just praised him. When suddenly something disturbed his serenity. Stop bothering, I want to fight manly. Broly yelled at Joa, not paying attention to what Acacia said. He was busy dealing with an annoying fly that kept buzzing in his ear. That lack of attention didn't like Acacia. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Mr. Nobody. Acacia shouted, very angry upon seeing that his arrogant words were being ignored. Gourmet punch. And in response to that frustration, he sent to Broly a giant punch made of gourmet energy. But nevertheless, Joa, Acacia and Broly were surprised at the same time, since Acacia's powerful attack was suddenly redirected directly to himself. What? Acacia shouted with great confusion, hurting himself. Boom. Joa and especially Acacia were caught by surprise with this turn of events, unlike Broly, who had considered this possibility in his plans. So he continued with his energetic attack on Joa, saying, I knew thin momenti would come, but normal ki blast. Gourmet luck. When Joa saw that a sphere made of an unknown energy was approaching him, and therefore with unknown effects, he decided not to take a risk and used his characteristic technique to completely avoid the attack. Gourmet luck, the ability to manipulate probability and reality to make everything or practically everything a clear limit has never been set, occurs at the user's convenience. Even make attacks directed to him to fail magically without a logical reason. However. But, I didn't expect you to appear so quickly, said Broly, who magically appeared smiling in front of Joa, grabbing his transformed demon face as if it were a ball and throwing him to the surface of the planet again. Boom. 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 Where it bounced several times on the ground as if it were a stone thrown with good technique in the water. Until. Clack. Something or, someone hard and powerful, someone so hard and powerful that easily endured and stopped the irremediable advance of someone who has been thrown at a light speed. Midora. Broly said, finishing his sentence. That's right, it was Midora, the main antagonist of the first part of the story, the toughest and strongest man in the world not counting Acacia, and later the meaningless power-up Toriko. The adopted son of Acacia and Froence, the man able to copy any technique, the most voracious tongue in the anime, and in short. The fucking master. Sorry if my subjectivity affect the story so much, but it's one of my favorite antagonists. Which had used the minority world technique that he copied from his brother Ichiryu in the previous attack of Acacia. A skill that allows you to reverse the effect of everything you want in a certain space. In that space Midora is able to make an attack that is directed towards a person do the opposite, attacking its user, that an organ that tries to keep a person alive does the opposite. Trying to kill him, that a wound that is causing the death of someone do the opposite, healing him. A terrifyingly useful technique, that someone was interested in obtaining. My favorite Toriko character has finally appeared, both in powers, background, personality and motivations. Respect. And after his appearance he made no movement. He didn't even move a single facial muscle despite seeing that his supposedly deceased and adored by all adoptive father had become a bizarre monster, for having next to him the dangerous Joa, the person who previously sealed him and who possessed the body of his adoptive mother, the person he loves most in the world, and of course, despite seeing a strange being that I knew nothing about, that was fighting them both at the same time in that crucial moment. He just stood in a badass pose watching the look of his father and Broly. Midora. How did you get out of that, Ken? Growled Joa, who didn't understand how Midora could escape his seal, and that frustrated him. However, Midora didn't answer Joa's question, he had other issues to resolve first. Yo, Acacia, you're looking pretty different. In fact, Yori almost looking like a beast, Midora said at Acacia with an indifference that only masked his doubts and rage. To which Acacia responded without too much sentimentality either. How many centuries has it been, Midora? You've gotten so big yourself, your mouth, that. Boom. But he was unable to finish his sentence. Since a huge fist teleported directly to his face, hitting and sending him flying several kilometers away again. Your mouth is the one that has grown big. Close it at once and fight. Broly shouted, interrupting that moving meeting with unexpected violence. He was too eager to fight someone like Acacia, and knowing what the development and outcome of the conversation would be, he wanted to end it immediately. Acacia. Joa shouted upon see that Acacia had been beaten and taken away from him again with the same technique as before. That total and partial teleportation he had been using. Is it a back channel application? It is possible, but, no. Not at least with those cells. I am able to hear the voice of the ingredients. It is clear that this man has not eaten news. It is impossible that he is able to use the back channel. What is happening? And in the same way Midora and his incredible mirror neurons capable of learning anything almost instantly tried to copy Broly's teleportation ability, but what is happening? I expected some complications copying that skill, just like the gourmet luck, but it is being impossible for me. Is it a technique that like the back channel is not possible to copy if you haven't eaten a certain ingredient? I don't know who you are or what kind of business or disputes you have with Acacia, but they will have to wait. I have many things to ask and clarify after a few hundred years, said Midora cordially but intimidating at the same time. It didn't seem like he was willing to negotiate. Chapter 105. I don't know who you are or what kind of business or disputes you have with Acacia, but they will have to wait. I have many things to ask and clarify after a few hundred years, said Midora cordially but intimidating at the same time. It didn't seem like he was willing to negotiate. But Broly, without bothering too much about Midora's dominant attitude, kept looking at the horizon, in the direction in which he had sent Acacia to fly. I know and I understand you. It's been hundreds of years since you saw him, and that you feel that everything related to Frozie's death and your attempts to save her could have been orchestrated by Acacia in a subliminal way, which would be a horrible thing, but don't you think you should first take care of another matter before? It was just at that moment when Joa in his Satan transformation had the opportunity to get too close to Midora. So close that he was able to put his legendary knife. Cinderella. In Midora's frown, a few millimeters from his skin, at a speed in which Midora could only react slightly. Joa knew he was in an unfavorable situation. Broly was an unpredictable variable with enough strength and abilities to send Acacia to fly several times, and Midora was equal to or more powerful than Broly from his perspective. However, Broly seemed to be only interested in fighting with Acacia, so it was very likely that he wouldn't attack if he didn't provoke him. As for Midora, he could use the fact that he was possessing Froent's body in his favor to kill him or seal him again, appealing to his feelings. So he decided to end one of the two dangerous variables before Acacia could return. You won't be able to dodge this now. In fact, I've already hit you, Midora, Joa said before using one of his most powerful attacks a millimeter from his head. Satan Hole. Satan Hole. A knife technique capable of creating a cutting energy drill that was able to reach the outer space, drilling and destroying several planets in its path. But I hadn't gotten to tell you yet, Joa, what my full course is, Midora said with absolute tranquility as he watched Frozy's body with melancholy. What? Joa exclaimed in bewilderment when he saw that Midora wasn't hurt in the least, although Midora didn't move any millimeter and his attack was clearly successful. He failed to hit Midora. That was impossible. Or this is gourmet luck. When I first met Frieza, that meeting. That is my full courses, or d'oeuvre. That's where it all began, Midora said, remembering when he was an orphan who had only known hunger, fear and hatred. A child not so different from a violent wild animal that survived by stealing food, that when he was about to die from starvation was saved by Frozy. But Joa didn't care at all, she just wanted to kill Midora. Planet rotatory cutting. Joa used a knife skill against Midora capable of completely stripping a planet, and that attack had covered Midora's body with millions of cuts. This time I hit him, Joa thought with satisfaction. However, Midora seemed not to feel pain or be affected by that attack. He didn't move a millimeter or change his expression, he simply watched Joa in the same way as before. Immovable. And Frozy's charity. That is my full courses, soup. The flavor of that very first soup I ate, even if I died, I'd never forget it, Midora said while remembering with nostalgia and happiness the soup that Frozy prepared and fed him in bed minutes after she saved him. Satan drip. But Joa kept attacking non-stop, this time spitting her stomach juices over Midora's face, some more corrosive stomach juices than those of the king's snake. My seafood dish is the warmth of my first family, Midora said, remembering how Froent's introduced him to his adoptive siblings and declaring him as part of the family of family, for someone who only knew loneliness and contempt. Those are the devil's gastric juices. Why aren't they digesting you? Joa shouted in despair when he saw that nothing he did worked with Midora. He didn't even flinch, whatever he did. My full courses, meat dish, is the feeling that even now, still lingers on my forehead. The feeling of her goodnight kiss, Midora said, remembering when Frozy gently kissed him on the forehead when he couldn't sleep due to the nightmares he suffered due to the fear of experiencing again his life before meeting Frozy. You goddamn Oedipus mama's boy. Joa shouted with rage and despair as he launched another attack with which he wished to finally kill the adopted son of the body he was possessing. Satan bomb. Boom. 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 And for this he used a technique that consisted of triggering a powerful concentrated explosion capable of volatilizing continents. But. And my full courses, main dish. Midora still stood undeterred. Why? How? Joa no longer knew what to do, it seemed impossible to kill him. Is her face, how it always looked over me with such kindness and care. Frozy's smile, is my main dish, Midora said, remembering the resplendent smile of the friendliest and most kind person he has ever met. But Joa didn't give up, he kept attacking and using his greatest ability to create a miracle that could kill him. Gourmet luck. And no matter what, wherever, whenever. She'd always still be on my side no matter how I was. I could never forget Frozy's encouragement. That is my full courses. Salad. Midora said with tears in her eyes, remembering all the times that Frozy had seen how good and capable he was, when instead he hated himself and felt unworthy to be by his side in everything she had given and did for him. Gourmet luck. Gourmet luck. Gourmet luck. She took me who was such a fool and straightened me out, guided me and lead me on forwards, down the right path. Frozy's teachings, that is my dessert, Midora said, remembering with more tears in his eyes the life lessons of Frozy, where he showed a selfish child the importance of sharing food and other good moral values. Gourmet luck. Gore. Go. It can't be. I've run out of gourmet luck. Joa thought desperately. Frozy was always working the hardest to satisfy people's hunger, family or strangers, it didn't matter who. But for her to give it to someone like me, she taught me the greatest flavor, the greatest love of all. Before I knew it, my stomach and appetite was instilled within me and the only thing it longed for was Frozie's cooking. When Frozie died, my appetite was thrown for the wayside and lost. It was frustrate, with no outlet or release, no way to satisfy itself, feeling only an insatiable hunger with no end in sight. I became cynical and even now carry that bitterness within me. All Frozie wanted more than anything else was for there to be pace, for everyone to be smiling, sitting around the dinner table from each other. That was Frozie's dream. Midora said, regretting his actions that braided his mother's teachings. Actions driven by the hatred he felt for the world and for himself, which he considered unworthy of Frozie and her dream. The fact that with the death of his brothers and Frozie and the betrayal of his father this would be an impossible dream, and that he was never or will be satisfied with whatever he eats. Since I could never eat as a family as before. But. Before Joa could completely imitate the appearance, voice, mood and sweet words of Frozie to confuse Midora and distract him from an attack of Acacia, that was summoned with his gourmet luck to kill Midora by surprise. But contrary to what Joa expected, an injured Acacia flew in the opposite direction, an Acacia that flew uncontrollably as if it had been hit by a truck. I'm sorry to interrupt this emotional speech, but a certain person wanted to attack you by ignoring me completely. That is an affront that I cannot tolerate. Continue, said Broly, who until now had been watching one of the most emotional moments in the manga, waiting for Acacia to return to attack Midora and defend him in case Toriko didn't arrive on time to save the situation. Impossible! Joa shouted when he saw that not even his gourmet luck could save him. But Midora didn't even flinch again, as if he already expected something like that to happen. Ah! Joa shouted while his body, not really his body, was slowly being disintegrated due to the effect of minority world and gourmet luck. My full course will probably never be all brought together again for all eternity. After all, eating together as a family, just like Frozie's dream, that impossibly pure, genuine and true dream. That is my full course's last dish. That is my drink, Midora said, finishing explaining what his full course is, without being disturbed by what had just happened around him, regretting that this dream and all his full course were things that had been lost forever. And facing the most absolute despair of seeing his body begin to disintegrate, Joa pleaded for his life. Am I Midora? Wait. This body of mine, it's still originally Frozie's body. Can you really destroy it like this? If you can just find Frozie's soul, then someday your dream could still come true. Your full course is a load of shit, Joa said suddenly, trying to seal Midora once again, taking advantage of that emotional blackmail. But this time. Gapf. It didn't work on him and he attacked again with greater intensity thanks to his minority world. It's just like I said at first. My full course is a souvenir for you to take to the underworld. If you happen to meet Frozie on the other side, tell her for me, Midora said with great tranquility and inner peace. Midora. Don't erase me. This is the body that has all your memories attached to it. Joa shouted as the last attempt to save his life by appealing to Midora's feelings towards Frozie. Don't worry, I've got my memories safely in the pit of my stomach. And even now. They're still maturing and ripening. An unchanging savoriness and flavor that even now continues to fill up and satisfy my body, Midora said, moving away from Joa without looking back while Frozie's body quickly became nothing. Chapter 106. When Midora turned around, the first thing he could see was the back of someone he knew. Toriko, the protagonist of the manga, who after being injured by Acacia and recovering had arrived, as it should be, to the final battleground while Prom. Crack. He watched with attention the thrilling battle between the monstrous Acacia and Broly, a muscular ape-human monster that radiated an intense but divine light, an extremely strong and mysterious being of which he had never seen or heard of, but he seemed an ally, at least for now. And Broly, as if he were a Saiyan landing on a planet in his small, spherical spacecraft, created a huge explosion. Boom! A forced landing caused by a very furious Acacia. Fu! Ahahahahaha. This is very funny. That son of a bitch strikes very hard and regenerates almost instantly. Ah, hello Midora, have you finished your business? Broly asked happily. As if he had just gone through a very fun experience and suddenly he had found a good friend to share it with. Yes, I could finish it, but I fear that another commitment is waiting for me now, Midora said without the same enthusiasm as Broly as he stared at Acacia in the distance. Bastards. You have killed my chef. Now I will have to find someone as capable as he was, someone that can go with me to the furthest lands. I will kill you. I will return everyone. Acacia shouted with great fury, which landed beside him causing earthquakes all over the planet. And ignoring the great thirst for blood and the demonic face that Acacia is showing, Toriko said, Midora, and whoever you are. Both of you came here with tremendous strength, the strength of hundreds, no, thousands. But there's one thing I need to tell you to look out for. The capture level of TH perfect form of Neo that Acacia absorbed is 22,000. And when Neo had fully separated from him, Acacia's capture level was 8,000. Which means the current Acacia's capture level is a total of 30,000. None of the 8 kings exceeded 7,000. Oh. That's over 9,000. Another manga that uses the power scales created by Akira Toriyama. And just like in Dragon Ball, those power scales in the end meant nothing. They stopped making sense when powerful techniques appeared, techniques that jumped several power ranges. In the end they only served to create expectations in the spectator and to give advantage to the Z warriors, since their abilities to detect ki, hide ki, and increase the ki made those detectors useless. And although Starjun recently joined the family reunion with Broly, Midora did not flinch, he only answered to Toriko with the same expression he had until now. By the way, Toriko, 30,000. What kind of game are you playing? I never had any interest in some number. My appetite is constantly breaking its limits. Stick close to me, you too. But before that Acacia I have to Midora said approaching the monstrous Acacia to ask him certain things most related to Frozy before fighting. But. Broly once again got in the way of that family reunion, separating the four with a huge explosion of energy that detonated around him, an explosion of energy that covered half of that gigantic planet. You again. Midora and Acacia yelled at the same time, looking at Broly as if he were an annoying fly that hovered non-stop near their favorite dish. But Broly didn't care about that murderous aura that was heading towards him, even if it was one of his favorite characters. I repeat again, Acacia is my prey. And I repeat again, I know you want to talk with him Midor, but you won't get a really honest answer no matter how much you ask. Only pure shit will come out of his mouth. He will only say and do what can piss you off the most to increase your hatred towards him. After all, the hate is his kryptonite, his Achilles heel, his weak point, Broly said, watching Acacia in a defiant and mocking way, as if he were in a poker game and knew his opponent's cards. What? Acacia shouted with surprise, perplexity, and some fear, while Midora changed his expression slightly for the first time, as if he was beginning to understand something. Leave it to me, you should simply dedicate yourself to protecting the planet from collateral damage or direct attacks from this madman. Broly said, moving forward to the perplexed and confused Acacia. Wait, Midora said, ignoring Broly's words, and approached him to jointly attack his father and also to ask him a lot of questions. But at that moment Broly sent a telepathic message to Midora, and he stopped his progress immediately. Not only that, his whole body began to shake, and his face, which was normally inexpressive and indifferent above all, in a few fragments of a second he expressed all the emotions that a human being could register in his life due to an emotional explosion. And following that message and try to regain peace of mind, Midora could only answer, "Are you serious?" "Of course, grant me this little favor and I will help you too," Broly said with a confident smile. "Okay, I will allow you to do what you want, we will not interfere, at least I won't interfere if you have the situation under control. However, if all this turns out to be a lie, I will destroy you," Midora said in a threatening way but kind and assertive at the same time. Yes. No need to put that face or start preparing, you hungry space. I will end this before snack time, Broly said confidently before heading to Acacia. Anger, hate, your weak point. Normally I like to take advantage of my adversary's weaknesses, since it is the smartest way to win, but I'm afraid it will be impossible. I'm afraid it's impossible for me to hate you, Acacia. After all I can feel for you is pity, Broly said condescendingly and mockingly. What? Acacia shouted with great anger and hate at hearing that insult. Such was his level of anger that Hus transformation had become even more monstrous. Yes, I pity you, Acacia, you are so pathetic that it is impossible not to feel sorry for you. You are known as the gourmet god. And yet you have been consumed by your own appetite. You wanted to save the world and you have become their greatest enemy. You wanted a family and you have ended up causing their death, and now you are trying to kill those who are still alive. Due to the influence of Neo, you have tried to become the perfect being, and you have only managed to become a monster due to not having consumed a food compatible with you, the one that started the gourmet era and laid the foundations of knowledge of food and the full courses. And in the end it turned out that you were the only one who didn't really have a full course compatible with you. You are so pathetic that you have been completely consumed by your appetite. Ceasing to be the one you used to be, being this obsession to generate hatred, the only subconscious attempt that remains of your old self, that is trying to unite the whole world to kill you and thus be able to stop Neo and yourself. I feel sorry for you, you are a very unfortunate person. Tell me, how do you want me to feel hate for someone as pathetic as you? Broly said with a more devilish smile than Acacia herself, trying to generate extreme hatred in Acacia in the same way he tried to do with everyone, a smile and words so poisonous that even Toriko, Midora and Star June were wondering who was the real monster. Bastard! 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 I'm going to kill you, son of a bitch! Acacia screamed with bloodshot eyes, filling the floor with acid drool and emerging new monstrous bumps all over his body. Extreme hatred had transformed him again. And he no longer looked like a human being at all. Kami no Stokamidori. Chapter 107. Bastard! 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 I'm going to kill you, son of a bitch! Acacia screamed with bloodshot eyes, filling the floor with acid drool and emerging new monstrous bumps all over his body. Extreme hatred had transformed him again. And he no longer looked like a human being at all. Acacia raised his left hand furiously, as if were trying to hold something in the palm of his hand with great force. Kami no Stokamidori. And with that gesture, a giant hand made of appetite energy emerged from the ground, raising with it the entire surface of that area, and in the center of the palm of that hand was Broly. Your grievance is directly proportional to your lack of arguments. You should learn to debate, Broly said, answering the insults of Acacia without worrying about what was coming next. Be crushed! Acacia shouted as he clenched his fist with a colossal force, and at the same time he clenched his fist, the giant hand that held Broly did too. Gusha! Causing with that movement a large shock wave that spread throughout the planet. But Acacia noticed something strange in that grip, as if he hadn't caught what he really wanted. At that moment, thanks to his newly acquired gourmet luck skill and his more than 600 years of battle struggle with thousands of beasts and ingredients, Acacia was able to predict that something was approaching him from his back. And he was not wrong, since when he turned around he could see how Broly appeared out of nowhere several meters behind him with both hands together, channeling what looked like a sphere of green-bluish energy of colossal dimensions, so big that it looked like a small star. A small star that covered the entire planet and the surrounding stars with light, even covering the sun of that solar system. Jeej, this is the most powerful and complicated attack I used against someone in my whole life. I hope you can resist it, or it won't be fun. Omega Dama sent sealing jail spacetime isolation. Broly launched that strange and sinister sphere of energy with multiple effects unknown to Acacia, an attack so powerful, complicated, nullifying and definitive for which no plan B was necessary. So threatening was that attack made with an energy unknown to this universe that still Midora, Toriko and Saturn were immediately alerted. Shit, does that guy plan to destroy the world? Toriko shouted, which could catch a strange smell in the sphere of energy that made his whole body shake, and begged him to back off. Be prepared for anything, Midora said, opening his mouth, preparing to defend the planet he was born in case Broly's attack hit the planet. However, Gaia. Acacia's head deformed, increasing its size in a surreal and macabre way. It was so large that it could easily rival a planetary body. Niam. And at a practically imperceptible speed the giant and monstrous mouth of Acacia opened and completely devoured the Omega Dama sent sealing jail spacetime isolation of Broly. Oops. He has eaten the energy attack that has cost me so much to prepare in one bite. Ungrateful bastard. Anyway. Plan B, Broly thought with resignation, but not much resignation. An interesting taste, I had never eaten anything like that in my life, thought with satisfaction Acacia, licking his lips, before. Very powerful simple axe kick. Broly shouted, teleporting his right leg on top of Acacia's gigantic head, hitting him bluntly vertically, causing Acacia to bite his monstrous tongue. Gaiach. Thank you for giving me such a big target. You should use your head to think and not to eat. Broly shouted to enrage Acacia, who flew uncontrollably against the planet's surface. Boom. 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 The impact was devastating that Acacia did not stop when he hit the planet for the first time. He continued advancing uncontrollably by drilling that ultra-resistant planet layer by layer, thus creating a hole in and out of one hemisphere to another. Damn arrogant monkey. I will kill you and everyone at once. Acacia shouted, squeezing his hand once more. Let me hear them, your screams of despair. Once again Acacia created one of her characteristic giant energy hands with the intention of crushing something with the palm of that hand, but on this occasion that gigantic hand was larger than the planet itself. A hand that materialized outside the atmosphere of the planet and slowly closed its fingers. And with it he wanted to destroy the entire planet and all his inhabitants. Meteor laser. Midora, upon seeing the devastating attack of Acacia, summoned part of his appetite demon as if it were in stand, which launched from his mouth a large number of appetite energy lasers that prevented the attack of Acacia and destroying his energy hand. Midora. Are you finally using your appetite? Acacia yelled, pressing his hand once more to perform another attack. With that gesture dozens of hands as big and powerful as the previous one materialized and approached the planet from space to finish the work that the previous hand could not do. And with a malevolent smile Acacia told his adopted son as he squeezed his hand even more, but that doesn't matter. Try to stop T. But he didn't have time to finish his sentence, and not even Midora was able to warn him sarcastically, since Broly appeared once again out of nowhere, hitting hard the face of the unprepared Acacia. "EATH this motherfucker!" shouted Broly, attacking with his fist charged with green-bluish energy towards Acacia's face. BOMM. And once again Acacia was shot against the planet's surface. "Damn you!" Acacia shouted, trying to stop his advance so as not to pierce the planet once more. Despite stopping that powerful blow that aimed to make him drill the planet again, he was able to only being stuck in a crater kilometers deep inside. And at the precise moment in which he set out to leave it with great fury, hunger and desire to slaughter Broly for his multiple intrusions. But Yippee-ki-yay, son of a bitch. Broly appeared before him before he could even get up, and with both arms with Kin. Mu-day. 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 BOMM. 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 Broly hit Acacia multiple times at an ultra-light speed, using him as a nail with which he was drilling the planet once more. And while Acacia was hammered over and over again, he could notice something quite disconcerting. What's going on with this guy? He could barely make me feel pain before, but now every one of his blows is incredibly heavy and deadly, so much that even took me more than a second to recover. Every time he gets faster and stronger, but at the same time I feel that he is not getting faster or stronger. He hasn't even increased his strange energy. This is strange, I don't understand. Chapter 108. Every time he becomes faster and stronger, but at the same time I feel that he is not getting faster or stronger. He hasn't even increased his strange energy. This is strange, I don't understand. And Acacia was right. Broly was not increasing his energy in his true Legendary Super Saiyan God transformation, since in this transformation Broly always began in his greatest allowed power in this state, and unlike the normal Saiyan Blue Supers, its power never diminish. Therefore, neither his power nor his speed increased, but at the same time they did. The reason for this constant power-up was because his compatibility with the laws of the world of Toriko were increasing at an alarming rate thanks to the Hyaku that Broly merged with his formless realm. As Broly predicted and planned from the beginning, if the laws of the universe he was in are not 100% compatible with him and due to an external factor, he felt forced to quickly reconcile with those laws to overcome that external factor. For example, fighting someone more powerful than him in that reality due to the incompatibility of laws. The Hyaku would gradually complete the remaining parts, since from the beginning it was something that Broly is capable of doing. His strength, speed and energy did not increase, but the effectiveness in which they manifest themselves in this reality did. Brahm. And after a few seconds of incessant blows, Acacia and Broly left the subsoil of the other hemisphere as if they were a volcanic eruption. Emuday. 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 Mud. Slash. Broly said, astonished and confused upon notice a great oppression and pain in his heart, with that he realized instantly that had been completely pierced by Acacia's macabre tail. Clash. And from the tip of that tail, a demonic face sprouted, which from the back of Broly bit his shoulder and began to devour it. Okay, fucking fly. I will eat it all. Shout Acacia, laughing at Broly, making a sinister grimace of contempt and superiority with his monstrous big mouth. Face and mouth that began to deform in a strange way little by little. Smile that suddenly was disfigured by another punch of Broly, a punch so powerful that sent him flying several kilometers another time, separating his devouring tail from his shoulder and heart. Ha 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 ha. Close your nasty mouth. Fucking pig. Broly shouted madly, approaching him, hitting Acacia once more in the stomach. A blow that created an explosion that enveloped and disrupted the entire planet. Boom. Schwamp. Oops. Broly said with astonishment and concern, since when he tried to poke Acacia in the stomach once again failed to hit him, because his fist and part of his arm was devoured by the mouth of a giant and sinister face that appeared from his stomach. And not only from his stomach, but also in his arms and legs, several of them. Acacia was transforming, or mutating once more, in an even more grotesque and threatening way. That was a marvelous punch. And its taste was even better. Acacia said, licking his lips and chewing on Broly's flesh cheekily as he continued to mutate at a speed visible to the human eye. Really? Then here is your dessert. Shouted Broly, punching him with the stump in his stomach with all his strength, so much strength that Acacia spit out blood from all their mouths. Boom. Emuday. 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 BOMM. 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 Broly continued hitting him again and again with his stump and his fists, shaking the planet with each of his strikes. Until Gaiahich. Niam. 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 Gourmet Viking. BOMM. Acacia stopped the powerful but simple attacks of Broly, and with a large number of powerful punches created with appetite energy, he hit Broly and 16 of the planet, forcing he away from him. But not before devouring part of Broly's body with his several faces scattered throughout his body. Have you finally understood what the difference is between us? Said Acacia, who quickly regenerated from the attacks he had recently received, walking with arrogance towards Broly, or rather, what was left of him. Yes, I have understood perfectly. Even in my deplorable state. I am undoubtedly more handsome than you, Broly asserted with cockiness, arrogance, and sense of humor, a sense of humor that was not logical with someone with such serious wounds. Apart from the fist, part of the right arm and part of his shoulder that had been devoured previously also had to been added his 2 legs, the entire right arm, the left ear and part of the face. Acacia had devoured all those parts and limbs. And as everyone knew, what Neo-Acacia devoured cannot be revived or regenerated anymore. And that was also applied to Broly, who kept levitating in the air since he had no legs. Unlike the world of Medaka Box where Ahiko had a very similar ability that prevents the healing and resurrection if he damaged something, Broly used his causal invasion to deny the effect of that ability at 100. On that occasion it was possible to completely annul that ability because the difference in physical and energetic battle power between them was as wide as day and night, but on this occasion the difference in power between Acacia and Broly was not so exaggerated. So, even if Broly was able to cancel 10 of that ability to deny healing, resurrection, restoration, the only thing he would accomplish is to regenerate only 10 of his injuries. Nothing else. An immortal body and instant regeneration capacity were useless before this terrifying ability. If something was devoured, it was devoured forever. Near the final battle. This is not going well, Star June said as he watched Broly's state and the impending state in which Broly would be in a few tenths of a second thanks to his third eye. That guy can't go on much longer, we have to, Toriko said, supporting her twin brother's opinion as he prepared to go help Broly. However. No, it's not over yet. Besides, we have to worry about something else first, Midora said, pointing to Star June and Toriko that they shouldn't meddle in that fight for now. Among other things because. Boom. 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 Various eruptions of appetite energy emerged all over the planet in a violent way, overwhelming eruptions that created earthquakes that exceeded the 10th scale one after another. Thus creating an apocalyptic situation. This is bad, this is bad. The Earth's destruction has finally begun. Pear shouted, who had reached the main scene after being knocked out by Acacia and Broly, and watched helplessly as everything was about to be destroyed. And in the middle of the end of the world, Acacia and Broly looked at each other with hostility while Acacia slowly mutated, emerging all over his body several black tumors, like the ones he had before devouring Neo. In your situation, and are you still so arrogant? Listen well, Boya, in this world there are only 2 kinds of creatures. That very system, that food pyramid, stretches across this entire vast universe. And at its very peak is Neo. You are rather high on that pyramid yourself. However, you were never anything more than something to be eaten in the first place. You are nothing compared to Neo. Nothing compared to me. A god. Acacia said, declaring his absolute superiority, narcissism and arrogance before the rest of creatures of all universes, declaring himself the most powerful being of all. The god of all universes. However, someone did not agree with that statement. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, you are hilarious. Seriously, if in the future you are not successful being a gourmet hunter, you should try in the comedy industry. God, you say? What shit of God is possessed by his own appetite? What shit of God seeks his own destruction? What shit of God capable of devouring everything is intolerant and or allergic to hatred and anger? You're nothing more than a fucking little excuse of crap spawn with an eating disorder. Ha 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 ha. You are no different than a deficient being who is allergic to his own tears, and I can die any time if he cries, and that is so stupid that cries everyday for having that allergy. You are so pathetic that even the rage you feel towards me and the S cells of my body, which I have let you eat, are causing you a violent reaction throughout your body. You didn't know that my S cells are activated with rage? Ha 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 ha. I'm poison for you, idiot. Do you think that these transformations that you are having are due to a power-up when you feel anger? No. It's your own body trying to fight his allergy before it explodes. You are pathetic. A whole shame that has the impudence of considering himself even a half shit. The mutilated Broly said with all the poison that inhabited inside his tongue to Acacia. An Acacia increasingly furious and more inhuman in appearance due to Broly's constant provocations and an extremely incompatible food with him. Meat of Legendary Super Saiyan. You cursed mangy fleeridden mutt. Acacia shouted. No, he was no longer Acacia. He was an EO, which had become totally berserker and threatened to devour everything in his path as he did with the blue universe. Good. If you insist on calling you God, there is no problem. I know many gods weaker and more pathetic than you. But I will show you the difference between an eater god and a god-eater god. Broly said with great confidence and arrogance as his hair and tail danced in the air, shining with a dense green color that left the blue glow that he previously had in the background. Chapter 109. But I will show you the difference between an eater god and a god-eater god. Broly said with great confidence and arrogance as his hair and tail danced in the air shining with a dense green color that left the blue glow that he previously had in the background. You. Ha 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 ha. Are you going to show me something? Ha 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 ha. You say you're going to devour me? Ha 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 ha. Are you about to be devoured and still have time to joke and bluff like this? Who do you think you are when you say that you are above me? You are only a stupid and annoying small FLIE. Shouted the grotesque gourmet god Acacia, to whom new tumors grew and burst every second and his body expanded and became increasingly scary, grotesque and sinister, as if his body had reached a strange limit due to everything he had eaten and the anger he had in his body. Gourmet Pook. And as if it were the divine wrath of a god, a giant fist made of appetite energy came from space and impacted against Broly and the planet, destroying almost half a hemisphere and almost causing the planet to leave its own orbit. Boom! Midora-sama, we have to do something fast, that man has already lost, and if the planet receives more attacks like this. Starjun said, proposing to Midora to attack Acacia together, since if they didn't all act at once it would be impossible to stop that aberration. However, Midora kept looking in the direction of the fight and said calmly, "Quiet Starjun, the fight is not over yet." And he was right, since in Zone 0 where that titanic fist hit, there was Broly, who kept floating as before, as if he had never been hit by that attack. I was worried that my first Nen skills to hide my body in my dimension would become obsolete since I had planned to acquire an immortal body, but I see that it can still be useful. Okay, let's continue. Hakai. And using Hakai, Broly completely destroyed the adjoining parts that were eaten by Acacia, as part of his face, shoulder, arms and legs, and almost instantaneously those parts began to regenerate, but it didn't work. The regeneration always ended when it reached the parts eaten by Acacia. As I feared, Broly said, somewhat disappointed. You're still alive. Awesome. You have made me reflect. I will no longer consider you a fly. You are a fucking cockroach. I don't know what you're trying, but it won't work. Everything Neo devours never comes back. Guaf. You are finished. Acacia shouted as he commanded dozens of those destroy planet punches from before. Acacia planned to destroy Broly next to the planet if necessary. But you won't let me finish. Impatient Broly said as he set out to perform a newly learned technique. Gourmet luck. Gourmet luck. And in this way between Midora and Broly they managed to deflect Acacia's attacks, preventing them from colliding with the planet. Thing that shocked and didn't like Acacia very much. They're repelling away my appetite. You damn cockroach. No matter how much you dissipate or repel this cement-like appetite of mine, you will die. And I never be destroyed, Acacia shouted as he opened his huge and terrifying mouth and began to devour all the gourmet luck to Broly, Midora, Toriko and Starjun, and all those close to him. Impossible. Even appetites have a limit. You're going to explode, Acacia. Pear shouted upon see how the sinister, horrifying and deformed body of Acacia swelled more and more with every gram of gourmet luck that he swallowed with his powerful and unique ability to devour anything. And while everyone was watching Acacia and how his gourmet luck was being taken away. Hakai. Broly once again disintegrated the parts of his body close to what Acacia devoured, but this time Broly, against what dictates his survival instinct and the logic of his body, caused that there was no regeneration. Because magic materialization. With his magic, Broly created just a few millimeters from him exactly the same missing parts of his body without missing an atom in that creation. And by bringing them closer to his body. Slap. 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 Transplant finished Doc-san, Broly said with a wide smile as he got used to his new arms and legs moving them very fast. Impossible. I had devoured those parts of your body. It is impossible that you could recover them. Screamed with bewilderment and horror the balloon of black tumors Acacia that almost vomited part of the gourmet luck that he had devoured when he saw that Broly was once again in one piece. I don't know why you are so surprised. I cannot regenerate the parts that were devoured, but that does not imply that I cannot create others externally and then implant them in an area not affected by your disgusting mouth. Right? Broly said in a mocking and threatening way, not fearing Acacia at all that since he looked like an ugly balloon. You. Daee. Shout Acacia swooping towards Broly with his sinister mouth open with the intention of devouring him completely to not leave something to create or transplant. Ha. Don't you think you've eaten too much? You have become fat. And I can become even bigger. Broly shouted as he prepared to hit Acacia's stomach with his right punch. A punch that due to his speed and distance between Broly and Acacia would be the second to connect in that deadly confrontation. His fist would not hit Acacia before he was devoured. However. Ah! With that shout the muscles of his arm increased considerably, doubling the size he had before. But it wasn't just his muscles that increased in size. His entire arm increased in size in both width and length, which could reach Acacia, a size that made it possible to reach Acacia before Acacia could devour him. But his arm was not the only one that muscled and increased in size, his whole body grew in an incredible way, exceeding the 3 meters to support all that incredible musculature. At the same time his bluish hair and aura began to turn green gradually, as did the fur and hair of his body. His aura and power overflowed all over the plane, and several natural satellites left their orbit and began to feel attracted to him and his overwhelming presence. Even time and space had been distorted around him. Broly had reached a new transformation that was reserved only for important moments. The legendary Super Saiyan God full power. Boom! Broly's punch hit violently in Acacia's disfigured torso, causing liters of blood to explode from his mouth and tumors, but despite the great damage he received he was able to survive without problems thanks to his abnormal physical constitution. Ag! Acacia shouted as he instinctively placed his sinister hand in the area struck by Broly. And realized something very disconcerting and frightening. What the hell is this? His stomach was being devoured in an indescribable way by a strange green energy. The only consolation Acacia had was the fact that his stomach wasn't the only thing that was devoured in that confrontation. Broly's fist had also been devoured by Acacia, whose black cells had evolved to the point that were able to devour using only the skin. Acacia's entire body could devour with simple contact, forever. Hakai. Creation magic. Attachment. However, it wasn't something that worried Broly very much. Interesting, I didn't see you do it in the manga. I congratulate you, you are the first person since I reached the divinity that manages to put me in trouble. Apart from my teacher, you are awesome, Neo Acacia. But nevertheless, this doesn't change anything. Either because I devour you, you continue devouring me and die from an allergic attack, or that you explode like the fat guy in the movie 7. Now that you have forced me to reach this power, you only have one destiny. Be devoured by me. Said the ultramuscular Broly, looking blatantly at Acacia, who remained on the ground kneeling by the blow, with his body deforming even more for having devoured the fistful of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan cells of Broly. Ah! Acacia shouted with rage and murderous instincts, or rather, Neo, who had no rationality left to answer with insults to Broly and his provocations. And like a wild beast that has been cornered, he pounced on Broly to kill him for once. You just no learn, do you? Aura. 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 Broly shouted, hitting Acacia's macabre body once and again, slowly devouring him towards his formless realm. With each punch he managed to trap Neo a little more in his dimension, and at the same time he lost the fist used to hit Acacia, having to recreate and attach it instantly to continue attacking at great speed. Every time Neo tried to devour Broly, Broly hid that part of his body in the formless realm to avoid unnecessary damage. And every second, thanks to the gourmet luck Neo devoured, was able to eat the Kaien in his skin that made him enter into the formless realm, and at the same time Broly became stronger due to his constant increase in power of his true legendary Super Saiyan God full power and the assimilation of laws. That Broly was winning. This can't be happening. I have devoured all the gourmet luck, this should not be possible. This should be my victory. Acacia shouted when he saw helplessly that was devouring less and slowly that strange energy that invaded his body and that was still almost impossible for him to hit Broly. After my transformation. With the difference in power between us today. Your gourmet luck does not have much effect before me. In 20 minutes you will be devoured, Broly said, dodging and attacking at the same time. However, we don't have so much time. Something important is coming. So, I'll speed things up. At that moment Broly's eyes suffered a strange metamorphosis. Several new pupils appeared in the 360 degrees of his eyes, and from them a black and green energy spread across his face, in which surrealist green eyes also emerged. That was Almighty Yahuacha's ability Broly version. It has been a pleasure fighting against you, Acacia. Thank you, it has been magnificent. See you on the other side. I will try to find your compatible food for you and eliminate Neo's secondary problems. And with those words Broly brought to the present the moment when Acacia was devoured by the formless realm in the future, making it disappear completely from everyone's sight. Has this been the end? Has Neo been sealed forever? Has Acacia finally been able to rest in peace? Pear said with tears in his eyes, something inconceivable for a Nitro to see that his and Acacia's mission had finally ended. Defeat Neo in a way that he couldn't revive so he wouldn't continue devouring universes. Old man, Midora said, reminding the Acacia he knew and with whom he grew up, and not this abomination possessed by a demon appetite. Neo has been defeated, Toriko said with relief, since he was not convinced that Broly could win. And not only that, Broly said, looking in another direction with sentimentalism. Toriko. We did it. God has been fully cooked. Komatsu shouted in the distance, crying with joy, not exaggeration, happy for his achievement and seeing that his best friend in combo was fine. Komatsu. Toriko also shouted upon see that his friend in combo was fine, and that God, his main course and the goal of his whole life, was cooked to perfection. Everyone was happy, everything had gone perfectly. However, Broly had to end with that beautiful moment of friendship, fraternity and victory, although not with bad intention. I'm glad you are all happy and eager to eat. But this is not over yet. Right? Midora asked, interrupting Broly and waiting for a certain phenomenon to appear. Boom. 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 Boom 888 888 888 mm. Boom boom. 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 And that phenomenon was the complete destruction of the world. The Earth. It's not going to hold out. Toriko shouted, pointing out what was evident like in every manga. Midora-sama. What can we do to avoid it? Star-Jun asked to his beloved boss. I am afraid that with my abilities, I cannot stop the destruction of the planet Star-Jun, Midora said with resignation to his trainee and godson. That was when Broly interrupted that cataclysmic moment, in an unexpected way. Well, since this is the end of the world, as the protocol says, I would like to propose to make the famous orgy of the end of the world. Hearing those words everyone looked at Broly with bewilderment, disgust and with the face of few friends, even with murderous intent. But, as here there are only heterosexual men like me and non-feminine weirdos with no reproductive abilities, I'm afraid we will have to postpone this idea, Broly said with a jocular, blissful tone and making a very funny ironic face. Stare. 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 But everyone kept looking at him with the same face as before, for daring to joke with something like that in this moment. Fuck, you have very little sense of humor. No one has to wait for the end of the world to make an orgy. Anyway. I have sent an acquaintance, friend and brother of yours to fix this problem. It is a lie, he has gone of his own accord as it was planned to happen, but I will also award this feat. Thank you and you're welcome, Broly said resentfully, seeing that he was facing a difficult audience that did not appreciate his awkward jokes, so he scratched an ear in anger. Chapter 110. Fuck, you have very little sense of humor. As if an end of the world were necessary to make an orgy. Anyway. I have sent an acquaintance, friend and brother of yours to fix this problem. It is a lie, he has gone of his own accord as it was planned to happen, but I will also award this feat. Thank you and you're welcome, Broly said resentfully, seeing that he was facing a difficult audience that did not appreciate his awkward jokes, so he scratched an ear in anger. A brother? Midora said with a slight smile on his face, since he knew who Broly was referring to. In the center of the Earth, a center of the planet without magma, but with millions of ingredients that were produced by center every second, well, this manga is like this. Hurry, Teppei. We are running out of time. We're not gonna make it. Imaru shouted at Teppei, the grandson of Jiru, the great knocker master. It's impossible, Imaru. Even if you bring me all the way to the inside of the earth. You want me? You want me to use knocking on the earth to stop it from being destroyed? Tepe shouted, that was overwhelmed with the responsibility of saving the entire planet from destruction by performing a feat for which he wasn't mentally prepared. You are the only one that can do it. Insisted Imaru, who still had hopes of saving the world. But it's just too much. This is just on too gargantuan of a scale. Even if I were to try to use knocking on the earth. Where would I even start? And how? Tepe said, preparing to hit the planet and perform knocking, but not knowing exactly how to do it to avoid the apocalypse. But suddenly he noticed how someone grabbed his arm and corrected the angle and position of it. Right here, Tepe. Wah! They shouted, frightened and surprised upon see how Gyru, who should be dead, appeared to help them. Even in the spirit world I was told I still had a duty to fulfill to Ichi-chan, said the old Gyru kindly to his grandson. Old man Gyru, Tepe thought with surprise and joy. I'm sorry I don't have more time, Tepe, but there is a pretty annoying guy who is negotiating with Ichi-chan and me. Anyways, performing knocking on the earth. Sold be a total breeze. Right, Tepe? Because from here on, it will be you that carries on the name of Knocking Master, Gyru said, having the last words with his grandson and helping him to perform the most decisive knocking in the history of the planet. Klenkakak. Sorry, I don't know how to represent a knockout on a planet with an onomatopoeia XD. Where Toriko and the others are. Huh. The Earth's destruction just stopped. What's going on here? Toriko said with surprise upon seeing that the world had been inexplicably saved. I said it already. Partly thanks to my lie, the world has been saved, said Broly, claiming part of the merit. The Earth's exploding has been halted. But now that brings about its own problem, Pear said, since it's never too late for to see the bad side of everything, even that the world hasn't exploded. Pear, what are you talking about? Toriko asked, not understanding the negative part of avoiding the apocalypse. But before Pear could give his long explanation, Broly interrupted to summarize. Let's say in this universe a planet made by gourmet cells matures until it reaches the limit of its growth. When that happens, the planet explodes, ridiculing any existing supernova, but being that an explosion of ingredients. Ingredients that will evolve due to that explosion and that years later will form a new planet with ingredients superior to the old one and with a new planetary full course superior to the previous one. And this is something that has happened with this planet 2 million of years ago. Yes, it's exactly that, Pear said, who had been prevented from explaining it in a more scientific and extensive way. That's why, if the Earth isn't destroyed then a new full course will never be created. That's what you're trying to say? Acacia asked, to highlight the negative consequences they had caused in the evolution of the universe. The baton of flavor that has been passed and passed across this vast universe. Will the stopped here on Earth, but it's not like we can just let the Earth be destroyed, Toriko said, regretting that the evolution of the universe ended up on his planet, but he still want to live in his planet. A great dilemma difficult to solve. Unless. Well, I could give a solution. Inside me are all the ingredients that Neo has devoured. And I wouldn't mind throwing them into this universe to prevent the end of the universe cycle. But I will not do it for free, he said Broly with the face of a vile, corrupt and ruthless businessman who takes advantage of the misfortunes of others and natural disasters to benefit himself. Upon hearing Broly's proposal, the faces of Pear, Toriko, Midora, Star June, and the blue Oni inside Toriko, lit up with hope. But hearing that it came with a condition, especially with that terrible and corrupt face he was putting, they prepared for a new possible conflict. And what exactly do you want? Asked Midora, the strongest of the 4 or 5 counting Komatis as a representative, but fearing the worst, having to fight against that monster, a monster that was able to defeat Acacia Neo. Yes, and I will not negotiate, Broly replied without changing his tone and greedy expression. And with that statement the situation became even more tense, so much that it was drowning Komatis, the weakest of the 3, that he felt that the planet would really explode if they didn't agree. What do you think if you invite me to eat? This fighting and see Acacia eat so many things has made me very hungry, Broly replied, changing his intimidating and evil face to a friendly, pure and innocent one in less than a second. And a bucket of cold water would have fallen on their heads due to the contrast of what Broly had asked for and what they thought he would ask. Of course. Everything you want. Right, Komatsu? Toriko replied with a big smile without even thinking about it. Yes. Of course. Komatsu also replied with joy like his combo. Then I'll get down to work, said Broly, looking up at the sky with his hands up. Broly focused on the information Acacia had eaten, specifically the food from the blue universe that was inside Neo. And using his materialization magic he began to recreate all that almost unlimited mass food, throwing them into Toriko's universe at once. Expelling an amount of food beyond imagination enough to create countless galaxies. And with this I have become the savior of the planet and the universe, and for the protagonists as a kind and funny guy, I hope. This will allow me to always have at my fingertips a world with heavenly food and cook without any effort or management. And that food expansion brought more answers. I found it. It's him. The tasty meat smell I smelled coming from inside Neo. Toriko shouted, pointing at the gigantic end mammoth that had been detached from the Broly ingredient tsunami. I'm gonna make this mammoth my full course's meat dish. And with this statement Toriko finally completed his full course. And then. Bloom. An authentic planetary level tsunami of center overflowed from the interior of the planet, dragging Tepe and Imara with it. Toriko. That's liquid concentrate of center. We stopped the world form exploding, but part of center overflowed from the earth interiors, shouted Imaru, who is suffering among waves of center. I have also contributed to that feat. Like Broly said that he was still releasing food without stopping from his hands into space. So this is the ultimate reviving ingredient. The ingredient that can even create life and resurrect the death people, Midora said as he watched how everyone who bathed with center was instantly recovering from his injuries, even from those caused by Neo. And after a few minutes, when center covered the entire continent and healed everyone who fought in the Great War, Midora approached Broly and asked. I have fulfilled my part of the deal. Tell me. Will you do your part? Midora asked Broly, trying to be indifferent. Of course. I would never lie. At least not you on this issue, Midora. True, said Broly, who was trying to focus on his ability to create ingredients. I hope you are telling me the truth, and with these words Midora began to concentrate all his gourmet energy and gourmet luck from her body to the limit, without turning back. Then for the very end, let this sinner, while only by the small amount he can, pay for his crimes. Toriko star. This is the end of the line for me, but your brothers should be friends and sit around the same dining table. If this is your end. Why do you seem so happy, Midora? Asked Toriko, who partly understood perfectly the answer to his question. No idea, Midora said with great happiness and inner peace reflected in his eyes. With these last words Midora concentrated all his energy and transformed it into vitality. Gourmet spice. And using a technique similar to the one he used when he almost destroyed the human world, Midora summoned a rain of meteor all over the devastated planet. And as if it were magic, that gourmet spice revitalized the planet like never before. Repairing the aftermath of the fight against Acacia, turning the deserts into jungles and reappearing old destroyed and extinct ingredients all over the planet. Allowing the gourmet age to return in all its splendor throughout the planet. Thank you, Midora, Toriko said, contemplating the body of Midora, who remained standing like a great hero that gave his life to save the world, although in the beginning of this history he was the villain who supposedly wanted its destruction. This was the end of Midora. The history of a baby who was abandoned to feed wild pigs and had to become a wild animal to survive, a wild animal that thanks to Frozy became a human. A human who due to the death of Frozy become a villain that hated the world and himself since he considered them to be guilty of Frozy's death, a villain that finally become a hero that saved the world according to Frozen's wish. A human, hero and villain who was born for the same reason. Unconditional love for one person. Desire realm. Well guys, your beloved leader has returned. It hasn't been a simple job, that thing absurdly resistant, bit very hard and ignored regeneration, something that I could not find in my universe. But thanks my awesomeness, strength, intelligence and heroic attitude another world has been saved. Broly said, putting on a bathrobe and pretending to smoke a pipe. It is done. I thought you wanted to assimilate Midora too. Said Ahiko, that thought he had found a new playmate, but it appeared that Broly had let him die and did not devour him. It's true, I thought you loved him for his ability to copy any technique almost immediately, just like Medaka, Najimi said, that didn't understand why he had let him die without absorbing him before. Relax. I'm not done with this reality yet. You have to invite me to eat, I have to explore the farthless lands to need more ingredients, knowledge and data settling well on this planet so I don't have to always depend on my kitchen or that of my subjects. And above all I still have to attend the most important event in this world and I can't go without a gift. And without, Broly said, looking at everyone in a fixed and strange way, as if he were selecting someone from that long table. Hey, why are you looking at us so intently? He said, who felt quite uncomfortable at that moment. Chapter 111. Weeks after the battle for the destiny of the planet, that Broly watered the universe with the food of Acacia and Toriko finally completed his full course. The most anticipated event of the entire human and gourmet world finally arrived. The day that everyone was waiting for and in which thousands of people were invited, even Broly, and his companion. Toriko and Rin's wedding. In time of sated full Sutamax or in times of hunger. Do you swear, I mean really swear hard, so hard it's not even funny? Do you swear to continue to eat together and feed on another? said the priest who presides over the wedding ceremony between Toriko and Rin in a very serious way. Do I swear hard? I swear, but in times of hunger. When the hell would that be? Who the hell do you think I am, father? Toriko responded quite exalted as well as his wife Rin, but for totally different reasons. Well then, you may now give the bride a kiss to satiate and fill her. So hard it gets everyone else hard as well, said the priest, continuing the ceremony in his own way. What the hell is that? Coco thought, seeing that this scene began to be in conflict with reality. Ha 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 ha. Weddings should always be this fun. I hope the others I have to attend are the same. Ha 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 ha. Broly laughed out loud to see how absurd that ceremony was. And after that strange wedding ceremony ended somehow. The moment everyone was waiting for finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen. This is Komatsu and my full course. Please, eat it to your full. Toriko said with joy and excitement to the more than 5,000 people he had invited to eat on his wedding day, food that would be cooked by Komatsu and other 10-star chef friends. And those 5,000 people quickly got that euphoria too. Oh. This is what we've been waiting for. I can't wait to eat. They all shouted in excitement to eat the full course of most famous and beloved gourmet hunter and chef in the human world. Even Broly was excited too. Yes. I'm finally going to be invited to eat. Broly shouted with joy and impatience, not caring that everyone looked at him with curiosity, amazement, respect and fear. Broly-san, can you explain why I am here when there were so many people to choose from? Kagaya asked, who had been invited by Broly to come to the wedding. Because normally a companion is needed in weddings and obviously it must be a beautiful woman. I don't want to be looked upon with pity for being a poor single in an event like these, Broly said, clapping and cheering at the newlyweds while he waited for the food, and stared at a place without blinking. I understand that, but couldn't you have brought Najimi with you instead? Kagaya asked, who was still not entirely convinced by Broly's motives, and believed that there was some hidden reason. It's simple, you look exotic like mine and you have a third eye. People will ask less questions about where you are if they think you are from my supposed home planet and race. Broly said, whistling suspiciously as he continued to stare at a place in the room. I understand. And why are you staring at that low-seated dining table? Kagaya asked, pointing to an empty low table that was in the front row near the entrance. We could say that our next friends will sit there, Broly said in a somewhat sentimental way, before the food were served. The first dish. The full course's appetizer is the king of all corn. BB corn popcorn and chicken quiche seasoned with milk stardust. Delicious. I will never go into a cinema without these popcorns. Broly said enthusiastically as he ate the giant popcorn over and over, creating it over and over again with its materialization magic in its mouth. So delicious was that even Kagaya modified her facial expression by the overflowing taste of the Toriko's world food. Second dish. The full course's soup is served. Century soup. Beautiful, Kagaya said almost involuntarily when she saw the beautiful northern lights coming out of the soup. And it's not only pretty, it's also exceedingly delicious. I cannot stop smiling. And I don't want to avoid it. Broly said, that like everyone who tasted that soup laughed from ear to ear in an exaggerated and ridiculous way. Creepy, I'm not going to eat the soup, said Kagaya, who like Sunny didn't want that anyone can see her making such a ridiculous face. The third dike. The full course's seafood dish. Features currently extinct species that has been brought back to life. Grilled ogai with ozu sauce. Wow. This is so good that it doesn't look like fish. It doesn't even have thorns. A single bite of this dish is like eating all the seafood with a taste multiplied by over 9,000, Broly said, licking his lips again and again with her eyes closed, trying to find all the flavors of extinct marine animals in that succulent delicacy. When suddenly, that table has started to fill up, Kagaya said that apart from tasting food as much as Broly was watching the empty table with her Byakugan. And at that table appeared the old knocking master Jiro and the former President Ichiryu, the strongest man in the world before his death, who had come from the other world as spirit foods to eat together at Toriko's wedding. And they greeted with joy with a bottle of sake in their hands as a sign of approval and congratulation for the one who was almost a son to them. Guys. We'll talk later. Enjoy the food until then. The fourth dish. The full course's meat dish. Is absolutely on par with the meat of the last boss himself, Neo. The final elephant steak. You forget to mention that it was me who created all these elephants. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed due to Broly's occurrence, while Kagaya was ashamed of sitting next to him at that moment. The The best steak I've ever tasted. Also seasoned with garlic, and not just any garlic, it's the phantasmal meteor garlic, and jewel meat from Regal Mammoth. Elephant meat is my favorite from that moment, Broly said with great satisfaction while his body sparkled like a jewel due to the meat of the Regal Mammoth. And here it is. The fifth and main dish of the full course. The king of all ingredients, God. Guee. Yes. Everybody cheered at once upon seeing that was moment to eat the most coveted ingredient on the planet. The main reason everyone had come to this banquet. A one-piece dish that looked like a planet cut in half where the atmosphere and all its inner layers could be seen. A dish for which everyone cried in each bite and incessantly asked for another one. This is. I know thousands of languages. Millions of ways to express myself. However, I can't find any way to explain the taste of this thing. You are still doubtful that this has been the best world of all. Najimi? Broly said to himself, and in his inner world where everyone on his team, who was sitting in the big table to eat each and every one of the dishes that one of Broly's bodies had eaten or was eating, which he created once more with his materialization magic. Well, you might have a point, Najimi said. I was being very hard to deny Broly's claim after eating all that. Broly was materialization. Just a moment. That is? Mayuri asked as he pointed to the screen with his long fingernail. Television screen where the banquet of the century was being projected from the perspective of Broly, which was staring at the table where Jiro and Ichiryu were eating. Table in which two people were added, and one of them. Indeed, it is Acacia, but without any mutation due to Neo. It was not easy to find a way to reverse his horrible appearance and side effects without affecting his power, but luckily I am a genius, just like you, but more, Broly said, giving another bite to God as he displayed his usual humility. And you let him go to eat so easily? Dio asked, who didn't understand Broly's evil plan this time. Of course, it's a family meal, Broly said simply without stopping to eat, and look at the woman who was on her back next to Acacia. And that woman is? Hagoromo asked, but not finishing his question as is usually done in a lot of mangas to create expectation. Once again inside the banquet. The sixth dish. The full courses, salad. The food treasure, air with ozone herb. The legendary ingredients are still coming out one after the next. I never thought I'd say this. Not in this life or the previous one, but... Fuck. This salad is very good. I want more. Broly said as he ate that salad over and over again, something he never thought would be possible. This vegetable is amazing, just by eating a little my Byakugan has increased its radius several million kilometers, Kaguya said with surprise and satisfaction for having been able to increase his powers in such a simple and pleasant way. Another fruit that gives you powers. You never change, right? Ha 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 ha, Broly said laughing a lot just as he had planned from the beginning when he brought Kaguya here. I knew you were up to something, Kaguya said with resignation, feeling somewhat abused. The seventh dish. The full courses dessert. 7 colors of overwhelming sugar sweetness. The rainbow fruit. Finally, the first food that Toriko added to his full course. It makes me feel so nostalgic. Oh, such sweet flavors. Broly said, remembering the chapter of Toriko in which they got this fruit, when they ate it and described its taste and flavor, but now that he had the opportunity to taste it he thought that its description given in that chapter left what he was experiencing now on the floor. Here it comes. The last dish is finally here. The legendary ingredient that saved humanity from a year of famine. The billions birds' egg. I don't understand why they leave the drink for last when it has to accompany all the food, but... Exquisite, it's like a nectar distilled by the gods themselves. Gods like me. From now on I will even brush my teeth with this mixed drink. Oops, the side effects. Ha ha ha. Kaguya, are you still able to activate Byakugan with those tabs? Broly said, to whom his eyelashes, nails and tail fur, his hair not being 100 Saiyan grown excessively due to the large amount of nutrients provided by this drink, and in the case of Kaguya her eyelashes grew so much that she even had trouble keeping her eyes open. This was also part of your plan to laugh at me? Kaguya asked, who was beginning to feel that he was the target of all the jokes. Yes, but don't take it personally, now comes the most important moment of this dinner, Toriko said without taking her eyes off the low table. And when they finished showing the full course, the chefs came out of the kitchen. I've mixed this drink with mellow cola, and created a billion birds mellow drink, said Komatsu, who came out crying from the kitchen because he was remembering the whole adventure with Toriko and its culmination, the final that they both wanted. With that Toriko and Komatsu finished their trip, and Toriko toasted in the distance with Ichiryu, his adoptive father, in sign that he had achieved everything he wanted on his wedding day. Share his full course with everyone. And that was when Ichiryu's eyes turned away from Toriko to look elsewhere. Since one more guest has just arrived. And seeing that person, Komatsu's teary eyes began to shed tears like never before every second. Since the person who appeared was Midora, who stood watching the table with his usual calm and indifferent attitude. Attitude that did not change when he saw his brothers Ichiryu and Jiro and his father Acacia, who had been cured of Neo's negative influence. However, that attitude changed radically when he saw that the woman who was on her back with Acacia. And that woman was Frozy. The real Frozy, who turned slowly towards Midora and with a simple but radiant and motherly smile said, "Come, Midora, let's eat together." And upon hearing those simple, but powerful words, the eyes of the imperturbable Midora changed and slowly were filled with tears. Tears that contained all the tender nostalgia, disbelief, accumulated suffering, sadness, rediscovered joy, and absolute happiness. Tears that in a few seconds flooded the scarred face of one of the toughest and strongest men in the world. Tears that showed Midora again as what he really always wanted to be. A child with a simple dream that he thought was lost forever. Eat as a family once again. And seeing this emotional conclusion, Komatsu continued to cry inconsolably, although he tried to retain the tears, just like Setsuno and Toriko. And also, Blah. No matter how many times I see chapter 395, I always cry in this part. But watching it in direct is even more moving. Blah. Broly said, crying almost as much as Komatsu for how moved he felt with that scene that he had already read dozens of times. I cannot believe it. Does the infamous, twisted, selfish, narcissistic, megalomaniac, unscrupulous, psycho and bastard Broly have feelings and are crying for someone else? You do not see this every day, Najimi said mockingly when he saw that the infamous boss who was trying to dominate everything had a sensitive side. Of course, these are male tears coming from an alpha male who only cries for alpha male stuff that happens to alpha males, like the end of Midora, the end of Z from the One Piece Z movie, the final battle of TTGL. They are very scarce, especially coming from me, that's why they are so valuable, said Broly, not ashamed to cry but exalting his masculinity and courage as a person. You always find a way to show your narcissism to the world regardless of the situation, said Obito, who was constantly surprised at how shameless his new boss was. You really don't find it touching? Look closely, both they and many of us are practically gods. Able to destroy worlds with just one finger, with knowledge beyond comprehension, capable of having any material thing we want. Beings with an elevated gaze towards the clouds, seeking unattainable and incomprehensible goals for most. But in the end, our true happiness is in things as mundane and in principle simple as these, or even those unattainable, terrible and epic goals are motivated by simple things like these. For example, share the work of your life with everyone, reunite with your loved ones, give meaning to your existence, never feel vulnerable again, feel the love you lost a long time ago. Many of us are not so different from he, right? Broly said with great sentimentality and conviction as he continued to see how the most legendary gourmet family, not counting Toriko and Star, ate together. And although some like Kars, Mayuri, or Ehiko did not agree so much with his words, many others such as Obito, Rin, Hagoromo, Fukuro Tsurabami, Kamagawa, Dio, Madara or Mantamune nodded gently, feeling identified with Broly's words. And I don't know if it's due to the excitement of the moment or because if I count my past life I am over 40 years old, but I begin to think that it would not be a bad idea to think about sitting down and having a family. Broly said, expressing his feelings that woke up by the internal biological clock that all, including some gods, have. However, this simple, touching and innocent comment fell like a nuclear bomb in the meeting room of the Desire Realm. As if it were a natural disaster alert, many began to mobilize by instinct. Obito grabbed Rin's hand and activated his Mangekyou Sharingan to escape from there. Kamagawa stood between Najimi and Broly, materializing two of his bookmaker screws and was about to attack Broly if he were to make any suspicious movements. And as for the Otsutsuki family. Damn bastard. What do you intend to do with our mother? Hamura, Hagoromo, and Black Zetsu shouted in unison while they stood between Broly and Kagaya, ready to fight at any time Black Zetsu because he was a man's boy. As for the other two, although their mother has tried to kill them and they have had to seal her, it is not well received to have a new stepfather, and more when he is much younger than them, and also their boss. And seeing all that unjustified stir, Broly had to intervene to save his honor and reassure his rebellious subjects. Che. 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 Relax your tits and your little penises that are insecure about its size. When I talked about starting a family, I didn't think of any one of you, and of course I would never force anyone you to do something like this. So relax. Are you serious? Said Zetsu Black with relief but also with some insecurity. Of course. Although if you want to woo me it will not be my fault. Ha 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 ha. After all, I must be the most coveted single in the Omniverse. Ha 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 ha. What woman couldn't be attracted to me? Broly said with great confidence, provoking discord once again. This guy is fucking shameless. Thought everyone affected at once. Although if I become a father in the future I would like some of you to give me advice, especially you Hamura and Hagoromo, not you Kaguya, you are not a good influence. Ha 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 ha. Broly said, not stop joking at the expense of Kaguya. Please, stop with that. Who was the unfortunate man who had to endure your jokes before me? Said Kaguya, who was more than exhausted from receiving so many jokes. Ha 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 ha. Broly continued to laugh, not caring about the opinions of his subjects or angry by his opinion. Earth of the Dragon Ball Universe. Kami-sama Palace. Achoo. Aish Kami-sama sneezed as he felt a chill all over his body. What's the matter with Kami-sama? Have you caught a cold? No, I don't think it's the case, Popo, Kami-sama quickly replied. Oh, maybe someone is talking about you, Popo said with a kind and selfless smile. It's possible, but I don't know why I had such a negative, ominous and gloomy feeling a few seconds ago, Kami-sama said with great concern, as if he had been cursed in some way. Chapter 112. Desire Realm. 3 weeks later. In one of the research laboratories, Orochimaru, Kars and Mayuri investigated side by side as great mad scientific friends. These gourmet cells are something impressive, Kars said excitedly as he watched food and tissue samples of living things with his quantum microscope. They are more than incredible, they are able to increase all the physical characteristics of a user to absurd limits, including regeneration and life expectancy. It also provides energy attacks through appetite energy and special abilities in a case of being possessed by a demon appetite. Mayuri clarified while scratching his Egyptian beard thinking about the amount of possibilities this could bring to his research. Yes, they are extraordinary, the only problem that I see apart from the great caloric intake necessary to maintain them is, the possession of an unwanted demon appetite like Neo, Orochimaru said, disappointed by this setback. I strongly agree, although this is a problem that I am about to solve. You see what I was telling you, not only did I choose that world for its food, you must have a little more faith in me. Just by eating the menu of Toriko and Komatsu, without possessing gourmet cells and without any possessions of an appetite demon my maximum physical strength in base form has increased by 369. This is something never seen before for someone of my race despite and that I have not focused on increasing its effects. By the way, try this Broly patatas bravas. Thanks to the knowledge of Frozy and Joa I have greatly improved my kitchen in a short time in a miraculous way. Broly said who appeared by surprise behind Orochimaru and Mayuri with 2 trays in each hand. What did you just say? Upon hearing that Mayuri shouted very startled and even outraged by the statements of Broly. To which Broly with the same joy with which he had arrived said assertively. Ha ha ha. Impressed right? The skills I bought from that lazy crap Avalon are nothing compared to this. These patatas bravas I've made are something out of this reality, I've prepared them with. No. The other thing. That, ha ha ha. I don't know why you are surprised, I've been preparing for this moment for a decade, the moment to increase my base physical strength. With the assimilation of Acacia, Frozy, Jiro, Midora and Ichiryu I have not only achieved all their skills and knowledge, I have also perfectly understood the structure of the gourmet cells of all colors, black, white, green, blue and red. Not only that Our new friends are the reincarnation of the family of gourmet gods that created the Toriko universes in the gourmet Big Bang. Beings made of gourmet energy with the size of a galaxy and thanks to my time manipulation has also been possible for me to find information about them in the bodies and souls of my new hirings. So, it has been relatively easy. Impressed by your boss's abilities, right? Ha 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 ha. Broly said bluffing about his achievements before his scientific subordinates to show them who was the best. Although it was something totally normal that had an advantage over them. Since Broly assimilating them, he had acquired all his knowledge and skills, as they worked in laboratories within his dimension he also had access to their advances at all times. If we also add that Broly had many bodies, time skills and reality warpings and other cheat skills. Broly should win. That's cheating. You never shared this information. Have you had us investigate this for weeks only to say this? Did you just want to brag in front of us? Shouted Mayuri, who felt outraged and defeated, something he could not stand, he always wanted to be ahead in scientific research. And not only was he constantly being defeated by Urahara that a sack of muscles also beat him. But Broly did not answer, he just kept looking at him with a wide smile nodding sarcastically. Since this project can be closed and the previous ones are already in the implementation phase, what do we do now? Aizen asked, who occasionally appeared in the scientific division to collaborate. For now do what you want. I have all my bodies busy, whether accommodating the new family, improving my kitchen, training with my teacher in my reality, training on my own, researching, collecting food from the farthest lands. There are only 2 bodies that for now are not doing anything important. One of them preparing a new outfit for the occasion. And the other one is here talking to you, Broly replied, getting quite serious in the last part of his speech. Oh, you mean the new unproductive realities? Asked Najimi, who appeared out of nowhere inside the research room. And without Broly being surprised by that sudden appearance, yes, those worlds. I am sorry I cannot share with you what I will do in that world. Because I fear that if you saw me lose my temper in that reality, as I surely will do, it could damage the idyllic image all you have about me, and that could cause you some kind of trauma. It is not easy to discover that your idol, your reference, the person you most admire, your reason for living, your God. It's not so, perfect. Idyllic image. We. Of you. Perfect. Since when? Some thought upon here how incredibly shameless Broly was. Well, if there are no more questions, I have to do a social work that someone should have done a long time ago, said Broly with a crazy face, materializing a gun in his hand and loading it in a threatening way. Before you go, Broly, I have a question to ask you, Najimi said before that Broly disappeared from that room to go to another reality to do some stupidity. Shoot, Broly said impatiently, but he took advantage of that moment to improve the gun and its power. As we have seen with Jiro, Ichiryu, Midora and Frozy, you have been able to revive everyone you have wanted in their most perfect state regardless of how long they have been dead. Why didn't you wait for most of us to die to resurrect us directly under your command? You could have saved a lot of time and problems, Najimi asked, not understanding the logic behind the actions of his boss. The answer is obvious, dear Najimi. To make it more funny. See how you kicked against me with no chance of winning, and see your despair at the end when you realized you were nothing more than ants before me. Ah, it was orgasmic. Every second of that decade in which I died like a prisoner trying to escape from prison with a spoon to reach those realities, it was worth only to see your expression. Ha 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 ha. Broly said with a face so corrupt and disgusting that made everyone who saw him shiver. Damned son of a bitch. Everyone who had to suffer that humiliation in this room thought. And now I have one last teenager to re-educate and traumatize, Broly said once again, reloading his gun and disappearing from his dimension. Planet Earth from another reality. Japan. Sainan Town. Yuki's house. In the middle of the night. Yuki Rito, the protagonist of To Love Ru, slept peacefully in his bed. Rock, scary rock. Speaking in dreams, dreams caused to a greater extent by the sensations that his body transmitted to him. He was still sleeping peacefully like a baby until a few moments ago. Until, he began to notice something very heavy on him and a strange and rocky sensation in his hand that made him wake up. What is this feeling? Oh no. Momo has gotten into bed again without me noticing. But this feeling is different from Momo, it's nothing soft or round. What is it? And gradually he opened his eyes and got used to the light, which was on, and the first thing he saw is that his hand was grabbing something bulky, squared, and there were 8 of them and... Do you like to touch my perfect abs, shitty pervert? And, there was a huge, strange, menacing and excessively muscular half-naked man sitting on top of him, and what he was touching were his rocky abs, and not Momo's soft breasts as usual. Seeing such a sordid scene, Rito could only... shout due to panic while trying to get out of there. But... Puff. It was quiet quickly, since a desert eagle loaded with bullets was introduced into his mouth in a surprising way. Close your fucking mouth if you don't want me to open another hole through which you can scream like a fucking crazy bitch. Broly shouted as if he were a dangerous and violent thief who tried to steal a handbag from an old woman with intimidation. Rito tried to say who could not speak because he had gun in his mouth, but he understood that he should calm down or the consequences could be catastrophic. I know what you may be wondering. Why is there such a huge man, so huge, muscular, handsome, manly, and with an extra eye at 2p? Sitting on top of me and threatening me with a gun? Right? Broly said, pushing the gun out of his mouth delicately. And Rito, who thanks to having a life full of constant unforeseen events could quickly recover from the shock and try to reply, yes IFA. But he was not able to finish his sentence, since, Broly hit him in the jaw with the gun stock. Did I tell you that you could talk? Shouted Broly, introducing the gun back into Rito's mouth, who was writhing in pain, fear and bewilderment. You just asked me. Rito thought, crying inside, and outside due to Broly's irrational and painful actions. Well, where was I? Ah yes, it's because I am very, very angry and disappointed with you. I'm angry with your fucking existence. Do you know why? Broly asked once again, pulling the gun from Rito's mouth. And this time Rito did not answer, since he learned the lesson from the previous blow, so he didn't talk to avoid a second blow. But. Answer when a superior entity talks to you. Fucking dog. Damn psychopath. Rito thought, due to despair and fear, since he realized that he was going to be tortured, whatever he did and what he said. I'm sorry, I think I've exceeded a little. But, every time I see that face of a useless beta male, without personality, faint-hearted, indecisive, pathetic, weak, who never does anything. A fucking fraud. I want to kill you in the most painful and macabre way possible. Broly said with trembling voice, and not only his voice, the hand with which he held the gun was also shaking, a gun that was precisely in Rito's brow, something that scared him even more. He's crazy. He is crazy. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Lala. Momo. Nana. I have to do something to make them realize that a dangerous alien has entered the house, Rito thought desperately, trying to escape from that dark situation in which he would possibly lose his life. If you seek the help of those girls as always and for everything. You're wasting your time, now they're sleeping and nobody and nothing can hear or see what's happening here. No one will come to save you, nor will they realize that I am here, Broly said, informing Rito that he was really screwed. Can you read the thoughts? Wait a moment. If what he says is true. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Rito thought, to whom all hope had been taken away with that phrase. Quiet. For now I will not kill you, but believe me, it is not for lack of desire, I want to do it with all my soul. However, luckily for you I am a great therapist and behavioral corrector of idiotic teenagers. Therefore, my professional code prevents me from killing you, but only if you succeed in my therapy. And you will only have one session with me. Do you understand me now? Broly said, hitting Rito's face with the gun barrel abusively, as if he were hitting an animal to make him understand that he had done something wrong. He's crazy. He's fucking crazy. But what have I done to him to treat me like this? Rito thought, who had never been as scared as he is now in his entire life. What is my problem with you? You must be wondering. And since I'm a very kind and patient person, I'll gladly answer. You will see, Rito, not that I only have a problem with you, although you are the most extreme, pathetic and popular case of the shit I hate. I have a problem with all or almost all manga and anime of harem genre. But first of all I have a serious problem, or rather, hate and disgust. For the protagonists of that gender shit. You want to know why? Broly said, getting out above of Rito to get more comfortable in bed. Harem manga and anime. Protagonist? What the hell are you talking about? This guy is crazy. Completely crazy. Rito thought with real dread, but he was too scared to speak or move. But not before using telekinesis in Rito to make him fly in the air to hear his speech in a very uncomfortable position. Ah! Another alien with strange powers. Why do these things only happen to me?